HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. That's a game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it.
All of those things just hit different today than they do on a normal day. That sequence of things that you heard, that preamble that you hear coming into the show every day. Oh, give me some juice, baby. Let's do it. All of those things hit. Even Ben Gary in our ear right before the open hit saying, here we go, is all caps, size 72 font today because Brandon Scott, Texans training camp is here. Texans training camp with a dash of Bryce Matthews sprinkled on top of it today.
Dude, it's the moment that I've been waiting for. Now, if Bryce Matthews aside, I will get to him in a little bit, but Bryce Matthews, I mean, Texans training camp out here on the grass before the Texans hit the field. And I don't want to hear anybody say that, hey, the season doesn't start until the first game, training camp doesn't start. No, football season, Texans season officially started right now under the sound of our voice with us right here at the Methodist Training Center.
100%, and we are right on top of it. We are stationed. This is probably good to know once the fans are able to start coming out here next week to watch. Our spot where we are is we're kind of at the corner of the end zone right next to the gate where the players come walking in. Players and coaches are going to be walking right by us, probably starting at right about the time we're going up. We'll start to matriculate in here. And, dude, there's no X's and O's. There's nothing technical I want to get to anytime right out of the chute. I want to talk football. I'm just excited that this Texan season is here. I feel strongly this is the most talented roster top to bottom they've put together. This is the roster they've certainly put together that's the most built to last for a long, long time as well. And I'm just amped for the season, man. The Rams game in week 1 cannot get here soon enough. So, I just want to get excited for this. I want a dueling piano with you, all the things I'm pumped up about for this Texans season.
Man, I'm right there with you, man. Right. Even the little things, man. Just looking at the bridge.
The bridge.
Oh, right there on Kirby.
All right, Ben, hit the music.
Let's go.
Let's go. Let's hit the music. I'm going to let you start. That bridge right there, dude. Watching the players come over top of the bridge for practice at about 8:30, 8:40 this morning is when they'll start to come over here.
And not just this morning, but for the next – not 17 weeks, but however,
6 weeks,
6 weeks of the training camp, the 17 weeks of the season, that bridge right there, diagonal to my right, coming across Kirby, that's where the players come. The Houston Texans social media team likes to prompt the guys with fun questions, put them on their social media page. I'm even ready for the simple things just like that. The bridge right there on freaking Kirby. Let's go.
This is the most excited I've been about a bridge since I went to the Niners-Texans game in San Francisco back in 2013.
Let's go.
Bridge over Kirby. I start envisioning things happening during the season. It's 17 games of this year.
Let's go.
Not just 10 games or 12 games of this. Nico Collins just mossing people.
Yes.
Mossing people, trucking people, running people over, throwing them down by their face,
yes.
Pie-facing them in the end zone like he did to Jalen Johnson or whichever, Tyreek Stevenson, whichever Chicago DB that was last year that got into his face, and then 2 plays later, that guy's getting chokeslammed like the Undertaker into the end zone. But I need that. I need 17 weeks of that this year.
And Nico Collins reminding Tyreek Stevenson that, hey, this is weight room right here. There's pain up in here if you come up in here incorrect. Since you're on Nico Collins, let's stay there. Sean, how about the Dakgum scramble drill?
Oh,
I can't wait to see the Nico scramble drill. You remember in the beginning of the season, the first few weeks of the season, that essentially was their offense. Now, I'm not looking forward to the idea of that solely being their offense.
Yeah.
I want them to have more answers than just that. But you better believe that the scramble drill is going to be heavily featured by the Houston Texans between C.J. Stroud and Nico Collins. Brother, I cannot wait for it.
I can't either. I hope you're right, though. I hope it does have a break glass in case of emergency status this year, as opposed to
this is our
third best play that we run. But yes, I'm here for it. Speaking of that, The guy on the other end of those plays, C.J. Stroud.
Okay.
I don't want this to happen as much this year, but there's something about C.J. Stroud under duress, hands in his face, hands on his arms, and still somehow finding a way to zip that laser out there, man.
Dude.
C.J. under pressure. I'm here for that this morning, man, and the next 7 months.
Dude, how about on the other side of the ball, Derek Stingley Jr. picking off dudes like it's nobody's, like there's no tomorrow.
Stingley's ball skills.
Derek Stingley on defense looking like he's playing offense. That's one of the things I'm excited for.
Okay, that's a great one. That's a great one. I'm going to stick on. I'm going back over to the offense.
Do it. Let's do it. We can ping pong. We got offense.
We can do this all day long.
Come on.
Joe Mixon and Nick Chubb in the same backfield.
Ooh.
Running over people, running around people. If Nick Chubb, what percent of peak Nick Chubb gets us excited this season? I don't expect him to be 5 yards a carry, 1,600-yard Nick Chubb. He'd have made more than $2 million. But what percent of Nick Chubb gets you fired up for this season?
Let's put it at a passing grade. 70%. When I was in school, 70. At some people's school, it was 60.
Yeah.
I'm not going to settle for 60.
Yeah.
70% of Nick Chubb, and I'm praying.
Yeah.
I'm hoping that we get 70% of Nick Chubb. That 100% is going to be it for me. If he's 70%,
Dude.
I think you've got at the very least a number 2 running back.
Think about that. A year ago, in 2023, they're trotting out Devin Singletary and Damian Pierce, and now we're going to watch the backs of the jerseys sitting here, you and I, of number 28 Mixon and number 21 Chubb running onto this practice field together.
I mean, obviously,
that's exciting.
Obviously, the level of play of those guys is its own thing, but they even just look different.
Yes.
Right? The backfield even just looks different. So
Yeah.
You went offense. I'm going to go back on the defense real quick on this one. How about Will, like a rabid dog chasing after dudes?
Yeah.
Like Will Anderson Jr.'s motor, it's something to almost envy because it's like, man, how does this guy never turn it off? Will Anderson Jr. running after guys like a rabid dog, never quitting on the play. It's really what makes him special. I can't wait to see it.
He's wherever he is right now, it's 6 a.m. I'm guessing he's in the building. He's on right now.
Oh, he's salivating.
He's on right now.
He can't even touch the quarterback.
No.
You think he knows it? He'll know it once he gets out here, but he's going out here with the mentality, man, I'm going out here and chasing dudes down.
He's scary, right? He's scary, Will Anderson.
Yes.
Guess what? He's only the second scariest guy on that defensive line. He's only the second scariest defensive end on this team.
How about that?
Because you got Danielle Hunter, who looks like he was built in a lab,
coming
out here
he's a cyborg.
to get another 13 sacks or whatever it is this year. Dude, this defense, segment aside, gimmick aside, music underneath us aside, it could be 8:30 at night sitting in my chair at home, and I just think about this defense, and I get amped up. Think of the dogs, man. The two guys we just named, Will Anderson, Danielle Hunter, Azeez Al-Shire, dog, C.J. Gardner-Johnson, dog, Kamari Lassiter. I can't wait for the first thing that gets Kamari Lassiter to slap himself in the head 20 times. And I don't mean in week 1. I'm talking about hour 1 of practice.
Oh, yeah.
That's how these practices operate out here. They operate like it's week 1 of the regular season. Dude, Stingley, Petrie, Kalen Bullock.
Dude, so you've already named a couple of other dogs that I want to get to. Azeez Al-Shire.
Yeah, man.
Hey, Texans fans, let us know. Who other than about Azeez Al-Shire towing that line? Towing the line?
I'm raising my
maybe
hand.
crossing it a little bit, but not quite enough. I'm not excited about the idea of him crossing it enough to be suspended. So Azeez Al-Shire being a habitual line stepper and towing that line, but not quite enough to get him suspended and miss games.
You know what? Offense, defense, special teams. I am excited to watch Frank Ross hyped up like he just won Fast Money on Family Feud.
Whew.
You ever watch Fast Money on Family Feud, B. Scott?
Of course.
The bonus money thing at the end, and when families win, they're all just
that's
every
Frank Ross.
knee, fist pumping. That's Frank Ross after every hit out here at practice. I can't wait. If we all have Frank Ross's energy during this training camp and regular season, this season's going into February.
Dude,
man.
Let's go.
If we all just channel Frank Ross, it's going to February.
How about the confidence of one? I'm going to give you an underrated one.
Yeah.
A death piece. How about the confidence of one Tim Settle? This is an inside media thing for me, but one of the things I can't wait for is looking at Tim Settle at his locker talking mad smack like he's Aaron Donald or somebody. And that's not a dig. I appreciate the irrational confidence. I, every now and then, have a little bit of irrational confidence to me. Tim Settle out here not only making plays, but once we get to the locker room, standing next to his locker, like, what? Yeah. What you going to do? I'm Tim Settle.
It's right. Well, and you know what? I hope that whole room of interior defensive linemen channel that attitude.
Yeah.
Because they were disrespected by ESPN this week.
They were.
ESPN, and I don't think they're the weak link at all.
No.
Not a bunch of Pro Bowlers there, but those are a bunch of guys that are the perfect complement to the Pro Bowlers that you do have in that front seven. I am excited for those guys as well. Dude, this list is so long of stuff I'm pumped up about this year.
Oh, man, it's way more to get to than just a 12-minute segment.
Cody Stutes, top 11 Texans, and I'm like, I could add like 7 more to this right now.
Shout out to Cody Stutes. I'm looking forward to his list and his newsletter and Texans football and all of the content that we're going to be creating here at Sports Radio 610, all of our peers in the media.
Yeah, man.
Dude, I can't wait to consume it all.
It's going to be great. It's going to be great. All right, so we're fired up. As you can tell, we're fired up for the season.
Let's go, man.
Fired up for camp. We got updates that we need to get to a little later on this hour as to the injury sheet, knock on wood, looks really good right now for the Texans. There's going to be some guys that are working in a little slowly out here, understandably so. Mixon was in a walking boot during the spring. I'm guessing he's not getting the full workload right out of the chute, but the reports are all good on whatever it was that was ailing him. A few other guys here and there. Danico Autry's going to get worked in a little bit slowly, but by and large, Jalen Noel back. He missed mini camp because of a hamstring, so we'll get a look at the rookie today, get a look at both rookie wide receivers today. We didn't even mention any of the rookies on the team. I'm super fired up for Jaden Higgins to be looking across the way and channeling himself into Nico 2.0. I'm excited about that. I just can't wait, man. It's here.
Man.
We're sitting out here looking at the practice field.
Woody Marks as a running back that adds a different element and a different dynamic to the offense. I can't wait. I don't think they have another running back that's quite like him. I know we're talking about a rookie, but I can't wait to see him. This is what we're here for. And I should point out that training camp, since you talked about health, it's football, but it's also about getting some of these guys that are dealing with stuff, getting them right and getting them healthy.
Yeah.
So even that part is something to be excited about. Even if they're not out here playing just yet, the fact that they're out here getting themselves ready for week 1. Let's go.
Fans will be out here starting next week. Until then, we are your eyes and ears out here at Texans training camp here on Sports Radio 610. We've got you covered wall to wall. Texans Radio will be up at 8 o'clock today. John Harris and Mark Vandermeer. And then after that, In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. They will be out here from 10 to 2 every day. They'll be getting guys off the practice field, interview style. We're going to hear from Nick Cacerio at 8:30 a.m. today. We're going to hear from D'Amico Ryans after practice. Have not found out who the players are. I will effort that and find out which players we're going to hear from today. I'm guessing it's the headliners, but we'll find out. I'll check with Texans Media Relations. But it's here, man. Football, I'm with you, B. Scott. There are a lot of people who say football season is here. They go, no, it starts in week 1. If it starts for week 1 in you, that's fine. I'm not going to tell you how to fan.
Yeah,
but I'm telling you right now, there are thousands and thousands and thousands of people that circle. They're texting me right now, and they're texting the show that circle July 23rd as the day where this whole thing gets kicked off.
Yeah, don't rain on our parade, baby. No. We're here ready for football season.
We got umbrellas.
We're
now. Fine. We're good.
Let's do it.
All right. We're off and running, as you can tell, on a Wednesday. Texans training camp is here. Let's make sure we get to the Astros in the next segment because there is something happening with the Astros right now, and his name is Bryce Matthews. We'll get to that. Also, 4 camps that I am interested in outside of Houston. The four NFL training camp. The 4 that I'm most intrigued by when I get back home and I'm done with the Texans for the day and I open up my iPad. These are the 4 I'll be looking at. We'll get to that as well. We got headlines later in the hour. It is going to be a rapid-fire show today, man. 6 to 8 a.m. here on Payne and Pendergast. B. Scott in for Seth Payne. Seth back tomorrow. Stay there. You're listening to Sports Radio 610. But first, don't go anywhere. West Point, Lincoln.
league. It's Texans Training Camp. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Oh, yeah. Gets into one, deep to left field, and the Astros have the lead. Bryce Matthews continues here in Arizona. Third home run in 2 games, and just like that, the Astros have awakened to a 2-1 lead. The Bryce is right.
A lot less mystery on that home run than there was on Bryce Matthews' first career home run that he hit on Monday, the 3-run home run to take the lead they didn't relinquish on Monday. Same thing last night. Well, same thing in general last night. It happened much later in the game this time around. Bryce Matthews, the local kid out of Atascocita, with his 3rd home run in 2 games of the 9 runs that the Astros have scored against the Arizona Diamondbacks in these first 2 games of this series. Bryce Matthews has driven in 7 of those runs, a 5 RBI night on Monday, and then last night, that 2-run home run with the Astros trailing 1-0 late in the game. This was in the 8th inning he hit that. Framber Valdez walked off the mound last night, trailing 1-0, pitched another gem. Framber's been one of the best pitchers in baseball, if not the best pitcher in baseball, over the course of the last couple of months. They haven't lost a Framber Valdez pitched game in 13 outings, but Bryce Matthews made sure that was the case. Top of the 8th, 3-1. Danced with the devil, B. Scott, in the bottom of the 9th. No Josh Hader last night because he pitched the night before, so they brought in Brian King to get the save. And six pitches in, he had loaded the bases.
Yeah, and they were talking about once he gets up there how it would be his first career save in major leagues.
Yeah,
and it looked
got
like
his money's worth.
It definitely looked like it's like, oh. If you weren't to tell me ahead of time that this guy's never done this before, never been in this position before in the big leagues, it would be apparent once they get up there. But you mentioned Framber and how the Astros have won 13 consecutive starts from Framber.
Yeah.
Framber's a known commodity. We know what he is. He's a top-line pitcher, front-of-line pitcher. We understand that. All-star last year and previous years.
Going to be very wealthy about 6 months
Going to be very wealthy very soon. And I parts of me wish it was the Astros that was paying, but I've already grown to accept that. Moving on, though, on this Bryce Matthews thing, we understand Framber's role and his importance to the team. We're starting to understand now, we're getting to see what Bryce Matthews could mean to the Astros. And even before we get that far, just the fact that he won you 2 games against Arizona.
He won you 2 games. And we got to point out, it wasn't just the offense last night.
Oh, the end of the game, the double play.
The double play to close out the game. Man, Brian King got lucky, man. I mean, if that ball is hit in about 90% of the other places in the infield, that is a tie ball game, and you're going into extras. If going into extras, maybe lose the game because Brian King was scuffling. Bryce Matthews he's like he was breakdancing out there, just comes up with the ball glove and bat last night.
Dude, you don't even need a great imagination to play out the exact scenario that you just played out, because I feel like earlier in that inning to load the bases, one of the plays was Bryce Matthews batting down a ball from getting to the outfield but wasn't able to quite make the play.
Yep.
And so that's what it looks like, right? What if it's just, a game of inches when you talk about that? What if he just isn't able to get there, isn't able to make that play? But on top of that, you got the defense, you got the offense. And then, again, the importance of – I've been talking about this all week, how I don't want to underplay 1 of 162. When you're in a race like this, when you're dealing with the adversity that the Astros have been dealing with for the entire year, every game matters. All of the pieces matter. And I'll point out again, Bryce Matthews just got you 2. Just got you 2 on the way to the race.
Yeah, I mean, it's still obviously very, very early in his career, but the fact that he's starting to look more comfortable, I mean, he's got 4 hits and 3 of them are home runs. The fact that he's starting to look more comfortable, I don't know that he would even be up with the big league club if they hadn't had all these injuries. In fact, I'm fairly certain he wouldn't be. If it turns out that he's, and I'm getting way ahead of myself, but if it turns out that he's even an average hitter, and what he's doing on defense. He may be a high strikeout, high home run guy. If that's who he is, that's who he is. But if it turns out that all these injuries are the reason you stumbled into what was the one position that was sort of a revolving door for you coming into the year, that you might have stumbled into this solution at second base, and he happens to be a guy who's under your control for the next 6 years. That'd be a nice silver lining to come out of what has been a snake-bit injury team. And we should add Lance McCullers back to the IL with a blister on his hand.
It's like a tradition. It's like a tradition. But with Bryce Matthews, man, it's interesting that you point out that, who knows if he would even be here if not for all of these injuries. Yeah. But also, it is the one position that's been a revolving door, one of the few positions of need, positions of issue, if you will, for the Astros. Bryce Matthews could have very well been a solution whether they were injured or not. Because otherwise you're talking about, hey, is it Brendan Rodgers? Yeah. Is it one of these other guys that's kind of a minor leaguer? Or is it the ascending, first-round pick, the chosen one, if you will, Bryce Matthews? So, and again, man, without even getting ahead of ourselves, even just if we isolate it to right now, this year, the run that they're on, we'll be able to look back. Whatever the Astros do in the postseason, we'll be able to look back and say, you remember back in mid to late July when Bryce Matthews helped you get 2 games that allowed you to either win the division or, hey, we were just talking about this in the break, get the number 1 seed. Like there's a couple of different races going on simultaneously here for the Astros, and Bryce Matthews just helped the Astros in a great way.
Astros are tied in the loss column now for the tops in the AL with Toronto and the Tigers. The only thing keeping the Tigers out in front, they played one more game and they won it. They're 60-42. The Blue Jays and the Astros both 59-42. The Astros 5 games up in the AL West. So we'll circle back to them in headlines, but another good night for the Astros out in the desert. Day game today out there, I believe 2:40, something like that, first pitch for the Astros. All right, we're at Texans hype segment in the beginning. We'll do another one in the 7 o'clock hour. All the things that B. Scott and I are just hyped about for camp and the season coming up. There are other things going around the NFL that I want to get to, and some of them impact the Texans because it's in the division. There are other training camps that I am keeping eyes on throughout this. Texans obviously will get the lion's share of my attention and most of our attention, 90% of it. But the other 10%, B. Scott, as I've kind of do my afternoon thing where I'm kind of flipping through the other camps, seeing what's going on. The 4 camps that are most intriguing to me outside of here. Number 1, and this does impact the Texans because they play them twice a year, every year, and in week 3 of this season, the Jacksonville Jaguars. Ooh. And solely because of the Travis Hunter, I'm going to call it an experiment right now because I know they're hell-bent. Well, we know from the Magnificent Gladstone. Ben, I'm going to skip the audio on this just because we're crunched for time, and the Magnificent Gladstone rambles for a minute and a half in this particular cut. But everybody knows the cut I'm talking about.
Long-winded-ass
Travis Hunter's going to change the game of football, and he's going to change everybody's lives. Like Travis Hunter is some sort of combination of Charles Woodson and Tony. Who's the Tony Robbins.
Oh, yeah.
The self-help guy. Like Travis Hunter is going to change everybody's life because he plays cornerback and wide receiver. I am anxious to see how exactly they execute this experiment.
Well, and don't forget, obviously, the Magnificent Gladstone clearly discovered Travis Hunter.
That's right.
This gym. Like at least that's the way it sounded when he talked about it.
Yeah,
like he just discovered this
nobody else knew about
hidden commodity that we'd never heard of. This Travis Hunter guy who came out of nowhere. Apparently.
Magnificent Gladstone.
Yeah.
That's his message.
100%. Well, you know what? As an offshoot, and I know we're going to do this again in the 7 o'clock hour, but as an offshoot, I am interested to see which one is going to happen first, since you brought it up, the Travis Hunter thing. Which one is going to happen first? Is Nico Collins going to burn Travis Hunter, or is Derek Stingley, as he's known to do, picking off Trevor Lawrence? Is he going to clamp Travis Hunter and pick off a Trevor Lawrence pass attempt to said Travis Hunter?
Who was it that
Which one's going to happen first?
Yeah. Who was it? Oh, it's Jake Andrews that said on Texans radio, people are going to know when they wake up on Monday that they played the Texans.
Yes.
Travis Hunter's going to wake up on Mondays knowing he played the Texans.
Yeah. Well,
you're going against Nico on one side and Stingley on the other side of the ball for 120 snaps or whatever it is.
To be fair, if they are pot committed to this whole playing both ways thing, Travis Hunter's going to wake up in the morning knowing he played anybody.
Yeah, no, that's true.
Because they're going to run him into the damn ground. But especially the case with the Texans because of what they've got at wide receiver and what they've got at cornerback, those positions specifically that he also plays, but he would be going against when he's playing the other.
Yep.
The Texans are strong in both areas.
Jacksonville's number 1. Number 2 is Dallas. This is the latest update. This is from Adam Schefter on the Micah Parsons situation with his contract.
Well, the fact of the matter is that the Dallas Cowboys have not even made a contractual offer to Micah Parsons yet. So this is a conversation that apparently could linger on through the summer because they're nowhere in the negotiation game. And this is a familiar script for the Dallas Cowboys. We've seen it before from them. They did this very same year, if we take a look, they waited until September 10th to sign Dak Prescott. They waited until August 27th to sign CeeDee Lamb. Let's just say, for argument's sake, that they had moved a little quicker, and they signed Dak at the beginning of the offseason in May, around the time that Jared Goff got signed. You can't tell me that Dak Prescott at that time wouldn't have done a deal in the low 50s. I believe he would have. You can't tell me that if CeeDee Lamb had done his deal in late April, that he wouldn't have done a deal for 30, 31, 32. In either case, you're talking about $9-10 million that the Dallas Cowboys were forced to spend because they didn't act sooner. You know what $9 to $10 million buys you? A running back like Derrick Henry.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Dude.
So yeah, it's
a great way to lay it out, man.
It's a good way to frame it by Schefter. I think two things there, B. Scott, just to make this, to pull the Texans into this thing. I'm so happy that Nick Cacerio does business the way that he does business. I don't mind him setting markets for guys. I like getting it done. I think it makes this a place that players like to be. I think it makes it easy for him to work with agents. I think the deals that he's done have, by and large, been pretty. The ones he's gotten done early have been good deals for the Texans. Nico Collins, in particular, has aged into an excellent deal for the Texans. The other thing that's crazy about this Micah Parsons thing is Micah Parsons is inarguably one of the 3 or 4 most impactful defensive players in football over the last 2 or 3 years. These are usually things, this dance they're having is usually something with a player of that caliber you're doing after year 3. He's 4 years in now. He's about to head into his 5th-year option.
The 5th-year option.
Cowboys are a joke.
Apart, who I think you could borderline say is a generational talent. I mean, the guy can play, and from this standpoint, he's elite as a pass rusher, but can play damn near any position on the defense for the most part. He's that kind of an anomaly as an athlete. Imagine having somebody like that and jacking around with him and
made him an offer
and waiting until even just waiting until his 5th-year option to get to this point, and then you're here and you're not talking, you're not having the conversation. You made the point about Nick Cacerio. I agree with everything that you said from a practical standpoint, but here's where I'm at with the Cowboys and in comparison to the Texans. I'm so glad that Nick Cacerio, Cal McNair, everybody that's in charge over here at NRG, that these guys aren't attention-seeking in their negotiations. Right. Because clearly, as Adam Schefter just laid it out, that crap can cost you money. Yeah. And I firmly believe, and I'll go to my grave thinking this, that they just get some kind of thrill out of the attention, out of the commotion that comes around this conversation, and it cost them around $10 million. It possibly cost them a shot at having Derrick Henry and up in the ante on their team. I'm so glad that we don't have figures like that in this building.
Kevin Clark of ESPN had a hilarious quote yesterday. I bookmarked it. We'll play it tomorrow maybe, where he said, if you went to Jerry Jones and said that the football gods were going to gift you 3 Super Bowl championships, but you can't do any more press conferences.
Ooh.
I forget how he phrased it. It's much funnier than I'm about to. But basically said Jerry would choose the press conferences.
Yeah, no. I would have been the last 30 years. Yeah. They would be championship lists as they have been.
Jacksonville, Cowboys. The other two I'll get to real quick because we're up against it. Pittsburgh with Aaron Rodgers, how that whole thing plays out. This peace and love version of Aaron Rodgers that's coming in here to play a sport that's basically trench warfare.
Aaron Rodgers and Mike Tomlin.
Yeah. Like, how's that going to go? That's really interesting. And then the Cleveland four-way quarterback battle is something that we can enjoy on so many levels here. One, we don't have a quarterback battle here, thank God, hopefully for the next decade plus. Number two, Deshaun Watson is tangentially still involved in this thing, So those are the two big ones. And number three, it's just intriguing to see what's going to happen. Shedeur Sanders, Dylan Gabriel, Joe Flacco, and who am I missing? Kenny Pickett.
Yeah, I thought the biggest training camp mess that Deshaun Watson would find himself in was 4 years ago when he was out here running scout team when he was demanding a trade.
No.
I did not foresee that he would be a part of a 4 to 5 man quarterback competition out there in Cleveland.
Yeah, or really just a spectator for 4 guys battling for his job, really.
Yeah. How do they have
coming off an Achilles?
How do they have 5 guys and everybody feels like a man without a country?
Yeah.
No one feels like they belong.
That's fascinating. That's why I can't wait to watch it. And it's not us.
No.
There's a lot of schadenfreude going on with those 4 camps I just picked. They're all not us, thank God.
Yes.
All right, let's get to headlines. Training camp is here. Maybe a little bit of a warning from one particular NFL head coach to the media on how to get back in press conference mode. We'll have that in headlines. We'll update you on the injury situation with both the Texans and the Astros. Retirement from a former former Texan, and in headlines, we got a lot to get to in the 7 o'clock hour as well. We're live at Texans training camp. Sean Pendergast, Brandon Scott in for Seth Payne. Keep it tuned right here, Sports Radio 610. But before you go anywhere, let's get you into that brand new Lincoln. I talked about West Point Lincoln, the OG location.
SportsRadio.com.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines, presented by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, we're live at Texans training camp. Sean Pendergast, Brandon Scott in for Seth Payne. Practice gets started today at 9 a.m. We're with you till 8 a.m., and we'll hot tag it over to Texans Radio after that. In the Loop will be out here from 10 to 2 today. Updates on the injury situations with the Texans. I'll rapid fire these. These came from an Instagram. This might have been Aaron Wilson who had a lot of these bullet points. Joe Mixon on track to be ready for camp. Could be eased in slowly. He, of course, was in a walking boot during the spring, OTAs and minicamp. Didn't do much. Jalen Knoll didn't do anything other than off to the side stuff at mandatory minicamp. The rookie wide receiver, he's on track to be ready to go today. That was a hamstring injury. He's fully recovered. Christian Harris making a, quote, sound recovery from a lingering calf injury. That's one to watch today. Does number 48 run out here? I don't know if it's pads they're doing it in today or if it's just shells. I have no idea. Whatever the attire du jour is 48 out here doing things with everybody else today. It's a big thing to watch today.
And what exactly constitutes this? I'm not trying to pick apart or parse Aaron Wilson's words here, but because of the injury history and what we understand the situation to have been with Christian Harris, what constitutes a sound recovery for this guy? Earlier in the week, Sean, we kind of dabbled in breakout season candidates for the Texans, and I put Christian Harris in that conversation just for the simple fact that he's somebody that we know to be talented, that we know to have a high ceiling, and just hasn't quite been able to hit it yet because of the injuries, both in the start of his career, his rookie year, and then most recently last year. So I'm very intrigued to see what Christian Harris has to offer, not just in training camp, but throughout the season.
He's had basically a period of time. The amount of time he's been a good football player for this team is literally like 3 months.
Yeah.
And he's heading into his fourth season. There's so much potential there. That's what's so frustrating.
It's like a 10-week span.
Those 3 months were scintillating. They were excellent. He was really, really good.
Dude, I can remember, not to get us off track, but I can remember texting Ron to show Hughley at one point, telling him, man, you know what? Christian Harris sucks. And immediately he turned into some kind of all-pro, it felt like.
It was the middle of the 2023 season, a switch flipped at that, like right around that Tampa Bay-Cincinnati part of the schedule there. Week 9 and 10, it just flipped for him.
Doesn't suck. Just
really cool to see.
Just injured all the time.
Damian Pierce fully recovered from a quad. Danico Autry is going to be eased into camp. Older player who's been dealing with knee stuff for some time now. The target for Danico Autry is week 1. And then Jimmy Ward, that's a big one, too. I would imagine Nick Cacerio and D'Amico Ryans both going to get asked Jimmy Ward questions. This is the first chance that either will have had to talk to the media since Jimmy Ward was arrested back in mid-June.
Yeah.
Literally like 5 minutes after we got done interviewing Nick Cacerio on Payne and Pendergast, the report comes out about Jimmy Ward. So, so this will be the first chance. Nick Cacerio to the media at 8:30. D'Amico Ryans after practice today.
Yeah, and I'm not as passionate one way or another about what they do with Jimmy Ward, but I am intrigued by it for a lot of the reasons that we talked about earlier in the week, just the fact that they're not going to be as reliant on him as they were when he first got here.
Yeah.
So that's just another way of saying they don't really need Jimmy Ward, but I understand the history and that there's an affection there, there's a relationship. Mm-hmm. So I'm very intrigued to see how exactly they handle it and how they view this whole legal situation that he's in.
I'm going to save the warning salvo for media members for 7 o'clock because I want to get all our headlines in here. It's not really a headline. It's just a funny bit of audio.
Very funny.
That I feel like you'll have a good take on because you're at a lot of press conferences.
I will have a take on this.
Okay, good. Astros win last night. Bryce Matthews, the hero once again, just one night after hitting his first 2 career home runs, first 2 home runs of his career against the Diamondbacks to almost single-handedly win the game on Monday. He does the exact same thing on Tuesday. Just 1 home run this time around. A 2-run home run in the top of the 8th with the Astros trailing 1-0. Gets Framber Valdez his 11th win of the season. 13th straight time Framber's taken the mound where the team has gone on to win that game. Framber is the ace of this staff unquestionably right now, just given how Hunter Brown has kind of scuffled over the last few starts. But Bryce Matthews is a big story, B. Scott. 3 home runs in 2 games. Big play to end the game, a double play that just a smash shot to him that he made kind of a, going to the ground, sort of sliding stop on. Was able to turn 2 to get Brian King out of a bad situation. He was in. Josh Hader unavailable last night just because of workload and pitches, and then is able to kind of work his way out of it with a strikeout and a double play. And the Astros 5 games up on the Mariners.
Yeah, the 2 home runs the previous night won them the game. The home run this night was huge, gave them the lead. But then I think what really won them the game was what you mentioned at the end is the defensive play.
He doesn't make that play. It's a 3-3 game.
Yeah, so both things, honestly, because it gets you, it's the run production and the run prevention. He gives you the best of both worlds. I think it's really cool. Also, man, as a side note, like Jose Altuve and the move to left field and what Bryce Matthews represents, I'm kind of like, from a nostalgic standpoint, think it's kind of cool that you got a potential for a passing of the torch of the preeminent second baseman of this, of this Astros. There, I understand, Craig Biggio, but you got Jose Altuve, an all-time great Astro, potentially passing the torch to Bryce Matthews.
That's cool.
You love to see it.
Yeah, I hadn't thought about that. That's cool. Not such good news. Lance McCullers back to the IL. This time a blister on a finger on his pitching hand. They're saying he got, I was reading the reports, so they sent him back to Houston to get it looked at him like it's a blister.
Dude, yeah.
I mean,
got nobody up there that can lick
I guess I get sending him back to Houston. He's not serving a purpose in Arizona.
Yeah.
But it was just funny. They made a blister sound like one of these things you need an MRI for.
Dude, but it is always some SH with this guy.
He is
always
snake-bitten Lance McCullers.
I love Lance. But, God, man, get it together.
I think it's an indicator of where Lance is right now as a pitcher, that news came down yesterday and doesn't get nearly the reaction that a Parake Myers or one of the regulars going down does, or even if it were a pitcher. Spencer Arrighetti is a way more crucial asset to this team right now than Lance McCullers is. I would submit the guy pitching today, Brandon Walter, is much more trustworthy right now than Lance McCullers. Let's call it what it is. Lance McCullers, independent of any blister he's got on his right hand, if the postseason started next week, it is a major question mark if he's even on the playoff roster right now.
Yeah, I can personalize this shoulder shrug indifference that you're kind of getting at here. Yesterday when this news come down, I'm tapped in with the Houston Chronicle. I get a notification from Greg Rajan, who wants us to put out a breaking news email to we had an Astros specific email list. And hey, we got some breaking news here with Lance. And I did the whole thing of, I'll do it. But guess what? We don't really this doesn't really hit the same. It doesn't pop in terms of breaking news. I'm just not feeling it the way that I would normally feel it. I did the breaking news alert, but it didn't feel the same. It didn't hit the same.
No, it didn't. It didn't at all. Tyrann Mathieu retiring. Drafted in 2013, so Tyrann got in a nice 12-year career.
Yeah.
One of those seasons spent here in Houston in 2018. It kind of feels like a fever dream. You forget about all the guys that kind of came passing through the years. The Tyrann Mathieu, who I would say he's going to be one of those guys, in my opinion, B. Scott. I'm kind of a Hall of Fame enthusiast.
Yeah.
I'm big into the analytics that go into that sort of accolade.
I was literally going to bring it up if you didn't.
3-time first-team All-Pro. Unfortunately, one of those seasons was not 2018, a real good leader. I would have brought him back. 3-time Pro Bowler. 2010 All-Decade team is the interesting one. If you make the 3-time All-Pro is one of those, you're going to be on the ballot every year. You'll be one of the 25, maybe even get down to 15 or 10 at a time. The finalists. It's not a lock that you ever make it, let alone be like a first ballot guy. The All-Decade team is an interesting one.
Yeah,
the vast majority of those guys make the Hall of Fame. I wouldn't be offended if Tyrann Mathieu got put in the Hall of Fame. You know what I do think his future? I think he'd be really good on TV.
Yes.
Every interview I ever watched with him, very thoughtful, very intelligent, and very football intelligent, like very conventional intelligent, but very, very high football IQ. I think he would be really, really good. And there's so many outlets for these guys nowadays. Before it was just, go to ESPN, I'll be a studio guy. He can do his own streaming if he wants to. He can, collaborate with somebody, whatever. He was always somebody I always enjoyed listening to speak.
Conventional intelligent, and about as football intelligent as you'll find, right?
Like Ivy League football.
Maybe underrated smart football player, and you could even tell that going back to the LSU days, which were in and of themselves like a movie. I know that things ended poorly there for him, but when he was playing, man, he was one of the few guys that didn't play quarterback or running back, but he basically played everything else.
He was a Heisman finalist.
Yeah. And honestly had a decent case to win it. So I'm right there with you. The All-Decade team is an interesting part of his story and how that the analytical hard line on the Hall of Fame is like if you make 5 All-Pros, I feel like they shouldn't even vote. They should just let you – because 5
that should be like the benchmark.
If you get 5 All-Pros, and I got a hard time finding a guy that's got 5 All-Pros that's not a Hall of Famer.
Right.
He's got 3, and then I feel like the All-Decade team is like an extra one that's kind of like 4. He's borderline there. He's probably not a first ballot, but I'd be shocked if he doesn't get in.
It's harder to get in now. They've made it harder by the way they did, not to get too nerdy into it, and people are in their cars and it's a little complicated, but they've changed how they do the voting down the stretch when they get down to the finalists, and that's why there's only 4 guys going in this year.
Right.
It's hard. It's a little harder to get in. So, I'd be totally cool with it. I really enjoyed having him on the team here for a year. So congrats to him, man. Great career. Won a couple Super Bowls. At least one.
He won one Super Bowl. But he was a big part of it, though.
Huge part of it. His first team All-Pro.
Yeah.
Yep.
Huge part of that Super Bowl run.
Into the 7 o'clock hour we go here. Live at Texans training camp. Sun coming up. People starting to roll in. Going to be a great season, man. Cannot wait. We're going to talk about it here in the next segment. Where is the AFC South exactly in the tapestry of the NFL? We'll get into that. And the warning shot for media members. Don't be on your phone if this head coach is the guy you're asking questions to. It's a guy we're very familiar with here in Houston. We'll do that coming up next. Stay there.
Hey, what do you hope to see from training camp? You hope to see guys
KILT. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's Texans Training Camp. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, we'll lay it out here in a second. Where's the AFC South in the tapestry of the NFL? Where are the Texans in the athletics power rankings? We'll get to that shortly as the sun's coming up here live at the Methodist Training Center. Houston Texans Training Camp 2025 underway in a couple of hours. They'll start practicing. Nick Cacerio meets with the media here at 8:30 today. D'Amico Ryan's meeting with the media after practice today. So it starts. Today it begins. And as I mentioned, press conferences, B. Scott, this happened yesterday at Tennessee. Mike Vrabel, of course, is the head coach there. We're familiar with Vrabel here. His time as an assistant coach, coaching the line. He's out yelling at his crew and whatnot, and obviously did some nice things in Tennessee. And now, I say it was in Tennessee. He's in New England now. What am I saying?
Right.
This did not take place in Tennessee. This took place up in New England yesterday.
We're so used to him being in Tennessee, but he is now back at home, I guess you could say.
He is, and the Patriots are getting a lot of love, man. 8.5, the number of wins for the Patriots in Vegas. One less than the Texans.
Yeah, I feel like
something's amiss here on
well,
that.
I feel like Vrabel has a lot to do with that. Like, he's got a lot of respect around the league. Of course, Drake May showed some promise. You know, quarterback and head coach is usually the indicator. Like, if you got a good head coach, you got a good quarterback, it's a team to believe in. I feel like most people think that Drake May is trending in the right direction and obviously respect Mike Vrabel as a head coach.
And the Dolphins are backsliding. The Jets are a disaster. So they've got 4 games right there. They're going to play a fourth-place schedule, I think, right? They picked third in the draft last year, so they're going to play their 3 variable games are all going to be against teams that were in last place last year. So maybe 8.5's a little rich. I wouldn't touch that. Now, if the amount of salt and energy that the Patriots bring to the regular season is equivalent to Vrabel yesterday at his press conference, then I'll take the over on 8.5, because here was Vrabel getting asked a question by a media member that apparently had just been asked and answered in long form moments before.
How do you feel about asking back?
I mean, whether you were in a coma when I answered Tom's question or typing on your phone or tweeting, I don't know, but I spent 5 minutes answering that question. And I can go back through it, but I'd rather not.
I mean, like classic, like that's. I feel like I'm living back in the Bill O'Brien era again. That's definitely something O'Brien would have done.
That's so funny.
So here's my question: you are a press conference enthusiast.
Yes.
You're a frequent attender of press conferences across all sports here in this town.
Correct.
First, the slippery slope that journalists at press conferences live in nowadays, when there's this race to tweet out transcribed quotes to their social media audience. I feel like the media members are already in harm's way. Yes. But do you within our contingency of the media here in Houston, do you have any sort of power ranking on most likely to get caught in a Vrabel and that dude type of situation?
Yeah, so before I answer with my power ranking, I do want to say this is one of the things that for me,
I love that you have a power ranking.
Well, I guard against this. Like, I have a rule of thumb to avoid being in this exact reporter situation where you're dealing with. Now, every coach isn't going to handle it like Mike Vrabel. I thought that was comical, and I imagine that there's probably some relationships built where that was probably lighthearted, as harsh as it did kind of sound. But you don't want to be in this position as a reporter. And so one of the things that I'll do is if I show up late, if I miss anything,
no questions.
Yeah,
because that's a good rule to have.
Because there's the slight possibility that whatever question that I was going to ask has already been asked and answered, and therefore you get this type of response from the coach.
Yeah.
But I do have a ranking for you. and I did this because – for me, I'm really good word about this if it got out to them, if they heard about it.
Yeah.
And these are also go-getters. This is really a credit to the fact that they're stretched thin and that they're hustling.
Yeah.
And they're trying to be in multiple places at once, all while being one person. And so you can kind of understand how they can fall under this trap.
Yeah, none of these guys are playing Candy Crush on their phones when they're at these press conferences.
No, they're working.
Doing work. They're trying to get information out to the audience is what they're doing. Continue.
Let me give
power
you
rankings.
I'm going to start with one. I know sometimes we count down. I'm going to just rip off the Band-Aid and go with number one.
Who's number one?
I'm going to go with my guy, Randy Mack. Randy McIlvoy.
Randy McIlvoy? Oh,
you weren't expecting this, huh? And
no.
I love you, Randy Mac. My Sam Houston State brethren. I was on KPRC on Sunday. Love it every time.
You
Randy
know you're going to see all these guys here in about an hour.
This is why I pick some of these guys, because I know the ones that are going to be good sports about it.
Yeah, Randy will be a good sport.
Who I actually love and have great personal relationships with. But here's why I say this.
Yeah,
though.
I need some analysis here.
First of all, it's a question that Randy would ask. Just on the face. Forget whether it was asked already or like how did the guys look. You know, the TV guys tend to ask some of these questions that'll get those types of sound bites.
Yeah.
So Randy McIlvoy would ask this question, but I could also see him being late because he's trying to do so much.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to take a shot at KPRC, but they've downsized. They've downsized.
Oh, that's an industry thing. It's just where the industry
now,
is.
But specific to our market now, KHOU still has 2 to 3 guys that are covering sports.
Do. Yep.
KPRC only has the one, and that's Randy McIlvoy. Yeah. And so I had to do something right before the press conference, or getting there 2 to 3 minutes late and missing the initial question, but still wanting to get this question in, making sure that this question was asked. And so my number one is going to be Randy Mac.
Okay. Give me. Do you have any? Give me do you have a 2 and a 3 on this?
I have a 2 and a 3.
Okay, give me the top 3. Randy Mac number 1.
Randy Mac number 1. Jonathan Alexander number 2, because he's the one that's got to ask all the questions. As the beat writer,
he's the beat writer for the paper in town.
Houston Chronicle, the newspaper in town.
Yeah,
he's got to be on record with everything. And I've watched Jonathan. Obviously, I work with Jonathan at the Houston Chronicle, but I've also observed him and watched him work. I know that he's trying to interview guys away from the podium, away from the press conference, do one-on-ones, but also come to the press conference and find out what was happening at the press conference. Very easy for him to have missed that question. And my third one.
Yeah.
My guy, DJ Bijani of ESPN. And DJ, look, some part of me envies him because I feel like he's living his best young single-man life.
Hell yeah.
You know, he's a good-looking guy.
Good shape.
Good in shape. I could see DJ just coming here straight, just laid off of a workout. You know, he's a track and field athlete in college.
Yeah.
DJ Bijani is somebody that I could definitely see being in a position like
so
this.
You're looking at it through the lens of these are guys who might show up late to the press conference and ask a question that's already been asked.
Yeah.
See, I'm thinking about it through the lens of guys that were on their phone and not paying attention because they're disseminating information out there.
Now, that's literally all of them. But if you want to go into that specific umbrella, I got another.
Aaron Wilson. Yeah, okay, so we're on the same page. I don't know how Aaron gets all the quotes out as fast as he does on the phone at these press conferences.
He's a dadgum machine.
He's a machine, yeah.
He's a machine.
And he doesn't have typos. It's really well. I mean, AI may do some of this for him. I have no idea.
Well, no, and to his credit, though, he's got a lot of practice at this because it's not like he just waits till the season to start before he does this, right?
Yeah.
He's on all the time, round the clock, tweeting information. Sometimes it's incremental and borderline useless. Most of the time it's extremely useful, and you got to credit the work ethic. But Aaron Wilson is definitely the guy who would have his head in his phone and somehow miss this. Now, the thing he's less likely to do is actually miss it because he's good at multitasking and still paying attention while he's doing all the tweeting. But he would be the one with his head buried in his phone 100%.
So I like that your power ranking of the guys who might be late to the press conference.
Yep.
But for good reasons, you said. You know, because they're doing so many things. They're multitasking.
And because I know from experience. I'm not guessing on those. I'm not.
But you don't have a notebook out where you're taking attendance or anything.
No,
it's just a gut feel.
No, we've just been around each other enough to where
we don't want them to think that Beast got some sort of a press conference Karen or something like that.
No, but a part of our job is to pick up on tendencies.
Monitor the others.
And to be observant. And I'm not just observing the players and coaches. I'm observing my peers.
Oh, my God. I love you for that.
And I know what you guys are doing.
That's hilarious. Texans 8th in the athletic power rankings.
That's more
I like that a little bit better than that roster ranking we did on ESPN where they had him 13th.
Yeah, man.
8th feels a little more like what I'm feeling right. Look, they've been one of the final 8 would have made.
I wish I had done my podcast with this list in mind instead of the one that we. So I did my podcast immediately after the show, and with the ESPN list in mind, right? Thinking, talking about the Texans. Are they a top 10?
And your podcast is
the B Block Podcast.
B-Block
you can get it wherever you get your podcast, and
yep.
also on YouTube, same place where you can find us on Sports Radio 610.
Yep.
But I do that with in mind the ranking that the ESPN has, and we dove into that and saw how whoever wrote that thing might be a casual, might not actually be following everything.
Yeah, based on who they had in the starting lineup.
Yeah,
Jimmy Ward is a starting safety.
This feels much more, and I'll give the Athletics some credit because it's not like they got a presence here or anything. It's not like they're still covering the Texans intimately, but they got a much better beat on it. I think that 8 is a much more suitable ranking.
Yeah, it's to me. I like 8th as well, more so than 13th. I'd probably put him. I'd probably split the difference. If they were a 10th on something like this, I wouldn't be angry about it. I'm not angry about 13th. I just disagree with it. I think it boils down pretty simply. As long as the injury toll on this team is a normal injury toll, there's going to be injuries this year. We know that. It's football. But as long as it's normal, it's not like it was certainly 2 years ago where nobody missed more games than the Houston Texans roster. More games, potential games played than the Houston Texans. As long as it's just a normal injury year and that C.J. Stroud's not affected by that, this season will go as the offensive line goes. And by that I mean, if this offensive line is average, this team will go to the AFC average. I'm not saying it go like if they need to be great in order for this team to be great. They don't. There's enough great parts of this team already to where if the offensive line just protects C.J. Stroud at a normal level and opens up holes in the running game at a normal level, this is going to be a really, really, really good football team.
I mean, let's just make it plain, man. It's the difference between what made them a cute story or a nice little fun team and an actual serious contender. Like, what's the difference between here and there for the Texans, and what has it been? And especially last year, it's the offensive line. And so that it stands to reason mostly everything is either the same or similarly situated, if you will. So you got to think that they're talented enough to be in a very similar position to what they were in last year. The difference, are they going to be another 10-7, first-round win, but divisional round exit? The difference in that is going to be the offensive line. So I'm right there. As far as this ranking goes, though, the thing that I like the most is just that they're not behind the Texans, that is, or not behind the dadgum Bengals. Because I didn't have the patience for that, given all that's going on with the Bengals and their contract situations on the defensive side of the ball, both Trey Hendrickson and Shamar Stewart, their rookie, and the fact that they were so heavily dependent on they were offense or bust. Their defense could not stop a nosebleed last year. And I don't have much of a reason to believe that that's going to change much going into this season. They're being ranked off the strength of Joe Burrow, whereas I feel like the Texans, the entire team, the totality of the team is what's being considered. They got the quarterback, they got the head coach, and then they got them dogs on defense that we were talking about in the open segment.
Well, in this one, too, like Tampa Bay is 16. That actually feels like they're underselling Tampa a little bit, but I think the Texans are a better team than Tampa. We'll find out. Look, they play a lot of these teams that we're talking about hovering around them. The only 3 teams on their schedule that are ahead of them in these athletic power rankings are the big 3 in the AFC. Kansas City, Baltimore, and Buffalo, all among the top 5 teams in the NFL in this. Believe it or not, if you were to add up all the rankings of all 4 teams in each division, and this is, keep in mind, the AFC South in these rankings are a division where the other teams besides the Texans at 8 are the Jags at 26, the Colts at 27, and the Titans at 31. If you add all those rankings together, the higher the number, the worse the division is.
Yeah.
Actually not the worst division in football. Even though you got 3 of the bottom 8 teams in the division, the NFC South, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are the best team in that division. They're barely in the upper half in the power rankings. And the other 3 teams, Atlanta is 24, and Carolina and the Saints are both among the bottom 4 teams in the NFL. They're 28 and 29, so among the bottom 5 teams in the NFL. You add up all the numbers, if my math is correct, the NFC South is actually, that's 2 bad divisions right there, man.
But this checks out to me, though. The NFC South, I don't know about you, but it checks out to me just in terms of logic before you do the hard math, just thinking about the teams and thinking about where they've been over the last couple of years.
And the quarterbacks in the division,
and the quarterbacks, I've thought of the NFC South the last couple of years. They're the division where the winner could have a losing record, could easily be 7-9. And thanks to the Texans, I think the Texans are what's saving the AFC South from being exactly that. I think everybody thinks that the Texans are a double-digit win team, even if the rest of the division is bringing the property value down.
Yeah.
But in the NFC South, somebody's got to win that division, but it's almost like somebody's got to win it by default, and whoever does win it could very well do so with a losing record.
Yep.
That's I'm not saying that's going to happen, but that's the feel of the division, that absolutely could happen on a given year.
It happened a few years ago. I think one of Tom Brady's years, they were 8-9 and won the division,
There you go.
if I'm not mistaken. All right, Payne and Pendergast, Brandon Scott in for Seth Payne. I mentioned the offensive line for the Houston Texans. Tim Settle, who we talked about a little bit earlier. We're gonna do repeat our hype segment from the opener. We rewarded the 6 a.m. listeners by getting super hyped for the season. We're going to do it again at 7:45.
And Tim Settle will make an appearance.
Tim Settle will absolutely make an appearance here right now. He was on Texans All Access with Mark Vandermeer and John Harris, and they talked to him. We've heard a lot of people on the offensive side of the ball talking about this offensive line throughout this summer period in minicamp and OTAs, and we've heard some of the skill guys on offense. The defensive, we haven't heard much from the defensive side. Tim Settle's a guy who's going to go against this offensive line every day out at training camp. Here is his assessment of where the Texans are on the offensive line compared to where they were last year.
You know, this is overall, just a scheme-wise, you know, I feel like, you know, it's more like they look more of a unit. I feel like the new offense that we're going to run this year is going to be beneficial for them. You know, I'm excited just like everybody else. You know, we go against them. We see it. I definitely, it's a big difference of what we did from last year. But you know, I'm looking forward to seeing it against another team. You know, definitely have hope, and I definitely love what I'm seeing, especially from the defensive side of how the offense is operating now.
All right, so that was Tim Settle. That answer fits in the same bucket with all the other answers we heard, and I'm going to break it down real simple. From what I'm hearing, my layman's ears, what I hear from everybody who's talked about this offensive line and this offense in general is it feels like they know what the hell they're doing this year. It felt at times last year, frequently, that the offensive line was clueless in what they were doing. They didn't know where to be or where to go or who to block. I saw a graphic last night, B. Scott, on on social media that had it was one of these bar charts where the bigger the bar your team had, the worse you were on the offensive line, and the stat that they had was unblocked pressures. Just pressures where you're just letting guys take runs at your quarterback. And the Texans didn't have the most, but they were right up there. Them and the Bears were right next to each other with a massive number like 57 or 60 or some crazy number that C.J. Stroud, you know, like basically like 3 or 4 a game that C.J. Stroud had to deal with somebody running at him like they were being blocked by the invisible man.
Yeah, it's man, it's so frustrating. And honestly, man, stated on C.J. Stroud's shoulder when that whole thing was a story during OTAs and minicamp.
No.
It's because, like, man, the shoulder aside, it's just the fact that this guy is so valuable and you're treating him like he's not, you know, as if like it's just okay to run and hit your quarterback. It was just me speaking to the importance of protecting this guy, because if you don't, these are the things that can happen. His shoulder can get banged up. He can get concussed. He can be out for a stretch. And God forbid that you're, you know, operating this, you know, we're here to be excited about the team. God forbid that at some point they're operating without their quarterback, without C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
But on these comments from Tim Settle, it keeps bringing me back, and I'm right there with you on what you said about it, reminding you of everything that's been said about the offensive line up to this point, about this new make offensive line or new look offensive line.
Mm-hmm.
I think about DeMeco Ryans during whether it was OTAs or minicamp, but we were right here in the bubble, right to our left.
Yeah.
And I remember DeMeco Ryans just telling this story about how whichever offensive lineman had gotten out here first, they waited on the rest of the offensive linemen to join them before they ran out here as a unit. And it just kind of, at least to DeMeco Ryans, spoke to their togetherness.
Camaraderie.
To their camaraderie.
Yeah.
And you're talking about how it seems like, you know, one of the big differences is how they know what they're doing. And that's going to matter a great deal, that you know what you're doing versus not when we get out there on the field. But around that and kind of just more bird's eye view, for me, it's the togetherness. It's the fact that last year the offensive line felt like a bunch of solo artists.
Yeah.
Like, not solo artists as opposed to a group of 5, as opposed to instead of being a boy band, they're out there, they're Bobby Brown, they're Justin Timberlake, they're Beyonce, instead of being, you know, New Edition or NSYNC or Destiny's Child, right? Man. Like, they're not a group, they're the solo artists. And so
it was a bad music festival.
It was an awful music festival.
Yeah.
The porta potties didn't work. It was hot. I mean, it was just an awful freaking music festival. So hopefully they are singing and playing much better tunes this year.
Speaking of music, just shifting gears, sad news yesterday. The first tweet that I saw that Ozzy Osbourne had passed away was from some news outlet I didn't know, and it was just one sentence. It said, Ozzy Osbourne has died at age 76.
Yeah.
And that was it. And I'm like, okay, I hope this isn't true. I think that anytime I see that on social media, I hope this isn't true. And then you go to your Google machine, and there's already articles up about it and whatnot. Man, Ozzy Osbourne, that was about as big an outpouring yesterday. I mean, radio stations kind of just flipping formats for the day. All kinds of voices and people from the musical world. And Ozzy Osbourne was a crossover hit. He was not just in music, but obviously reality TV, a world that I'm very in tune with, WWE.
Yeah.
He's had several appearances going all the way back to WrestleMania 2 when he accompanied the British Bulldogs to the ring at WrestleMania 2 in their title win over the Dream Team, Greg the Hammer Valentine and Brutus Beefcake for the WWF titles. That was an outpour. Ozzy Osbourne, thoughts and prayers. R.I.P.
Ozzy Osbourne, I know you said it even transcends music, but as far as music goes, about as influential of a rock and roll figure as you'll find. As much so as Led Zeppelin or anybody who you want to name. Like, just think about it. It's Ozzy Osbourne is right there with him. And like you said, all of these other moments, pop culture moments aside from music, I mean, the music thing I think is good enough. It's big enough. And then just to kind of transcend that, man. I think about him peeing in front of the Alamo. That's an infamous story.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the type of life you want to live. Whenever it is that you do go to meet your maker, you want folks to have countless stories and instances of you living your best life. And boy, did Ozzy do that.
You want St. Peter to have to pull out an entire book.
Yes.
To go, all right, here we go. We got to go through your balance sheet now,
yeah.
Ozzy. 76 years old. The conversion chart is, for a normal human being, he basically lived to be 145, is what I estimate, just based on the amount of damage he did to himself through the years.
Yeah.
Let's pay tribute to Ozzy Osbourne, because he had an iconic singing of the baseball hit, Take Me Out to the Ball Game at Wrigley Field. And I feel like 7:20 for this show, because it's only a 2-hour show, feels like it's about the 7th inning of our show.
Yeah.
So let's do the 7th inning stretch here, and let's have Ozzy Osbourne sing Take Me Out to the Ball Game for all of you.
All right, Chicago. I want to hear a real crazy crowd start singing with me. Are you ready? Are you ready? I can't hear you. Are you ready? 1, 2, 3, and let's go out to the ball game. Let's go out to the room. Take me in and bring us in. I don't remember what I have to do. And let's go out to the but if we 2, 3 strikes, you're out at the old ball game.
Dude, I cannot disagree with our YouTube commenter, Ray, anymore. He says, God, this is so painful to listen to. That was maybe some people are awkward with cringeworthy stuff, like they don't do awkward well. That was hilarious, especially when
he was into it,
when
man.
they finally get to the numbers and he goes, and he can't even get through 1, but he goes, he knows what comes after 1.
Yeah,
2.
2
was like the first coherent thing that he said once they started singing.
Well, and his wife was right there with him, and that was at Wrigley Field. And the big tradition at Wrigley Field is after you do that, you scream, "Let's get some runs!" And so she actually jumped in and screamed that at the very end, which is what a good wife should do, man.
So good.
Fill your gaps, you know.
I just love the idea of being some type of musical icon and legend the way that Ozzy is, but either not knowing Take Me Out to the Ball Game, like not knowing the words, or being so inebriated. Like, I can't even imagine what he could have been on. The drugs that he would have been on, I wouldn't even know who to ask to find.
It's a miracle he made it to the ballpark that day.
Amazing. And a miracle he made it to 76.
76, man. That's a hell of a run for Ozzy Osbourne. Like 30 years ago, you'd have taken the under on 75 and a half.
100%. And anybody else that you ask, hey, you could live a life like that, and you'll last till 76.
Give it to me, man.
You'll go out there
Where's
and
the paperwork?
live your best freaking
I'll sign right
life.
now.
Let's
I'll sign right now. All right, Texans training camp. We're live here. Sun coming up, and it's people starting to kind of roll in here. Just saw Mark Vandermeer kind of roaming around a little bit. He and John Harris will take over at 8 o'clock today and for the next handful of days here on Sports Radio 610. I'm anxious to see what kind of camp this is. I was thinking about this yesterday, B. Scott. Through the various personalities, through the various successes and failures, through pandemics, through travel, all these things, we've had some very unique training camps, both here in Houston and outside of Houston over the last few years. I've been fortunate enough to cover this team since 2007. I've been even more fortunate to be with the flagship since the 2014 training camp, which was Bill O'Brien's first training camp as the head coach of the Houston Texans. So this will be, at Sports Radio 610, this will be my 12th training camp. I was just jotting, back of the cocktail napkin yesterday, what have been the best or most memorable ones, good or bad? Because some have been memorable for bad reasons, but memorable. And I've got my list right here. All right. The two that are tied for fifth, I know you didn't go to. Those were the ones at the Greenbrier in 2017 and 2018. I don't want to spend too much time on those because that's not very inclusive. Most of our audience didn't go to that. I only bring it up to say this. One, it was awesome. If you can go, because they're going to go for a week.
Yeah.
This training camp, a week, 2 weeks from today, I'll be in West Virginia covering training camp for that whole week of August the 4th. If you can go, it's awesome because hardly any fans go, but they do have bleachers there for the fans. You're at the Greenbrier. You don't have to stay at the Greenbrier. There's plenty of Airbnbs. Beautiful part of the country. That was fun just because it was a nice bonding camaraderie experience. We all went. Ted Johnson and I'll never forget driving from Charlotte up to the middle of nowhere in West Virginia. We were stopping at every barbecue shack in the middle of the mountains. It was great. We had a blast. So it was really fun. There were bears in our backyard at our Airbnb, very rural.
Yeah.
So that was number 5. Number 4, and I know you were here for this one, Camp Cully. So I call that one, the West Virginia, I have names for all these. That was Camp Countryside.
Okay.
It's like Camp Krusty on The Simpsons. Everything's got alliteration.
I'm with you.
That was Camp Countryside in West Virginia. Camp Cully in 2021.
Yeah, which at the time we called Camp Cacerio.
We did, that's right. And that works too.
Yeah, and because it was both of their first training camp with the Texans.
And we knew who would be here longer.
Yeah, right. We knew
whose show it was.
Exactly. but both worked for the alliteration.
Yeah.
So either we could have gone with, and I think we probably went with the right one.
Yeah.
But that was a moment. David Culley being the coach of the Texans was for sure this team. Man.
Camp Cully included Deshaun Watson playing walk-through safety in drills. Deshaun Watson, who had led the league in passing yards the year before.
And was healthy.
And was getting sued by 24 women, was walk through safety until finally he just walked over to the media and said, "Why y'all filming me?"
Yeah.
Same bleep every day, and then they just told him to stay in the building. That was also the first camp since the inaugural season with no Andre Johnson and no J.J. Watt. One or the other was at every Texans training camp other than the first season included Andre Johnson and J.J. Watt. That was... we went 20 years with one of those two icons at training camp. That was the first one with neither of them since the opener back in 2002. Just an interesting sidebar. That I think there were so many things weird about that camp.
Right.
But that contributed to it that, wow, these faces are not familiar at all.
And I think because of the weirdness of it all, what we were going through in the moment, I didn't that. That's a part of it that I hadn't even taken a moment to reflect on. But you're absolutely right. If I had a list, this would be the one at the top of the list for me.
Most memorable.
Yeah, 2020. Well, just because of how weird it was. Maybe the year before 2020,
that's it was on my list. I'll get to that.
Yeah, because we couldn't sit this close to each other as we are right now. Yeah. So that was weird for non-football reasons, but specific to the field, that would be the one. Deshaun Watson out here running scout team after leading the league in passing yards.
So number 5, Camp Countryside. Number 4, Camp Cully. Number 3, Camp Cap.
Okay.
D'Amico Ryan's first training camp in 2023. And that's for good reasons. You're coming off of 2 years where you couldn't pay people to come to training camp.
Yeah.
And now you got the tickets are in demand again. People are fired up. You got a rookie quarterback. The question of will he be the starting quarterback was something that got everybody, like, why aren't they just naming him the starting quarterback? So you had that storyline.
Not will he, but when he. Why are they taking so damn long to get him there?
The little sliver of that camp that now, with the benefit of memory and hindsight, makes me a little sad is that the big revelation from that camp early on was, holy crap, this Tank Dell.
Yeah.
This Tank Dell, it makes me sad now because of the knee injury to Tank. Hopefully he's back someday. But that was, I remember that. I remember Seth and I, they practiced with the Dolphins that year, a joint practice. And that was at a point in camp where we weren't doing radio out here. We were back to doing 4-hour shows. So Seth and I were up in the studio. And we had to race down here to get to practice. Right. And we got down here, and they'd started the 11-on-11. And within the first, 10 snaps after we got here, Tank had 2 or 3 touchdowns. That was a fun camp. D'Amico Ryan's first camp, to feel like the fun again was really cool.
Yeah, D'Amico Ryan's first camp and C.J. Stroud's first camp aligned. But also, you mentioned Tank Dell was wearing number 13 at the time. Remember, we thought we were going to have the 7-1-3 connection?
Yeah.
Because, obviously C.J. Stroud wearing number 7. Tank Dell at the time wearing number 13.
Yep.
And it had a real cool new vibe to it. Hey, you know what? We're out of the mud. We're out of these last 2 seasons, like you mentioned, Sean, that were hell to go through, and the future looks bright.
Yeah. In that camp, there were still people around the league were still ranking the Texans in the bottom 5 teams in the league.
Well, they didn't know.
They didn't know.
They didn't know they had a good season, obviously, but I don't even think it was until midway through the season. We were here for it. Right here at NRG, when they have that final minute run, Tank Dell catches that ball against Tampa Bay.
Those 3 games in a row. Week 9, Tampa Bay. Week 10, Cincinnati. Week 11, Arizona.
Yeah.
Those 3 games in a row.
It basically,
they were 6-4 after that.
It basically established the Texans' reputation as we know it today. Now they're trying to move beyond that.
Yeah.
Move beyond that team that we know is a nice story. We know they can win 10 games. Can they do more than that?
The last 2, Camp COVID, you mentioned it, 2020. And this is as exclusive in terms of people being able to watch it as the ones in West Virginia because nobody was allowed to see it. They only let 10 or 12 media members in. I was one of them, so I got to go to practice. Were you one of them too? Did you go?
Yeah, at Camp COVID.
Camp COVID, you were there.
I was out there.
Okay, you were there. I remember, there's so you remember that.
Yeah.
We had to go get tested every day in the trailer. We're standing in line with players to get tested. Now they got to cut in front of us.
Right.
But
we would see them getting out of their cars.
Yeah,
that's where the testing station was. It's where they parked.
That was wild. That was also the first camp without DeAndre Hopkins.
Oh, yeah.
And I think if it were a normal camp, people would have been more agitated about it. But we were all just so happy to have football.
Yeah.
There's a chance there wasn't going to be a season at one point. And I think we were all just so happy to have football that, at least the way I'm remembering it, I'm not here to say people weren't angry, especially once the season just completely unraveled.
Right.
And you're watching Hopkins be a Pro Bowler in Arizona, that people weren't angry during the season. But I remember during camp just being happy to be out here and okay.
Being happy to be out here, but also and I'll just speak for myself, but I imagine a lot of us felt this way, just confused about the world.
Yeah.
What exactly is going on? Where is this thing headed? What even is this?
Well, and even once you got to the season, we were doing pregame. They didn't let fans in, but we were doing pregame and postgame for the first home game here against Baltimore.
Yeah.
And then by the next home game, we're doing everything up at the studio. So we were still trying to get our arms around what's safe, what's not, what's too safe. How cautious do we need to be? All of that. That was, and again, I'm not talking in terms of this was a great training camp. We're just talking in terms of it being memorable.
Oh, yeah.
Someday if I sit down to write the history of my radio career, covering a COVID training camp in the NFL will be one of the chapters in that book. It was, there are only a few people out here, but it was an entirely unique we had little GPS things on. We would get warnings from the Texans if we stood next to each other for too long out of practice.
Yeah, you guys are too close.
Yeah.
And obviously it's not like we're brushing shoulders. We're too close as in the sense of 10 feet or whatever it is.
Right.
COVID truly is one of those where if you weren't there, to explain it to you would be really difficult. You would have just had to have been there.
Last one, number one most memorable training camp. I'll call it Camp Cuss Word. Hard Knocks.
Yeah.
Where Bill O'Brien, that was probably the peak of Bill O'Brien's popularity here in Houston.
Yeah.
Was during Hard Knocks 2015.
Oh, yeah.
Where he was dog cussing up a storm. He was like a rock star. He was only in season 2. They went 9-7 the first season with Ryan Fitzpatrick at quarter, falling out of favor with the fans at that point. Now, him buying into Brian Hoyer as the solution started to chip away and that led to Brock Osweiler, which wasn't Bill O'Brien's choice. But if Brian Hoyer had just been better, his personal choice for a guy, they wouldn't have had to go get Brock Osweiler in the first place. That was the Hard Knocks camp was fun and overflowing with content because of the TV show. That's my favorite training camp for the Texans.
Yeah, I also remember Bill O'Brien pretending to like Rick Ross. I remember that being a thing.
Kari Lee doing a Bill O'Brien impersonation.
I remember Brian. I feel like you correct me if I'm wrong on this. I feel like that's the same training camp because I want to say I saw it on Hard Knocks where Brian Cushing was bullying Alfred Blue.
Oh yeah, for sure. That was
So that part of it is one of the more memorable pieces of that training camp for me.
Those are my 5. That's
very good.
Those are my 5. Hopefully this one equally memorable for all the good things.
Oh yeah, it will be.
We're on the good side of that. Texans training camp 2025. All right, Payne and Pendergast. B. Scott in for Seth Payne. Seth back tomorrow. All right, we're going to get hyped up. These are the things we're most excited about. Just flat out, no X's and O's next segment. Just things at camp, things this season that if you're a Texan fan and you're listening, you're going to want to run through this with us. We're about to get hyped up for this training camp, and we're going to pass the baton to Mark Vandermeer and John Harris as well. We'll do all of that coming up next. But first, you know what gets me hyped up? Beck's Prime. Love Beck's Prime. Love the award.
American flag. It's Texans training camp. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
We're not messing around in this last segment. We've got 7 or 8 minutes here to do our thing, and there's no reason to dive into X's and O's with anything. It is Texans training camp. Sean Pendergast, Brandon Scott with you. We're about to hand it off to John Harris and Mark Vandermeer. This is just flat out, get pumped up. These are the things I'm excited about for both training camp and the upcoming season. And I'm going to give you my first one right now, and it was not in the 6 o'clock hour. This is a new one.
Let's go.
2 things. I'm excited for 2 things about John Harris, Texan sideline reporter. One already happened. I got my first middle finger of training camp from John Harris. So that's number 1. Number 2.
Welcome back, Sean.
I am amped for the first time. And play that music, Ben. Let it scream. I am pumped for the first time. John Harris is pumped about a touchdown or a big play in a game. There's nothing better than the Harris memes.
Yes.
The Harris memes on the sideline, 2 fists, looking like he won big money on fast money on Family Feud.
Okay.
Bent knee, 2 fists, completely biased. I love it.
All right. So if
we're doing this dueling piano style. What's yours?
If we're going to go with a media member that's in close proximity to us right now, I'll flip this.
What?
I can't wait for your first game management, clock management crash out because that's coming, and I love it because you're always right, by the way.
Thank you.
I'm not saying that you're incorrect or that it's not justified.
Yeah.
It just reminds me and makes me think of football. It makes me know that we're here in the football season.
Yeah.
We care about this thing, possibly irrationally, but that's okay. We're not judging each other. We all care. And Sean is very much in tune to when you should be calling a timeout, when you shouldn't, when you should go for it, and when you shouldn't, and all of these types of things. I cannot wait. And we all participate.
Of course.
But Sean is one of the most animated and most passionate about getting the game management situations right. So I can't wait to be on the 8th floor
I love that.
of NRG Stadium in the press box, sitting a couple of seats down from Sean Pendergast and seeing that crash out.
I'm not supposed to react to anything because those are the rules, but the rules go out the window when I'm seeing silly things happen on the field. I love that. I love that my overreactions in the press box made the list. That's beautiful.
And it's in the press box, and then it transfers to the post-game show.
It does. That's true.
So I can't wait to flip on the Odyssey app, and I'm usually still in the press box when you guys start.
I appreciate
So
that,
I get to see it live and in person with you sitting a couple of seats down from me.
Man.
Then I cut on the app, and I get to hear you
You're
live.
the man, B. Scott. I appreciate that. Let's at least squeeze some football ones in here.
Let's do it.
Nico Collins pulling out the entire menu of punishment and harm on the opposition, whether it's mossing them on 50-50 balls, whether it's trucking them on that lethal slant route, whether it's a bubble screen that he takes to the house because Laramie Tunsil's not around anymore to be illegally downfield, or whether it's him not even having the ball in his hands, it's trucking some dude to open up a lane for Joe Mixon or Nick Chubb on the outside, and then getting up and screaming, "Weight room!
Weight room!
Weight room!"
That's weight room,
I'm pumped up for that, man. I'm pumped up for Nico Collins, a fully healthy Nico Collins trucking fools this year. Give me all of it, man.
How about his counterpart on the other side, his counterparts on the other side? The Texans' defensive secondary, and specifically the chip on the shoulder defensive secondary. These guys are out there with something to prove. Kamari Lassiter feels slighted. Yeah. Kalen Bullock feels slighted. Yeah. Derek Stingley is like some kind of quiet assassin. Y'all remember last training camp, right, when he laid Dalton Schultz out here on his ass after the scrum was already over with? And we were like, what got into Derek Stingley? We didn't know he had that in him.
Yeah.
These guys got a chip on their shoulder. And, oh, by the way, I ain't forget, they added another dude that's a little squirrely and that definitely has a chip on his shoulder. C.J. Gardner-Johnson out there talking about how the Super Bowl champions I just played for didn't know how to program a dog or didn't want me out there because I was too much of a dog. And now that guy is here for this training camp. The Texans secondary with the chip on its shoulder, I cannot wait to watch them work.
That is a whole pound of dogs right there. That is all dogs.
And I ain't even mentioned Jalen Petrie. He's going to come up at some point.
That is all dogs.
Yes, sir.
Back to the offensive side of the football. I'm pumped for year 3 of C.J. Stroud. I am pumped for C.J. Stroud that the organization acted with the level of urgency that they did to the season that he had last year.
Yes.
Which I think a lot of the regression statistically was not CJ's fault. I'll go to the grave saying that about his second year. That to watch him in season 3, to get to operate with what we're hoping is a much more competent caller of plays, designer of plays, blocking schemes, better coached offensive line.
Yes.
They went and they ended last season with Nico Collins as really their only dangerous weapon in the passing game. So they went and got Christian Kirk. They went and drafted a couple of guys who have been largely applauded, I think, for where they got them in the draft and the players they are. And I'll add Jaden Higgins to the things I'm getting amped up about after watching him in minicamp. The urgency that they acted with on the offense, I absolutely love, and I'm super excited to see how this plays out, specifically for C.J. Stroud. Hand in his face, slinging dimes. That's C.J. Stroud, man.
I mentioned chip on the shoulder, something to prove.
Yeah.
Like, I think C.J. Stroud is proven enough, and we all understand C.J. Stroud to be an elite quarterback. I think we all still feel that way. Nothing happened last year that takes us down from that.
Yeah.
But if he's got a chip on his shoulder, you could definitely see why.
Yes.
And have something to prove. You could definitely see why. Man, how about Jalen Petrie? And look, this is not a shot. This is me genuinely loving Jalen Petrie Stafford's zone. Make up for getting burned on a pass play with either a batted ball at the line of scrimmage or a tackle for loss, and then Kamari Lassiter coming up to him, already slapping his own head,
helmet,
but then slapping Jalen Petrie's helmet because he just made a game-changing play after, by the way, probably giving up a pass play that's also going to have us mad.
Yeah.
But at the same time, coming up when you really need them.
Oh, yeah.
A tackle for loss behind the line of scrimmage, doing the Jalen Petrie things. And Jalen Petrie, by the way, was hurt by the end of the season.
Yeah.
So I can't wait to see that.
Can't wait to see it. I can name 50 more names, but it all gets started out here today. Brandon Scott. B. Scott, I appreciate you these 3 days,
man, it was
brother.
fun.
Thank you. Yeah, we had a good time. We had a good time. All right, about to hand it off to Texans Radio here at 8 a.m. In the Loop will be out here 10 to 2. Before we get out today, man, I'm fired up for camp, dude. I'm fired up. And I'm fired up that I get good sleep now.
Yes.
If I wasn't getting good sleep, I wouldn't be nearly as fired up for this.
AILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
The National Football League originated in the 1920s in rural America, then moved to the cities to flourish and prosper. Each summer, the game relives its heritage. Towns across the country witness the first bloom of the NFL season. There's glory in the legends of this hard muscle life, and there's poetry in each season made of sweat and strife. But now's the time to work and strain at a sport that tests the spirit and challenges the brain. All sights are set on one glittering goal, the chance to play and win in the Super Bowl.
It's time.
Here we go!
To get back to the grind.
Let's go to work, baby!
And prepare for the season.
Go, 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 go!
It's Texans Training Camp Live. Here's Mark Vandermeer and John Harris.
And we welcome you to the 24th training camp in the history of the franchise here at the Houston Methodist Training Center. It is on. Mark Vandermeer, John Harris with you. The Sports Radio 610 guys are all around us as Sean and Brandon just got off the air. John and Reggie will be here at 10, and they'll have Will Anderson Jr. scheduled to appear with them on their program. And we'll have Nick Cacerio live coming up at 8:30 in a press conference setting. And then Nick joins the show. John Mclain will join us after Nick's presser this morning. So we've got a lot going on here as the Texans get underway. It's practice number 1. They'll do activation toward 9 o'clock, and we'll have some action to roughly describe for you here on the fields as they get ready to face the Vikings on August 9th, but a lot to do before that. 2.5 weeks of prep. Greenbrier coming up a week from Saturday. They'll travel there and do a few practices before heading to Minnesota. Very busy time, very important time. And I'll start off like this, not to get too historical, but they have never been in better shape. They've never been in a better situation unto themselves. We could talk about the competition around the league and evaluate that versus other times in the history of this team. But this team right now is built as well, and I'm going to say better, than it's ever been built entering a season. But you got to survive and thrive through the next 6.5 weeks to set yourself up for a good run starting against the Rams in September. Am I right that they've never been better, Johnny?
I think it's the most talented team this going into training camp that we've had that I can think of. Now, I got here in 2007, so I missed the first few groups. But
you didn't miss a group that was better than this one, I'll tell you that.
2007 since. I mean, 2011, you looked around and you saw stars in a lot of positions. You didn't know what JJ was going to be in 2011, so you're still okay. But when you got back in 2012, even at that point, JJ wasn't JJ. And you were still talented, but really didn't know where Matt was physically. You thought he was good, but then later in the year he kind of broke down. But in training camp, you felt like, okay, 2012, all right. But, last year's team, with Diggs being added to it, Daniil added to it, Aziz added, I think you felt like, okay, well, here we go. But I think you're even better and more talented going into this year.
I think this year, you know what you are not. You know where you need the most work.
Right.
Last year, I'm not sure, and maybe it was there, but I'm not sure the knowledge was completely there because we had really high expectations. By we, I mean the collective media, fandom, whatever. And you looked at the receivers. My gosh, you got Stephon Diggs. You have Tank coming in for year 2. This is going to be great. But you didn't know what you didn't know. You didn't know the offensive line was going to have those problems. Now, this offensive line, you still don't know. So as I say all of this, that is a very key portion of this team, obviously. You could argue one of the most position groups, other than quarterback. That group has to be the 5 fingers in a glove, and that's what you had in 2011, 2012, no question. So some of the vets listening, the legends, would say, hey, what about that? Yes, absolutely right. But you pointed out some other good things. Now, 2012 is the one. 2012 is the one that you compare it to.
Right.
I just think
how many Pro Bowlers on that team? 9?
9. 9 Pro Bowlers. And Pro Bowls are a thing, but this team could have up to that or whatever, and I prefer they not play in that and they go right to the Super Bowl. But we all know, as I say all this, and I've been saying it on Texans All Access at 6 o'clock, this doesn't guarantee you anything.
That's right.
All it does, you're going to embark on this season. You're going to be in all these games. How do you do down the stretch in these games? How do you do in the fourth quarter, the crunch time moments? And are you able to get over the hump and create a record that produces 10, 11, 12 wins or more and gets you a second playoff game? Not just the first game, a second playoff game in this building where you are 6-2 in the postseason.
Well, I would love one playoff game here after a bye week. That would be nice. And then you win that, you go to the AFC Championship. That would be nice. Now, that's a mouthful considering what you have in the AFC. But that said, it's everybody in this city, everybody in this organization, everybody that wears the logo, everybody that wears the H knows you got to get to the AFC Championship game. I mean, D'Amico has spoken it a million times. Hey, we've never been to an AFC Championship game. You know, and that's the start. And I know that's what he's saying. I know that he's not saying that's the goal, but that's got to be the next step. We can't keep losing divisional playoff round games. And I think what's when you talk about a talented roster, I think where the talented roster really comes into play is in the fourth quarter. When you think back to our 2022 team, how many times? Now, that was a team that went 3-13-1. Everybody thought, oh, it's the worst team ever. It's just how many times did we go to the break in the fourth quarter and we were within a score of the lead or had the lead in the fourth quarter?
Right.
And we couldn't finish those games.
Well, you looked into the player toolbox, and I'm missing a pair of pliers,
right.
I'm missing I'm missing my socket wrench.
You could start the job and get only so far. But you're right, you couldn't have the tool to finish it or the tools to finish the roster like you have. You have answers in the fourth quarter. You have answers to finish the job. You have answers defensively to go stop a drive. You have answers offensively to put a drive together to go get 3 or hopefully 7 at a key point when you need it. That's what a talented roster does for you. You win those fourth quarter games. You win the second halves of games. And when I think about our divisional playoff games the last 2 years, what was the score of the Ravens game at halftime of the playoff game?
10-10.
10-10. But you couldn't make that play in the second half, and then their talent took over and you end up losing 34-10 or whatever it was. Kansas City game last year. You're in the game. You've got them on the ropes after 3 quarters. You just punched one in, Joe Mixon. You had a 15-play, 90-yard drive where everybody contributed. Everybody contributed. But you couldn't get to stop. And then you couldn't punch one in the end zone. You just couldn't make enough plays in the fourth quarter. So you're like, okay, we made progress. Yeah, in a sense. But that's where this team has to get, that in the fourth quarter, you've got all the bullets in the chamber, and you can fire them at any point when you need it, when you need a 3, when you need a 7, when you need a sack, when you need a pick, when you need a stop, when you need a field goal, when you need whatever. The talented roster gives you that opportunity to go get it, and hopefully that's what this roster can be, not just today, but it can be that once we get to the playoffs, once we get to the AFC Championship game, and hopefully it, like John Facenda said, to Super Bowl. By the way, you sent me that last night, and I refused. I was like, I can't do it. So then I got curious this morning. I was in studio, and I was like, all right, I hit play, and I know me, and I know, like, if I hit this, I'm just going to be welling up in tears. I'm going to just, like, my anxiety's just going to, I'm just going to go into, let's go mode. And I listened to it, and I was like, okay, I got to text him. He can't play this because I'm going to be so fired up in the first segment. I'm going to blow Aaron's ears out. I'm going to be yelling and screaming at everybody. I'm very proud of myself. I'm very reserved right now, but that was one hell of an open.
Yeah,
to hear John Facenda's voice talking about the beginning of football season.
That was the 74 season,
Yep.
And
that's when that was the nadir, man. That was it right there, the 70s.
Yeah, I had to do some editing because in that video, he's talking about the players being on strike and the rookies coming in, and I had to do some little clipping here and there and just make it pretty for a generic training camp open. But his voice, John Facenda's voice, the legendary voice of the NFL, and only relatively recently got into the Hall of Fame or got honored by the Hall of Fame or whatever.
Yeah, I think so.
That took a long time.
I mean, as
this guy's voice was the voice of the league. Every bit, I would say, more important than Lee Driver on Hard Knocks, who's another legendary narrator-type voice in this league.
He's the voice I remember as a kid, like trying to figure out who that was.
The frozen tundra. He's the one who said it.
Yeah, it was him.
I was having an argument with Carl of our video creative team.
No.
He said, that Callis.
Harry Callis did do some NFL film
he was
stuff,
awesome.
but it was after John Facenda.
Yes.
It was after Facenda.
Harry's got a voice from Mount Olympus just like Facenda
Do not even come after us with NFL films.
Facenda was a news guy, I believe, in Philadelphia, and they used it because NFL Films located not that far from Philadelphia, and they knew him and loved him.
But it's amazing, like, the sights of training camp and everything that goes with it, but it's the sounds. It's hearing Facenda's voice. It's the two of us talking at training camp. It's the whistles. It's coaches talking. It's the horn. It's all of that. It's guys celebrating after a big play during practice. All that, the sounds that go with the game as well are just incredible. And Facenda was one of those guys that I knew I didn't have Facenda's pipes, but I like listening to the broadcasters that call it. Obviously, I'm next to the best in the NFL, but we've got to know
You're
guys
just
that
saying that
you hear. We see Paul Allen. You'll see Paul.
He's great.
Anish, who works with Andre, we'll get to see him when he comes here for Carolina. A younger guy, but guys that have been around. Paul Allen. Chris Brown's taken over him. Buffalo. Sad to see Mike Keith go with Tennessee because he had some monumental moments, but it's like telling the story of what it is that people may not be able to see. People may not be able to get to training camp because maybe you got to work, but their commute from 8 to whatever in the morning, people want to know what the hell's happening, what's going on. All right, Mark and John, give it to us, and that's hopefully what we've been able to do.
And along those lines of what the hell's happening, so we're looking at Houston Methodist Training Center, and everything's ready to go for practice. Now, the players will not activate outside. Activate meaning it's a fancy word for warm-up. Really?
Yeah, stretch.
At some point, we went to activation instead of warming up.
Yes.
And it just sounded cool.
It's
kind of like corporate lingo
Yeah.
that sounds cool, like ideation instead of, you mean come up with ideas and stuff and brainstorm? No, ideation.
Right.
It's one of those corporate type words. Activation. They're warming up. They're going to warm up in the bubble. They're going to activate in the bubble, and then they're going to come out here, and it'll be the 9 o'clock hour before we see them do anything today. And the first open practice, tickets already distributed, so sorry.
Oh, are they sold out? I think they were sold out within minutes.
Wait,
I remember.
Here's how this goes.
Okay, let me ask you
a few weeks ago. Tickets available. 30 seconds later, sold out.
Yeah,
not even 30 seconds. They're gone instantly. Now
I asked the wrong question.
People exchange tickets somehow. I don't ask me. I don't know if you've got friends, season ticket members. I don't know.
And by the way, don't ask us either.
Oh yeah,
we have no access to it.
Yeah,
none whatsoever. You'll get a text from me like a shrug. Like
things have changed though. Things have changed because 10 years ago, even, you could get VIPs in between the fields. We'd have, people and their families who knew people. It wasn't like random,
right?
But they would be between the fields. Now you cannot get between the fields. Nope. You have to give a DNA sample. Aaron, our engineer, I can't get over there. You cannot get there, and I think that's the way it should be. It should be a very monitored, moderated area. So
yeah.
So you just dangerous guys are flying off the field. We would rather be. We're in the end zone corner. It's the southeast corner of field 1. It's a good view. Now we'd rather be a little bit farther over in the end zone if we're going to be here, but it's too dangerous because guys are going to come flying through here. In fact, Johnny, somebody makes a corner end zone catch.
Yeah, we're going to have to be on. We're going to be on full.
We only have like 4 or 5 feet of warning track before you get to our barricades here.
We're going to have to walk down there. I've got it. Aaron got us a longer cord, so I can go down there and kind of be like the back judge. Anybody gets kind of close over here, I can, kind of keep them from going over the edge and protect them. I mean, that's, I gotta take that sideline duty, seriously.
Yeah.
But listen, I grew up on a sideline. I was a coach's son. I coached myself, played, all that kind of stuff, and now I've been on the sidelines. This will be my 12th year.
Jeez.
I know how, the sideline is one of the most dangerous places ever. And if you're not paying attention for 2 seconds, you're cooked. You're cooked.
Yeah, you got to keep your head on a swivel. You know that. You're down there all the time. So
I'm glad there are not VIPs in between those fields.
Yeah.
That could be down on their phone, not paying attention. It's special teams. I get on my phone, and then a gunner comes off the sideline, and wham! I mean, it can get kind of dangerous over there. But
what are we expecting today, by the way? I think that you're looking at a possibly abbreviated practice, right? Because this is the first few days with the new collective bargaining agreement, relatively. And they don't do as much as they used to do with these the first few days. Because look at it this way. They play 2 weeks from Saturday. Mm-hmm. In the old days, years ago, let's say prior to COVID, there's BC and AC.
Yeah.
Before COVID and after COVID.
Right.
So prior to COVID, you could not begin camp more than 2 weeks away from your first preseason game. We'd be starting maybe Friday, but no later than Saturday and no earlier than Friday.
That's right.
But now you get these 2 extra days, and these are kind of ramp-up days. They'll be out here doing a full, I'll put that in air quotes, type practice with 11 on 11 and all that stuff. It's not going to be individual drills only, but it's not the full gamut of what you're going to get. Saturday, the fans are going to see a good one Saturday, but no pads probably until Monday or Tuesday, right?
So this is what I think. Now, we also have to bring in the 12th man into the situation, i.e. the temperature, the weather. Now, it does look like it's going to hold off. We're going to have a clear day. These guys have to get acclimated to this, no matter what. I know.
Did you
OTAs,
say hold off? I want it to hold on. I want the clouds, baby.
Well, no, I know
Bring
that.
the clouds.
But we've got to speak in realities here. And the reality is we're going to sweat a lot.
Yeah.
And as the weather forecast for this week is very, 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 very hot, the reason why we're going to West Virginia next week, because it's going to be really, really freaking hot. And some of these guys, they may have been working out, but they might have been doing it somewhere else. Mm-hmm. That's a whole different ballgame than doing it here. So my guess is practices each day are going to get maybe 5 minutes longer to a degree, and you'll kind of ramp up to Monday when you put the pads on. That's what I think. The last couple of years, they've got their 3 to put the pads on day 4. They've never, under D'Amico the last 2 years, they have not put the pads on day 4. They've gone those first 4 days, then they take the day off, then they come back on pads that next, what ends up being the 4, 5, 6th day of camp, basically. So that's what I think they'll end up doing with pads again. So I think what we'll see is a little bit of one-on-one stuff today, because the stuff you can't do in OTA's minicamp. You can't do a lot of the one-on-one stuff. Even without pads, you can still work your one-on-ones, especially wide receivers, DBs. You can still do it with the offensive line so they can work on footwork, hand placement, all that stuff. So you can do some one-on-one work, and you'll definitely do teamwork. And I think it'll probably be maybe 90 minutes of practice, tops. But then it'll increase a couple minutes more just to get everybody acclimated to the heat. And then that's the way you go. So that's the way I think it'll go. Now, they might put pads on earlier, but my guess with D'Amico, look, this is a fairly veteran team.
Right.
Got some guys that are going to need some vet days. So it's going to be well planned out, I think, for everybody involved. But you know as well as I do, day one, there can be a tweaked ankle by a wide receiver, and that can change the whole thing on how you plan it all out on what you're going to do. So you got to have here's our plan. This is plan A, but, man, we got B, C, and D to go with this. But knowing D'Amico the way that we do, I know 2 things. 1, they will be physically and mentally ready for week 1. And week 2, he will be fair to everybody involved in this. 3, they're going to work their ass off. We know that.
Yeah.
And this is a good way, when you walk out in this heat, this is a good way to do it.
That's the thing to remind everybody about D'Amico Ryans. And I got to tell you, these guys, these players, this is as good guy a group as you're going to get. Mm-hmm. It really is. They're wonderful. They're polite. They're together. But they're dogs. They're football dogs, as they say.
Yep.
And D'Amico, don't let the smile and the nice guy thing fool you. He works them hard. His whole thing is about being physically tough. And, yeah, he's a wonderful guy. He's a nice guy. He's got a terrific smile. He wants them to work their asses off and be ready for week 1, all the weeks, and bring it every play of the game. And if you're not up to that standard, you're not going to be here. Yep. You heard all the guys talk about it. When we interviewed 40 players at minicamp, the thread running through it was, hey, you're not going to be a Texan unless you put out this kind of effort.
Right.
And
that's right.
The Texan brand of player, we talked about this. Play like a Raven. What does that mean? Play like a Chief. What does that mean? Well, play like a Texan. It's got to mean something, and it's coming into shape here. It's only year 3 of the D'Amico Ryans era. It's year 5 of the Nick Cacerio era. We are relatively early in this thing, and I say that because I want this thing to go on a very long time and be one of those teams that's always in the postseason. That's not even in question, really. And, you might have some struggles in the regular season, but you're going to find a way to get in. And when you do get in, you are going to make runs. You're going to make deep runs. That's the vision. That's what we want to see. I believe we will see it with these guys if they can stick together and keep it going in the right direction here. Obviously, everybody needs to improve. And I was asked this question. I was on with Nate on Fox 26 this morning. He said, C.J. Stroud, year 3. What do you think? It's year 3 for the quarterback. And what's up with C.J. coming into year 3? Isn't he literally still 23 years old as we speak?
That's exactly right.
Incredible to think about that he's been through what he's been through in this league. It's 2 full seasons, 2 playoff wins, more than any quarterback here has ever won, 2 playoff games. And here he is going into his 3rd NFL season, Johnny.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of pressure on CJ. He's going to have a lot of the responsibility at the line of scrimmage. He's going to have to handle those things, and he's going to have to be in charge of offensive units, can have a spotlight all year long. Like, hey, your defense is Super Bowl worthy, but is your offense going to be able to stand up to this? Now, he's got help. He's got a new offensive coordinator. There's a new offensive line coach to help the offensive line in front. They added a couple of weapons in Christian Kirk, Nick Chubb, the 2 rookies from out of Iowa State at wide receiver. Hopefully getting Brevin Jordan back at tight end will be another boost. It's not as if he's walking into this street fight all alone, but he's the first one walking into the street fight.
Yep.
And that, to me, is as reassuring as anything can be. Because when you talk about what you just talked about, hey, guys are nice off the field. I mean, if you saw the Make-A-Wish that was on ESPN with CJ, I was bawling 30 seconds in. That shows you the kind of guy that CJ is, but on the field, he is a staunch competitor. But being a competitor and being the face of the offense, being the face of this franchise, can carry a lot of pressure. And last year, when he was literally being pressured, then there was the pressure of, okay, why is this offense not performing where it is? Like, he had to answer all those questions. And at the end of the year in the playoffs, you started to see his game rise again.
Yep.
But by that point, he was so beat up through the year, it was hard. At that point, he's getting sacked all over the place in the Chiefs game, et cetera. I think he comes into year 3, he's looking to prove something. I don't think the contract means a damn thing to him, to be honest. Everybody can talk about all that. I don't think it means anything. I think he's ready and willing to do whatever he's got to be able to do, but he's going to need some help. Even if you are the alpha of the offense, even if you are the face of the franchise, you need people that, look, you're going to rock back a little bit. You got to have people that can catch you. Last year, I don't know how many people were there to catch him. So I think this is going to be that year for him. I'm so excited. I can't wait to see him walk across.
We're going to see him soon enough. We're also going to see Nick Cacerio step up to the podium here on the field at the Houston Methodist Training Center. We will carry that for you live. It's coming up in the next segment. Stick around. It's Texans Training Camp Live.
More training camp coverage is coming up on Texans Radio.
It's the summer sales event with the Ford Groom.
Sam, 30 seconds on the clock. The Ford Summer Sales Event.
Great time to buy.
Correct. What do we have? Amazing deals.
We're back with a front row seat. It's Texans Training Camp Live.
We are at the Houston Methodist Training Center. Mark Vandermeer and John Harris, southeast corner of Field 1. So right near the end zone. And I know that one of these days, meaning maybe today, maybe tomorrow, Nico Collins is going to do a toe tapper this side of the end zone. And we'll be here to describe it all, as the first player we see this morning is Kedon Slovis, a reserve quarterback. And we talked about him being a possible camp disruptor.
Yep.
He had a really nice mini camp, was making some good throws.
Yeah.
And look, Davis Mills is the backup here. Let's be clear. But Slovis, if you're Kedon Slovis, what's the one thing you want to do? Play better than Davis Mills.
Well, as
you want to play better than C.J. Stroud, but let's take one step at a time here if you're him, and that's his target. Now, they're all together. They're all on the same team. They all support each other, but, it's competitive, and that's what they want to be best one out here.
Yep. That's exactly what you want to try and do, and what a great spot, man. Players walking by. Junior Tafuna, the rookie out of Utah, walked by barefoot. I'm like,
oh, he was first? Oh, no, you're right. There were a few guys before Slovis. First player that I'm acknowledging on the air.
Well,
sorry. Jeez.
Well, Junior played Utah.
Right.
And walked across barefoot. Now, let me repeat. He walked across barefoot.
The ground's not as hot. The concrete
come
here,
on.
It's not as hot as it will be. I'm going to go check it out,
That's
Johnny,
true.
next break.
Okay, well, take your shoes off. And
I'd rather not.
He
right
walked
now.
all the way from
Aaron, go touch the
building.
ground. Our engineer is touching the ground for us.
It's hot.
It's not hot yet. Yeah, it's
No,
he
you
said
maybe can't cook an egg on this right now, like you would at noon.
Tafuna probably walks on hot coals for recreation.
I don't know.
Okay,
maybe.
He's one of these guys.
Have
you ever done that, by the way?
No,
Will
I'm not
Anderson
doing that.
Jr. walking
I'm
by.
keeping shoes on my feet. I learned a long time ago. I'm putting shoes on my feet. I don't want blisters.
Will's got.
I don't
game
want
face.
blisters.
Will's got game face on
Will's got
already.
Game face.
Will, it's day one.
When you were talking about I don't want. I think a lot of this gets misconstrued. I see this on social media. Well, they got a bunch of nice guys. That's why they won't win. All this I'm like, wait a second. Hold on. That dude, when they traded up and drafted that dude right there, Will Anderson Jr., that's exactly what they were going for. Because as soon as he came down this ramp, it changed. The look on his face changed.
Yep.
Once he goes on the other side of Kirby, he becomes one of the best guys
transforms
ever. It's like a you can have those guys in the NFL. That's what you got to have. Guys that can flip this bridge and get over here and then switch it back and become a quality citizen and a good dude once you go back that way.
Nick Cacerio's game face. He's headed for the podium. He's walking across the field.
He's the epitome. You see Nick in the hallways, the best dude you can find. But when it's ball time,
it's hard to judge. Nick is in as good shape as any of these coaches.
Yeah, he could take anybody.
He played quarterback in college, and he still works out as if he's playing every day, I would imagine.
Yeah.
Because he looks like it. Mm-hmm. Now, he's not as big as, say, D'Amico Ryans.
No.
But he's an impressive physical guy.
So, as I was walking by from the cafeteria today, like 6:45-ish, I kind of look in the weight room. I can't tell you the number of coaches I saw working out. Running,
they work
treadmill, lifting, whatever. All of them.
We're watching out for Nick because we're going to get him any moment here.
Yep.
So Ben's going to let us know. Ben back in the studio does a terrific job producing this program, and we hijack him for 2 hours on Mondays during the season and during the first 10 weekdays of training camp, and that's why we are on today. Let's go to Nick Cacerio at the podium.
Be here. A couple of non-football related items kind of before we get started. Certainly be remiss if didn't acknowledge, what went on with the flooding there in the middle of the state, a few weeks ago. I'm sure a number of people have been affected, a number of people that we all know, you all know, have probably been affected in some capacity. It's devastating, honestly, and to see the support that, people have received from not only the Texans, but throughout the state of Texas. It's kind of heartwarming. In addition, certainly thoughts and prayers to the Brayman family over his passing. Even though I wasn't around Brian, definitely distinctly remember his career, the impact that he had on the Texans. I know he was a player that, we had to count for in a kicking game, but there's a great example of a player, wasn't drafted, made the most of his opportunities, lasted 7-8 years, whatever it was, and then to be lost at 38 years old, honestly puts everything in perspective. What we're doing here is important, but in the end, it's really not that important, so it doesn't really matter. Football is football, but I mean, life takes on, I would say, more significance, is a lot bigger than any of us in this room and, anybody within this organization, anything that we do on the field. So certainly be remiss if I didn't, share a few thoughts there. On a lighter note, congratulations to the Austin girls team there, the Houston Texans flag championship. So I think at some point we'll probably see them around here at some point. But it just goes to show you the growth of not only our sport, but the interest in flag football, kids of all levels, all ages, boys, girls. So it's kind of cool to see that. So there's definitely significant growth. Don't ask me about the Olympics, what's going to happen in 2028. So we'll leave that one alone for now. But, just kind of on a personal level, fortunate to be going into year 25. Very grateful for the opportunity that I have on a day-to-day basis to be a part of this organization, be part of the NFL. To be able to contribute in some small capacity certainly means a lot. Don't take it lightly. So get started. Good opportunity for our team. A lot of work in front of us. 20 practices, 3 preseason games, and then we open up against one of the best teams in the league in the Rams. So a lot of work to do. Had a good spring. The team's in a good spot. I think we have a pretty good football team, but in the end, it's going to come down to how well we execute, in games. So, with that, certainly take some questions and go from there.
What's the situation with Jimmy Ford and his offense?
Yeah, kind of working through that. Kind of let the legal process kind of take care of itself. We've been in contact with the league. We'll work with the league. We'll be compliant on our end. We'll do the best we can. So I think it's day to day, but kind of let that process kind of take care of itself, and whatever the outcome is, we'll handle it accordingly.
Nick, the Texans have never had a guy with Damon Arnett's arrest record. What went into the thought process of signing him?
Yeah, sure. A lot of thought goes into it, a lot of conversation. I think you take all the information into consideration. You go through a pretty extensive vetting process, which we did. So I think where Damon is now relative to where he was earlier in his career is at a different point. And you just are honest about those conversations. I think Damon's trying to do the right things, try to put himself in a position to take advantage of his opportunities. We're inclined, and if we feel it's appropriate, to give somebody a second chance. We'll see how it goes. Damon's got to earn his opportunity, but he's been good to work with. He's had a good attitude. He's had a good approach. So we've always done what's happened in the past, regardless of how grave or the gravity of the situation or what it is, understand what it is. And then when a player walks in our building, they kind of have a clean slate and they're starting from scratch. So, I think it's important just to be honest. Had conversations with the McNairs and about his situation. So I'm not trying to hide anything. So we just kind of take it case by case and try to do the best we can with the information, the opportunities that are in front of us.
In regards to Jimmy, where is he in the building now?
Yeah, Jimmy's here. He reported for training camp, so he's around. So physically wasn't going to be able to do much anyways. So kind of take it day by day, and we'll see what the outcome is.
What is the approach with Joe Mixon? Obviously, the season's a long way away to get him back in. Just your thoughts on the team, potentially head coach?
Yeah, I'd say a lot of players. It's really every player is a little bit different. So whatever their situation is, wherever they are medically, we'll kind of take it one day at a time. I'm not going to put any timetables on anything, so we'll deal with it. We have 90 players that are here. Some are able to practice, some aren't. At some point, they'll be able to practice. So as far as what it looks like once the regular season starts, probably a long way away from that. So I think it's important for everybody to go out here and kind of establish their level of play, their performance, take advantage of their opportunities. This camp is going to be about competition. That's what it's going to be about. The roster will kind of sort itself out, but like I mentioned a little bit earlier, 20 practices, 3 preseason games, try to get a good evaluation of the players we feel we need to get an evaluation of, and then put ourselves into position really with the focus. Again, the Rams are one of the best football teams in the league, so, it's going to be a big challenge in front of us. There's kind of a balance of got to get the team ready, but also kind of have our sights set in front of us with the first opponent, which will be a significant challenge for sure.
Nick, where do you stand with the offensive line?
Yeah, we have a number of players here with varying levels of experience. We've talked about that. So training camp will really be a good opportunity for us to evaluate. Be a lot of competition. Games are won and lost on the fronts. So, you look across the league. So, and you build your mental and physical toughness, your physical play in training camp. So once the pads come on, we'll have a better idea of what that looks like, what that entails. But it's been a good group to work with. They've had a good attitude. They work hard. They're coachable, varying levels of experience. I mean, Cole's done a great job with that group. So we'll put the 5 best out there. And like I said, we'll have 8 at the game each week. How many we carry on the roster, we'll always do what we think is best for the team.
D'Amico talked about wanting to change the culture in that room quite a bit in the offseason, the mindset in there. Do you feel like you did that? Like, what says that you did that? How do you feel you did it?
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, in the end, offensive line play is about attitude and it's about physical toughness. So, and being able to do, you got to be able to do certain number of things to, I would say, a competitive enough level. So we'll find out. I mean, again, we have young players, we have veteran players. I think they have the right mindset. So honestly, it starts with Cole and kind of trickles down. But in the end, it's about the players and them relying on one another, then pushing one another, and being able to go out there and perform. I mean, the offensive line, really, it's about 5 players kind of playing as a unit. There's a lot of things that are involved. There's essentially communication on every play. Where's the mic identity? Where are the problems? Does everybody see the picture the same way? So everything kind of goes inside out, so relative to the communication. So we'll kind of see what that looks like. Understand each week's going to be a different challenge from the defense. Who we see what our defense does is going to be different than what the Rams do. So it's just understanding where the problems are, get the information communicated appropriately, and making sure we're getting the blockers distributed appropriately. There are going to be times where the defense wins, and there are going to be times where, we win. So hopefully we're on the positive side of the ledger more often than not. So, we'll see how it goes in training camp. Excited for that group. It's a good group. So we'll let the competition kind of sort itself out.
All right, you're listening to Nick Cacerio, Texans general manager and executive vice president, in his introductory training camp press conference.
What Bailey does change the way maybe you are as like an asset on the offense?
Not necessarily. I'll try to stay out of the way. So just try to have an understanding of what we're trying to accomplish. Offensive football in the end, it's about 3 things. It's about moving the ball, it's about scoring points, and it's about taking care of the football. So you can put whatever system you want to put on the field. That's what offensive football is about. And if you win 3-2, that's a good outcome. If you win 50-49, that's a good outcome. If you run the ball 40 times in a game and win, that's a good outcome. You have to throw it 50 times. So, I think the big thing is what do we got to do each week relative to the opponent? That's what offensive football comes down to. So, again, my experience doesn't necessarily have any relevance to where we are now. We're about the 2025 Texans offense, what that looks like. And we'll find out here in training camp. We'll get a little more information. And in the end, and it's our point.
What do you like about that combination of Kirk and Higgins, bringing both of those guys for TJ Stroud here?
Yeah, Kirk's got a lot of experience. He's been a productive player with his opportunities, when he's been healthy and available. So very professional, very smart. He's not just an inside the formation player, has some position flexibility. Higgins, he's a young player. We think he has some traits and attributes that we like, which is why we drafted him. So he's got a lot of work in front of him. So he's going to face some challenges like most young players do. But I would say overall, collectively, that group, really good attitude. They're emblematic of kind of the team. I think we got a number of players on this team that are focused on work and kind of let their actions do the talking. Because in the end, everybody can talk and say, what's going to happen? We can do this. We want that to happen. But in the end, it's going to come down to the work. It's going to come down to our actions on the field, and it's going to come down to our execution. So, we feel pretty good about that group. I think we have pretty good depth. So, kind of let the competition sort itself out. Yeah, CJ's had a good off season. Our expectations for him are no different than every other player. Just be the best you can be each day. Go out there and try to do the job to the best of your ability. If everybody does that, and collectively as a team, we're going to be in a pretty good spot. So, again, this program, and D'Amico has said it, I've said it, it's not about one player. It's not about one individual. It's not about one position. We're going to need everybody at some point to do their job, and the better they can do to prepare themselves for the we're all going to be. We'll take one in the back there. Yep. Yeah, I'm not really sure what the next step is. We have a good football team, so we've been one of the best 8 teams in the league the last 2 years. So what's going to happen beyond that? Nobody has any idea. I don't have any idea. Nobody else has any idea. Anybody that says they do is probably wrong. So can we put ourselves in a position each week to give ourselves an opportunity to win? what the end result is, I mean, honestly, we're focused on the work, we're focused on the process, and that's not going to change. So you have to put a significant amount of time and energy and effort into developing your foundation, building your football team up. And in the end, it's about what happens on Sunday. So, I mean, the focus is going to be on the Rams. Anything beyond that, I mean, honestly, it's a big waste of time. So I don't spend much time on it. D'Amico doesn't spend much time on it. We're not going to spend much time on it. And that's for you all to talk about outside the building.
Your best players with extensions. Can you talk about you signing an extension?
Pardon me?
Can you talk about you signing an extension?
Yeah, I don't think there's anything new to report on my end. So, I mean, again, I've never talked about anything that I've done, privately. So I love being here. Got a great opportunity. Got great support from ownership. Phenomenal head coach. Great working relationship with him. So I'm just thankful for the opportunity that I have. I mean, nothing's new. I don't have anything to report on my end. So I'm just here to kind of take it one day at a time and try to do the best I can for the organization, for ownership, for the players, and for the coaches. So. And then they want to kick me to the curb, then I'll go find and do something else. But love being here and grateful for the opportunity I have each day.
Is there one thing about this team you would symbol that excites you the most entering this new season?
Yeah, I want to say the attitude and the approach to work. We have a lot of guys that are very diligent, and it's about the work and not really worry about a bunch of superfluous things or things on the periphery that really don't have any relevance to winning. I might have mentioned this to Sean and Seth a little bit earlier in the spring, but just anecdotally, it was a little bit later in the spring. I want to say it was sometime in June, where our D'Amico and our offices are situated. The weight room's right behind us, and you have the window. So I hear just some random noise, and I kind of peek my head over my shoulder. I mean, Higgins and Noel were in there with their helmets on, catching off the jugs in the afternoon when nobody was around. So I would say that's kind of a microcosm of the team and the players that we have, and that's where we want to keep the focus. And I think our players are motivated more about just putting a good product out there and putting the work in and not necessarily worry about other things that are outside of their control. Yeah, you'd be hard-pressed to find probably a player that's improved as much as Cade in the offseason. Really took advantage of his opportunities. He's always had the right mentality and the right approach and the right mindset. I think most young players going from year one to year two have an opportunity for growth and development really more physically because they kind of have a full year in the program. What do you do in February, March, April, May to get yourself ready for the offseason program? Cade, along with a number of other players, certainly took advantage of his opportunities. We're glad Cade is here and looking forward to potentially what he can bring to our football team.
Higgins' contract got a lot of attention kind of once off. I know you love this topic. What was your mindset on that, and do you think it's kind of overblown that y'all impacted the entire second round?
Yeah, I would say it's really much ado about nothing. I think it was a kind of fabricated story. Let's just take a step back. And again, when you're reading about this in the Wall Street Journal, everybody's got too much time on their hands. But just philosophically, when you look at, say, contracts in the second round specifically. So when you look at the top of the second round last year, I want to say those contracts were 92, 93% fully guaranteed, right? So let's just kind of fast forward, adjust for inflation a little bit. There's probably going to be some marginal increase. So let's just say the number is, 3 to 5%, right? So that small margin that's left, it's a difference of, it's not that much. I mean, you guys are all smart. You can do the math. So again, we're trying to get ahead and stay ahead on trends. Eventually, it was probably going to get there anyways. So we just felt like that was the right thing for us to do. And I think what happened after that, honestly, was a non-story that was made into a story. But, I mean, everything kind of worked itself out. I think all of us in the league, myself included, have anticipated, at some point, probably the first 4 or 5, you're going to end up at that spot anyways. So why wait around? Why kind of bicker agents to get to a resolution? I mean, I think people that kind of know me and that negotiate with me, I'm kind of a bottom line guy. So let's get to the bottom line. Let's not hem and haw. And, if we think everybody's comfortable with it, then we're going to go ahead and move forward. It didn't really impact Ursary, which is a part of the second round. I think that was more of some other factors that led to kind of the stall there. So we're always going to handle business however we see fit, try to do it logically, be pragmatic about it, try to do it in a responsible way. So, again, the off season, there's not a lot of things to talk about. So when I start being around in the Wall Street Journal, you know that, this is it's a nothing deal.
So you didn't change the game or anything?
No, I'm not that smart, believe me.
Your peers weren't mad at you?
I didn't hear anything from anybody, so.
You mentioned the attitude, the desire to work. How have you seen that kind of ingrain itself in this organization over the last couple of years, changes all season or pro?
Yeah, football is ultimately about the players. So if you have players that walk in the building with that mentality and mindset, I would say, we're very purposeful with the type of people that we bring in the building, because in the end, they're the ones that are going to go out there and play. So you win with toughness, you win with physicality, you win with selflessness in this league. So who are the players that have those requisite qualities? We certainly prioritize that. You have to be able to play football. I'm not going to put my head in the sand and be naive to the fact you have to be able to go out there and execute your job and play football. But you can find players who are good at football and have the other traits that we prioritize and covet. So we make a commitment outside of that. That's okay. You just want to make sure that you have a reason for doing that. So as long as you have the foundation in place, and again, when people walk in the building and they see Will Anderson, they see Jalen Petrie, they see the approach that those players have, if you walk in and aren't doing the right things, everybody's going to know. So that's part of our responsibility. It's something that we emphasize to our scouting staff, and we have one of the best scouting staffs in the league. Fortunate to work with that group on a day-to-day basis. They understand what's important, what we think wins in this league. So we're going to prioritize that, and that's our commitment to doing the right thing. And in the end, it's about doing the right thing by the players.
Take a few more.
All right, that's Nick Cacerio. Maybe a question or two coming your way after. We'll update you, and we've got the updated roster. We've got news next here, who's in, who's out, as far as injuries, pup, that kind of thing entering camp right out of the chute next here on Texans Radio.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
The Houston Texans and Chevron have teamed up with the Boys and Girls Club of Greater Houston and the Houston Food Bank to create the Chevron Market Pantry at the Houston Texans Team Club. The partnership provides food to the local community and is run by Team Club members and Chevron volunteers. Together, we're helping make Houston a better place to call home.
Never compromise. You get high quality and low prices. Like you never compromise your meal with our spring salad mix, guaranteed fresh. And you never compromise your budget with lower prices on over 1,000 items. And you never compromise your appetite with our golden brown bread that's baked fresh in store. And you never compromise your wallet with our lower prices. Hand it to Kroger shoppers. You never compromise. Kroger. Fresh for everyone.
Sky Vodka is now made with water enriched by Pacific minerals and filtered through California limestone. Sky Vodka, a smoother, fresher tasting vodka that's also gluten-free. In other words, it's the best thing to have in a vodka since vodka happened. Sky
Texans Training Camp Live.
Here we go.
Now, back to the show.
Okay, Mark Vandermeer, John Harris with you, fieldside, Houston Texans training camp. We just heard from Nick Cacerio, extended press conference from him. He'll be on the show tomorrow at about 8:30. John Mclain's going to join us in about 10 minutes or so, but we want to get to this. The roster is out, transactions are out, and the physically unable to perform list. Now, we want to be very clear on the PUP list entering camp. This is not a death sentence for the first half of the season or something. Sometimes guys will come off PUP in 1 or 2 days, right, Johnny?
That's right.
This PUP, the pre-training camp PUP. It's important to get them on here for other injury designations that could potentially come up later. We can get into that later. But this list is lengthy. It's longer than I thought it was going to be as far as players who aren't participating at least today and possibly longer or maybe a lot longer than that. And here's the list in alphabetical order. Danico Autry. You're not surprised about this.
No.
Entering year 12, you got to have Autry on this team, though. Even if it's for 4 or 5 games down the stretch, he is a beast. Derek Barnett, let's hope there's nothing serious with Derek. We don't know. But Derek Barnett is very needed for this team as the swing defensive end, for lack of a better way of putting it. Trent on PUP entering camp. Eli Cox, rookie center, he's on PUP. Tank Dell, no surprise. Now you think PUP, that's optimism? No, they're going to put him on PUP. They could still put him on IR later if they need to, or the longer PUP or whatever. But I think this is okay, so far so good kind of thing. You don't know when he's going to come back, if he's going to come back this year. Again, we can get into that later. Foley Fatukasi, I hate to see this. I mean, I hate to see Autry and Fatukasi out on the D-line, but it is what it is. Foley on the PUP entering camp, physically unable to perform.
Remember, he had that shoulder surgery right after the season.
Yep.
So he did sign and come back. I think we'll get into thoughts on these guys in a little bit, but that's what that is for Foley.
Kurt Heinisch as well on PUP. KC Osai, a rookie linebacker from LSU. No, not LSU, just Louisiana. So that's the former Raging Cajuns?
The artist formerly known as Louisiana Lafayette.
Yeah, gotcha. Damian Pierce. That's a little bit of a heartbreaker right here. But I don't think it's, as Bill O'Brien used to say, life-threatening because they gave them to us to interview during minicamp, which usually means they're not, in any jeopardy of missing big chunks of the season. Right. But it could be just a few days to get Damian going. We'll see. J.J. Taylor, another running back. So we'll get into this 2 running backs being out situation. Or is it 3? Hang on a second. Jimmy Ward also on PUP. But let's go to the non-football injury list. Just 2 names. Elijah Huzzy, rookie from North Carolina. He's a corner. Okay. But Mixon on the NFI, the non-football injury list. So what do you make of this? This is interesting. They did sign Nick Chubb, as everybody knows. But right off the bat, day one, now it could change tomorrow, but day one, you have 3 running backs out of action, Pierce, Taylor, and Mixon. And what do I always say? You get injuries, you get thin in a big freaking hurry. Because now you got Chubb, I hope, going full today, and everybody else, and no Pierce, no Mixon, day 1 of training camp.
Oh, you know a name that's not on here, and I see him walking right across right here?
That would be Brevin Jordan.
That would be Brevin Jordan.
Brevin Jordan, full go. Now, they might hold him back and ramp him up, but he's not on the NFI or the PUP.
So that is awesome freaking
news. And he looks large.
Yeah.
He looks like
he looks put together.
He got wider during the offseason as he rehabbed the knee, and he looks like the game face is fully on.
So, all right, let's get to the running back situation here.
Yep.
So, right now, as it sits, Mixon, J.J., Pierce down. So, what is the depth chart at running back as you would look at it? Now, I don't know what order. Let's just go with what we've got, and we'll figure out the order.
Chubb
healthy.
Yep.
We saw him walk by. He looks ready to go. Dare, Woody Marks, Jawar Jordan.
Yep.
Those are 4.
And I think that's it.
Is that the 4? That's the 4. Now, we saw both fullbacks go by. And, British can go back there and give you carries. They know this. He can go back there and play tailback.
He's listed as a running back. He's not listed as a fullback. So British is a running back. And I think today or for these practices, we'll see how many reps Chubb gets today. Everybody is.
British is an Arnold Palmer. You know, he's half and half. You know, he's half sweet tea, half lemonade.
Listen, the proper recipe of an Arnold Palmer, though, Johnny, is 2/3 unsweetened iced tea, 1/3 lemonade. Arnold told me himself in an interview about 15 years ago.
I understand, but I think the magic of an Arnold Palmer is the fact that you can mix it up however you like, just like with British Brooks. You can mix it up however you like.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, you can put them back there. And look, you can get heavy if you want. You can put British at tailback and put Jakob at fullback and get real heavy and go downhill real fast. You know, British has got that opportunity. You know, he's coming back off the injury from last year as well. But the running back situation, the depth chart is going to be stretched. There's no question. Now, I wonder, depending on JJ and Damon's availability, and Joe, of course. Now, it was interesting as I was driving up. I just started thinking I really didn't think that Joe would be ready to go. I just didn't, at least on July 23rd.
Right.
I think, you know, in a couple weeks,
Maybe.
I think Joe is going to be, you know, hopefully starting to ramp up and get ready for the season. Remember last year, he missed probably 2.5 weeks of training camp.
Yeah, and there's no minimal time down with the PUP list entering camp or NFI entering camp. There's no minimal time down. So you can come back tomorrow. It's not like, oh, that's 4 weeks, that's 6 weeks. No, I want to be clear on that. Now, if we're in Labor Day weekend and we're getting the roster, we got PUP, that's another deal. We got injured reserve, that's another deal.
Another name that's not on here. And I think sometimes we see the names on here. We saw Brad Jordan go by. You notice there's another name that's not on PUP here?
Tell me.
Linebacker, Christian Harris.
That's
not on PUP
huge.
List. Massive.
That is huge.
Now,
I didn't even notice that.
That doesn't mean that Christian will be full go, day one, first rep, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, because they don't have to list them. It's not like the regular season where you get limited in practice. They will not be listing those things. Now, D'Amico will be asked about it after practice.
But the fact that they don't have Christian Harris on PUP, I think, is a great sign.
That's big.
It's a big sign. It does mean they may have to ramp him up, and that's fine. But the fact that he and Brevin Jordan are not on PUP list is like,
well, I got to say.
God.
And the defense looks pretty healthy here, other than, Jimmy being out is one thing, okay?
You got two Ds out that are key. You got two defensive tackles.
The line, I was going to say, other than the line, which is a big other than, because with Barnett out, Autry out. But again, this is day one of camp. We got 6.5 weeks before the Texans have to play an actual game, and that'll be against the Rams.
So let me ask you this. And I think this is kind of the way if I'm Coach Ryans, I'm defensive staff, I want to make sure this comes out right. Look, you got to get your guys ready. They got to be mentally and physically ready for the grind of a year. There's no doubt. But do you need to see Denico Autry on day one to know what he is and who he is?
No, absolutely
the same
not,
with
Johnny.
Derek Barnett and Foley Fatukasi.
I almost want Denico Autry to still be on vacation right now. I don't need to see him for a while, but I hope he's going to be okay. That's all I want to know.
That's the key point.
Coming up, we'll get John Mclain on. We'll break down a position group. We'll do it all here on the feed. Texans Training Camp Live.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 6. takeaway from your Texans.
Nice way to run!
On Texans Training Camp Live.
Here we are. Mark Vandermeer, John Harris on the field. Houston Methodist Training Center training camp practice number 1. We just gave you the PUP list, physically unable to perform. That would mean entering camp. Once again, this is not a regular season thing, so you can go anywhere from here. You could be back tomorrow. You could be back a long time from now, but we'll see. But the highlights or lowlights or whatever from the PUP list include Danico Autry and Jimmy Wars, among others. The non-football injury list features Joe Mixon. The team thin at running back day 1 of practice, but it's day 1, so we're not going to freak out just yet. But we will comment because these things are trend-worthy, perhaps, and we want to be clear.
I think the biggest news is who's not on that list.
Yes.
That, to me, is the biggest news.
Brevin Jordan,
Christian Harris. Look,
big.
And we'll see what they can do. But the fact that they aren't on that PUP list, to me, is the news of the day, the news of that transaction listing.
Very good. And John Mclain joins us now, the Hall of Famer. General, good morning. How's it going?
Couldn't be better, guys. Fired up just like it was my first one way back in 1977. I can't remember many camps where people were not more fired up about the Texans. I was in San Antonio with a coaches school over the weekend, and the Texans sponsored a big reception after the Division I coaches panel, and then a dinner for the Gridiron Legends and another panel that I hosted. And I was asked so many questions by coaches, fans, media about the Texans, and every one of them was positive. And the only thing I heard about the Cowboys was negative.
Of course, as it should be. Okay,
yes.
General, you can answer these. Just let me get through the questions. Number 1, what camp is this for you, number-wise? 48, I believe?
49.
Okay, 49. Good grief. Second one. Mark and I were talking about this as it pertains to the Texans and the talent on this roster. What was the most talented roster in training camp, Oilers-Texans combined? What was the most talented roster you ever saw?
Well, I would say the Love You Blue Oilers, because they were loaded with Hall of Famers.
Yep.
And led, of course, by Earl Campbell. And it was their misfortune to be in the same division with the Steelers at a time when the Steel Curtain dynasty was going. So they made the playoffs 3 years in a row, 2 years AFC championship game, lost the last one at Oakland, and then they tore up the team, fired Bum Phillips. But that era in there with Earl Campbell, and on defense, you had Curly Cup, Elvin Bethea, Robert Brazell, also in the Hall of Fame, and that was a star-studded lineup.
Yep.
Yeah, you can't really say that this would be above that until these guys get to the Hall of Fame.
I wasn't going that way.
Not that you would, because that's an amazing array of talent. And just one more note on that, General. Back in those days, is that almost pre-wild card existed, right? There was just one wild card game on that weekend. One wild card game per conference.
That's it.
So if you didn't win your division, you were kind of screwed. You had to play that game and work your way up. And they did it twice to get to the AFC Championship game. They couldn't win the division with the Steelers.
They had to win. They had to beat 2 teams to get to the championship game. And then they went to Oakland in the wild card round the third year, and they lost to the Raiders because Kenny Stabler had one of the worst games of his career after partying all night. And then that's when Bud Adams fired Bum Phillips, and then they were the dregs.
Did he fire him because the team got tired of not advancing in the playoffs?
They fired Bum because the financial guy, Lad Herzig, wanted to be a general manager, and he told Bud, Bum's ruining the team, trading all these draft choices for old players, and we're going to be bad for a long time, and we're going down the hill. Instead of going to the championship game, we're out in the wild card round. And so Bud listened, and he fired him, and that was known as the New Year's Eve Massacre in 1989.
And it took them till the Warren Moon era to get back to the playoffs.
1980, yes.
Yeah, because that was Plunkett, because Pastorini got hurt. Plunkett quarterbacked the Raiders. They won the Super Bowl, beating the Eagles.
They were loaded with Hall of Famers, too.
So, General, now that training camp is underway, I think the team will be out here for walkthroughs in just a little bit. What's a concern that you had that you feel better about? What's something that wasn't a concern that maybe you're a little bit more concerned about now?
Well, first of all, I can't say I'm less concerned about the offensive line because we haven't seen any of these guys here.
Yep.
You hope that they're better. They might be as good or they could be bad, but at least they made changes. And that's a good thing because you couldn't put a Band-Aid on the problems that they had here last year. So there's going to be more attention paid to an offensive line here than any training camp I've been to. You know, usually the line's an afterthought. But this year, everybody's going to watch it. When the fans come out here, they're going to watch it. And of course, we're going to want to see Nick Caley, but he's not going to show us anything until they get to L.A. for the start of the season. But this guy receivers with Christian Kirk in the second and third round picks, Jaden and Jalen, and I think, as we've talked about, they're going to have a great defense. They got so much talent and depth in the defensive line. I'm guessing Nick Cacerio, instead of cutting guys, will try to get low picks for some of them. If Christian Harris could stay healthy, and that's a big if, considering the health issues he's had, man, oh man, he could help linebackers. And they're already good. And I think we all agree they could have maybe the best secondary in the NFL.
Expectations for C.J. Stroud entering year 3.
Well, I watched the highlight film that you narrated, and it's amazing they didn't lose a game last year. I could have sworn they lost 7 games, and I keep waiting for those games.
No,
By the way,
we don't do those.
I like your touchdown H-Town. It has a ring to it, or H-Town touchdown. You said that a couple of times.
Yeah.
And so if you watch Stroud, especially when he had time to throw, and it's amazing how many times you said, and Stroud has time to throw. It's like you were in shock. And he made great throws. So he's going to still get sacked. If they could cut his sacks in 2 and cut those sacks in 2, can you imagine what kind of improvement that would be? And some of that is up to him. I saw a thing after a film study of Caleb Williams, that 15 of his 68 sacks were attributed to him.
Yep.
And I don't know how many were attributed to Stroud, but it is amazing when he has a clean pocket, as any quarterback, what the throws he's capable for Stroud to have an outstanding season if indeed these linemen, with Cole Popovich as the coach and Nick Caley with the play caller, if they can just improve his protection, he can be outstanding.
General, the PUP list has Dameon Pierce, J.J. Taylor, and the NFI list has Joe Mixon. The common thread amongst those 3 is they play one position called running back. Your thoughts about not having those 3 at least to start camp, and kind of how you see maybe the carries, the depth chart, if you will, of that running back position?
They need to get Dameon Pierce where he can get some carries and show he's healthy. And they're going to keep Woody Marks. They didn't draft him in the 4th round to expose him to waivers on the practice squad. So you have 3 there. And injuries will tell a tale, of course. And because Dario Gumbawale can do a lot of things, including be the backup field goal kicker, as we've seen, I would like to see them showcase Pierce a little bit and then trade him for a draft pick because it's the last year of his contract. He showed he can return kicks. He showed he's got speed to make long touchdown runs. It was 92 yards, wasn't it?
Yep.
And but I don't see him down there as the 4th running back because Marks is such a good receiver. I'm guessing he's going to get some chances to line up in the slot, go in motion, catch some balls down the field. But the competition there, if they're healthy.
General, the way Nick Cacerio does business, he signed Stingley pretty early in the process. Other guys sign after, and the market changes, of course, but everybody seems to be happy. What about what's going on north of here in the DFW area with Micah Parsons? This seems very strange. Why not offer him? Do they feel like it's Luka all over again? I don't even know what's happening. If you're a Dallas fan, my gosh, you lose Luka. Are you going to lose Parsons too in this process? What do you think?
Let me say this before we get off on the Cowboys. I asked Nick Cacerio, I said, you like to sign your best players early. And he talked about an extension for you. And I thought he was going to stumble around it, but he didn't. He was really good. I didn't give him a heads up or anything, but he was really good. He said, I'll be here until they kick me to the curb and I have to do something else. And so Nick's contract expires next year, so it wouldn't surprise me at some point if he doesn't get an extension because he's done a fantastic job. And as far as the Cowboys, they know what's going to happen. Micah Parsons will get paid, and he'll be the highest paid defensive player in history. They just put him through so much. It's almost like Warren Moon just said about Bud Adams. You go through so much, it's almost like it's not worth it when it finally gets here.
Why, John? Why does Jerry make it that way? Why?
Nobody knows. He's been asked the question, and he dodges it. It's their way of doing business. He was eligible for an extension after 23. If they'd made him the highest paid defensive player in 23, think about how he'd be dwarfed. Still have him for at least 2 or 3 more years.
And he wouldn't even have gotten to that second contract at that point.
It is one of the big mysteries in the NFL how the Cowboys do business when it comes to their top players, because they always get it. It's just like there's no surprise what's going on in Cincinnati. They have historically been one of the cheapest teams in the league, and they're showing it again, and other teams get deals done. And that's one thing I like the way Cacerio does business. Like Stingley's contract, $30 million a year. Thinking 2 years from now, he may not be in the top 10. Getting them done early is so smart, and that's why I can't wait till this time next year. Are we talking about the extensions that Stroud and Will Anderson Jr. signed?
I bet they sign early.
Yeah. I do
or
too.
They'll try to get it done anyway early. General, in Indianapolis, how dire is the situation? 4 consecutive years out of the postseason for a franchise that, whatever you say about them, they're used to being there. In the Luck era, even the post-Luck era, they get in with Phillip Rivers. They actually made it with him. They almost made it with Wentz. They didn't do it. Then the Ryan thing starts, and it's a big disaster. And here you have Chris Ballard. He has Anthony Richardson healthy. It's year 3 of Shane Steichen. What do you think transpires in Indy?
I'm glad you mentioned Andrew Luck. On the 13th of August, he and his dad, Oliver, are the first duo to be touchdowners of the year by the Touchdown Club, and I am introducing them.
Nice.
And I think it's very interesting. Chris Ballard has been on the job like 10 years. I think unless Daniel Jones or Anthony Richardson plays really well, they're the only 2 regular starting quarterbacks who had a rating of less than 80 last year. And now that Jim Irsay's daughter, Carly, is running the show, she did an interview at camp yesterday. It was very good, but it's clear, she's not going to be running exactly like her dad. So anybody like Chris Ballard's got to be worried. And I'm wondering, and I'm going to mention this in my speech at the Touchdown Club, who's the AD at Stanford? Andrew Luck.
Well, he's the GM.
The GM, yes. Yeah. And so he's the GM, the new one. Mm-hmm. And could, if Chris Ballard gets fired, they reach out to Andrew Luck like they reached out to John Elway. And I don't know that it's happened, but I'll guarantee you his name will be thrown out there in some circles in Indianapolis, because both those guys could be gone because the new GM's going to want to hire his own coach.
That's definitely true. I don't think Andrew Luck will leave Stanford now. I think he's.
I don't either. His wife said one time, if you find us somewhere better than Palo Alto to live, maybe. Well, what's better than Palo Alto to live?
Oh, Indianapolis is so. Never mind. It's really not.
As soon as they got back to Palo Alto, it's like, scene. And the interim coach out at Stanford is Frank Reich. So Reich and Luck will be back together in Stanford, which will be kind of interesting to see. And what is going to be really fascinating is Andrew Luck is in charge of all football. There are some GMs across college. I want to think about this, or hey, coach, what about this change? No. Andrew Luck runs things at Stanford. Now let's talk about the other.
Why is Reich interim, by the way? I guess everybody's interim. We're all interim.
Yeah, I mean, I guess
life is interim.
I guess they wanted to do a full-on search, and so, I don't know, he's interim for now.
Yeah.
But let's talk about the other AFC South team with a quarterback issue in some sense. Now, we knew Cam Ward was going to start for the Titans. We knew that. But Will Levis going on IR today because of a shoulder situation. What are your thoughts about that, General? We know Cam Ward was going to be a starter, but to not have the at least experienced backup of Will Levis who can come in and give you a little bit of something. Your thoughts about what's going on at Tennessee, Levis going on IR?
They got to get another backup quarterback.
Yep.
And because odds are Ward's not going to start 17 games. He's going to get hurt. he'll get benched so he can watch and learn. So they got to have somebody else, unless their goal is to have number one pick again. And so I think they're destined for last place, a battle for second between Colts and Jaguars. I'm guessing the Jaguars are going to win that. And I think Daniel Jones will win the starting job. And I think the Texans will run away with the division.
If it's not the Texans, would you pick the Chiefs until further notice, or do you think Buffalo or the Baltimore Ravens or somebody else, the Bengals, all of a sudden?
I like how you said that.
What?
If it's not the Texans.
If it's not the Texans.
It's not the Texans.
Yeah.
Nice.
If it's not
I like
the Texans, then what?
Positive thinking.
Who's the AFC champion?
If it's not the Texans.
Yeah. I'm taking the Texans.
Trying to be
out of
nice,
it.
I know.
No, I'm not trying to
Baltimore,
show
any bias.
So I'm picking the Chiefs to win the division, not to go back to Super Bowl. I picked Baltimore the last 2 years. They've come close. I think Baltimore is a better team than Buffalo, so I'm going with the Ravens again.
Chargers step back or step forward or same step?
It's
at 11
hard to
wins?
pick the Chargers being better after we saw them for the last time they were on the field and the Texans annihilated them. So I'm going to say Denver's going to be second with a slight improvement with Bo Nix in his second year. And the Chargers, they may win a wild card berth again, but I'm not fired up about them because they're and especially after I watched your highlight film and saw how bad they got beat up by the Texans. Even though Jim Harbaugh's supposed to be a miracle worker.
I'll tell you what, though, that game's a good study because we all have that impression of this game. That game's a one-score game deep into the third quarter, and it feels like, as I watch it, I felt comfortable doing it in a way. I thought the Texans are in control of this thing. I felt that way that night, but as I'm watching it in retrospect, I'm thinking, are we going to pull this out? I mean, this thing could go either way. And obviously you pull it out big. You get the Murray pick, and you're already up one score. That was a 2-score differential after that Murray pick 6. But I'm thinking, you don't get that. He throws the ball a little high to Ladd McConkey. If he throws on target, who the hell knows what happens? It is that fine a line between winning and losing.
Yeah,
these
you know what
games.
to say about ifs and buts. Justin Herbert doesn't want to come back here. Remember his previous time here?
Yeah.
Rex bleeping Burkhead destroyed the Chargers.
The Christmas massacre.
Handicap the NFC. Is it Eagles and everybody else?
No, I don't think the Eagles will win the NFC East because nobody has repeated in 21 years. I think it'll be Washington, Philadelphia will make it as a wild card. And I saw a stat 2 days ago. In the 5 years Dak Prescott has been healthy or relatively healthy and started almost every game, Cowboys have been in the playoffs. And I'd like to see them get in the playoffs and then, of course, lose. And when they lose, then it means their fans will be crushed even more. But I think the best, to me, I'd like to see Detroit because I like Dan Campbell, love their fans. You change both coordinators. You hope it's not like Philadelphia when they changed theirs and then they fired both of them after 1 year.
All right, General, we'll catch up with you again. We really appreciate the time. As always, have fun watching camp.
Guys, thank you very much. I appreciate you having me, and I hope you guys have a lot of fun at camp.
Okay, we'll get you updated on the roster once again. Physically unable to perform list, all of that stuff on the way right out of the chute next. And Shelby Coppedge, Texans TV sideline reporter for the preseason, is here. She's going to join us as well on Texans Radio.
More training camp coverage is coming up on Texans Radio.
When it's your turn to pick up the tab, do it in style with the Texans debit card exclusively.
We're back with a front row seat. It's Texans Training Camp Live.
Mark Vandermeer, John Harris with you. Aaron Raybold, our engineer. Ben producing in the studio. Physically unable to perform list. This is the pre-training camp pup list. Among the highlights, lowlights, Foley Fatukasi, Danico Autry, Derek Barnett, Jimmy Ward, Tank Dell, no surprise there. Damian Pierce, that's too bad. But again, they could all be back tomorrow. Probably not. But they could all be back within days or a couple of weeks or whatever the case may be. This is the training camp pup, different from regular season. And NFI, that's non-football injury, Joe Mixon. So we don't know, and we're hoping for the very best, and we'll let you know how they divvy up the reps today a little bit later. Don't want to read too much into anything, but you have Dare and Nick Chubb and people like that. But you have J.J. Taylor, who's out right now, and who is the other back? Damian, of course. So Damian, J.J., Joe out. That's tough as you want to break in this offense, but 6.5 weeks to go till opening day.
Just saw Nick Chubb take a handoff from C.J. Stroud. It was like,
nice,
whoa.
Nice. Let's get
some of that. Closeness, seeing Nick. Man, that's...
Yeah,
I wrote, well, hopefully this is going to be up on HoustonTexans.com very soon. I wrote
it will be. He's working on it.
90-man roster, breakdown offense, defense, a little blurb on each guy. That to me was the wow signing, like, wow, I did not see that coming.
That was the wow. That was like Diggs
the wow
last year in a way.
yeah.
I mean, Chubb is every bit of that, really. As a running back, my gosh, when he's in top form, when he's in top health. All right, joining us right now, our Texans TV preseason television broadcast sideline reporter, Shelby Coppedge. Shelby, how's it going?
I'm so excited to be here. Year 2, I'm not a rookie because last year I wore pants day 1.
Yeah,
but no one could say I wasn't professional.
That was a rookie move.
That was.
Such a rookie move. I think, wait, is Ryan from PR wearing pants? Somebody was wearing pants over there.
Ryan was wearing pants.
What?
Oh, God.
They got to be the really thin, like PGA golfer type pants.
But even at that point,
it's like cocktail napkin
even at that
thinness.
point, man, you gotta let the legs breathe, man.
It's an icebreaker for him. Maybe it's on purpose.
Yet Johnny wears the long sleeves, and a lot of the coaches wear the long sleeves to keep the sun off of them.
Oh, I have my sunscreen in the purse every hour. I will not get extra wrinkles. I refuse. I reject it.
And here's the good thing: we play 3 preseason games, and they are all
indoors.
Yeah,
yes.
I'm so excited to go to these stadiums, just traveling with y'all last year. The Steelers, Minneapolis, Detroit, it's just like so epic. And then, of course, here, it's just, I'm so excited. People are like, it's preseason. This, to me, is everything. I know, I'm so excited. This is just going to be an awesome year.
Yeah, and people say, oh, it's preseason, but the stories that are told here go a long way toward what happens in not only these players' careers, but for the team in the regular season, because a lot of these guys that you might not think are not household names in the third and fourth quarters, they end up playing big roles, making big plays for you throughout the course of a season. A play here, a play there means so much.
It's just also the access. You don't get that in regular season. Kind of like how the XFL used to be. You could go up to a player right after they score or something. You know, you have CJ on the sideline talking, relaxed. He's not having to go in. This is a preseason game. He's having fun with his team. It's just a different environment that you wouldn't get in regular season.
Was that your most memorable interview last year?
It has to be.
Yeah. Now, you were equipped, though, because weren't you talking to his mom before?
Oh, I'll do my stalking, Mark. Yep, I saw him say hi to her. I think I asked Omar, I was like, is it okay if I just go say hi to her? And he's like, yeah, she's nice. So I said hi really fast, and I said, I'm going to interview your son, fourth quarter, third quarter. Is there anything just fun you might want me to say? And she said that he used to refuse to eat his meals, that he did not like some of the healthy meals she made. And so I asked him about it, and I think he was so shocked I talked to his mom, because that's just, you know, a man's mother. You're talking to my mom. But he started laughing, and just like, that's not a person that gives you much emotion. So it was awesome to show that side of players, especially him.
So who do you like better in your announced team, me or ND?
Oh,
no, I'm kidding. Don't answer that.
Is
No.
ND listening?
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I like ND more than me anyways.
All of y'all
What was that experience like, Shelby, just being, there was the first year the four of us have been together doing preseason games. What was that experience like? First one, nervous, not? By week 3, felt like you had it down. What was that experience kind of like going through last year?
Always good nerves. If I'm ever not nervous before a big game, I'm just not respecting my job. So I have those good, excited nerves, different than scared nerves. You know, I talked to my mom throughout my whole broadcasting career, and every time I'm like, I get to do this, I get to do this. But the Texans was wow, like, this is next level. I don't think either of us have ever been so proud or so excited. My mom was who told me about Nick Chubb right away. She's the biggest football fan ever. So I think the Texans was just, I one, had to know I deserved to be here, but two, I also just couldn't believe I was there, you know, and with y'all, the most welcoming crew. I'm so excited. I do not care. It's preseason. To me, it's everything.
Yeah. Well, we feel that way about preseason.
Yep. Yeah.
I always joke
Absolutely.
that I'm in the oppressed minority of people who love the preseason games because it's just, there's no stress really. You're just looking for the stories. You're looking for progress. You're looking for plays. And I like that. In, was it Pittsburgh where we got the touchdown to Tank Dell last year?
Yeah.
That was such a preseason moment right there. That was awesome just to see that. And then he ends up making big plays, obviously, for the squad. But it ended badly in the Kansas City game. But you have all these different storylines coming through. Okay, so
D'Amico said that was his favorite part of that game, was Tank Dell's touchdown,
good.
too.
Yep. Good.
Yeah,
I'm telling you, when Tank does something, and obviously Tank is on PUP in Pittsburgh, but whenever he does something in that building, this place goes absolutely berserk. And it's so fun to see. And I wish he were healthy because Tank would be one of the interviews you would probably do down on the sidelines during a game.
Well, you can't not
so
love
fun.
a guy who is already making it clear what team he wants to be picked by before he's drafted.
That's right.
You know,
That's right.
DMing the Texans social media saying, I'm here, pick me. Like, you're already up with that guy, that Cougar. So it's awesome.
Shelby Coppedge joining us, Texans TV sideline reporter. Okay, you were doing some Astros studio stuff too, right?
Yeah.
I wasn't monitoring that closely as far as the one-loss record, but it felt like you were on a string of losses with them a little bit, and you finally got a big win on Saturday night.
That's a test.
Am I right on that?
That's a test. Have to talk about L's.
No. I think I was about, honestly, 50-50. My best one was Christian Walker had a huge walk-off home run.
Okay.
So there were some good moments here and there, but it's great because I have so many reps now coming into preseason, whereas last year, you know, summer is more slow for most sports. And so I feel like I'm already getting momentum, so I'm even more excited for the start.
When you're doing that studio stuff, that's Bogusevic, right? You're working with. So you watch the game on a big monitor, just talk about themes or whatever with the producer, and just go with it after the game, right?
That's why post game is so crazy because there's no rundown. They're in your ear telling you this is the segment, and I have no idea what I'm going to say. Like, all right, let's just go. But Brian is like, John, like, I'm with the best analysts. If I have any question, they never make me feel dumb. You know, I'm a volleyball analyst, and when my play-by-play asks me questions, I want to explain it fully.
Yeah, that's a good point. All right, so volleyball.
Yeah.
You've done every kind of volleyball. You've been in China. You were in Serbia this summer.
Yeah. There's honestly, other than the national championship or Olympics, there's no volleyball I haven't covered. I'm pretty confident in my volleyball resume.
Okay.
So.
But Serbia this summer, right?
Yeah, I was in Serbia for the VNL, which is the tournament that qualifies countries for the Olympics whenever it's that time. So that was men's volleyball, which I honestly was not as excited about because it's only kills and aces, which, by the way,
those dudes are freaky now.
They're freaks. Which, weird fact, overseas, like, it shows difference of cultures. We can't say kill. It's too violent. We have to say attack. So I can't say kill. It's just funny.
Attack doesn't mean it's done, though.
I know. That's what I'm saying.
That's not the result.
Wow, Mark. Well, you call volleyball. Yeah, you know.
I have called volleyball on the radio.
Exactly.
Johnny.
It's like saying
you're versatile like that.
Catch or touchdown. Two very different things.
I'll say this about men's volleyball on the radio. It's more like football because the play doesn't last that long, and it gives a lot of time for the analysts.
Yeah.
Because in women's, on the radio, it's like doink, doink, doink. I mean, you have to describe so much, and the rallies go on and on. For the men, it's just set, kill, boom, next serve.
Well, you know who's a hell of a volleyball player? In high school, Nico Iamaliava. Stud.
Oh, wow.
Really? In high school?
He was a five-star football player, ended up at Tennessee, then the whole thing this summer, he ends up back home in UCLA. I went to go find football highlights of him, so I put his name into YouTube and, just his name. The first thing that popped up was volleyball highlights. Oh, my God. He came from the outside left and killed one.
Jumping ability.
I was like,
I'll have to
how
watch
good
that
were you
tape.
in college, Shelby?
To be honest, I was a head case. When I missed a serve, I was like hitting the ground, cussing. I was not. No, I just couldn't let my mistakes go. And that's, any athlete will tell you, you have to be a goldfish, short-term memory. Even in broadcasting, like, you're going to say something dumb in a game. When you talk for 4 hours, you have to forget it and let it go.
I've never done that, but
no,
yeah, I've heard.
Anyone besides you.
Yeah, of course.
So that was my struggle, but, I've gotten so much better at that. But, I was the feisty ankle biter.
Did you see that Roger Federer, then this applies to everything in life, that graduation speech or whatever he did where he talked about, I have won, I'm going to get the numbers wrong, but something like 80% of the matches I played. He's Roger Federer. He said, how many points do you think I've won? Like, what percentage of the points played did I win?
It's like 54%.
It was 54%.
Yeah.
He said barely over half. Yeah. He said, I've lost almost as many points as I've won. I've had to be able to move on from the mistakes, go to the next thing. And I saw another thing about that. The great athletes, they do get that amnesia when necessary.
Yeah.
They are able to shake it off, move on to the next. It's so important. And it's important in life, too. You got to shake off your mistakes, learn from them. We had D'Angelo Ross on last night, and he said one of the key things for him, he's been in the league since 2019. He's not a star, but he's surviving. He said, you got to be useful. And when you do make a mistake, this is actually good for the sideline. When you do make a mistake, you have to listen to the coaches and not make that mistake again. If you're down here a while, which he has.
If you stay healthy and you don't repeat your mistakes, you'll and
you're a really good athlete. And
no. But if those two just do those two things.
Yeah.
Everybody's, I don't want to say the same athletic ability out here, but if you do those two things in the league, you stay healthy, you don't repeat your mistakes, you'll end up playing 10 to 12 years, make a few Pro Bowls, depending on where your talent level actually does measure up. But that's really what you have to be able to do. I think about rookies all the time that have a good week. Oh, man, that dude had a great week. And then gone for 2, hamstring, done. You have to be able to stack days as a rookie, and in anything you really do. Now, in our business, you're not really going to be hurt, I don't think. But you get laryngitis second day. But, again, it's the same kind of thing. It's like stacking days. Tomorrow, we will be even better than we were today.
Yep.
Not as good as Shelby, but we'll be better tomorrow, and then the day after that, and the day after that.
Shelby, we have some donuts here. I don't know if you want any, but all right. So I'm going to put you on the spot
After our 3 games, I'm eating all the donuts.
You are a fitness freak, right?
So
you tell me, give the listeners a good eating or workout tip or something that they can take with them. Something that maybe you utilize other than I don't eat anything because it's probably the case.
I eat a lot.
So what do you do?
I actually just started taking creatine. I was always scared of it.
Really?
I started 2 months ago. I do 1 scoop a day. Started at half a scoop. Even when you don't work out, take it. But
what has that done
what's the
for
benefit?
You?
Well, actually, it's really good for your brain. So I didn't know that. It makes you very focused. I do feel stronger. I feel vascular, I kind of not.
I look
so it works for me. But my friends, I make a Shelby Bowl. I've eaten the same thing since literally 2017 when I moved back to Houston, which is ground turkey, hummus, broccoli, jasmine rice every day.
I'll die from all my allergies to everything.
Oh, really?
I'm allergic to everything in that bowl.
I didn't know that.
I'm joking, but I'm allergic to anything in that bowl. I've gone out to dinner with you. I've seen what you eat, and I've seen what I eat. It's different worlds.
Can we put some melted cheese on that?
Yeah.
Can we queso?
If you eat something enough, you start to crave it.
Oh, really?
I know you won't believe me.
If you eat well, you crave the good food.
Yeah.
Yes, I've heard that.
Yeah.
That's a rumor I've heard. So
okay,
anyway.
so better diet, you or Nick Cacerio?
Oh God. Well, he told us last year that he doesn't eat meat, just fish, which I was shocked about because he's pretty. I would say he's
jacked.
more bulky, than lean.
Jacked.
He has no body fat, of course, but he has a lot of muscle. So when he said he doesn't eat meat, I was shocked.
So he just eats the fish.
Yeah.
Wait, we were all in the room, and I want to leave you on this one because I tell this story. We've told it on the air. I tell it to people. Aziz Al-Shire, the visit we had with him last year was incredible, right? I mean, we all left there with this tremendous impression of him, which was pretty good anyway. And then when all that stuff went down last year, I thought, you don't really know him. You don't know him the way we know him, that kind of thing.
Well, it's interesting because Nick Haley recruited him in college, so it's already cool to see these relationships happen going back when they were teenagers, and now to see the kind of person they are, like you said, it's amazing. And pathetic when he left. I was like, what am I doing with my life?
Yeah, we all felt that way. I need to help people more. Anyway, Shelby, it's great to see you. Look forward to the games. It'll be, wait a minute, is it 2 weeks from Saturday night? Yes,
2
weeks from Saturday night. We are on the air.
Well, afternoon.
Afternoon. It's a 3 o'clock game. On the air at Vikingville.
could not thank y'all enough for bringing me back. This is the highlight of my life.
Stay away from the tunnel there, right,
Okay.
Johnny? Because they have the fire stuff. Well, they don't do
That's
fire.
the other side.
That's the other
Now,
side.
it's the summer, so the doors would probably be open.
It'll be
if it were
different.
later in the year, I'd be like,
Okay.
the doors would be cold.
In the regular season, that
You
place.
just can't join in on the sculpture.
Oh, right. We talked about this.
That you can't do. But other than that,
It does
it's a good place to
feel
watch
like
a football game, man.
you're
Unless you're
going-
getting your ass kicked like last year. That was
Yeah.
not fun.
It sounds like when they do the skull, like you're actually about to go to war.
Yeah. It's wild.
It's a different kind of intimidation.
They're schooled very, very well in that chant.
I wonder in the
somehow.
preseason what they're going to do. We'll find out together. 3
Can't
o'clock,
wait.
2 weeks from Saturday. Shelby, thanks a lot.
Thanks for having me.
There's Shelby Coppedge, our sideline reporter for Texans TV. Coming up, update you on camp, the roster. What are we seeing so far as they're doing group install right now? They're about to get into it with the 11-on-11 stuff shortly. We'll keep you posted. And Reggie and John are on after us. They'll have Will Anderson Jr. on their show, so stick around. It's Texans Radio.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
How do we solve the world's most complex medical problems? At Houston, the way in performing double lung transplants for critically ill patients.
We're also performing advanced heart transplantation for adults with congenital heart disease, giving them new hope.
That's the difference between practicing medicine and leading it. Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
You know what having fun your way is really like? It's never-ending options and rewards at over 50 destinations nationwide. It's Caesar's Rewards. Dine at Hell's Kitchen at Caesar's Palace, Las Vegas. Party the night away at Harrah's, New Orleans. Or bet big on table games at Horseshoe, Bossier City. With Caesar's Rewards, you earn benefits for every way you play. Book your trip at Caesars.com and sign up for Caesar's Rewards today. Must be 21 or older to gamble. Know when to stop before you start. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-522-4700.
Rooting for the family team has become quite the tradition at Amity Bank. It's something we grew up doing, and it's something that defines who we are. We're also big fans of rooting for family businesses. Because in all of our years of banking, we found that when we treat every business like family, they tend to prosper. So, if you're a family business and you need a bank, come see us today. Amity Bank. Here you grow. A division of Zions Bank Corporation, N.A., member FDIC.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
The Houston Texans and Chevron have teamed up with
Texans Training Camp Live.
Here we go.
Now, back to the show.
So, among the players who look like they've widened, that they've spent extra time in the weight room, I would nominate Kaimi Fairbairn. I think that he looks a little bit bigger, like he spent a little bit more time with the weights. I could be wrong about this. I mean, he's not Brevin Jordan, okay, who walked by here twice the size of the way he looked as a rookie in 2021.
2021, fifth year.
Johnny.
Fifth year for Brev.
This whole era, we're deep into it now with year 5 of the Cacerio era, because you think of the 2021 guys like Davis Mills and Brevin Jordan, Nico Collins.
Yeah.
They are here.
Yep.
And we got year 3 of D'Amico going on right now, and there's just a way of doing things. The first year they established it. The second year they lived through it. And now, as I said at the outset of the show, they know what they are not. They know how things can go when you just don't have the kind of offense that you were hoping to put together. But this offensive line is going to be a construction project throughout the next 6.5 weeks. And with the situation at health at running back, with no Joe Mixon, he's on the NFI, non-football injury list, Damian Pierce on training camp PUP, we don't know when they're coming back. But Nick Chubb is going to get a lot of work here. He looks good to go.
He does. Boy, look, it's one handoff, but when a guy's coming off a devastating knee injury and a foot injury last year, to see him with a little bit of burst. Now, how many reps is he going to get against opposing defenses, whether it's the Texans or whether it's somebody else? Joint practices, I would imagine he's going to get some, all that kind of stuff. But just good to see Nick. It's still surreal. It is surreal to see Nick Chubb out here with the Texans. It was sort of like a guy who retired yesterday, Tyrann Mathieu.
Yeah.
The Badger, man, when I put this on Twitter. He walked in studio in 2018 with us. And I remember thinking, well, he's tiny. Like, he was smaller than Vanderkid at the time. And I think Vanderkid was like a freshman. He was small, and I was like, this dude? Like, this is one of my favorite. Like, this guy? I mean, I knew he's, like, small, but I didn't know that. And then you watch him, and you're like, that's the magic of him. And hopefully that's the magic of Nick Chubb, is that whether it's a year or he's got 5 left, whatever it is, that he's able to contribute to this team and help lead him to a championship.
Yeah, they might just have to piece it together any which way they can at running back right now. With no Pierce and no Mixon.
Right now.
And you got Chubb. But Dari's going to find a way, and health is a good way to find yourself a roster spot. Right. And Dare looks yoked. Dare knows what it takes. We talked about what D'Angelo Ross told us last night. Dare knows what it takes to stick around.
Heck yeah, he does.
He's been a threat to be cut every camp he's been to, including this one.
That's right. And I'm sure he probably goes into that weekend of, all right, is this it? And yet he's going into 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. This is 9th year. 9th year. I'm not even going to tell you what a former coach once said. Okay, it's team. All right. It's time for me to go.
Okay,
it's
Johnny, you got to go. We're going to get John Lopez in here to get us updated on what is going to happen on In the Loop, which is coming up in a few moments after we're done here. So we're going to have a Vandermeer Lopez reunion show.
You're darn right we are.
That's going to take 120 seconds here. Let's go. Let's go. What do you got? You got Will Anderson Jr. today, right?
We have Will Anderson Jr. today. We have a lot of early camp observations already. I mean, I know the fans are going to want to hear all about that. It's interesting comings and goings and who's where and all that stuff. But, I'm just trying to stack days, man.
You're stacking days. This is day one.
Here's the difference, though.
Yeah.
I try to stack days 365 days a year. Like, I'm just trying to stack another day.
No,
I'm at that point in my life where I just want to stack a day. Forget about training camp. Forget about everything else. Just please stack one more day.
And it's preferably as many days on the boat as possible.
Oh,
right?
I'm really stacking those. Although the football season is my favorite time of the year, like everybody else. You just my fishing a little bit.
Okay, so when you are fishing, like on a Saturday during football season, you listen to the Aggies, or do you keep in touch another way? Just listening can be kind of intense, and you don't want to disturb your rhythm and the fish. And you tell me.
This is not bragging, because I probably shouldn't do it. I actually watch the games on the boat while I fish.
That's fine. It's not like you're driving.
Well, sometimes I am.
Yeah, but it's a boat. You got a lot of room. You're an experienced boatsman.
And there's no lanes. You can veer a little bit.
Yep.
You can veer a little bit. But
when I'm on my sailboat, I put on, what else am I going to put on? But yacht rock.
Yacht rock, baby.
Of course.
Yeah, you got to do it. I thought of you yesterday because of Black Sabbath, because of
Ozzy.
Ozzy.
Yeah, how about that?
We did a little tribute, played a little bit.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
I would have enjoyed that.
The thing about that is when you hear an Ozzy Osbourne Black Sabbath song, you immediately are rocking.
Yeah,
it is heavy duty rock.
How about he did that concert a few weeks ago?
It was 2 weekends ago. I watched some
incredible.
of it. Yeah,
and, Mr. Crowley does all that stuff, and then he passes away.
Yeah.
And you know what? 76, right?
Yes.
So you know my theory on this with all these rockers going in their 70s.
What's that?
Remember when your parents said, you do that, you're going to take 10 years off your life. Here's the 10, okay? Bowie went when he was 70. Glenn Frey went when he was 70. Ozzy, 76.
I should have gone about 15 years ago.
You're still here. Stacking days. John Lopez.
Stacking days, baby.
And Reggie's coming up as well. So in the loop on the way here. And thank you, Aaron. Thank you, Ben, for producing. Tomorrow we're going to have Nick Cacerio on at 8:30, among many other things on the program. Should have Henry To'oto'o on, and also Tremont Smith, among others. So let's hear it all tomorrow. But keep listening in the loop coming up next. Have a great day. Go Texans.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
At Kroger, you never compromise.
Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
Clogging the toilet like at somebody else's house and you can't find them.
That's not awkward at all. When you dumb and dumber it? Not awkward at all. Yes, it is too.
You're in the loop. Sports Radio's.
You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. You got John Lopez. I'm Reginald Atatula Figgy Fig with you, as well as you, as we're getting going. We're underway.
We are underway.
Things have already gotten popping here at the training camp, Houston Methodist Training Center, where day one of Houston Texans Training Camp 2025 is indeed underway. Man, it's good to be out here, brother.
Good to be out here. Never gets old, man. Never, ever, ever gets old. I've kind of lost count. This is 30-something, and I was hopping in. And I'm not promising any hopping in tomorrow, but I was hopping in today, and happy to see another camp. Time to get it going, man. And we have a lot happening already out here.
Yeah, already a lot of things going on, and get involved with the program. We always want you to do that by texting in 713-572-4610, and then also appreciation to the Mo Karam Injury Lawyer live stream.
We keep it 100.
Both on the YouTube page, Sports Radio 610, and on the Twitch 610 Houston. Man, it's quite a sight to behold, Lopez. This is my first time getting to be out here at training camp, and it is really glorious.
There's my backpack right there.
Ain't nobody touching that.
You got to carry my backpack. No. But anyway, go ahead.
I ain't got to do nothing to stay black and die. That backpack going to be there if you don't take it. I hope you want your stuff. No, it's been really fun to see, and there's a lot of energy, as to be expected with this Houston Texans team, man. Like, as much as this is a momentous occasion, the start of the way this particular iteration of the organization is operated, these dudes have been kind of in training camp mode all off season.
Yeah, that's the old days are the old days. Back when they would sell insurance in the off season. It's a year round.
We talk about 40 years ago.
Yes, exactly. Really 20 sometimes, but no, it's a year round proposition, and we can start there. We can start there with some of the observations. I know our listeners, we appreciate you guys joining us on YouTube and Twitch and everywhere else. Text board 713-572-4610, as Reggie pointed out earlier. I know they don't want us to bury the lead, so let's not bury the lead. Some of the things that are hopping out there, passing thoughts, if you will, that are jumping off the page.
Do we have to do the thing
here early? Do we have to do the thing, Figgy?
If you want to. Yeah,
let's do the thing.
You got some OG passing thoughts?
I got I think 14 of them already.
14? Okay.
Yeah.
Let's get it then.
Experience, wisdom, opinions, barbecue sauce. Our guy Lopez has it all and shares it with you.
I used to go into the clubhouse and I just
It's time for the OG's passing thoughts.
Tell me a story, OG.
Yeah. Even out here in front of everybody?
I'm banned from the clubhouse here. But anyway, all right, let's get into it. You mentioned, the off season and, year-round thing. I already have a leader in the club. Now it's early because they're wearing their uniforms, and it's kind of hard to get a good gauge on the body transformation thing that we always talk about. Leader for body transformation is freaking Nick Cacerio. He's always been in great shape. We know that. He eats hummus and stuff like that. But
that's the indicator that you don't change your body. Eating hummus.
He's eating hummus.
That's what's going to do it, huh?
And all that. But you were in there.
I was.
He's always been in great shape. Did you see his biceps?
I was personally very taken by the things that he was saying, but I guess his biceps were bicepping. Well, I guess is the way to say that.
When I was checking him out,
come on, dog.
When I was.
We 4 minutes into this thing, bro.
When I was checking him out, he's got some guns going this year. So that's the early.
This was not bearing the lead, huh?
That was it. Well, I got some other ones. Let's get into the football aspect of it. Yeah, that's not a bad point actually. All right, let's get onto the field. And the important thing to note is the physically unable to perform list.
Yes.
And some of them are very, very predictable. Some of them we did predict, in fact. Such as Trent Brown, Trent Brown, I talked about it yesterday. I said that I thought he was going to be one of those guys that the Laramie Tunsil treatment, on the field, helping out, doing everything that he needs to do to help people on the offensive line, but not perform. So he is on the physically unable to perform list as we expected. Others, there's only one thing to really note on this list, because all of them are predictable. Tank Dell, Jimmy Ward.
Sure.
By the way, Nick Cacerio said he's going to be out here.
He did report, by the way.
Did report. They're going to let the process take its course.
We'll give you more of what Cacerio, and you heard that live right here on Sports Radio 610. But I thought there were some notable things, obviously, whenever the general manager of this team speaks.
Some others that of note: a lot of defensive linemen, Folu Fatukasi, Kurt Heinisch, Derek Barnett, Danico Autry. No big surprises there, but the big one that you have to note: running back Dameon Pierce on the physically unable to perform list. He needs this, brother. He needs to be out here every chance he gets.
He does. We were just seeing him ride by on a cart, and I don't know exactly what those gentlemen were up to, but he didn't look like the happiest. Was he helping set up the field? Is that what was happening?
Yeah.
But, yeah, he didn't look the super happiest as they were heading out to kind of do their rehab work out there. And I don't know, I can't really like put any I can't put any stock into what that means, right? Like the idea he didn't look happy. He might have just, he might have some indigestion this morning, right?
Yeah.
I have no idea. But I mean, it would track if he was just in that place where he's looking at everybody else get their work, understanding the idea that there's like 5 running backs on this team that could easily make the roster, and thinking, dang it, why am I over here instead of over there? Like, that very much could be
very
his thought
much
process.
so. Another passing thought. Let's talk about the offensive line. It's already out there.
Wait, before we move on from the list, you talked about the physically unable to perform list. Shout out to Sally on the YouTube page who said, is Mixon out with the same injury he had last year from that hip drop tackle? He is out. He, along with Elijah Huzzy, they are on the non-football injury list, which that raised as Johnson, like he's been walking in the booth. Shout out to Aaron Wilson, who's had that kind of nugget over the offseason. The idea that it's not physically unable to perform but non-football injury would say, no, it's not that same injury, something that happened over the offseason, and that's going to be something to watch for this camp. When is he able to, get in here and play? And then obviously just if you want to get to the salacious nature of it, do we ever find out what actually was that injury? Because non-football injury is in the title. That is not something that occurred on the football field.
Correct. I'm glad you brought that up because that was on my notes and I didn't get to it. All right, let's talk about the offensive line. The biggest story of training camp. I've been saying, you've heard the promos, you've given me a hard time. Figgy hopes that Blake Fisher punches me in the nose.
That's right.
But
I'm going to see if I can make it happen, too. I'm going to instigate.
The first group was pretty much the starters we expected coming into camp. Ariante Ursery was at right tackle. Tay Ursery running with the first team. Very significant, at least in terms of he's going to have the first chance. Now, Trent Brown, as we mentioned, on the PUP list, but I think they're going to give Ursery every chance he can.
Yeah, so that was the walkthrough period, which was the very first one that we got.
Yeah.
What is notable, that very first line that they put out there was it looked kind of like what you would imagine the leaders in the clubhouse were, but also there's a couple of names that maybe make you think, is this possibly just we're mixing up the lines, which would be a reasonable thing to do as you're trying to get competition and different works and what does not. Obviously, Cam Robinson left, Laken Tomlinson left guard. Those things feel normal. Jared Patterson was back with, I guess, this group as the center. Again, I don't want to call them starters because I don't know if that's the kind of thought process that they have there.
It's the first group on the field.
Correct. Yeah. Thank you. And then Jarrett Patterson, and then as I mentioned, you had Tyce Howard at right guard, as I think we have imagined he would be. And then as you mentioned, Tay Ursery at right tackle, where I noticed looking at him, there's a big deal. Him being drafted was one of the things he needs to work on is he's still very vertical. Or he's very vertical as a blocker, right? Like in his stance. There was much made by D'Amico about how he's, in minicamp he had done a good job of kind of getting that down a little bit.
Yeah.
And of course I can't juxtapose that with this necessarily. I didn't see it personally. I did see him personally today, and he is much more upright than any other offensive lineman, Blake Fisher included. I think that's still something that he's going to need to work on because that's a power issue. I know he's a big dude generally. He's a big MFer anyways. Yeah. But you got to be able to get that down into a more powerful stance because there's big boys in this league. There's strong boys in this league coming off that edge, and if you are upright, you will be knocked backwards, and that's the last thing that we need for C.J. Stroud this year.
Correct. And just to add on to what you mentioned about Jared Patterson going out there, also worth noting, Jake Andrews took, I think 2, maybe 3, but for sure 2 reps with that first group as well at center. So it looks like Jared Patterson got out there first, but Jake Andrews, who was taking reps during the minicamp, was def first team as well. Nick Chubb, full go, first in line. I think that's significant. They had several running back drills when we were out there. By the way, for those interested, they did a little bit of 11 on 11 right now on the second field. We'll keep you up to date on anything we see out there. But Nick Chubb, I didn't see anything that would indicate. Now, it's clear that, we'll see how he withstands training camp and withstands hits and preseason games and all that. But full go, first in line. That's big to me.
I think so.
Nick Chubb.
It would stand to reason, though, even if we weren't going off of just like talent or capabilities or even the way that they think about the player right now. Let's say that they're lining dudes up and they're just going off of a level of seniority. He's the next guy if Joe Mixon is not out there, which he is not. Nick Chubb is the guy who you run out there first.
But did everything. I mean, he could have been on the PUP list. We didn't know.
That is fair.
We didn't know, and I thought that was relatively significant. Another couple things here, passing thoughts, and this is one where, I mentioned at the start of the show, this is like my 30-something training camp. By the way, the first camp I ever did, I tweeted this morning.
You tweeted at that camp?
I tweeted a picture from the first camp I ever did, 1988 in San Marcos, Texas. An assistant defensive backs coach, or maybe he was the defensive backs coach, went on to a little bit of success. Was one Nick Saban with the Houston Oilers in 1988.
I've heard of him.
So this is just kind of experience talking. Maybe I don't know anything, but this is just something that I noticed from previous camps, 2 or 3 years. The first team, and you mentioned it, sort of just there was kind of walk through, 3/4 speed type stuff. They took more actual reps, like more snaps of the ball before the second team got out there. Usually they go, just for those who don't know, 2 or 3 with the first group, the perceived tech first group.
Well, literally first on the field.
Yeah,
group,
first on the field.
The way we'll say
2 or 3 with the second on the field, 2 or 3 with maybe the third or fourth quarterback with the second on the team. But the first group, twice, they took like between 8 or 9 reps consecutively, which is very unusual for them to do. And what I put together, and I'm interested in y'all's thoughts, I think this is new offense, new blocking pattern, new assignments. Let's try to give the first group as many reps as possible.
I can see that. I think that could very much make sense. Again, I do think, though, that's a mixed group. So I would imagine, especially if you're talking about competition, throwing things out there, that you'd want to, have everybody get some reps. But I guess I could easily see how that's the case.
But
I feel
CJ.
Yeah, that is fair.
CJ was out there for all of them.
No, that's true, as he's commanding all of them.
And most of the offensive line, if not, well, I guess Jake Andrews went in a couple times, but most of the offensive line was out there for all of them. So I could see that. Oh, by the way, speaking of burying the lead, C.J. Stroud, he's out here. And going through everything, we know there was a little bit of a, not controversy, but a discussion. Drama during minicamp about not throwing. I've been keeping an eye on the second field as we're talking here. I haven't seen him take any rep off. He's taken every rep. He's looked like C.J. Stroud. He's gotten the ball where it needs to go.
He's beautiful. He's beautiful. Yeah. You mentioned that first on-the-field group from the line perspective. That was very much where my eyes were in that, that kind of team walkthrough that they started the day off with. Not anything particularly novel, but a lot of kind of duo blocks, things of that nature.
Yeah.
As we're getting used to what we might see from Nick Caley in this offense. I was like, all right, there's operating from places of power, I imagine, from the offensive line, making sure that they get up there. 2 guys, 2 hands on, or rather 2 people on that first line of defense working up to a linebacker. I'm very encouraged and excited to see what the run game looks like if you do have more of those opportunities when you're running the football.
Another couple passing thoughts here on the first day of training camp. Appreciate you guys joining us. Hey, Figgy, we have some pet cat points.
Oh, yes.
We have some pet cat points that are already percolating.
Can we explain this again for anybody that may not have caught it? So we did a little bit of a pet cat draft as a way to another lens to look at training camp through some of the guys that we're most interested in. Each of us got 3 of them. In fact, there's a listener group as well of some other additional guys that we're looking at. My team consists of Woody Marks, Brevin Jordan, and who was my third?
Jalen Smith.
That's right. Yeah. Jalen Smith, the cornerback.
My list was Jalen Knoll, Nick Chubb, and Arthur Mollett. Figgy's list was Ariante Ursery, Jake Andrews, and Christian Kirk. Correct me if I'm wrong, or add to this list, but we have some pet cat points. Chalk one, Ariante Ursery. Just being out there with the first group, Figgy, you already got a point.
Okay.
And
do I have to keep track of these? Is that what happens?
I'm keeping track.
Good, thank God.
Chalk.
Wait, I should probably still keep them. I don't know if I trust your math.
And chalk a point up for Reggie. Well, you're gonna have to trust my math today because I don't have it. Oh no, I do get 1 point.
He's like, now that I think about it, and I'm doing the math, I get a point as well.
Chalk a point up for Reggie because Brevin Jordan, when you talk about the skill position players that were rotating with the first group, he was the first one out there after, by the way, Cade Stover, and we'll get to that in a second, was with the first group, first play of the first drill, where Cade Stover was on the field. So that's interesting, and I'll get to that in a second.
I was over there when they moved to individual drills. I went over to get a better look at cornerbacks and wide receivers. That's going to be a very interesting portion for me. And tight ends, obviously. Pass catchers were all together. And you mentioned Brevin Jordan. Him, Luke Lachey. I mean, this is just going to be a personal thing for me. I know the things that get my attention when it comes to players. Those dudes move smooth.
Yeah.
And, of course, those, that's kind of something that you expect, especially for a Brevin Jordan athletic tight end that you look at as, like, real pass catcher more on that end of tight end versus a blocker. But him and Luke Lachey, they were kind of doing some tandem drills. Both of them move real smooth. I'm excited. Plus, Brevin just looks like the composition of him right now looks real good.
So you get a point for that. Tell me if I get a point for Nick Chubb.
Figgy, I'll let you make the decision because I'm going to be a hater if I have to make it by myself.
I mean, I'm trying to figure out what you basing this point on.
He could have been on the. He could off of.
I'm first one on the field.
If that's the case, yeah, I feel like you do get a point for that.
All right.
But it's a little tricky because, like Joe Mixon, I feel like he might be probably resting a little bit. I don't know, but yeah. So I think I'll give you a point for that.
All right, so we each have 1 point. Here's the thing, though. The leader in the clubhouse by far, and none of us picked him, is Cade Stover. We're going to hear from Nick Cacerio, but Nick Cacerio went, frankly, about as giddy as he could get on a player on Cade Stover. You'll hear that in just a bit. Then Cade Stover's out there on the very first snap, and Cade Stover has been rotating in as I'm trying to watch from here. It's a little bit of a distance, rotating in as also. Cade Stover, if any of our listeners had him as their pet cat, it's looking good for him.
Fair enough. I understand that I'm introducing some introducing some more I guess nomenclature, for lack of a better term, from the A through 2. What are y'all doing identifying players with pet cats? All right, so big time. I think we've had him on the show. Brian Broaddus, big time Super Bowl winning scout with the Packers. He's been around the league, worked with the Cowboys, with the Eagles as well. I think he ran a draft one time for the Eagles. He likes, especially in the draft evaluation, calling a player a pet cat, a player that he is uniquely interested in that process, one that catches his eye.
Basically.
Yeah, exactly. And so with that being the case, during training camp, we're kind of looking at it somewhat through a lens of who are the guys that we're uniquely interested in. And so those are some of the ones that have popped. On day one of Houston Texans training camp, we are on the road to the 2025 season. Ladies and gentlemen, at Houston Methodist Training Center, and we're going to give you all the sights and sounds as much as we can on Houston Sports Leader in your home of the Houston Texans, Sports Radio 610. All right, you're in the loop right here. Coming up next, we mentioned Nick Cacerio opened this thing up by talking, and he had a lot of interesting things to say. Let's give you our impressions of some of the things that we heard from the general manager of the Houston Texans next.
All right, let's talk about the Pasadena Livestock Show and Rodeo. Fish.
Visit salarmyeds.org to donate or volunteer. Every donation brings hope. Every hand makes a difference. That's salarmyeds.org.
It's Texans Training Camp, live from the Houston Methodist Training Center. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. You got John Lopez. I'm Reginald Attitude LaFiggy Fig. We're live from the Houston Methodist Training Center for day one of Houston Texans training camp. I'm over here chuckling because our engineer, Aaron Rabel, who, again, he might need a point on the pet count. I don't even know how that works, but give him a point. One, our setup is phenomenal out here. It is a beautiful day in Houston, Texas. It's a little warm. I'll admit, it's a little warm.
This was a passing thought that slipped through the cracks. Probably the hottest first day I can remember the last few years.
It's cool. I ain't mad at it.
It's hot.
It feels very good under this tent in our very nice location right here by Field 1.
Nobody cares about that, but it is.
No, they don't. No, they don't. But I did want to appreciate him for the setup and bringing in some donuts.
How about that?
Shout out him starting off camp the right way. Also starting off camp was Nick Cacerio, the general manager of this team. He talked to the assembled media. And there were some interesting things within there. There's obviously, I think we start, for me, with a Joe Mixon. This is before we even got the designations on the roster, so we did not know at that point that he was NFI, but we did know, or NFI, I should specify, on the non- football, which means the injury, the ankle that he is dealing with is maybe something that happened, something that happened away from the football field. But he was asked on his approach, because we did know coming into that Joe Mixon has some level of injury that he's dealing with. What is the approach to handling Joe Mixon?
Yeah, I'd say a lot of players, it's really every player is a little bit different, so whatever their situation is, wherever they are medically, we kind of take it one day at a time. I'm not going to put any timetables on anything, so we'll deal with it. We have 90 players that are here. Some are able to practice, some aren't. At some point, they'll be able to practice. So as far as what it looks like once the regular season starts, probably a long way away from that. So I think it's important for everybody to go out there and kind of establish their level of play, their performance, take advantage of their opportunities. This camp is going to be about competition. That's what it's going to be about. The roster will kind of sort itself out, but like I mentioned a little bit earlier, 20 practices, 3 preseason games, try to get a good evaluation of the players we feel we need to get evaluation of, and then put ourselves into position really with the focus. Again, the Rams are one of the best football teams in the league, so, it's going to be a big challenge in front of us. We understand what that is, so there's kind of a balance of got to get the team ready, but also kind of have our sights set in front of us with the first opponent, which will be a significant challenge for sure.
Maybe it's just me. The Joe Mixon thing doesn't bother me in the least bit, and I generally you kind of like raise an eyebrow, about certain things. I feel as if with the off season, obviously there's something. You can't designate him without something, officially there. But I don't think it's anything serious. I think this is as much kind of the Trent Brown effect, if you will, as anything.
Are you confident with Joe Mixon? Because one of the things that we haven't talked about, that is a dude with a lot of wear on him.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Obviously, that's not the same thing. From the 832, heard Christian Harris was alive. Was he active a little bit? He is not on the physically unable to perform list. He's not on the non-football injury list. I didn't really see him doing much. Now, of course, it's really tough for us in the places that we had an opportunity to see. Just on day one, defense was a little further away from us, and then in individual drills, I didn't get a chance to look at the linebackers, but I didn't really see him doing much, if anything at all. So, and Christian Harris was asked about, in fact, that was one of the things, and I don't know that we have the clip for this just yet. We will get you more of the audio as we see our guy Nick Cacerio with all the biceps and the chesticles and all those walking by our broadcast location. But Nick Cacerio was
body transformation. I'm telling you.
Yeah, I see you. But he was asked pretty directly by Jonathan Alexander of the Houston Chronicle, like, is this year what's happened with Christian Harris, and is this year going to be, or is the idea of an extension as he's right in that space going to be contingent on his play this year? And what I found interesting is that Nick Cacerio, in answering it, he gave you a patented Nick Cacerio answer. The only thing that he said specifically to that point was an initial kind of yep, like, and you could easily take that as, yes, I understand your question, or yes, he is going to need to provide in this season, which would be understandable. But he went further to talk about with Christian Harris. Just, I think that the words that he used when it came to, or something to the effect of, he'll work hard to be the best version of yourself, which is obviously what they expect of any player. And then he went further to say, whenever he's ready to play and whatever he can do to help the team, that's what he will be expected to do. That is pretty non-committal from a Christian Harris standpoint in my book.
Absolutely it was. Little programming note here, as much for Figgy as anybody else. Practice is over. We will have Will Anderson Jr. Joining us live.
Appreciate you letting me know.
I'm here for you, Figgy. And so that's something kind of be light on our feet here. Listeners need to be light on your feet because we could interrupt all this very quickly when Will Anderson Jr. heads over here. But you're right on Nick Cacerio with Christian Harris. Something else, of all the things that Nick Cacerio said, and there was some good stuff. We're going to be hearing it as the day progresses. You'll be hearing it as well. One thing stood out more than anything else to me. Like, we're to the point where I'm sure my facial expression changed a little bit. I kind of went, whoa. All summer long, we've been talking about how this is the, kind of a Patriots influence. This is one of those things where, they're trying to do some things like they've done. Nick Haley has done, Nick Cacerio has done, Cole Popovich has done, all with those roots in that power running football. They've talked about it, talked about how much they're going to run, et cetera. So Nick Cacerio was asked about, the progression of practice, et cetera, and how things go and competition and all that. And just in passing, he said, Well, and times we win. We win. And I thought, okay. Maybe I'm reading too much into it, but he's got his hands all over this staff. He's, obviously he's the guy that's buying the groceries. The offensive line has changed. The offensive line scheme and offense has changed. Maybe Nick Cacerio's a little more invested in this offense,
Which is funny because he did say that, he keeps his hands out, stays out of the way when it comes to Caley. Obviously, there's a familiarity that he has with kind of the general idea of the system and what's happening with it, and obviously he has a familiarity with the guys that are actually running it. But yes, I don't know that I'd put too much in that, but obviously I think that it would stand to reason that is somewhat of a perspective, obviously from his perspective coaching, but also if you're looking at this team, the part that I imagine you embody yourself with as a team builder is how do we get this offense better? So, just the defense is fine. D'Amico is going to draw up plays. He's a fantastic coach. You've done a great job of putting talent on that side.
Yeah.
We got to make sure that the we of this offense, making that go, is going to be very important this season. He did go, though, as he was talking about that, he said that if you win 3-2, that's a good outcome. Whatever you have to do each week relative to the opponent, that does match with the game plan type offense philosophy that Nick Caley has espoused. But also, that does make me wonder, is he setting the table for an offense that maybe is not super explosive?
Correct.
Or maybe not high-flying, I guess. Explosive is a weird word to use there, but maybe not as high-flying. Is he setting the table for that, or did you hear it in that way?
I did, actually. And it checks out, in terms of what they're this year. Run the ball. And get it that way, and then take your chances, offensively. Passing the ball offensively.
Yeah, I found that interesting. I do wonder because it popped to me because I know Kurt Warner was talking about this recently on social media that he's frequently asked, would you rather want an offense that maybe wins is maybe more of a grinded out offense, and maybe more of a high flying offense. And it seems very evident. But one of the things he talked about is you would go for the latter, also because you might end up in situations where you go up and down, and you want to have that possibility. And it applies more pressure to the opposite offense when you can put up big points. It also gives the defense more rest, or maybe not more rest necessarily, but it gives them a little bit of a wiggle room if they're maybe not having a great day, and maybe allowing some more things to happen. And that got me thinking, because that's what this offense was supposed to be, was somewhat high-flying. You didn't get there. Mm-hmm. And if you are setting the tone for maybe not being a high-flying offense, the defense we know is capable of being load-bearing. How load-bearing are they going to be this year is a question that popped in my head.
Yes, and clearly, they're going to want to throw the ball. They're going to want to take their shots downfield. But that's not the priority right now. They're going to try to establish that run.
Let me get one more audio clip in here, Figgy. This was he was asked rather about D'Amico saying that he wanted to change the culture in the offensive line. That's been a big talking point. Do you feel like you've done that, Nick Cacerio?
Yeah, we'll see. In the end, offensive line play is about attitude and it's about physical toughness. So you got to be able to do certain number of things to, I would say, a competitive enough level. So we'll find out. Again, we have young players, we have veteran players. I think they have the right mindset. So honestly, it starts with Cole and kind of trickles down. But in the end, it's about the players and them relying on one another, them pushing one another, and being able to go out there and perform. The offensive line, really, it's about 5 players kind of playing as a unit. There's a lot of things that are involved. There's essentially communication on every play. Where's the mic identification? Who we push into? Where are the problems? Does everybody see the picture the same way? So everything kind of goes inside out, so relative to the communication. So we'll kind of see what that looks like. Understand each week's going to be a different challenge from the defense. Who we see what our defense does is going to be different than what the Rams do. So it's just understanding where the problems are, get the information communicated appropriately, and making sure we're getting the blockers distributed appropriately. There are going to be times where the defense wins, and there are going to be times where we win. So hopefully we're on the positive side of the ledger more often than not. So we'll see how it goes in training camp. Excited for that group. It's a good group, so we'll let the competition kind of sort itself out.
That was Nick Cacerio talking about the offensive line. We'll talk more about that, but a man who gets to see the offensive line very frequently, our guy, Will Anderson Jr. Will, what's happening, brother?
What's good? Thank y'all for having me again.
No,
good
man.
seeing you again, man.
I'm sorry that this time we don't have a nice, comfortable recliner like we did last time at Super Bowl 40.
No, it's all good. It's all good.
All right, so this is my first training camp, to be selfish right now. And that got me thinking, what advice have you been giving or have you given to maybe some of your rookies, or maybe What has been like that you've gotten when it comes to getting out here for training camp?
Yeah, man, just taking it one day at a time and just telling them guys, like, whatever you got to do that's extra, whether you got to stay behind, don't be scared to ask coach questions. Don't be scared to be in the hotel room, moving chairs around, moving furniture around, getting your alignments, just running through different plays and stuff like that. Like, that's just kind of the biggest advice I've been giving those guys, man. Like, do it more. Be as extra as you can, get as much information as you can, and ask as many questions as you can.
You were a leader on this team from your rookie year, and you joined us on this show.
Yeah.
Is there such a thing as becoming even more, more of a leader, more comfortable in that role? Because it's clear that you are the guy right now.
Yeah, most definitely. And for me, it's just about connecting with my teammates, man, and just, being able to be there for them and be a servant towards them, man, because we're all in this together, and I love playing with these group of guys, man, and, I think they deserve the world, man, and just to be out here and to be able to be their leader and for them to give confidence in me to be able to be vocal with them, man, it means a lot.
I feel like I kind of buried the lead. What's it like? First day back, man. It's kind of like first day at Christmas. I know it gets old fast. I know that. We all know that. But hey, you do anticipate this. What's it been like today?
Man, it's been everything. I thought we came out with great energy today, man. The team was very high, man. Everybody was flying around. The communication was great, man. And we were just having fun. And I think that's the type of team we have. We just have a fun, energized, detailed team, man. I just can't wait to keep seeing how this training camp goes and just seeing everybody grow.
Yeah.
So one of the things we talk about leadership. I love the start of any season. The intentionality of it is always very interesting. And so, the messaging is always interesting. Every year is different, I know. So I'm fascinated. What's the message for this goal?
Yeah, most definitely, just to be the first to put a bull on the ring. And that's been Coach D'Amico's whole thing. Like, let's put the piece together. I think he did a phenomenal job yesterday in our meeting. He put up a puzzle piece, and it wasn't finished yet. And it had the Super Bowl picture on it, man. And it was just all different pieces scattered. And it just made me think about how we getting all the right pieces and all the right people in here, and how every day we come out here, we're putting one piece each on that map to get to that bowl.
I'm interested in a couple things with you personally. So again, since your rookie year, you've always tried to add an element to your game.
Most definitely.
What have you focused on this year?
Yeah, most definitely for me, man, just being better with my hands, being great with my hands, and just using my speed more. I think a lot of guys obviously respect my power, but obviously just giving that finesse rush, man, and that's just kind of like been my whole thing, working with Demille, working with Miles, and all those guys, man, that do it at the highest level. I've just been really blessed to be around some of those guys and learn a lot of great things.
That's the next thing. Sorry, Reggie. That's
no,
the
you
next
got
thing.
it, man.
You mentioned the next point I was going to make. Miles Garrett. I mean, highest paid, one of the best that's ever been.
Yeah.
How much time exactly did you spend with him, and what was that like?
Yeah, we was together every day, man. He's a phenomenal guy, man, and since my rookie year, he's took me under his wing, man. He's just been a big brother to me, invited me over his house, dinner, everything like that. I get to train with him, man, and he's awesome, man. I love him to death.
Now, we're talking to Will Anderson Jr. of your Houston Texans right here on Sports Radio 610. I know we talked a little bit about the defense.
Yeah.
Offensive line has been a big talking point about this team. You have one of the best vantage points of the offensive line. What's been the most notable difference with this year's group compared to previous ones?
Yeah, man, they're maulers up front, man. I can see the way they're working Andy, man, the way their coach have them moving around out there, man, and just more reps after one another, man. And you can see they're handling double teams, man. They're getting out their stances, moving around with urgency, man. And I'm excited, man. Those are a bunch of great group of guys that I love playing with. They come out here and they bust their butts every day, man. And I know it's going to show up on Sunday whenever we play, because those guys, man, they work really hard all the time.
What addition on the defense are you most excited about?
Man, all of them.
Give me
all of them.
That's a bad setup, man.
No, I can't give you just one because I'm excited.
Okay, give me a couple of that. You're like, all right, this is going to be good.
Yeah, man. All of them. All of them. I feel like we all got dogs. We all swarming. We all having fun, man. And it's not going to be a drop-off. We have no weak links, man, and this has been our message. Whoever in, man, step up and play and swarm.
Can I let you know why that was happening? So we got a thing going where we're really focusing on a few players, and we're giving ourselves points when they get up. He's trying to get you to put a name down.
I was not.
He was trying to get you to put a name down and see if we could get a check off on this. Now, you're a relentless worker. Yeah. We know this about you. And this offseason, you talked about getting better. Yeah. I'm excited to see that stab club that you always talk about, how Matt gets more finesse. But what else did you do this offseason to enrich yourself? Was it just watching Love Island? Like, what were you doing to enrich yourself this week?
No, I wasn't watching Love Island. No.
You're kind of a throwback guy, aren't you?
I just fishing, man, just on the lake every day after workouts, man, just trying to break my PB of bass. I didn't break it, man.
What was it?
It was 5.73.
You talked about that last year.
Yeah, and I didn't break it, so I was just out there.
How close did we get, though?
The closest I got was like a 4.
That's all right. That's a good fish. That's a good fish.
Is that a change in your body composition? I'm not gonna lie. We were looking and we were like, all right, there's a little bit of a shift here. Is that what factored in there?
Yeah, That's a factor.
So we pulled the curtain back on what we were trying to set you up, and I wasn't for the record.
You don't have to lie to kick it, man.
I'm going to pull the curtain back a little bit, too. He just mentioned it. This is his rookie year at training camp. Did you have to carry pads when you were a rookie?
No, I didn't.
Thank you.
Dang it,
my man.
Because I'm trying to get him to carry my backpack to the truck.
I'm not carrying
nothing.
I did it.
All right, so back to football. Is there a quarterback that you want to get that you haven't gotten yet?
All of them. They're all the same to me. They're all the same to me, man. It's what brings me joy, man. It's what makes me happy. It doesn't matter what quarterback it is. Just to get that sack, to get them down, it makes no difference.
All right, so a couple of things as a follow-up to that. Do you have a running list, though?
Whoever's on the schedule.
Okay, good. All right.
Yeah.
What were the emotions that moment where you get your third and you yell, "That's 3"? Because that one sticks with me. What were the emotions in that moment?
It was really big, man. I just give a big shout out to my D-line and obviously the defense, but the D-line, they give so much, confidence in me, man, and they pour so much into me. It's like, obviously being the leader of that group, man, they helped me out so much, and I wasn't able to get 3 of those sacks without them, so I had to give a large, celebrating with those guys. It's like, you guys are a big part of my success, so, man, they pour so much into me, and they've been great vets for me.
Now, you talk about the interior, especially that interior. Sheldon Rankins,
that's my guy,
back in the fold. Like, what has he brought back to what this team and your defensive line has?
Yeah, most definitely. Just that cool, laid-back vibe, man. It's like to know everything's going to be okay, man, and know that we're a bunch of dogs, man. And the way he speaks, the way he talks, when he does talk, it's very impactful and very powerful.
Every team has the Super Bowl. It's a puzzle piece or whatever D'Amico did for you guys. How real do you feel that is this year?
Most definitely. I feel like it's very real, and it has to be real every year, man. And like I said, I feel like we have the pieces to go do that, man. We got the coaches to go do that. We have the staff to go do that, man. And now it's just about using this time right here to put it all together.
Yeah.
All right. This is a nonsense question. I recognize it. How long is too long to keep a pillow?
I don't know. I've had my pillows for 3 years.
Okay.
I had one for 20.
Hey, man, the softer the better, man. Come on now.
Damn it. I knew I couldn't win all of them. You were on my side all interview. And then you went over there and you were on his. I don't like that, but I still love working with you.
Well, we appreciate you. I got one more for you. I know you want to get out of here and you got to get to the other side. CJ Stroud.
Yeah.
I've been saying it all off season. I thought he had as good a season last year as he had his rookie year, given all the circumstances.
Yeah.
What are you seeing in the guy across the way right now?
Man, CJ's the same guy he was when he first got here, man. Disciplined, committed, deliberate with his game, detailed with his game. He's a great leader for us. He's going to go out there and step on the field and do his thing every single time, man. And I love CJ, man. The way he comes out here, the way he prepares, the way he brings other people with him, man. The sky's the limit for CJ. I know he's going to do big things for us this year. I know he's going to do big things for him and his family and God almost, because that's who he does it for, man. So I'm excited to see him spin, and I can't wait.
Will Anderson Jr., man, we always enjoy getting to talk with you. The energy is effervescent, and I'm excited for what that looks like on these practice fields for the next month or so.
Yes, sir. I appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Right,
yes,
we'll talk soon.
That's Will Anderson Jr. joining us right here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. Every day off the practice field, we'll be talking to great to start Will Anderson Jr. here.
Yeah, and the other thing is, you mentioned it. Actually, Aaron mentioned it first. He's svelte. He is in shape, and he's always been the guy that comes off the bus looking like a champ. But he's got to look this year. He's got to look this year.
He's a speed to power guy. He says it time and time again. I imagine the way that he looks, that speed is going to come a lot stronger before you get to that power. I'm very excited to see how that all comes together for him this year. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you hanging out with us. Coming up next, let's get into the question of the day. It feels like Christmas morning being out here for training camp. So question of the day, 713-572-4610. What else to you feels like Christmas morning? We'll talk about it next.
In the loop.
What are your best case and worst case scenarios at these important position battles?
I think a lot of people are wondering about right tackle. Best case scenario, I don't want Blake Fisher to be the right tackle. I'd love for him.
Texans Training Camp. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. We are broadcasting live from Houston Methodist Training Center, as the big voice man said, for day one of Texans Training Camp. That's John Lopez. That's John Lopez. I'm Reginald. I'm having fun.
I liked it. No, hey, man, I was applauding.
I
was just applauding being out here.
Trying to have fun. Question of the day. What feels like Christmas morning? Because day one of training camp absolutely does.
It does. You could even see it when Will Anderson joined us. I mean, his eyes lit up. Of course, doesn't take a lot for that to happen. He's just an excitable kind of guy about just being out here. Now, it does wear on you. You know, it does start to take a toll on the guys, etc. But this is Christmas morning for any sports fan, any football fan. What else does that for you? I was thinking about it when I woke up this morning and looking forward to getting out here. One thing that's still related to training camp, and it's more specific to your team, but it does translate across the league. Seeing the rookies, like seeing the excitement, just the giddiness, the energy of guys out there that are first year players. You can just sense like dream come true, you know. Like that's one, and then some football stuff. 713-572-4610. I'm curious what folks are saying. For me, just like going out, and we did this summer. You know, when you're going out on a vacation, like packing for vacation.
Well, I wouldn't say packing per se.
Well, but sometimes just getting ready for vacation, stuff like that.
Yeah, that one comes in the 832. The night before a day off feels like Christmas.
Yes.
To me. Absolutely.
Yeah.
When you know that I don't have to do the normal get ready for a day at work on that day. Sometimes just like Friday afternoon, Friday night feel like Christmas morning to some degree because you're like, woof.
You know what else ties in with that? Turning off your alarm. Like a lot of times if I have a 3-day weekend or something, I'm like, oh, I don't have to get up at 5:15.
That's a good feel.
Yeah, and I just turn that alarm off. No 5:15 tomorrow, buddy.
This one feels pertinent to what we're dealing with right now from the YouTube page. That's magic. The first cold front in Texas after several hundred days.
How about
100 degree days, that is.
Yes, and another one I thought about, how about when it snows?
See, that one doesn't get me. You're not going to get me on snow. But also, I have bought into the school-age propaganda that summer is the best season. I think that there's a lot of people that get to your late 20s, early 30s, and people are like, no, summer actually stinks. It's too hot. It's fall or it's spring.
If it snows, you're a kid. It's Christmas morning.
I think
you don't like the first snow?
Snow is deeply overrated.
The first snow.
Snow is great for max 2 hours. Max 2 hours snow is good, and then after that, it is just annoying. It is me up here as a person who is from a place where it
I'm
snows
talking about the
regularly.
first snow.
I mean, the first, the second, or the third, man. They all stink.
Yeah, I think snow is cool around the holiday, like around Christmas.
All right.
But outside of that, man, y'all can have it, man.
Snow is weak. First day of summer as a kid. That's right. Summer still hits.
Yeah.
Summer still hits
well,
like
you
that.
You run out of school.
That's right. That's right.
You run out of that place.
No, it's definitely felt really good. I think you can see the excitement on a lot of these guys' faces. You haven't gotten the wear and tear. It hadn't gotten too tiring and this is just, we are in the thing that I imagine a lot of these guys love to do, and I think they do. Like, they built this team that way in particular, that they have guys that love doing this. So it definitely feels like the first. Well, it is the first day, but it definitely feels like Christmas morning, and it looked like it. I think it was a good practice from what I could tell. I don't know that I saw everything, but from what I could tell, they looked like they were really getting out here and competing.
I think even more so for coaches. The coaches were out here early, baby. Of course, they also have to act like they're excited, even if they're not.
What does that mean?
You always like, let's go, guys. Hey, it's a great day, and it's like 105 degrees, and
everybody's
everybody's tired.
Energy up.
Let's go. It's a great day to be a Texan. Well, is it? Not today. Not today.
Let's see. Yeah, dudes who don't love girls in skimpy shorts and bikinis in the summer, I can always go inside for AC.
Yeah.
There's always that's that philosophy. But then I do hear and I understand the people that say it. You can always put on more clothes. You can't take off more at some point. I hear that, but no, I lean on the side of you, dear texter. The vistas are great, and there's more activities.
936 fishing.
Okay.
Every time.
Every time?
Every time.
Okay.
That's how I know that it's in me, that I love it so much.
I mean, look.
Every single time.
If Will Anderson Jr. loves that, I mean, I think that
that's eating at him, isn't it?
What?
He wanted to beat his personal best on
no, you could see it on his face.
He was so upset.
He didn't beat that personal record this offseason. It really hurt. Hey, he might take that out on somebody this year. But you know what? Sounds good to me.
I didn't catch a big bass. It's on you now.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Broadcasting live from the Houston Methodist Training Center for Houston Texans training camp. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL where I kind of want to get your thoughts on this, Lopez. One of the Texans' early season competitions or competitors, there was a little bit of news about one of the players that made me kind of raise my eyebrows. I'll tell you what I mean next.
Training camp is here. The Texans. down the NFL in the Loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, you're in the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. Let's go around the NFL live from the Houston Methodist Training Center. Day one of Houston Texans Training Camp 2025 is, practice is wrapped up. Fellas are, on there. Actually, I think we've gotten everybody in finally.
Well, not everybody. D'Amico's out there running around with, I'm presuming, one of his kids. He's holding her right now, running on the field, running routes with her earlier. They're having some fun. Families are here. Obviously, open practice is Saturday for fans.
Yeah, excited for that as well. The additional level of energy. Energy out here was pretty good on day one. I imagine it just goes up to an entirely other level on Saturday once you get people in these stands. Some other things around the NFL. Terry McLaurin not in camp again. That was a big deal that happened. Where do you fall on this? Because I think that there's an interesting conversation to be had. We talk about it, and I think are we similar in the idea that you probably just need to pay Terry McLaurin his money?
Oh, absolutely. How many 1,000-yard seasons has he had just coming right out of the chute? 3? Something like that.
That sounds about right.
Yeah, and integral. And the other, the thing about it is, I think he's got some leverage here, obviously because he's good and he's gotten it done. But also, when you're on a team that's all in, and the command, they're going to ultimately get you to sign.
Yeah. The thing that is interesting, though, is I've heard it talked about, and I have kind of pondered on it the last few days, is the idea of the top wide receivers and maybe the wide receiver drop-off. At what age does that happen? Because you can look back maybe a decade and a half ago, and the top wide receivers that you think of, the guys that come to mind for you, they were largely closer to 30, maybe right around that 30. Mm-hmm. The top guys now, a large majority of them, are in their early to mid-20s now, and you're seeing the guys that are real capable, or the guys that are, kind of starting to see their descent, are the guys that are hitting 30 and just on the other side of that. Where Terry McLaurin is 29, do the Commanders, assuming that this is their stance, do they have a point in maybe thinking a little bit harder about, do you want to give a guy a big-time contract, a number one wide receiver market kind of setting contract, or maybe around there for a guy who's about to step into that place where it does feel like wide receivers might be dropping off?
You make a good point, and that's a good negotiating point, but what are their options? What are their options right now? They don't have a lot of options at that point. That speaks back to the leverage that I was talking about. So I think they're going to pay him. And by the way, there's always exceptions, but I think there are more exceptions to that. It's just a really good mid-20s class right now of receivers. Maybe that has to do with just the way the college game has developed, over the last few years. But there's a lot. We got one right here, Christian Kirk. That a lot of people that are still considered, prime, so to speak, and Christian Kirk 8. So that I think there's some exceptions to the rule, more of them anyway.
Fair enough. I do like the idea that you're getting younger and younger wide receivers who could step in and not just play, but make big-time impacts for you. Obviously, the Texans have a fantastic one in Nico Collins, who stepped into that place very, very quickly after the first 1 or 2 years. He looked like one of, if not the best wide receivers in the league. And you're hoping that Jaden Higgins has some level of that to him as well in his rookie season. I just found that interesting. Also, you're right. They don't have another alternative. They don't really have another wide receiver that I like, per se. Even with them going and acquiring Debo. Debo is just this kind of hybrid player.
Debo's a player to watch in the NFL this year. There were a lot of talk about him, maybe being a little thicker than he should have been, but we'll see what he comes back like. And clearly, for a team that's a contender, as we talked about, could be huge for them. Either way, one way or the other.
Very much could be. That continues to happen around there. But I thought an interesting jumping off point for the conversation about wide receivers. Some other things that are happening is obviously camps are kicking off. I think today marks the day where everybody else of the league who did not start early is getting going, obviously including your Texans. One of those teams that got going, I think, yesterday, the Chicago Bears. They're one of the camps that I think is really interesting with the new head coach, obviously play caller, and Ben Johnson. The promise is for them to be a more effective and probably one of the most effective Bears kind of teams of recent history. And they have lofty goals. Obviously, this is the time of year for lofty goals. But Ben Johnson said for his quarterback in particular, what he's looking to do 7% completion percentage this year. And then Caleb Williams himself kind of threw up there as a goal for himself. He wants to be a 4,000-yard passer, the first one in Bears history. How good do you feel about the Bears just in general with their prospects as their opening camp?
Boy, that's that way to set the bar high, man. I mean, that's 4,000 yards and 70%. I think they're going to be successful. I like Ben Johnson. We know what he's done, what he did in Detroit, et cetera. I actually, it didn't, when you said that, and obviously we've seen it kind of circulating, it didn't really set me back. Like I thought, we'll see. Caleb Williams had a fantastic, end of the season.
He did, yeah. And I do think that they've put around him some really good talent. We talked about that last year. I think it feels like they did even better in that regard. They made some trades for some guys on the interior of the offensive line. As we know, that ends up being very important for you, making sure that interior of the offensive line works. But then it does feel like, in fact, this was a little bit of audio that came through on NFL Network. Fig, you got this for me, where they were talking about the Bears and the approach that they're taking that I think is going to make a big difference for the Bears.
They have spent as much time as humanly possible over the last 2 months, not only getting to know each other, but really zeroing in on how they're going to install this thing, what it's going to look like, not to mention that he sent Caleb Williams home with footwork, and very specifically homework, and that was footwork. And that's getting him under center. You're going to see a lot of play action, get him under center. And that footwork, the left foot up versus the right foot up under center so that he can get that ball out. And he's just more efficient, better timing with his receivers. And for Caleb Williams, he was very intentional today in terms of his goals. Mentioned that 70% completion rate. That's what Ben Johnson's looking for throughout practice. He said he knows it's a lofty goal, but that's what it is for Caleb Williams. He wants the 70. He wants to be the first quarterback in Bears history, said this today, to throw for 4,000 yards in a season. It's never been done in a single season. We'll see if he can do it.
The other thing that tells me, not the 4,000 yards, that's lofty. That's catch and run. But the 70% tells me a lot of quick passes. You talked about getting the ball out quickly. I think the Bears are going to be one of those teams that just tries to let their receivers do the work, get it out, protect Caleb Williams, let the offensive line, kind of what you expect to see here. At least early on with C.J. Stroud, protect him at all costs. Don't let him get hit. Get the ball out. Let the receivers do the work.
You think Caleb's going to call C.J. for a little bit of advice?
Well, they talked about that this offseason. They talked about it a little bit. C.J. said, I don't think he wants my advice.
That's funny. But, yeah, man, I just offer the strength of, hey, Ben Johnson working with his quarterback. You remember on the offseason the conversations that were being had, or like the reporting that Caleb Williams was having to do film study by himself.
Yeah.
Like not having that support for the quarterback. And he figured himself out a decent amount. I imagine actually getting a guy who's going to work with him and have him actually working on footwork and things to make him better. I'm intrigued by that Bears team.
Yeah.
A team that I guess I'm interested. How intrigued are you by this one? Another team, Patriots.
Very much.
Who it seems like nationally there hasn't been a lot of folks who are loving necessarily the team, but Vegas has them the over/under for them this season, 8.5 wins.
That's lofty.
How were you? What's your outlook on this New England Patriots team with Mike Vrabel getting upset at dudes giving him repeat questions in his presser?
I'm very intrigued with the Patriots. Obviously, not a Patriots fan, but just because of Vrabel, because of the excitement around this team, the youth of this team, quarterback, etc. But the 8.5, I mean, that has more to do with the division than anything, doesn't it?
I think to some degree that the division is. You look at the Dolphins, who they're on alert right now. They have kind of backslid. The Jets are a little bit of a work in progress. It feels like they are taking a little bit of a gap year themselves, getting out there, going Justin Fields. Not with all due respect to him, it just feels like they're not doing the thing where they're trying to push for the absolute best. In year one, I don't know if there was a nicer way to say that. There probably was. But then on top of that, fourth place schedule. That's a team that has a pretty easy schedule if you look up and down it. And I think they also did a good amount of investing. Their offensive line is a little bit better, and then Drake May just probably just in a better circumstance for him. I think, but 8.5 is a lot.
That's a high number.
But that's I think that's something that people are looking. They're like, maybe 7 wins, but we're talking about 8.5 and like 9 wins, possibly 10 for that team.
Yeah,
that's a high bar to clear. That's going to be a fun one to watch for as well. All right, so I teased into this talking about an early season opponent for your Texans that there was something said about that raised opponent is Week 1. Los Angeles Rams. That's a team that there's a possibility that this thing starts falling apart for them, right? And it's all hinging upon the health of the quarterback, Matt Stafford, who had some injury concerns, and there's a little bit of concerns about the way that this thing is set up. So he suffered a back injury last season. It's been bothering him again at training camp. This was according to Sean McVay, talked to the media yesterday. He's been throwing, feeling good. It's not necessarily anything that's new, something that he's dealt with before. Going into year 17, we were going to take a modified approach with him, kind of similar to what we did in this all-season program, and so we'll allow him kind of just to work off to the side on his own, getting himself feeling as good as possible.
Yeah, look, that's everything. I mean, who's going to be throwing? Well, it actually reminded me of something Nick Cacerio said. By the way, programming, if you're listening, we'll be hearing from D'Amico Ryans real soon. We'll be hearing from C.J. Stroud real soon, right off the practice field here. But it reminded me of something that Nick Cacerio said when he was asked about, C.J. Stroud's progress. And he said, well, it's all the same. Every player has their role. No player is more important than the other. And I'm paraphrasing, but he kind of was going down that road. And I'm sitting there going, yeah, but the quarterback, man. Yeah, but the quarterback, man. He knows it. We all know it. And in L.A., if Matt Stafford is not 100% or something gets aggravated and he starts to deteriorate and his level of play drops, big trouble. Big trouble.
And it's worth noting that Alaric Jackson, who is their starting left tackle, healthy. You're going to see someone like a DJ Humphries, who the Chiefs could not really depend on last year as their starting left tackle. Like, he could be under real duress if he's ready to go for Week 1. Like, that might be something that really allows. I don't know how many people were giving the Texans the benefit of the doubt against the Rams in Week 1. That could really factor in. Obviously, I'm playing
big time,
way ahead of the game, but just the idea of. And then also, it really gets dicey if he does not play, because then you're going to a Jimmy Garoppolo quarterback situation, which, how do you feel about that?
Not great. You heard me kind of chuckle there.
I did hear the chuckle.
Because you think Devontae Adams signed up to catch passes from Jimmy Garoppolo?
I don't believe so.
I don't think so either.
I can't imagine that that's the way that this was going to go.
Yeah, but you do start to wonder. You say if Matt Stafford is ready for Week 1, he'll be ready Week 1. You kind of wish that the Texans had got the Rams a little later in the schedule.
Yeah, especially because the Texans will be figuring their own offense out as well.
Yeah.
Jared Verse is a menace on that defensive line. But yeah, I saw that and I was like, huh. That is going to be something very interesting to watch when it comes to the Los Angeles Rams. So we will keep an eye out for that. And then this might just be schadenfreude. I think you've learned me as I'm inclined to do that.
I kind of like that too.
Deshaun Watson has been placed on the physically unable to perform list.
No kidding.
Are you surprised by that at all?
Well, I mean, based on his honeymoon videos, I'm sure he is not able to perform. They did like
that is a wild shot. My goodness.
They did basically a mini documentary on their honeymoon. Did you notice this on Instagram? It was like 30 minutes. I was like, God, and boy, he's just burning through money. I mean, I know he's got a lot of it, and maybe it's no big deal, but that looked like a very expensive couple of months that he had there. But back to the football aspect, no, he's done. He's done.
He's been working out though. He's been doing so much working out.
So have you.
Actually, I haven't been doing very much working out. We've actually got your top 100, NFL top 100.
What are we up to, 79?
Apparently, we got a few of them in quick succession. Maybe
they listened.
Yeah, maybe they're like, hey, we got to do this a little bit quicker. Number 67, New York Giants wide receiver Malik Nabers.
Okay.
Number 66, new Pittsburgh Steelers safety / cornerback Jalen Ramsey.
Okay.
And number 65, a really highly paid tight end out of Arizona, Trey McBride. Thoughts?
I'll let you know.
Still no Texans coming up here, man.
Yeah. So we'll see. We talked about, C.J. Stroud, is he even going to be in the top, 62? What are they up to, 63?
65. 65?
Is he even going to be in the top 64?
He's got to.
It seems like
He's got to.
But he wasn't ranked among the top 10 quarterbacks on some of these lists that have come out.
Who amongst the Texans are you most worried when you're starting to see 65, 100 to 65 come up and we have not seen Texans here? Because C.J. Stroud, I feel like he's going to be on the upper side of that. Nico Collins is going to be on the upper side of that. Will Anderson Jr. is going to be up on the upper side of that. Daniel Hunter. Guys that you go, this might mean that they're not in the top 100.
I'm thinking C.J. Stroud. I'm still there. I mean,
look at this hateration.
I know hateration. I love the guy, and I think he should be up there. But I'm starting to wonder, when people, these how these narratives are. Oh, he had a bad season. He didn't have a bad season. How many times we got to say it? It was all things considered about as good as you could expect. But the narrative is out there, and so if he's in the top 64, let's say, that means 8, 9, 10 other quarterbacks in the top 64. Would you expect that?
I could see it.
Yeah.
Especially with quarterback being such an important position. I could see it.
Yeah.
And then real quick before we go, Mike McDaniel, just to let you know how maybe not fun it is now compared to what it has been previously down there with the Miami Dolphins. He was asked about swapping Jalen Ramsey, number 66 here on this, for with Minkah Fitzpatrick. Quote, Jalen Ramsey is a Steeler. I like to talk about Dolphins. Minkah Fitzpatrick is a Dolphin.
Oh, my gosh. When did he turn into Bill O'Brien?
Dude, it is not. He is not having fun.
He used to go on for half an hour on something like that.
He is not having fun at all.
He'd be talking about things not even related to football. He'd go on forever about that. And now all of a sudden he's Bill O'Brien?
He's like, hey, man, y'all, I just need to get back to work.
This is the Dolphins.
To fire me.
This is the Dolphins we're talking about.
All right. Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610, broadcasting live from the Houston Methodist Training Center, day one, Texans training camp. Coming up next, actually, we talked a lot about training camp, but the Astros had a little fun last night. And this is a question that we got to ask. More excited about the Astros' future or the present? 713-572-4610, because the future looks like it's here. Next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Our job as an offensive coordinator is to get our best players to football and put our best players in position to play to their strengths. That starts with Nico Collins.
ArmyEDS.org.
It's Texans Training Camp. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. That's John Lopez. I'm Reginald Atatula. Figgy Fig back at the studio because we are at the Houston Methodist Training Center. Day one, Texans training camp has been wrapped up. I mean, the fields are pretty bare right now. It is just us hanging out in this Houston, Texas heat. I am feeling great. Lopez is dying. I think that's how this is working right now.
No, I will be. About day 3, day 5, I will be. I'm not going to lie. But, yeah, by the way, Figgy, Reggie during the break said, "Oh, I could stay out here all day."
I really could. It feels great.
Okay, sure, cowboy. Sure, cowboy.
It feels great.
Yeah.
I will acknowledge I do have some enhancements. We got a lovely tent here on the corner of the practice field, and we got a couple of fans going.
Yeah.
So that does help. I'm not going to pretend like, man, it's beautiful. You don't like looking at all this beautiful grass?
I love it. It's day one, brother. It's day one, man.
Okay. Pace myself is what you're saying?
Yes.
You know who's not pacing himself? The man who shows up, play-by-play cut 2 here, Figure. The man who shows up all up and down Chase Field for your Houston Astros. He wears number 28, and he goes by Bryce Matthews.
Bryce Matthews gets into one deep to left field, and the Astros have the lead. Bryce Matthews continues here in Arizona. 3rd home run in 2 games, and just like that, the Astros have awakened to a 2-1 lead. The Bryce is right.
The Bryce is right indeed. He takes the lead, and he takes the lead for good. Obviously, you end up with a situation, Altuve scoring on a wild pitch to put it a little bit further out of reach. 3-1 victory for your Astros last night. That continues. I think the Mariners beat the Brew Crew yesterday,
yeah, they did.
So you didn't gain any ground.
The big dumper hit one that
39th of the year.
Yes,
39th. Goodness gracious, dog. But the Astros, man, like they're finding a way to win baseball games, and it's just someone else is stepping up. The grit of this team is undeniable, but it's the young guys who now, Bryce actually isn't he like halfway to Cam Smith's home run total at this point, basically?
Yeah.
3-7. But I mentioned both of those for good reason. That's the future, at least ostensibly, right? If you are not utilizing like Bryce Matthews, some level of trade chip, which we've discussed a little bit. But that leads to the question, are you more excited about the future?
Am I crazy?
Probably.
Well,
I was like, let's ask. What question are we asking about now?
Am I crazy in thinking, in feeling the way I felt when I was talking to you guys before the show, and we were kind of putting this out there? Because the future, the present is clearly like wide open. Like they're within a game or a half game of the best record in the American League.
Half game because they have the same. They're tied for first on losses.
Best record in the American League.
The Tigers simply have one more game that they've played and won.
Yes, and the Tigers are considered World Series bound. That kind of thing. And so here they are. Astros are with despite everything else. The present is very, very much in play, especially if guys get back in, from injuries, et cetera.
The always ever present if.
Always got to qualify it. We understand that, but especially if they do come back, the present is like right there. But I'm sitting here looking at Hunter Brown.
Yes,
still young. Zach DeZenzo, who's obviously injured, but very young and created some things. Obviously Bryce Matthews, obviously Jeremy Pena, still young.
Yes.
Cam Smith. That's 5 guys right there. That's 5 guys. That's not even counting some of the young pitchers that are still, somewhat out there.
How do you feel about Wesneski?
How about that kid Ulola, who's getting a lot of run?
Miguel, is it Uyola?
Uyola, I think in Spanish, but I haven't heard it, so I'm just projecting.
Touche. Baseball is usually good about pronunciation, guys.
Yeah.
Let me do my due diligence.
Apparently just killing it. Obviously had a setback himself, but is young. All of a sudden, I'm like, okay, let's try to win this thing. But damn, I'm excited about the future. Is that not? Oh, by the way, another one that I've seen a lot on lately is a catcher that can actually throw dudes out. That Walter Yannick, who's been moving up the minor leagues.
I haven't kept up with him
pretty quickly, and he's got a cannon. So that's 10, 12 guys that are just young, rising. Some of them already proving themselves in the major leagues. this is pretty incredible because they can make some noise this year, and I'm actually kind of excited about the future.
And the beauty of it is a lot of these guys, at least the fielders that you're talking about, the most impressed that I was with Bryce Matthews was the home run. I'm not gonna lie. I was about to do the thing where I tried to be real cutesy about it.
Yeah.
No, the home run was great. It was like a sweet swing. The fair text that comes in here, not to be a prisoner of the moment, but it looked Mookie-ish. His ability to turn that double play, the game-ending double play, and he had another great grab at second earlier, a few innings earlier as well. Like, we knew that the defense was there for him at second base. It looks so smooth. Like smooth. That part is absolutely major league ready. Is this kind of power and swing going to continue? That remains to be seen, and I'm hopeful that it does. But ultimately, I think you're right. Like the young guys that you would think would be your future if you remain with them, the future is bright. The tough part about it is, again, there's some unknowns with seeing all those, and are you going to have to cut into any of that in order to guarantee the present?
Yeah. Well, you are cutting into it. Already. Really counting on Bryce Matthews this soon? They definitely were not counting on Cam Smith to start the season. But you know what? Who cares at this point? They've got some promise. It does speak also, though. For all the excitement, and they're still in it, and the future looks so bright. On the other side of the coin, you still are getting bad news on players that are going to be integral if you do make a run this year.
And maybe that's why you look more to the future, which, again, I don't actually –
maybe.
You really should be a present guy because, again, like present is matters more, right? Like you need to make sure that you are able to do this in the here and now. Ultimately, that's the judgment that you have, especially with the mode that this team is in. But a lot of the present are the guys that you're talking about being injured. Speaking of, 17 is the number now, Lopez. What is that number?
Guys on the injured list.
Lance McCullers Jr., you are now once more on the injured list. I feel sorry for dude, man, at this point. I feel sick for him. Blister is what we end up looking at with Lance McCullers Jr. on the throwing hand.
All right, I'm going to have to come up with another confession because that was one of mine.
You can still use it as a confession.
Hell no, I got plenty. Okay. And I'm not trying to be, whatever.
Don't worry, if you're not, I am.
Because it usually comes across that way. It often comes across that way. When was the last time it took you 15 days to get over a blister?
Well, I'm not throwing no baseballs.
It doesn't matter. I've seen major league pitchers with a blister miss a start and come back. Is this like one start? Is this the latest? Okay, what's the next fancy way we can cover up something else? I'm not saying they are. You think?
It upsets me to no end is that more often than not, you're right. That's the part that really upsets me.
Blister, you're on the 15, not 10-day, 15-day IL?
That did concern me, that was not a 10-day IL situation. It's a 15-day IL instantly.
A blister.
And you want to know the part that really made that part raised your eyebrows? Yeah. I think it's fair. I don't go there, but I probably should if I knew what was good for me. The thing that raised my eyebrows, John Lopez, per Chandler Rome, Joe Espada said that Lance McCullers Jr. has been dealing with the blister, quote, for a little bit, and it flared up during his start against the Mariners. And my thought was, how long is a little bit?
Yeah.
Like, sincerely, how long is a little bit with this? Because if you look at Lance McCullers Jr. in his last outings, right, the Mariners, no good. 2 2/3, 4 earned runs. The Rangers before the All-Star break, fair. Maybe we could say that he was dealing with a little bit. 3 innings. 5 earned runs. He had a solid game against the Dodgers, 6 innings, only 1 earned run off a homer. The Cubs game before that, 3 1/3 with 8 earned runs. Was that the blister? Because then he had a game where, how far back are we going with the blister for him?
Well, that is absolutely true. But this is also true when it comes to athletic training staff and a medical staff that is under fire consistently, us as much as anyone. Why the hell did it take you this long to shut him down? If he said he's been dealing with it a long time and you're already under fire and he's got a blister, like I said, just over the years, just multiple times, miss one start and come back fine. Why didn't he just miss a start? And by the way, in the middle of all that was an all-star break.
Yeah.
So, blister?
I do wonder, because if we're taking them at their word and it is a blister, I could easily see, especially for Lance, a dude who has really just tried to tough it out I've heard it said on a number of occasions he could have just taken his money and gone home a long time ago. He really wants to be out here.
Yeah.
For a guy like that, if you go, hey, man, I done battled back from, all these umpteen things, a blister not going to stop me until it has to. I can understand that mentality. I do wonder, though, does the blister serve as a good excuse to help a dude go get his mind right? Because he's a dude who absolutely, as a pitcher, it's not just stuff. Like, he has to pitch.
Well, that's why I'm skeptical.
And that's a little off. So how much of this is maybe just an opportunity for a reset?
No, that's why I'm skeptical about this. He's been dealing with it a long time. You had, 8 days, 6, in terms of between starts, 6 or 8 days of an all-star break for that blister to repair, which he didn't have to throw at all, and you didn't shut him down earlier, and now you put him not on the 10, on the 15-day DL. It has to be something else going on.
I think that
it has to be. That was my confession, by the way.
I can see it. I think that we might not be fair enough considering what a blister does for a dude who actually has to not just throw a baseball, but try and generate spin and use that all that surface area of your fingers, trying to use that traction with no sticky stuff to use friction to move that baseball. Those blisters matter. Like, I don't want to, but we ended up on a tangent because of Lance.
No, I'm not saying they don't matter.
Yeah.
I'm just saying there's been a lot of time.
Oh, I'm not speaking just to you. There's some people on both the YouTube page and the text line that I think we might be going a little far on. Oh man, just put a Band-Aid on it. Actually, no, that's not how it works. But another win nonetheless for the Astros. They're
by the way, Fromber. Kudos, baby.
Fromber looked great.
Yeah.
A mea culpa by me for maybe trying to start up some stuff. Talking about why did that extra rest need to happen? Because he needed rest, apparently, Reggie. Shut up. But there was that. How about Christian Walker with a couple of fiddle farts?
Yeah.
That just found a way to get down. Singles or singles will take them. Hopefully that ends up as a ramp. To the ultimate question, you more excited about the future or the present?
I hate to admit it because, as I mentioned, it's right there for this year. I think I'm more excited about the future. There's 6 or 8 guys, man.
It is
6 or 8 guys that are just balling out right now.
And the thing that would make this the most fun if the future is the present.
Yeah, both. How about we take both?
And what a blessing it is to be the Astros in this space. There's not a lot of teams that can have that kind of question and actually have some level.
You want
of
cobbler or cobbler with ice cream? Give me cobbler with ice cream.
Yeah. So because they might have to be you might be looking at a place where you need that second baseman in Bryce Matthews to be the stalwart. You need Cam Smith to be a carrying factor. You need Jeremy Pena to return and be the guy that he is. I think that's the place that you are as well. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping on a Wednesday. We will do it next.
All right, D&M Auto Leasing. How about I have to get you in this vehicle today? Really, all I got to
Auto Parts. The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into What's Poppin' here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, I'm Reginald Atula, Figgy Fig, back in the studio. Shout out to our guy Matt Irwin on the ones and twos. We are at the Houston Methodist Training Center. Day one of Texans Training Camp 2025 in the books. Everything looks nice and clean, ready for day two tomorrow. But big takeaways, because that's what's popping. What are the big takeaways, Lopez, from day one of camp?
Yeah, there's some significant ones. Let's not bury the lead with C.J. Stroud. If you wondered anything at all, don't wonder. Despite maybe some discussions, if you will, with the minicamp and everything else, out there, full go, absolutely looked like C.J. Stroud. Real quick, I didn't mention this earlier. Obviously, it's not apropos to like any competition or whatever, but Davis Mills had some real good.
He's going to be the starter now. Davis Mills going to take over. What? That's not what you were saying?
That's Reggie Attitilla.
That's what I heard.
Just an observation.
Did I hear wrong?
No, you heard wrong.
Oh, okay, my bad. Apologize. It happens.
He was spinning it today, man. He looked pretty damn good. But other observations that are more important, significant. I love seeing Nick Chubb out there, man. We didn't know who was going to be on the PUP list. There were some significant names, but none of them really relevant except for Dameon Pierce, who needs to be out there and wasn't. He was on the PUP list. But Nick Chubb, he of the 600-pound squat, looked every bit the part. Going through the reps, obviously, the veteran guy leading the way, didn't miss a thing.
You said none of them really relevant. What is that? Probably about 10 guys off of my very quick cursory glance at the physically unable to perform list. I think that you have 4 defensive linemen on there. Foley, Fatukasi, that was nasty. Folarunshaw, Fatukasi, defensive tackle. Kurt Heinisch, defensive tackle. I think those I'm less concerned about. Yeah. But your edge rushers in Derek Barnett and Denico Autry, no concern whatsoever about that?
Maybe you do. I don't. I mean, that's 20 years of NFL experience between those guys. You can put them out there later, get him going. The only one that was meaningful to me was Dameon Pierce. Now, that guy needs to be on the field, and he wasn't.
My apologies. Now, on the non-football injury list,
right,
there is a notable, it is not Elijah Huzzy, who, fair play to him, appreciate him being on the team, but Joe Mixon, who is your a non-football injury is that what that ankle is then that's holding him out. It's not going to be the one that he got from the hip drop that kind of had him last year. This is one that happens off the field. I don't know what to make of that, what the larger context of that is, but he had been seen wearing a boot at one point. Like that's interesting.
Yeah, it's interesting to me for some reason, and maybe it's just my gut lead me in the wrong direction. I'm not real concerned about that. Also, a big-time veteran, got a lot of tread worn off those tires. He has something. I mean, they can't. The NFL would crack down if they find out that they were just sort of stashing him there with no real non-football injury. It's something, but it doesn't really concern me that much. Other big observation, obviously we're going to be talking about the offensive line.
Correct.
From here to eternity.
Eternity?
From here to eternity.
You're guaranteeing till eternity, huh?
And Ariante Ursery, man, out there largely most every rep with the first group that took the field. We projected that. I've never been – I shouldn't say never, because when he came in, I wanted to see. But over this offseason, I've never been real confident in Fisher, being running out there as the right tackle. Ursery ran out there with the right tackle. Trent Brown obviously has played that position, but he's on the PUP list.
Yeah. Now, you said first group. I feel like I have to keep doing the disclaimer. I don't know that that's going to be the first team, or I don't know if that means that all those guys are the ones that you're looking at as penciled-in starters at the moment. Jarrett Patterson was in that first group as well at center, as opposed to Jake Andrews, who seems like he's been taking a lot of those reps, who rolled in a little bit the second group onto the field. But you mentioned Tay Ursery. He was in there with that first group. A lot of still upright. Like, his stance is still very noticeably higher. And, of course, he's a taller dude. It's hard to get all that body into a more crouched stance, but he's going to need to figure it out. You talk about Blake Fisher. He looked like he was in line down there. So that's the thing that was talked about when he was drafted. It's a thing that he seemed to make some progress with, according to D'Amico Ryans in minicamp. Yeah. He still, I think, personally needs to make some progress on that. But it's day one. We'll see what it continues to look like.
And the other thing that I think was very important for day one. Obviously, we'll be out here every day, so we can keep you up to date on all these things. But tight end tight end had a very good start, a very good day one tight end position in general. Specifically, Cade Stover. You'll hear from D'Amico Ryans here in a little bit, but Nick Cacerio was just raving about him. And then Cade Stover was out there a lot with that group. Brevin Jordan made some catches in the 11-on-11 that they were running, made a couple of catches.
Can I give you the quick snippet of the Cacerio that really caught my attention? You will be hard-pressed to find someone who had a better offseason than Cade Stover was the thing that Nick Cacerio said today.
Yeah.
That one really, really caught my attention. So
would have scored a point with the pet cats, but we didn't have it.
I think Kicks Rocks had Cade Stover as his number one of his pet cats. So shout out to you and all you other listeners for whom Cade Stover is your training camp pet cat. From the text line from the 832, just read something about ESPN about to buy Red Zone and NFL Network. Any truth to this? Well, yes, that is the next point in What's Poppin'. This is of note as we are heading into an NFL, big fan of NFL, and you don't just follow it through your local team. Red Zone is a much beloved product that the NFL puts out, and it seems like ESPN with their direct-to-consumer streaming services and everything, they are on the verge of a major deal. This is according to The Athletic, Andrew Marchand, who does a lot of covering.
He's great.
Of these types of things. I think, you might have. I don't know if have you crossed paths with him at all?
Oh yeah.
In your many days doing some journalism and reporting, ESPN and the NFL are, quote, inside the 5-yard line, close quote. In their ongoing negotiations which would see ESPN acquire a significant portion of NFL media. So the details of the potential deal, we kind of heard about it last year. They had not anywhere gotten near finalized, but they're starting to get close to where you could see NFL Network in addition to Red Zone and 7 regular season games, the ones that are out of the kind of normal ones. You end up seeing like Rich Eisen on the broadcast on a morning or what have you. Those could be under the purview of ESPN. And I don't think I like this.
I was just going to ask you, is this good? Do you like this?
I don't think I do.
Tell me why, because there's a reason I don't.
I think that there were times in the history of ESPN where the priority and the effort that was clearly put into their product would have made me go, I'm good with this. I love this. The way that they do things now, it's a lot of outsource. It feels like they've pared back on the attention to detail. And NFL Network seems to do that. Of all of the kind of league networks, league kind of focused work, I think MLB Network does the best. I think they do the best work up and down. And so for that to go under the purview of ESPN, and I mean, maybe to simplify this, don't have Stephen A. Smith yelling at me on a Sunday morning. I swear to God, I'll fight somebody.
Well, that didn't even cross my mind. I'll keep it very simple. I'll simplify it for you. ESPN is hiring NFL employees. Is going to be airing NFL employees.
That's a good point.
And that's why I don't like it. We want to know the unvarnished truth, with the unvarnished opinions, the opinions that are uninfluenced by anyone who might be writing a check for you. So ESPN now they're going to be airing, and they're going to have under their purview NFL employees. I don't like that. Because when push comes to shove, where are they going to lean?
Yeah, and that's already kind of been an undercurrent of the inherent partnership that happens with them. Like there's, leagues can maybe have a little bit of influence, you would imagine, or you would kind of logically get to that place by, understanding the way that the money is flowing with some of that. But at least before, you could say that, there was a little bit of separation, and that was just kind of the partnership. Having this direct, or maybe you would just say that NFL Network is running this, kind of akin to where NBA Network has been run by TNT.
Sure.
And I don't know how you would feel about that particular, situation. I don't know, but that is kind of uncomfortable that you could be getting to that place. Plus, do we need more of these things that put you in a place where you were having to go? I know NFL Red Zone is already a thing that you have to pay for.
Yeah.
I don't know that I love ESPN having to cover it, because I feel I could easily see them trying to run your pockets.
Yeah.
To watch this.
There's that aspect as well.
Like
and there's also just the aspect of, hey, they're going to mess with things that we love. Is anything going to be different? Because I don't want them to mess with NFL Red Zone at all. That's one that keep your hands off it,
Yeah, I think that's fair. That is a thing that is real, dear friend, and that one is kind of concerning to me, but we'll continue to watch that space if they do indeed get to that space. Jalen Green, no longer a Houston Rocket, now a Phoenix Sun, but a lot of love for the city of Houston. Apparently, he put out a self-authored Players Tribune article. We haven't gotten as many of these.
I like those, too. No, we haven't. Yeah.
Yeah, Players Tribune, what was that, a Jeter joint, putting that thing together so that people, could have some, the players could have more direct access. Yeah. I think it was kind of not a media workaround because that sounds pejorative, but, something that is a little bit more direct. I guess social media has kind of taken over that. But long story short, Jalen Green has posted to the Players Tribune an article that says farewell to Houston. And in it, he indicates that if he was somehow in a position of Rafael Stone, he'd likely make the same decision, saying, quote, listen, nobody likes to get traded, but I can honestly say that I get it, bro. This is a business, and if I was up there in the executive chair, I probably would have made the deal. I think it's a better situation for both sides, and I'm just excited to get it popping with Book and create that winning culture that we figured out down here in Houston. There's a lot more, obviously, that he says within it. But handle this in the most professional way as possible. And I don't know that there's anyone that, even if you had some concerns about if he was going to reach the places that you were hoping, I don't think there's anyone that sees him go and is not willing to have a level of affection for him.
I've watched this, I read this, and I'm right there with you. The maturity level that he had. Obviously, we talked a lot about Jalen Green and the playoffs, but to be able to kind of have that self-awareness and understand, it still could be great for him, but it's definitely a deal that no one could not understand the Rockets making.
Yeah, I'm still excited to see what he's capable of doing with more of the reins and more of the opportunity. I think that's going to be a really fun backcourt, even if it's not a crazy effective backcourt, at least when it comes to winning big-time games between Devin Booker and Jalen Green. So more power to you, Jalen Green. I know that you're sending love back to Houston. I think I can speak for Houston in this regard, that Houston sends their love right on back to you, big dog. All right, that's what's popping here in the loop. Oh, before we go, someone did ask, because we were talking about all the love about Brevin Jordan and talking about all the love of Cade Stover. Did Dalton Schultz, was he out there at all? He was. I don't think that he was bad by any stretch in LA. He looked perfectly fine to me. In fact, he looked he looked like he had some good wiggle to him as well. So, so that love to Dalton Schultz as well. All right. Coming up next here in the loop on Sports Radio 610, D'Amico Ryans, head coach of the team, also talked today. It's day one, so a lot of folks talking. Let's hear from the head coach as we have gotten going on training camp 2025.
Area 45 with Bijani. Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's Texans Training Camp. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
You heard the big voice, man. Texans Training Camp, day 1 of 2025 in the books. A lot of fun things happen, including hearing from the head coach of your Houston Texans, D'Amico Ryans. Let's do that right now.
Camp, good to have everybody out. Really excited for the start of molding our team, to see what our 2025 Houston Texans will look like. Just really good work today, shorter day, so not much action, but really impressed me today was just our signal callers, the operation from our quarterback, our middle linebacker, our personal protector on the punt team. Was just really impressed for the first day. A lot of times you come out and there are reloads you have to do things over, but today is a really clean operation, and that's a really great start to how we've been. So I'm pleased with where we started today and looking forward to continuing to stack days, continuing to build upon each and every guy that we have here.
Your third year on the field and off the field is continues to grow.
From CJ, I've seen continued growth. He's now learning a new scheme, learning a new offense, and he's putting in the work. He's being diligent about working to be on it when it comes to the communication, putting a lot more things on his plate. He's done a great job with that, and we'll see him continue to progress with that. So really excited for him, right, to really learn something new and really just continue to lead our team.
With things having more on his plate, do you think that gives him even more ownership over the offense as a leader?
For sure. From that quarterback perspective, you want that ownership. You want it to be on your plate, so to speak. And CJ, he's looking forward to it. He's open to it. He wanted it, and we're here. And so I think he's done a really fantastic job so far, and Kaylee's done a really great job of working with them. They're getting on the same page, making sure the terminology, everything makes sense so we can get in and out of the huddle fast, we can play fast, we can operate clean, and we've been doing that.
Can you speak on some of the other pieces on offense that you've added around him that will possibly help him this season?
And every year you're looking to add more and more to your team. I'm excited about the receivers that we've added, the young guys, Noel, Higgins, also with Kurt, Watson, it's all the guys we've added, at those spots. I think it will definitely enhance our offense, give us more options for where the football can go, and that'll help our quarterback a lot.
With Jimmy situation y'all in the NFL, how are y'all pushing that as a team?
Yeah, with Jimmy, it's unfortunate anytime something like that comes out in the news and that happens to one of your players. Jimmy's a guy that I've known the longest since I first started in the NFL. I've worked with Jimmy and know the type of guy that he is, and we'll just let the legal situation play itself out there.
Did you say a few words about Brian Brayman?
Very surprising and unfortunate loss of my former teammate, Brian Brayman. I was actually teammate with Brayman in 2 places, here in Houston and also in Philly. Had the opportunity to work alongside Brayman. It's tough. It's like last year, I remember being here speaking about, Jacoby, and now again with Brayman. It's unfortunate to lose guys at such a young age, and just, our thoughts are with this. And he leaves behind 2 kids, so thoughts are just with those kids and the family, because it's tough. 38 years old, and that's a tough one to swallow. Especially a guy who's been in the locker room with me. A guy who's full of energy, a guy who played the game, with the undeniable passion and edge. And he made a name for himself coming out of small school, West Texas A&M, guy who, by other people's means, shouldn't have made it, but he made it because he was a hard worker. He was dedicated to his craft, and he was a special teams ace for us. And I might just continue to pray for that family.
Albeit the offensive line that you wanted to make over, what small things are you seeing on day one that says that they're doing what you want? And is there one guy that's kind of taking that charge? Yeah,
for the O-line, Will, it's always tough when it's hard for me to you continue to evaluate O-line. It's hard when you don't have pads on because that's how the game is played up front, O-line, D-line. You got to put the pads on to have a true evaluation of how that'll look. But the small things that stuck out to me and what Cole has done a really good job of, just those small, intricate details that they'll translate, pads or not, and that's hand placement, your feet being right, like where are your shoulders, where are your eyes, the communication, all of those little things that really allow those guys to bind together as one. I think that's where y'all see the growth in our offensive line, those guys being on the same page, they're being intentional with how they're working an individual. It's very deliberate. And so I see that translates, and that's what I expect from all of our coaches, to be deliberate in how you prepare your guys as individual. That's what I've seen throughout the spring with Cole, with Zach, and that will translate. It's shown up here. They've done a great job communicating today, and that'll keep allowing those guys to be the best version of themselves and do a great job of run blocking first and foremost as a unit, and then also protecting CJ.
You talked about the continuity of practice today. How much of it did you pick up from OTAs coming out there today that you see, that you were pleased with, see the seamlessness?
Yeah, that's the thing, the transition and the ease of how we went into things today, it was really cool to see this debacle where the ball is on the ground, snap count is off, defense busting assignments, but to have a really clean operation, very pleased with that, because the guys have been away for a while, they haven't done football, so to come out and get the football part right, and that's alignment, assignment, being where you're supposed to be, that's half the battle. And I'm very pleased with our coaches, first and foremost, for having their guys ready to go.
So you got a chance to see Nick Caley's offense, even though it's on paper and now it's translating over to the field as far as training camp is concerned. What are some of the things about that offense when you take a look at it that excites you?
What excites me most about Caley's offense is that it's evolving and it's being tailored toward the Houston Texans and the guys that we have on our roster. So what excites me the most is not just copy and paste from other places that he's been, and he's been very successful at other places, but he's been very, very thorough with the installation process of where do we want to put our guys, what position, what's the best spot for our guys to be in. So you look at it through that lens, it's going to be about the Houston Texans, and that's what I love most about the offense, is him being able to be adaptable and put our guys where they need to be.
What's impressed you about Nick Chubb thus far? Do you think he has a little chip on his shoulder at all going through the season after the injuries?
Yeah, with Nick Chubb, very happy to have him with us. Anytime I think guy gets, another opportunity, another place, you're going to have that chip on your shoulder, and I think it's just Nick on. I'm happy to have him. It's excited to see him just continue to gel with our guys. We got him late there in OTA, so just be a matter of him continuing to gel with the guys in the locker room and just do what he does and run the football, play football the way he plays football. It's impressive to watch.
Unlike your offense, the defense has basically been here for the past 2 years schematically. So how much has that helped you guys, as you guys start in training camp, to know that the majority of your defense kind of knows and understands what you're looking for?
To me, every year I start over. So the previous 2 years, whatever that looks like, it doesn't matter to me, because every year we have to reinvent ourselves. We have to create and mold and grow to see what the 2025 Texans will look like. Just because the defense has been successful in the past, they've done a good job, that doesn't just guarantee success today. You got to go work at it. You got to grind at it. You got to put the work in, and that's what it's about. So we'll see what those guys become.
We'll take a few more.
Go ahead, Ken.
Talk about a little bit about yourself. You were honored in your hometown with the school. What that was like. What that meant to you.
And for me, this summer, being able to have the honor of getting a street named after me, the street I grew up on, I would say that's the biggest honor I could receive. It's one of the coolest honors to be back there on my home street and to see the sign up with my name on it. I'm just thankful to my parents, my mom and dad, for just their hard work and sacrifice. I know what it took for them to even back when, and so I'm thankful for them, the work, what they shown me. My parents taught me all about hard work, and that's what I believe in now as a coach. It doesn't change. My dad worked as an aircraft mechanic. He's a Vietnam vet. My mom worked cleaning in the cleaning business for a while. So it was just tough labor, tough work, and that's what I learned from my mom and dad. So for me, that honor, it says more so it's about them and who they raised, and me just, emulating them and what they show me.
How important is the offensive line success and progression to the offense in general?
When it comes to the offensive line success, the offensive success, it'll never change. It's about all 11 guys is working together, and I know there's a ton of questions about the O-line. We'll continue to grow. Our guys they'll be where they need to be. They'll do their job. They'll handle it the right way. But we'll see how everything shapes out. But it starts with just the mindset and the intent. Our coaches have done a great job of putting the work in there. Our players are doing a great job putting the work in. Now it's just a matter of when we snap the ball, right, on game day, whenever that is, we just got to go do it. It's not going to be about the talking. It's just going to be about us showing you. And I know, again, I'm going to get a ton of questions about the offensive line and what it looks like. Like, you guys will see what it looks like when we line up across from another team and we get a chance to actually compete in live reps. Me talking to you is probably not going to keep asking me questions. I'm not going to convince you I can't do a good enough job. Right? It hasn't changed, but we'll see what it looks like, man. I'm excited about the group because I know they'll be better.
Coach, when you talk about
take these last three.
What have you, throughout the course of your last 2 years, what have you learned about yourself as a coach?
What I learned about myself is, man, for me, and something I always believed in, is it's never rinse and repeat. It's always, you got to redefine yourself. Our game is always evolving. It's always changing. So for me as a coach is, how do I continue to keep up with the trends? How do I put myself in a position to be a better leader? And that comes with delegating more, giving other guys more opportunities to grow. For me, stepping aside and allowing guys to be the leaders, grow their leadership style and develop. That's my job as a head coach, is not only to develop players, which I love doing, but is also to develop our coaches and our support staff, and that's what I learned. I'm trying to do a better job of that.
Coach, can you give us an update on Joe Mixon?
On Joe Mixon, yeah, Joe, he's on NFI. It'll be whenever that timeline is right for him to be back, he'll be back.
We'll close it out with Aaron and Sarge.
With the situation at Tank Dell, I feel like he's still making progress, and you guys kind of made a determination on whether this season makes some sense maybe later in the year, or kind of not really making any time.
For Tank, and his process, Tank is doing great. He's crushing the rehab. He's doing phenomenal. Really great headspace. It's great to see him just in our meetings, into it. So whenever we back, I'm not putting a timeline on Tank to define like he has to be back this season or this particular time. I'm concerned about Tank as a young man just getting back healthily, physically, and mentally. When that time is set, he'll be back for us.
Last one.
Coach, last year you got a chance to see how Dino was the intricate part of helping Kamari, and how Steven was in helping Kate. This year they have Jalen Smith and Jalen Reed. I know that it's still early. What have you seen from them being able to help them?
Yeah, great question, Sarge. They're Steve and Dino, two really bright young coaches. I really enjoy, working with them each and every day. They do a really great job of presenting, leading their groups, and they are dedicated to seeing their guys grow. And they really enjoy working with the young guys, and you see that development from what Steven's done with Kalen, what Stingley's done with Kamari. What Dino's done with Stingley and Kamari. You talk about arguably, three of the best young players in the league at their position. So, man, I'm so proud of those coaches, and to see them grow, to see the work that they put in. They put in some long hours. But those guys work hard, man. Those are two really great guys I'm really proud of. And so I'm excited to see what they do with the young guys. Jalen Smith is out at corner working with Dino. He's been dialed in. He's been doing a lot of work with Kamari, with Kalen in the offseason. And also Jalen Reed. Steven's done a great job of working with him just on the communication piece. When the ball is snapped, Jalen, he's just continuing to dial in on in our league, you got to communicate. You have to talk more, and that's something all the college guys have to get adjusted to. But he's doing a great job coming out here today. Thought he did a phenomenal job day one of just communicating.
Thank you, Coach.
All right, appreciate it, guys.
All right, man. Lot to digest there. Obviously, we're going to dig in a lot, but I don't know what you heard loud and clear, but one thing that really jumped out to me was the offense clearly is going to have a different type of feel, at least from D'Amico's perspective, from what Nick Caley has done. It's sort of combining what he's done at both places. I'm very interested to see, what that looks like on the field once they go, in pads, which is going to be in a couple of days. That, and D'Amico knows what the rest of us know. Offensive line, baby. The offensive line is going to be a big topic of discussion, whether he likes it or not, and he knows that.
Yeah, he's fed up with us already.
And he already
Day
knows
one,
that.
he's fed up with us.
Yeah, and really just I think you had a legitimately very satisfied D'Amico Ryans in terms of just the way the team looked day one.
Impressed himself.
Yeah.
Not necessarily him, but
Yeah.
the team
Yeah.
impressed him with how diligent they were, which is funny because they've been kind of like, the reason why I think that they were able to do that is this ain't really the start of training camp, even though it is.
Yeah.
They've been operating like this since they were working out in the spring. So
Right.
that is good to see. Shots also fired.
Yeah.
Let's be honest. Shots fired, right? You heard what he said about the system, about what you've got going. Tailored to guys on the roster. That's to be expected. Not a copy of the other places he's been. Very thorough on where we want to put our guys.
Not copy and paste.
Yeah. Which, look, maybe you could interpret that as, he really is trying to praise what Caley is doing.
But that speaks directly to what it was.
The juxtaposition is
Yeah.
always going to be there.
Yeah.
And again, for those of us, including us on the show, that we're having a level of concern, is D'Amico going to be able to be the guy who can go above his homeboy and make those decisions?
Square peg, round hole is what he was basically
look, man,
saying.
I done looked at it. I did the evaluation. We brought in this cat, and he's going to be better at putting these guys in position to succeed.
Yeah.
It remains to be seen, but that's what training camp is for, ain't it?
Yeah. No, that one absolutely stood out.
All right, that's the head coach of the Houston Texans, D'Amico Ryans. We'll hear more from Texans as we continue on through the broadcast. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we get to our lunchtime confessions, as we always do.
Training camp is here. The Texans are back on the field, and we'll be your eyes and ears for every practice, every press conference, and every inside conversation leading up to the season. It's football season, H-Town. Can you feel it?
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Lowe's knows big savings make a big difference, especially when you're shopping for appliances. Hurry in to get up to 30% off select major appliances. Plus, My Lowe's Rewards members get free delivery, free haul away, free installation and parts on purchases of $2,500 or more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/30. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Price, delivery time, and vehicle availability may vary. See Lowe's.com/delivery for more details.
Febreze. It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 346-371-3330. That's 346-371-3330.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states, as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Kirk Holmes was just awarded Southern Living's 2024 Builder of the
Year award. Your process and service is second to none. Visit them at kirkhomes.com. That's KURK, because at Kirk Homes, it's all about you.
Welcome back to school, everyone. This is Vice Principal Smith here to go over the school zone rules. Now, parents, let's remember to stop and yield for people walking in crosswalks, obey school zone speed limits, watch for kids who may dart into the street, and please put your phone away. And again, please don't honk at me in the carpool line. We're all trying our best out here. Thank you.
Be safe. Drive smart. A message from TxDOT.
Hey, it's Sean Pendergast from my good friend Dr. Ben Salento with Texas Sinus and Snoring. And you guys know my story. Many, many years ago, I was a really bad snorer. I had horrible sleep apnea as well. And I'm very thankful that I met up with Dr. Ben Salento back in 2018 because he fixed my sleep, fixed my snoring. I sleep a whole lot better now and I live a much healthier lifestyle. When you don't get good sleep, nothing else matters. Sleep is the gateway to everything else. And the great thing about Dr. Ben Salento, he's got a comprehensive array of solutions to fix sleep apnea. Everything from mouth guards, nasal and throat surgery, to the wildly successful Inspire sleep apnea implant, a revolutionary solution to clear your airway at night. He is the foremost authority on this procedure in the state of Texas. He's done hundreds of them. Go meet with him today to learn more about it, or at least make the appointment today. Give him a call, 346-413-9313. That's 346-413-9313. Or visit him online at drbensalento.com.
Fabric.
Talk. Everything. I feel everything. After a while, I smell like everything, including Sir Pickles, who you snuggle with while binging that dating show you can't stop watching. So, how about we freshen things up with Febreze Fabric Spray? Oh, and a big spray for my pals, couch and ottoman. Ah, yes, refreshing. Breathe happy, Febreze. La 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 la.
It's time. Time for the pro to get everything for the entire job, all from one partner. To get access to over 3 million products, including many products you won't find in our stores. It's time to get delivery on your schedule or next day on over 50,000 products. And time to get dedicated support on the job site or in our stores. From ordering to planning, we've got you. One partner, any job, all in. Ask about all we can now do at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
On July 4th, historic flooding devastated Kerr County, Texas, displacing families, destroying homes, and leaving many in urgent need. The Salvation Army Emergency Disaster Services team is on the ground right now, serving hot meals, offering shelter, and providing emotional and spiritual care to those affected. But they can't do it alone. You can help. Visit salarmyeds.org to donate or volunteer. Every donation brings hope. eds.org.
It's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's lunchtime confessions clip on Sports Radio 610. In the Loop's lunchtime confessions clip on.
All right, pretty good day here, man. I mean, all around, you couldn't have asked for a whole lot more. Training camp, you just heard from D'Amico Ryans, feeling good about stuff, etc. But I have a confession that is not necessarily one of the good things that we've seen out here today. And that is, we really haven't even talked about it too much. What's happening with Christian Harris? It just made me feel like, talk about a big downer in the midst of such an upbeat, positive, things are looking good out of the chute type thing. Christian Harris was not on the PUP list. He was not on the non-football related injury list. He was active. He reported. He just wasn't on the field.
Yeah, that is a looming question. And I'm going to be honest. It does feel like he's not in the plans until he makes himself a part of the plans.
Right.
I think that it was a good question that was posed to Nick Cacerio when Nick was talking, and he basically, I think one of the portions of the question, the one that I definitely caught on to was, is the idea of an extension for Christian Harris contingent upon his play this year, which, I mean, some would say duh, but also, the only real acknowledgement of that portion of it was just the up front, an emphatic one. That could just be like, I get your question.
Yeah.
Or that can mean like, yes, he needs to get out here and hoop if he wants to get that contract. But more so within that answer, I thought it was really interesting to play, and whatever he can do to help the team be expected to do. That doesn't feel like, hey, yeah, we're excited for him, and he's going to be important.
It's so weird.
They've gotten to that point where it's Aziz, it's Henry. They got EJ Speed. I saw him walking by our broadcast location as they were finishing up practice, and I think that they very much look at those guys, and then like a Nick Neiman, who I know is like more of a special teams linebacker, but it feels like they're like, hey man, you can get in or where you fit in, or you can not if you're not healthy or not ready to go.
First day,
and that's
man.
whatever.
First day, I was like, come on. I mean, again, maybe we're going to be looking back at this tomorrow and say, okay, well, everything's cool. But it was just, my confession is, it was just a big downer amidst all the positive things today.
Yes, especially because there wasn't like a particular explanation for it. It wasn't he was going and doing that, which again, to be fair, there very easily probably could be a reasonable, but when he's not on the physical unable to perform list, like you said, when we don't see him out here on the fields, that leaves a level of openness that feels like the first 14 weeks of last year. Yeah. Right? Like it feels like when we're asking D'Amico Ryan.
And the last 4.
Yeah, that is also true. Gosh, it's been a lot. It's been a lot of where's Christian Harris? Is he Carmen Sandiego now?
Yeah, I don't know. Where is he?
Waldo?
Where is he?
These are my confessions.
All right, so day one of training camp, I feel like I feel like it went well for me. However, my confession is, as much as I understand we've gone through the process with this individual player, between my rewatch and seeing him last year when he was called into action, and then just watching him practice, I think I'm doing the thing where I'm falling for John Mechie again.
Oh, I could see that. Yeah, he was doing some side work even during drills. He'd pull a coach aside and said, "I need some more catches. I need some more." You're right. I can see that happening.
And I know I can feel it through the text line right now. 713-572-4610. Y'all are like, you idiot.
He's like the Astros injury report of players,
which also gets me. That also gets me. So yeah, that does feel like. But no, I'm seeing him the way that one of the drills that they were doing in warm-ups is like just watching the guys explode, quote unquote, off the line, and then get into a break down. And there's some guys that's like, all right, that's an okay break. He breaks, and it's just like boom, he hits where he gets, and I can see him exploding out of it. You're seeing him running routes. They're crisp routes. He presses where I imagine the imaginary defender would be, and then makes his break. It all looks great. And he might be a looks the part all-star, but that looks the part is really calling my name again.
I could see where you went there because I saw the same things you saw, but bless your heart.
I know. 619, stop it, Reggie. I know, and yet and still here I am. I see the hook, and I think I'm going to bite it.
That's why it's confession.
I think I'm going to bite it.
Yeah. These are my confessions.
I gotta admit, man, I'm super excited about this. I'm excited about going to steak night with my boys tonight, man.
Yeah.
So for those who don't know, me, Tyler, and Reggie, we kind of do a steak night. I want to say maybe once a month.
It's a tradition.
Yeah. We trying to make it a annual thing. We're on board. So Luke gonna pop up with us and eat some steaks. And we kind of planned this last week, like today, like a week ago today.
Yeah.
And I've been thinking about it since, man.
Oh, yeah, man.
Yeah, usually if you got a dinner or something like that, you'll wait till the day of to get excited about it. But
what are the odds? Go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just saying that Wednesday I was already like, damn, maybe we should have went today. So I was waiting all week for this.
Good for you guys. I was going to say, what are the odds, percentages, whatever, that Luke Morrow is going to be wearing a Black Sabbath shirt at Steak Night?
Ooh, that's
today?
high.
Oh, yeah. That's very high.
Right?
Yeah.
I'm getting
he's a big rocker.
If I'm going to put a number on it, I think
70?
I was going to put 75.
Yeah.
I think you got some really good odds there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll go 75 on that, too. I wonder where he ranks Black Sabbath. Because he can kind of be a hot take type of guy.
That sounds like some dinner conversation. I want to report. I want to report on that.
Yeah, I'm curious where he ranks Black Sabbath as an all-time rock group.
Ask him and get back to us.
Oh, I will. I'll be around this time and let you know.
These are my confessions.
I said all things good. We listened to all the guys here. C.J. Stroud, you'll be hearing from him. D'Amico Ryans, Nick Cacerio. So I was standing there listening to Nick, and he was good. Very about it. There were some nuggets in there that you could certainly sink your teeth into. He did say one thing though, and then this is where my confession is, where I went. You know what I'm talking about?
I don't actually.
When he said signing Jaden Higgins to a fully guaranteed contract.
That's right.
Was much ado about nothing. I went, I don't know if it's much ado about nothing. That it's just a story, and it's the off season. It's just a story. But then he also said a follow-up question was, have you heard anything from any of your cohorts, your peers? I haven't heard a thing. And again, I went, even just in jest, some GM from New England or somewhere that he knows gave him a hard time about this.
My favorite part about this, though, I think it was Landry as he was asking the question, right? As soon as Higgins, the name Higgins is dropped from Landry's lips, you can see
literal eyebrows raised.
Yeah, and not eyebrows raised as in, oh, you're going there as in like, oh yeah, let's do this. So like he knows what he did.
Oh yeah.
I mean, at one point in this, he's like, yeah, man, it made it to the Wall Street Journal, so it's much ado about nothing basically, and I'm like, dog, you gonna act like...
So you were with me?
Yes,
I was
100%.
Like, I don't know about that, Nick. I don't know about that.
Some of the things he said, he was like, top of the second round previously was basically like 92% guaranteed anyways. And he was like, it was going to be marginal with the increase of inflation. And I was like, inflation, I don't know if that works on percentages of guaranteed money. I don't think that... I feel like that is static in a way where you just kind of apply that across. Like, that does not seem to make sense. But however you justify it, big dog, like literally in my notes, you can see... Not sure how that's how that works, big dog, is what I wrote down there. But also, I do wonder, though, how do you feel about this portion he had an answer? Quote, it didn't impact Ursery. He thinks that there were some other factors that led to a stall in that contract.
Well, I mean, I actually didn't pick up on that.
Yeah, I was like, ooh, that's juicy.
I'm glad you did. Yeah, that is juicy. I have no idea what it would be.
No, me neither. I was like, I can't even start to begin to figure out what
it is.
But
just a story? Yeah, you wrote it. You wrote it. That's where I was with it. But all good. I mean, I just think I was like, okay, sure, Nick.
Yeah, and to be fair, I don't know how much he gains from being like, yeah, I did that. What now? You know what I mean? Like, I feel like that could it could put you in a certain adversarial place. But I appreciated kind of the tongue-in-cheek that he was coming with there. But nah, man. And then he also went as far as to seemingly try and make it seem as though the entire holdup of the second round getting their contracts done had maybe nothing to do with that. I was like, come on, dog. Come on, man. Yeah. So there you go. Those are our lunchtime confessions from the 832. Damn, Fig, your new house now steaks. What a comeback. Oh, you got the money out there, Fig?
Wow.
About to have a new car, too.
Hey, it's the reason we go to steak night and not just not a steakhouse. Like, this ain't no Steak 48.
We're going to Steak 48 again?
I wish. I've never been there.
It looks like there's a little level of means test happening on the text line from the 713. How do y'all get y'all steaks cooked, fellas? Need to know before I continue listening to the station.
Medium rare, baby.
Medium rare as well.
Yeah, I go medium rare, medium, most, medium most.
Does that? Let us know how you feel about that. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Those are our lunchtime confessions. Coming up next, we sat down with a man who was literally dripping excellence. I know because I can see the chair, and there was probably a good 10 ounces of sweat that came out from Will Anderson Jr., leader on the defense after day one of training camp. This is what it's coming up next. You'll hear what it sounded like.
All right, Ability Trees right now. Lewis.
safe. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's Texans Training Camp. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Yep. It's In the Loop, Sports Radio 610, Figgy Fig. Reggie Lopez holding it down on a Wednesday. Happy camp day. Day one is in the books, and the guys got a chance to catch up with Will Anderson straight off the field. And here you go.
Yeah, man, just one day at a time, and just telling them guys, like, whatever you got to do that's extra, whether you got to stay behind, don't be scared to ask coach questions. Don't be scared to be in the hotel room, moving chairs around, moving furniture around, getting your alignments, just running through different plays and stuff like that. Like, that's just kind of the biggest advice I've been giving those guys, man. Like, do it more. Be as extra as you can, get as much information as you can, and ask as many questions as you can.
You were a leader on this team from your rookie year, and you joined us on this show.
Yeah.
Is there such a thing as becoming even more, more of a leader, more comfortable in that role? Because it's clear that you are the guy right now.
Yeah, most definitely. And for me, it's just about connecting with my teammates, man, and just, being able to be there for them and be a servant towards them, man, because we're all in this together, and I love playing with these group of guys, man, and, I think they deserve the world, man, and just to be out here and to be able to be their leader and for them to give confidence in me to be able to be vocal with them, man, it means a lot.
I feel like I kind of buried the lead. Well, like first day of Christmas, I know it gets old fast. I know that. We all know that. But hey, you do anticipate this. What's it been like today?
Man, it's been everything. I thought we came out with great energy today, man. The team was very high, man. Everybody was flying around. The communication was great, man. And we were just having fun. And I think that's the type of team we have. We just have a fun, energized, detailed team, man. And I just can't wait to keep seeing how this training camp goes and just seeing everybody grow.
Yeah.
So one of the things we talk about leadership. I love the start of any season. The intentionality of it is always very interesting. And so, the messaging is always interesting. Every year is different, I know. So I'm fascinated. What's the message for this go-around with this defense and with this team?
Yeah, most definitely. Just to be the first to put a bull on the ring. And that's been Coach D'Amico's whole thing. Like, let's put the piece together. I think he did a phenomenal job yesterday in our meeting. He put up a puzzle piece, and it wasn't finished yet. And it had the Super Bowl picture on it, man. And it was just all different pieces scattered. And it just made me think about how we're getting all the right pieces and all the right people in here, and how every day we come out here, we're putting one piece each on that map to get to that bowl.
I'm interested in a couple things with you personally. So again, since your rookie year, you've always tried to add an element to your game.
Most definitely.
What have you focused on this year?
Yeah, most definitely for me, man, just being better with my hands, being great with my hands, and just using my speed more. I think a lot of guys obviously respect my power, but obviously just giving that finesse rush, man, and that's just kind of like been my whole thing, working with Demneal, working with Miles, and all those guys, man, that do it at the highest level. I've just been really blessed to be around some of those guys and learn a lot of great things.
That's the next thing. Sorry, Reggie. That's
no,
the
you
next
got
thing,
it, man.
You mentioned the next point I was going to make. Myles Garrett, I mean, highest paid, one of the best that's ever been.
Yeah.
How much time is that like?
We was together every day, man. He's a phenomenal guy, man, and since my rookie year, he's took me under his wing, man. He's just been a big brother to me, invited me over his house, dinner, everything like that, get to train with him, man, and he's awesome, man. I love him to death.
Now, we're talking to Will Anderson Jr. of your Houston Texans right here on Sports Radio 610. I know we talked a little bit about the defense.
Yeah.
Offensive line has been a big talking point about this team. You have one of the best vantage points of the offensive line. What's been the most notable difference with this year's group compared to previous ones?
Yeah, man, they're maulers up front, man. I can see the way they're working Andy, man, the way their coach have them moving around out there, man, and just more reps after one another, man. And you can see they're bringing it to the practice field. They're handling double teams, man. They're getting out their stances, moving around with urgency, man. And I'm excited, man. Those are a bunch of great group of guys that I love playing with. They come out here and they bust their butts every day, man. And I know it's going to show up on Sunday whenever we play, because those guys, man, they work really hard all the time.
What addition on the defense are you most excited about?
Man, all of them.
Give me
all of them.
That's a bad setup, man.
No, I can't give you just one because I'm excited.
Okay, give me a couple of that, dude. You're like, all right, this is going to be good.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
All of them. All of them. I feel like we all got dogs. We all swarming. We all having fun, man. And it's not going to be a drop-off. We have no weak links, man, and this has been our message. Whoever in, man, step up and play and swarm.
Can I let you know why that was happening? So we got a thing going where we're really focusing on a few players, and we're giving ourselves points when they get up. He's trying to get you to put a name down.
I was not.
He was trying to get you to put a name down and see if we could get a check off on this. No, you're a relentless worker. We know this about you. And this offseason you talked about getting better. I'm excited about how Matt gets more finesse. But what else did you do this offseason to enrich yourself? Was it just watching Love Island? Like, what were you doing to enrich yourself this week?
No, I wasn't watching Love Island. No.
You're kind of a throwback guy, aren't you?
I just fishing, man, just on the lake every day after workouts, man, just trying to break my PB of bass. I didn't break it, man.
What was it?
It was 5.73.
Oh, you talked about that last year.
Yeah, and I didn't break it, so I was just out there.
How close did we get, though?
The closest I got was like a 4.
That's all right. That's a good fish. That's a good fish.
Is that a change in your body composition? I'm not gonna lie. We were looking and we were like, all right, there's a little bit of a shift here. Is that what factored in there?
Yeah, that's what factored into it.
All right, so he pulled the curtain back on what we were trying to set you up, and I wasn't, for the record.
You don't have to lie to kick it, man.
I'm going to pull the curtain back a little bit too. He just mentioned it. This is his rookie year at training camp. Did you have to carry pads when you were a rookie?
No, I didn't.
Thank you.
Dang it,
my man.
Because I'm trying to get him to carry my backpack to the truck
I'm
every
not
day.
carrying nothing.
I did it.
All right, so back to football. Is there a quarterback that you want to get that you haven't gotten yet?
All of them. They're all the same to me. They're all the same to me, man. It's what brings me joy, man. And what makes me happy. It doesn't matter what quarterback it is. Just to get that sack, to get them down, it makes no difference.
All right, so a couple of things as a follow-up to that. Do you have a running list, though?
Whoever's on the schedule.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
What were the emotions that moment where you get your third and you yell, "That's 3"? Because that one sticks with me. What were the emotions in that moment?
It was really big, man. I just give a big shout out to my D-line and obviously the defense, but the D-line, they give me, man, they pour so much into me. It's like obviously being the leader of that group, man, they helped me out so much, and I wasn't able to get 3 of those sacks without them, so I had to give a large, celebrating with those guys, because like you guys are a big part of my success. So man, they pour so much into me, and they've been great vets for me.
Now you talk about the interior, especially that interior. Sheldon Rankins,
that's my guy,
back in the fold. Like, what has he brought back to what this team and your defensive line has?
Yeah, most definitely. Just that cool, laid-back Bob, man. It's like to know everything's going to be okay, man, and know that we're a bunch of dogs, man. And the way he speaks, the way he talks, when he does talk, it's very impactful and very powerful.
Every team has the Super Bowl as a goal. You mentioned it with it's like a puzzle piece or whatever D'Amico did for you guys. How real do you feel that is this year?
Most definitely. I feel like it's very real, and it has to be real every year, man. And like I said, I feel like we have the pieces to go do that, man. We got the coaches to go do that. We have the staff to go do that, man. And now it's just about using this time right here to put it all together.
Yeah.
All right. This is a nonsense question. I recognize it. How long is too long to keep a pillow?
I don't know. I've had my pillows for 3 years.
Okay.
I had one for 20.
Hey, man, the softer the better, man. Come on now.
Damn it. I knew I couldn't win all of them. You were on my side all interview. And then you went over there and you were on his. I don't like that, but I still love working with you.
Well, we appreciate you. I got one more for you. I know you want to get out of here and you got to get to the other side. C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
I've been saying it all off season. I thought he had as good a season last year as he had his rookie year, given all the circumstances.
Yeah.
What are you seeing in the guy across the way right now?
Man, CJ's the same guy he was when he first got here, man. Discipline, game detailed with his game. He's a great leader for us. He's going to go out there and step on the field and do his thing every single time, man. And I love CJ, man. The way he comes out here, the way he prepares, the way he brings other people with him, man. The sky's the limit for CJ. I know he's going to do big things for us this year. I know he's going to do big things for him and his family and God almost, because that's who he does it for, man. So I'm excited to see him spin, and I can't wait.
Will Anderson Jr., man, we always enjoy getting to talk with you. The energy is effervescent, and I'm excited for what that looks like on these practice fields for the next month or so.
Yes, sir. I appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Right,
yes,
we'll talk
so
soon.
That's Will Anderson Jr. joining us right here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. Every day off the practice field, we'll be talking to somebody, getting their insight, and a great place to start, Will Anderson Jr. here.
Yes, it is a great place to start with Will Anderson Jr. Salute to Reggie and Lopez for that interview straight off the practice field. Day one is in the books, and the guys will be back in the studio in a couple minutes. But coming up next, they got more nuggets that happen out at Texans training camp. You'll get that here. Stay put.
Training camp is here. The Texans are back on the HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's Texans Training Camp. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
That's right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Day 1, 2025, Houston Texans Training Camp in the books.
Yes, sir.
Lopez, how you feeling?
Feeling good. All things considered, you couldn't have asked for a whole lot more. Maybe you could ask for a couple little things. We talked about it about 20 minutes ago, but, all that aside, CJ looked good. Obviously, it was good to see the Nick Chubb out there going. Defense is the defense. Now here's what I'm looking forward for tomorrow.
Okay.
We're going to have
spinning it forward.
Yeah, we're going to have a little better look at the defense tomorrow. Today, there's 1, 2, 3 fields. They were on the third field. It's kind of hard to see. We were kind of focused on the offense.
That's true.
So we're going to have a better look on that tomorrow because they'll be going, if memory serves, and certainly we'll get a good gauge on that.
What are you most looking forward to with the defense? Because I tried to, and of course, day 1, you're only going to get so much. In fact, first week, you're only going to get but so much before we put pads on and have the capability of seeing more of what's happening. But I tried to, in individual drills, go over there. Man, I think I butchered the word individual there. I'm sorry. I have to say, did I say individual?
Something
I don't
like
know.
that.
Oof, that was nasty.
That's all right.
Individual drills. I tried to go in between those second and third fields as you were describing it. And I got a little bit better view of where the safeties were working out, the cornerbacks were working out separately, and then the wide receivers and tight ends. I couldn't really get more, as much of a sight on the guys that I really want to see, the law firm of Smith and Smith.
Yeah.
Jalen Smith, the rookie cornerback, and then Tremont Smith, the veteran cornerback that they brought in that would probably be playing more of that outside role. I really want to see what those guys had. I got a chance to see like some small things they're playing, doing a little bit of a break on the football drills.
Yeah.
Nothing that is too expansive. I want to see those guys more because, again, you know this about me at this point. I've talked about it and I've bloviated so much. I want to see what this cornerback depth looks like because I think that could be one of the few portholes in the Death Star of this defense.
Well, that ties in with the other thing I'm looking forward to tomorrow. I think either tomorrow or Friday, we're going to get a heavy dose of ones versus ones, not necessarily full pads. I think that's probably coming maybe Friday, but certainly Saturday. But one-on-one drills.
You think we even get pads by then?
I think Saturday we'll get pads.
Okay.
But they're going at it pretty good. I mean, they're mixing it up right now, as you guys well know if you've seen some of the video that's. But ones versus ones, receivers versus cornerbacks. We're going to see some of that tomorrow. That is going to be big time for not just Jaden Higgins and Jalen Noel, but Christian Kirk, some veterans, Nico Collins going against the likes of Stingley and Lassiter, et cetera.
Yeah, that was one of the fun things that D'Amico Ryans mentioned in his availability was talking about. And I mean, it's simple, really, but just he was excited about a number of players, and of course, he went ahead and rattled off damn near all the wideouts. Jalen Noel, Jaden Higgins, Christian Kirk, Justin Watson. More options for where the football can go to help CJ, and that one struck me, especially as I'm in the midst of my rewatch. We'll pick that back up tomorrow, where I'm watching, especially as you've lost Diggs at one point in the season, when you lose Nico for a period of time, as you lose Tank Dell, you're seeing a lot of games where CJ is just the teams know that you don't have very many places to go in a realistic way. And I'm super excited to see the opposite side of that. Let's get a real feel, hopefully, if they're placed in the right positions, for CJ to have opportunities, have outlets to pick and allow him to flourish. Because having the reins is cool, but if the reins only really lead you to one place, that'd be real problematic.
And just another good thing today, going back to today, is obviously C.J. Stroud, but really the way the offense worked. You heard D'Amico talking about it. CJ, more control. We're starting to see some of that. And then it's going to just get more and more so as the week progresses.
How much do you make of that? Didn't know of how excited he was, not just about CJ, but all the signal callers, as he called them, like the linebackers. The fact that these guys are on task, not messy. It's already clean day one. Like, how much does that matter to you, especially as a man who has seen many a training camp and probably can do the connection of what it looks like in training camp versus what it ultimately looks like in the season?
Well, what I've seen, and many have seen that have covered this team and others over the years, is exactly what D'Amico said he was glad he did not see, and that's just sort of having to explain things, ball hitting the ground, pulling back from the line of scrimmage and saying, okay, what are we doing? It was sharp. It was crisp, and that's a compliment to C.J. Stroud as much as anyone.
All right, so one more thing I wanted to hit, at least with the D'Amico Ryans as he talked, was were you as taken with the two different instances that D'Amico mentioned that every year I start over?
Yeah.
Because, I mean, you would not, be mad at him by any stretch looking at it and going, we had an elite defense last year. We expect to have that same defense. We just want to build upon that strength. No one would trouble him for that, but he went as far to say, previous 2 years, it doesn't matter to him. We have to reinvent ourselves. Just because a defense has been successful in the past doesn't mean it'll be successful today.
I didn't quite highlight that, as it seems like it stood out to you, only because I think that's the way D'Amico played.
Sure.
The way that he's wired. I think we know that by now. And I think it's the culture that has been, implemented from the very first day that he stepped here. But even Cacerio was talking about when he was speaking today, if you think you know how it's going to go, you're probably going to be wrong. But he did say, I think we have a very good team. Nick Cacerio did. I think we have a very good team.
Yeah, but I don't know. I love that because also it acknowledges that, the defense was not perfect.
Yeah.
And they're going to build anew. Obviously, they have some things that you imagine that you have some insight on. You have some ideas that work to some degree. You're not going to rinse and repeat, but you're going to build it anew. And I think you can maybe, I imagine that, hey, making sure that we have tackling down pat is one of those. Making sure that, guys are not having busts over the top of the defense is going to be a part of that. I am intrigued to see what a refreshed and start from square one defense does for the defense as a whole, and also for some of the newcomers and maybe the opportunity for them to come in and be impact players or at least have some level of impact early on. All right. Some other things when it comes to your Houston Texans. The Athletic put together a pre-training camp, which, of course, now a little bit into the early parts of training camp, power rankings for the NFL. And I like this because it gives us a little bit more of an insight as to what teams around or what people around the league are thinking of this Houston team from the outside looking in, because we have our thoughts. We've talked a lot about them over the course of the last few months. Where do you think the Houston Texans, assuming that you haven't seen this, I actually didn't ask.
I actually have not.
Okay, where do you think the Houston Texans fall in a pre-training camp power rankings for the Athletic?
Probably lower than we would expect, but I don't think too low. I'm going to say 10 or 11.
That is actually lower than where they are.
Oh, good.
That is lower when they were.
I don't know why I said good.
It is good because they are ranked higher than your expectation.
Yeah.
8th.
All right.
Is the ranking for the Houston Texans, and this is a Athletic article that was put together by Josh Kendall of the Athletic, and it has in a segment that I like to call reading. You know about this. C.J. Stroud was sacked 52 times last year, more than anyone. And more than anyone other than Caleb Williams, who obviously he had his issues. More than 10% of his dropbacks ended in a sack or an interception. And Houston's offensive line lost Laramie Tunsil, which that's kind of funny in today's light because it did feel like there were times in which Laramie Tunsil was being spoken about without being spoken about, so to say. The defense might be good enough, though, to keep the Texans near the top of this list with while the offense tries to regain its footing. Houston was second in defensive success rate, fifth in defensive EPA last year, and added C.J. Gardner-Johnson. This is an accurate description and depiction of what this Texans team is, right?
I think it's very accurate, and it also led me to remember something else that I thought was very important today. And it might just be me, but it is important to me. The way that they sort of they gave the offense more opportunities than a team usually does, even this team last year and the year before, to take some reps. And I think what it's indicative of is they're going to bring the offense along as slowly as it needs to be, give them as many reps as they need. And just for those who weren't listening earlier, generally you get like 3 or 4 reps with the first team on the field, to be accurate, and then about 3 or 4 with the next team, and so on. But they got like 8 or 9 in a row right out of the chute, which I think is an indicator of they know their defense is set. They've got to bring this offense along, diligently and carefully, and get and as much as it takes to in terms of reps, they're going to do it.
All right, so we know the Houston Texans ranked 8th. I don't think anybody's going to be too mad about that. Top third of the league, and I think with the way that this Texans team is, we were hopeful that the offense will find a level of a better footing, obviously, than last year, but a level of viability when it comes to the balance of complete and competitive football. What is the neighborhood? Like, I like thinking about this. Where are the comps? Where are you around? The team immediately behind the Houston Texans at 9 on these power rankings, the Los Angeles Rams, week 1 opponent. And then immediately ahead of the Texans, the Detroit Lions, a team that is replacing both of their coordinators, maybe having to find their offensive identity again. How does that hit you, that those are the two teams that you're sandwiched between on this particular power ranking?
I think it's, in all honesty, maybe a tad bit generous. What are the top 7?
All right, so here we go.
Yeah.
Stop me when you get offended by a team that is ahead of your Houston Texans. Number 1, the Super Bowl champion Philadelphia Eagles.
Okay.
All right, no objection there.
Oh, I guess I'm not offended.
All right, number 2, I believe Super Bowl favorites as of betting odds right now, Baltimore Ravens.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, everybody's good?
We're all good. We good.
Number 3, AFC foe, assuming that you do the things that you need to do, the Buffalo Bills at 3. Okay.
No complaints.
Number 4, Kansas City Chiefs.
Right.
Okay, still good. Number 5, Green Bay Packers. Okay, I see it in your eyes that you want to talk about this.
I was a big fan of Jordan Love last year. I thought that was a real good comparison with C.J. Stroud. I liked what the Packers were doing. I think that's a little generous. Maybe they're falling into sort of a narrative, whatever you want to call it, momentum that the Packers might have. Yeah.
You knew that was going to happen.
I think
right?
that's a little generous. Yeah.
No
Commanders.
Commanders are 6th.
Packers ahead of the Commanders.
That is correct.
All right, so now I'm legit.
There is something to be said about, like, the Commanders did fall into some of those wins were, like, by the skin of their teeth, which, again, the wins count as W's.
But they did get to the NFC Championship.
And they did, right? Yeah. And they did. I do wonder, though, how that continues to hold on. Year 2 of Jaden Daniels, that is one of those things that it ends up being a cliche, but there is a modicum of truth within it. The idea of an opportunity to have more film and more of a sight on what a team.
But they've also added on, and he's no longer a rookie. So
they haven't paid his best option yet. I imagine that should happen at some point. But okay, so you have literally no issues with Commanders, but more with the Packers. Okay, and then 7, as I mentioned, the Detroit Lions, a team that the talent is clearly there in abundance. They just need to figure out what they're doing with the coordinators, and are they able to put those talented pieces?
No, I think that's more than fair. And again, at first I was thinking a little bit generous with the Texans, but I like it, and I think they've justified it.
Okay, so I'm excited to get going on this season, man. We're barreling towards that way. Real quick, I actually want to talk about the Astros, because the Astros getting going with a day game, I guess a more West Coast, not quite West Coast, but Arizona edition of a day game. I believe that's a 2:40 first pitch for the Astros, where you'll have Brandon Walter on the mound. Get this. Here's the lineup. You ready for this?
I'm looking at it.
You have Trammell leading off.
How about that?
And then Victor Caratini, who is playing first base, batting second. Then you have Christian Walker DHing third. So he's, I guess, maybe being at Chase Field and his success. I know that he had gotten to a point where he was 4 of 6 in his at-bats. I think he had another one that I did not account for. But then you after that, you end up with Yainer Diaz catching, Bryce Matthews hitting 6th at second base, Dubon, Cooper Hummel, Chaz McCormick, and then Shea Whitcomb rounding out your lineup. What, like?
No Altuve rest day.
No Altuve rest day. No Cam Smith rest day. First and foremost, how do you feel about both of those guys getting rest day on the same day?
Yeah, that's a little weird, because they've been very key, obviously, offensively. So that's number one. The second part is, with those two guys out, what does Bryce Matthews have to do to get up, maybe lead off second, something like that, with his speed?
Okay, that is fair. He does have the speed. I do wonder if
tap a little bit.
Not even tap the brake. Like, keep the pressure low on boy, right? Like there is something that you're hitting major league hitting. That don't mean we need to throw you to the wolves of now you're hitting in higher pressure situations, upwards inflection. You know, so I actually do like this. Allow him to keep a level of comfort. I I don't know that's like, yo, we need to make sure he gets that extra at bat over, get him in a place where he's comfortable, and hopefully he can get you another one of those shots that go out of the yard.
I will say, just based on what we saw the last couple of days, and certainly, he's in the lineup again right behind Bryce Matthews. Mauricio Dubon has had a pretty dang good run here. A lot of great plays to the plate defensively, throwing, getting guys out, making plays, making catches, and helping Bryce Matthews. That was one of the things I meant to get to yesterday. Matthews, after the game, after his 2-home-run game, was crediting, the team for all the support and the way they're helping him, sort of acclimate and all that. But specifically, Dubon seems to be taking on that role of, all right, rookie, let's talk. Let me help you here. And seems to really be helping Bryce Matthews. For lack of other guys being in the lineup because they're hurt, they're on the injured list, Dubon is kind of taking on a bigger role like that, too.
And it would stand to reason that he would be the guy to do that, right? The dude who plays all the positions, being a guy that gives other guys game, right? Like, all right, well, when you have to jump into this position that you have not played very often, these are the things that I utilize to help myself get right quickly to play this position or to do the things that I need to do, especially because he is the elder statesman second baseman that you have. I mean, even Brendan Rodgers, and I feel like a jerk saying this. I probably shouldn't say this every time. I'm good on that proposition at this point. Even him, like, he's injured at this point. He's not with the club in order to do that. So, yeah, man, Dubon is the guy who would be giving Bryce Matthews game in this instance.
And one other thing about this lineup, as you just went through it, we should be saying, what the hell? When you look at the lineup, I mean, it's – and we're not, really.
Well, there is a certain inclination, especially when you're like, hey, we are doing the you're running a restaurant, you are already on the skeleton crew, and you tell your best 2 servers, hey, you can go ahead and you're cut for the night. What you mean? What you mean Altuve and Cam Smith cut for the night? We are slammed right now.
Let me just go through the last names. It's July. You're leading the division. You're half a game out from the best record in the American League. And here we go.
Taylor Trammell. Would you like to lead off, buddy?
Trammell, Caratini, Walker, Diaz, Matthews, Dubon, Hummel, McCormick, Whitcomb. That's your contending lineup?
And what's funny is, like, the tone is one of kind of like exasperation is not the right word, but like one where we're just kind of astonished. Yeah. But it's also, we're not mad on them. Like, they've earned the benefit of the doubt at this point.
Yeah. That's why I said we should be saying, what the hell is going on? But we're not. Because they have done exactly what you just said.
So very excited to see, though, I will say, that is the lineup. They're going up against a not very bad pitcher in Brandon Pfaadt.
Good way to put it.
Yeah.
He's not bad.
Yeah, not bad. That is the way that I'll say that. So, yes, you do have the win on the series, so maybe does that contribute at all? I know we can afford to lose, but we'll see what that ultimately looks like in a day game for your Houston Astros, who, again, still sitting 5 games above the AL West. They cannot, the zombie Astros roll on.
Yeah.
This is so fun. It's a little nerve-wracking at times, but it is fun. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we always do it at this time, so we had to hand things off to Figgy Fig for the mixtape. What you got for us, bro?
Yeah, so Rich Hill made his start last night, and he made history with the Royals at the age of 45, being the oldest pitcher or oldest person in team history. So it got me thinking, if you could have a former pitcher come out and pitch for 1 inning, like on some nostalgia type stuff, who would it be? I got a list, 713-572-4610.
I know my answer. I'm doing a bit, but we'll do it next.
All right, Braun's Roofing right now. Skeeter Braun, I was just texting with him today.
Every donation brings hope. Every hand makes a difference. That's SALArmyEDS.org.
I feel ready to go another 9 innings.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back. Relax. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yep, it's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Wednesday. Happy Wednesday to everyone out there. Happy camp day. Football season is here. But we got to talk a little baseball.
Baseball.
We got to talk a little baseball. Mm-hmm. So last night, Rich Hill, pitcher who been in the league for what? I forgot how many years. Yeah. He got like over 15 plus service years, whatever they said. Mm-hmm. But he made history for the Kansas City Royals last night. He went 5 innings, gave up 6 hits, 1 earned run at the age of 45.
Pretty incredible.
14th franchise that he's played for.
14?
Like he is baseball Luke Ridenour. He is baseball Andre Miller. He been all over him.
Yeah, so this is how it sounded on the Royals broadcast when they introduced Rich Hill.
And there is 45-year-old Rich Hill. He makes history tonight. He is officially the oldest player in Royals franchise history. He is also now pitching for his 14th different team. That ties Edwin Jackson's major league record. And that is called strike 3. Tucker's down looking. First Royals strikeout for Rich Hill, and strikeout 1,429 in his big league career.
Against his former team, too. The team that
they're all his former.
Yeah, exactly.
No, the team he actually debuted with. Yeah. So he debuted against kind of a little cool moment right there.
Oh, very cool.
Which got me thinking, man. If you could have one former pitcher back on the mound for 1 inning, I ain't gonna say 5 innings. Mm-hmm. I know some people ain't doing no 5 innings, but at least 1 inning. Based off of nostalgia. So it ain't got to be like a, Babe Ruth or anything like that, but somebody that you can still look at and be like, I think he could probably go 1 inning.
It can be dead or alive?
No, I would say, if you want, I kind of want alive. I was kind of thinking
I've got 2 alive.
He's bring that old person out here.
Because the first person I thought about was Roger Clemens.
That's a good one.
I would love to see Roger Clemens, the Rocket, on the mound. Just 1 inning, just off of nostalgia.
2 that are alive that I would love to see. I'll give you in a second, but I've never saw this guy. Obviously, way before my time too. I would love to see what Satchel Paige really
has.
Man, I would love to see what Satchel Paige really has. Apparently, he was like, before there were radar guns, just blasting people out there. So I'll set that aside, but that was the one that came to mind.
That's a great answer.
The ones that are alive, I want to see Greg Maddux dice up these fools.
Also a very good answer.
Dice them up with a 78-mile-an-hour, fastball just right on the paint, and then another one, slider on the paint, and then the mind games that he would play with batters. Oh, you think I'm going to throw this? I'm not going to throw that. I'm going to throw this, and you're going to swing at it.
I think one of the other reasons why I thought about this question was just seeing how Rich Hill was pitching. Mm-hmm. It was very old school.
Yeah.
Just like, I'm going to just throw this ball, just keep on. It's nothing fancy. It's nothing like mechanical type deal.
Yeah.
He was just throwing that sucker, man. So so here's my list.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I would love to see Hideo Nomo.
Okay.
Just that pitching style. He's 56 years old, by the way. Mm-hmm. So if I could see that style of pitching for 1 inning, I'd be good with that. El Duque.
Yeah.
El Duque, Orlando Hernandez, 59 years old, by the way. I would like to see that kick.
He can strike one guy out.
Yeah, I'd like to see that knee up to the chest.
Mm-hmm.
I said Roger Clemens. He's 62, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
And by the way, how fast do you think his fastball is
right now?
Right now,
I bet you he can hit 85.
I was thinking the same thing.
80,
I think he could
85.
I think he could get up to about 84, 85.
Mm-hmm.
My next one, Dontrelle Willis.
All right.
I would love to see Dontrelle Willis for 1 inning.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. just that funky little delivery.
Yeah.
See him for one, and he's 43, by the way.
Okay.
So I think that's very
viable. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's not talking crazy.
Mm-hmm.
And the next one of my favorite pitchers growing up, CC Sabathia.
That was one that came to mind as I was thinking.
I need big CC though, man. I don't want skinny CC.
Nobody wants skinny CC. With all due respect,
I want 350 pounder CC Sabathia.
I'm with you on all those. I like all those.
Yeah, and I threw another one in. Clearly, this ain't gonna happen, but Juan Marshall.
Juan Marichal?
Yeah, 87 ounce, but
another one that I wish I could have seen.
Yeah, but that high kick, have you seen that high kick?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I would maybe I would like to see him throw the first pitch out.
Okay, I like what you're
maybe
doing
the
there.
first pitch out. Maybe I don't know how good of shape he in, but I would like to see him attempt to do his old
What do you
style.
think Nolan can bring?
This is the problem.
How old is he now?
He is rather old. I don't want to say the thing that immediately came to mind and let it sound
78.
like disrespect.
78.
Yeah.
I don't know that he got the heat like just in the mechanics. However, there is not a pitcher in the world that's got more want to.
Yeah.
And so I feel like he could want to himself to like a nice 70, nice 70 that just like that's crisp 70.
Yeah.
Some of the ones that are coming in on the text line, Roy Oswalt, Andy Pettit,
That's a
those
good
are to be
one.
expected. Somebody said Lance McCullers. Stop that. Mariano Rivera comes up. Just making sure y'all said Randy Johnson. I definitely thought it.
Yeah.
I said I was going to do a bit, and I appreciate Rob Torres on the YouTube also being in the same place. Give me Bartolo Colon because there's nothing that American society loves more than a portly athlete.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
I should have did a list of the fat pitchers. The fat pitchers.
As we all want to see
best
them.
fat pitchers of all
We
time.
all want to see him.
Yeah.
Now,
Bartolo is definitely on that list.
Yes, he is.
something you said when you started, and he was good. Like that's the thing.
He was really good.
It's not. It's easy to just remember him as, oh man, he's the big boy, whatever.
Yeah.
He was tough.
he was good.
Yeah.
When we start talking about Dead or Alive, you know the name that came to mind, especially when you brought up Satchel. Another great black.
I'd love to.
Just because I want to see him be ornery as hell on the mound. Like I just want to see him annoyed as hell that he has to face batters.
He's yelling at his own catcher. Sit back down. he did that on multiple occasions. Don't come talk to me. I got this. Okay, yes, sir.
A lot of big unit love. Doc Gooden comes in. That would be fun as well.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, that's a good one. All right. It's Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. While we talking about baseball, I kind of ran down a rabbit hole because this video popped up. Speaking of old school pitchers, David Wells.
Yeah.
Played for the Yankees. I think he played for the Padres at one point too. But a video popped up about him wearing Babe Ruth's hat in a real game. You remember this story?
Whoa, I don't think I've
Vaguely.
ever heard this.
Yeah, vaguely.
Yeah, so he actually bought Babe Ruth's real Yankees hat, and he wanted to wear it in the game, but Joe Torre was like, "No, you're not allowed to do it."
Yeah.
But here's the story of David Wells and the Babe Ruth hat.
I ended up buying it for $35,000. I took it to the ballpark. I said, I'm going to wear this sucker. Joe Torre got wind of it. He's like, hey, you can't wear that hat. It's not required uniform. I'm like, Joe, how cool would that be to wear the hat? Babe Ruth wore it. Now I'm wearing it in a game and kind of brings back history a little bit because it is history. I'm like, I'm going to wear this hat. He goes, no, you're not. I go, oh, yeah, I am. I was warming up. I walked by him and he was looking right at my hat. I looked down. I said, see, I don't have it on. But I went up to my locker, put it on. I'm looking up the time. And I'm like, oh, just run out there because when you run out there, they start the music and I'm like, go. So they took off running and then I came right on the mound and Joe's pissed. He goes, take the hat off. He goes, I told you not to wear it. And I said, well, I wore it. It's pretty cool. He goes, well, you're not wearing it anymore. After the game, he called me in. He's like, yeah, you're fined $2,500. I'm like, that's it? And I said, all right, whatever it is. At least I got to wear the hat and, you know, history is history. So I bought it for $35,000 and I took a lot of grief for paying that much for a hat. I saw in the paper a Babe Ruth jersey and it was going up for auction. I said, if somebody's not going to get the jersey, they're going to buy the hat. So I ended up putting a hat on the auction and ended up getting like $550,000, $600,000 for it. That's a good investment on my part. That's the saga of that hat. It was pretty cool.
No, I didn't hear that. I didn't remember that last part. That's a great investment.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. I mean, ultimately, $50,000, all things considered, or no, bad math.
$35,000.
$60,000, all things considered, to buy and wear the hat in a big league game.
No, he said 2,500. So it was only 37,000.
2,500?
Yeah.
I'm thinking 25. Oh yeah, that's even better.
So including the fine, he paid 37,500 and sold it for $500,000.
Yeah, auction it went off for over 500,000 somewhere around there. Yeah,
Good for him.
Yeah, that was cool. You could actually Google the picture, and he's actually wearing the hat. It looked kind of cool, man. It looked super cool, but I thought that was a cool story. Well, I guess it's going to be a Yankee segment because y'all want to laugh at some
cool.
At Aaron Boone?
Of course. 100%.
Yeah. It's even fun. I want to know who's in the right with this. So Aaron Boone was on with I want to say Talking Yanks. I want to say that's John Boy, right? John Boy.
It's the Talking Baseball. I can't remember what Talking
Yanks.
Is. Yeah, it's within the Talking Baseball family of things, and I can't remember if that's
I think it's John Boy.
Okay,
but the Yankees, Aaron Boone been kind of getting a lot of heat, and we kind of did this with Joe Espada at one point where the Astros was playing a little rough. And we said, hey, man, we need some fire under his butt, man. Like, why is he talking all calm?
Yeah.
Like, throw something.
Yeah.
Like, let's fire up the squad. So they're saying the same thing about Aaron Boone and the Yankees. They feel like there's no urgency.
Okay.
So here is some guys on Talking Yanks talking to Aaron Boone. He's actually on the podcast with him. And he got a little chippy right here.
Vladdy diving means they wanted it more last night.
No, it doesn't mean that, but it's like it's like that visual then to like the post games of like it's July. There's a lot of season left when you're 2/3 of the way through.
But understand the pestering, bantering, leading questions that are being asked of our guys.
I understand that.
And I don't want them to just fly off the handle and be emotional. Like, we've been pretty good over the years of like compartmentalizing and dealing with the everyday grind of the regular season and playing in New York and all the, and you start getting emotional and going down that road. It's a bad trait.
Yeah, so he talking to him. He like, hey, everybody is different pretty much.
Yeah.
And that one is a bad sign. So here's more with Talking Yanks and Aaron Boone.
I get it. I guess there's just a difference. Like, Weaver had a couple bad outings. The way he talked to the media, it felt honest and it felt.
Okay,
and he was
everyone's different. Stop with the reaction of how a guy answers a freaking question.
It's not. But it's not. It's not one guy. It's like.
Okay, we got to win. We understand.
Got to win.
We are obsessed with it and hell-bent, preparation-wise, and guys give a rip, okay?
So this is great, but this doesn't come through.
Because everyone handles things different. Some people will give you colorful answers.
Yeah.
Oh, I love that media answer. Some guys throw their helmet. Does that make you feel good? Some guys are calm. Like, stop it. It doesn't mean a guy cares more or less because he dives into home plate, okay?
Well, yeah.
Okay, it's you got to be angry at something because we didn't win, or so I got to direct my anger at something.
That was real dismissive.
It really was. But here's the thing. I think and I haven't looked at the comments or anything. I bet you Yankees fans are still taking him to task. Like,
yes. 100%. The most reasonable fans in all of baseball are obviously I'm saying, like, Yankees fans.
Even though he actually showed some fire there, I think it's working against him. Like, why can't you talk like this, after a game? You clearly can get agitated.
Yeah. Here's the last part of this interview where you kind of get a little more chippy.
I hear you're saying that you guys feel urgency, that you want to win. That doesn't come across. The messaging has been, there's a lot of season left. We just got to keep going, and we're fine, No, I don't. I wouldn't have things any differently. It's like, well, that the messaging feels different than what you just delivered. That's all.
You don't listen to all my answers. Then you pull.
No, I'm not talking about you. I think you've actually been way more in this light this season.
Well, Luke Weaver, you loved his answer.
Yeah, I also love Luke Weaver though.
Okay, like you're cherry picking the answers you like that are like, that's tugging at my fandom in the right way.
Yes.
Like, sorry, they're not robots.
Well, that's what I want. Yeah. I want more non-robotic answers.
I don't care what you want.
All right, well, I'm just letting you know.
These are answers of pestering everyday questions. I want our guys in a good, boom, we are locked in when it's and when it's really good and all in between. I want us locked. I want us showing up every day, ready to prepare and ready to go. Period.
I hate that. I thought we were supposed to be making fun of Aaron Boone because I'm sitting here like,
I think he's right.
Yeah, because I feel like we guilty of that too. We was especially the first year Joe Espada, where you had somebody like a Dusty Baker who will fire a team up or something like that, but Joe Espada is a little more laid back. And when they were losing, we were like, "Yo, come on, man, slam a table, throw a water cooler or something." And that wasn't his style. And eventually, the Astros went on a run and ended up making the playoffs. So I can't front, man. I'm a little guilty of that too.
Well, I think a lot of people are. As a fan, you definitely want that more often than not.
And I got to give Aaron Boone credit for standing on the table for his guys. Like, no, you don't understand. They're locked in. I do love that he's like, all right, this clearly isn't getting through, so I'm just going to drop a very well orchestrated, swear word right here to let you know that I'm really done with this conversation. But no, I got to commend him. Way to defend
Nobody
your
cares
guys.
what you think.
How about you be better at baseball though?
Yeah. I'm wondering when they're gonna have that real conversation where they say, you know what, we might need to go in a different direction because it seemed like they always come up short, man.
Yeah.
And I know they went to the World Series last year, but it seemed like they always come up short, man. They always had these type of, I guess, run-ins.
Yeah.
All right, there you go. Figgy's mixtape right here in the loop on Sports Radio 610 at 1:20 every day at the Figgy Fig on social media. If you see something mixtape worthy, it shouts you out. A number of names still coming in on pictures people want to see. People want to see Pedro Martinez. Somebody said, go ahead and let me see David Wells one more again. Goose Gossage.
That's a good one.
Put that hat on. Oh, he gave up the hat, but put that hat on.
Yeah, man. All sorts of names coming in. So appreciate you guys getting involved with the program. All right, coming up next, we get ready to hand things off to the fellas of the Drive. But before we get there, the head coach of the Rockets came up in a little bit of a conversation. I ask you, is it fair or foul what has been talked about eBay? We'll talk about it next.
All right, let's talk about Low T Center right
Texans training camp. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Been a very, very good day here as day one. Texans training camp 2025 in the books. And it was a good one, man. Like, generally up, down, good day, you know?
For sure.
So shout out to that. Shout out to who wins the day. And like, I understand that we're not going to do it quite like this, but I think we're getting a feel for the pet cat situation.
Mm-hmm.
So I know that I got a little one when it came to, who was it again? It was Brevin. Obviously, Brevin, if you got him as one of your personal pet cats for this training camp, he's starting out strong. Look, I mean, he looks like he's ready to go, and he got a lot of love from the general manager of the team. Who else did you feel like when it came to like pet cat points association, and who else were the guys that made some noise?
I'm going to go with what you said. Who won the day?
Okay.
If you had to pick one, I would say it would absolutely be Cade Stover. Cade Stover
got a lot of love
from the get-go. Got a lot of love. Got out on the field early on with the first group that was on the field. Actually had a couple. Brevin Jordan had a catch too, a couple catches as well. So I would say, probably if I had to pick one, that. But in terms of the pet cat points that we're getting, we each picked 3. We each drafted 3 players, and we're scoring it in terms of getting some love, them making some plays. Reggie, you got Brevin Jordan. I thought Ursery, that was Figgy's pick.
Deserved it.
He might have won the day if you had to go with someone else. He stepped right out there, right tackle, man, with the first group that was on the field, as we like to say.
It's going to be hard for linemen to win the day this first week, though.
That was an easy one.
Until we get pads on.
Yeah, well, but in terms of just what we saw, and what we expected and saw in minicamp, I would say Ursery would be on that list.
Is that a bad sign for Blake Fisher?
I don't know inherently. You seem to know inherently. How do you feel about it?
I just, and it's not like, because I've said I've never really been that confident in it, but I said this earlier. This isn't like the first team offensive line. Team offensive line.
No.
But what we know is he's getting the first chance to win the job with the first group, because we talk about how they're really trying to, implement this offense, take their time, do it the right way, get it. Well, the biggest part of that is the 5 fingers in a glove. D'Amico talked about it today. Nick talked about it today. The group, the mentality of the group versus everything else. Well, he was in that group.
He was in that group.
Yeah.
I do think that, and it's funny because I feel like now I'm turning to John Lopez. I'm interested to see when Trent Brown is available and he's off the PUP list, if he doesn't factor into that as well. Because Ursery at a later point is at left tackle.
Yes.
So I think that in some ways they're just kind of throwing all these guys in various different places to see what they pick up and how quickly they pick them up and how they seem to work next to each other. But I mean, I cannot deny that that's probably a good sign that he was in that first group, even if it's just as we're mixing things up, we want to see how he works with the guys that we anticipate and that we feel pretty strongly will start in the likes of at least Cam Robinson and Titus Howard. And it feels like Laken Tomlinson has like very quickly been sidled with those guys that will be starters. And I'm still not sure about that personally, but I got to give him that credit.
Yeah, he was left guard.
Yeah, he was left guard.
With first group that was out there. But you did get me thinking about something.
Okay.
I'm very curious as to how, Trent Brown fits in. And he was on the field helping people a lot.
Giving game.
Giving game, as you often say. Does that automatically, when he's healthy, he's going to supplant?
No, and you're saying supplant Ursery. I still don't even know if it's his to be supplanted.
Ursery for now, yeah.
I still have no idea, and that I'm still very much leaning to, or at least I have been previously. I'm kind of in a nebulous space where I'm open to whatever the interpretation ultimately is with Trent Brown's status on this team.
Yeah,
but I think I had previously been like, that's a guy who understands the system that can help be a bridge for Nick Caley's system to a group of guys that maybe have not had much, I guess, opportunity to engage with it. But he is 6'8". He's played in this league for a long time. They seem to value guys that have experience. Nick Cacerio made mention of it a number of times in his availability today. When he's ready to go, he might get thrown in there. I can easily see it. So, yeah, but I don't know. That's a long way of saying I don't know if he will jump in and supplant them. We were talking about the pitchers that you would want to see just one more time at any age. And Brandon Backey comes in, Galveston zone.
Oh, that's a pull.
And then J.R. Richard came up a number of times, and I'm like, my bad, I should have said that the number of times that I saw it. So fair enough, fair play to you fine folks. All right, before we hand things off to the fellas, I saw this on social media. So this is kind of a game of telephone of sorts. So allow me to explain what's happening here. We start with the Mind the Game podcast. It was the podcast that LeBron James and JJ Redick started like last year, a couple years ago. And then obviously JJ Redick goes and get a coaching job, and Steve Nash has stepped in, and they've had good conversations, including with new Houston Rocket Kevin Durant recently, and what happened there. And he was talking about kind of things, you know, guys moving around, asking out, the kind of tumultuous nature of that time period. And I guess Kyrie Irving, who obviously was on that team, saw that and said that he was going to address it. So he's been in the streaming world very much recently. This is audio from Kyrie Irving's stream about the podcast clip of Kevin Durant on the Mind Game podcast.
Other teams, we got coaches going to other teams.
Yup, and he's talking about coaches going to the team. Ime Udoka literally went to the Boston Celtics after coaching with us. That was crazy, bro. You know, that was crazy. We had Ime Udoka literally go to Boston the next year. I mean, like, you got coaches leaving other teams, and it wasn't anybody's fault. It's just opportunity. But we're in the same division. Can you imagine going against the coach that literally saw all of our strengths and weaknesses, and now we're playing against them? You know what I'm saying? So Boston was ready for us. Ime had them ready, had the Celtics ready, dog. When we played them in the 2022 playoffs, God, wow.
Is this fair or foul? Like, I mean, you can take it whichever.
Foul.
Okay, go ahead.
I think it's foul. That happens everywhere. Happens all the time. You know.
Wait, what's foul?
Like him being aghast that Ime went to a division rival and used information. Where has that not happened? Which league has that not happened? I think he was just like, I think he was more just kind of in awe that it happened to him, that it happened there, and that Ime, you know, had them so ready. I mean, we see it all the time. You know, all the time. Team going. A coach did mention it's an opportunity, getting an opportunity. Well, that opportunity happens to be with the Celtics. I'm going to take it. I'm going to take it. To me, foul in the sense of like, I wouldn't be aghast at it. It happens a lot.
Yeah, I found that to be interesting that was kind of put up there. Now, of course, again, this was, I don't know how lateral the move was because he was on the staff with the Nets and then he was on the staff with the Celtics. Eventually, he ends up taking the job once Brad Stevens moves up to the front office. Another part of that I was kind of thinking on also was just this was KD's part of his reasoning as to why the Brooklyn thing didn't work. Not because I know a lot of people in the pursuit, or as we were discussing the potential pursuit of Kevin Durant, were like, nah, I don't want him. Things didn't work in all these places. Clearly he has something to do with it. There were a lot of things that were happening behind the scenes with guys moving around and leaving that created kind of tumult in Brooklyn. And so I did think that was fair to bring up, at least in that regard.
Yeah.
And
I mean, it wasn't ideal, but it just wasn't unusual.
But I do think that comes back around to, hey, man, it makes me, not that I wasn't already jazzed about Kevin Durant being on this Rockets team. I think I appreciate that these guys are able to, like, acknowledge, and maybe this is excuse making for them. I don't know. It's possible.
Yeah.
But acknowledge that, hey, man, the reason why this worked was not because Kevin Durant was not capable of, like, you know, being a leader or being a good player. There was a lot of some of the circumstances behind the scenes that sometimes we don't give enough credit for in the world of sports. The idea that you're dealing with humans and all sorts of organizations, and organizations fail for all sorts of reasons, as I'm sure that our guy Clint Stoerner can point to in some degree. Oh, man, we welcome in, courtesy of D&M Auto Lease and the fellas of the drive, it's Clint Stoerner, it's Ron Hughley. How y'all doing? All right?
Doing good. Reg, you hadn't heard this story.
No, I'm ready. I love anytime I get to hear a new story.
This is why I laugh when people, I mean, talk about like the expectations of coaches and owners, and it's laughable. I get picked up by Miami after I got released by the Cowboys, and Norv Turner was the OC, and he gets fired that offseason. So I get picked up again the previous year, and they send me over to Europe. So I met the offensive coaching staff very, very briefly. Mark Trestman was the offensive coordinator when I got there, right? And so I leave, go play 3 years in Europe, and I come back. And two things. The first time I talked to the head coach, he says, "Now, what team did you play for over there again?" I said, "Bro, you just wasted three months of my damn life, sent me overseas."
Yeah.
Now, don't get me wrong, I enjoyed it, but you didn't know what team I played for. And then the kicker here, when I left, Mark Trestman was the offensive coordinator. When I came back, Mark Trestman had been demoted all this in the offseason. He ain't never coached it down. Had been demoted to quarterback coach. So I started. Took me a while as about the fourth or fifth quarterback in the building. Took me a while to get to the bottom of it. I said, "What the hell happened when I was gone?" Mark Trestman and the O-line coach didn't they got into it and didn't like each other. We're not on speaking terms. The O-line coach went to the head coach and said, I'm done. I'm leaving unless you make somebody else. The head coach goes in there and goes, "Okay, Trestman, you're the quarterback coach." Guess who the OC became? Guess who became the OC?
O-line coach.
No. Old buddy that remember got caught snorting that cocaine off that stripper?
Yes. That's
Chris
always
Forster, the tight ends coach?
Yeah.
That literally a head coach in pro football for one of 32 said, "Oh, y'all don't want to talk? Okay, well, yeah, I'll do what you're talking about, O-line. We're going to demote.
Damn.
We're going to demote the OC who went on to be a head coach, who'd been a head coach.
Yeah.
Mark Trestman had a resume. We're going to demote that guy. We're going to make the tight ends coach the offensive play call."
And then as I step in, that young lady that was a stripper I went to high school with, Kiana.
Oh, really?
Shout out to Kiana.
There you go.
What a small world, man.
There you go.
I think
Chris Forster's still coaching somehow.
Saw
I'm
some
not sure what Ron's gal's doing.
That's somehow in
Saw some
You can
early,
snort
saw some
coke off the
early,
stripper
saw
and get
some
caught.
early signs.
Yeah,
Yeah,
of
right
her
back
early
in
sign.
32, man. Ain't no big
AMC
deal.
Theater with my then best friend TJ.
Yeah.
In that back row of Toy Story. Saw some early signs. Of
And
what she-
Kiana-
in the Toy Story. Toy Story is the movie that did it, huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, put it together. Let's just go see a movie that's whatever,
Yeah.
and let's go do whatever.
I guess that is
And
fair.
Kiana, you can keep that name as a stripper. That's a good stripper name,
Absolutely.
right?
I don't like what you're doing here at all.
She's done a lot of things.
She
I'll
made.
send
Hey,
you where
look,
she is.
she went all the way from Kansas City, Missouri to Miami.
That's a good trip to make.
I called her. She's in Atlanta now. I called her.
Oh, you keep
and
tabs.
I didn't call her.
Yeah, I was gonna say, whoa,
Courtney, I didn't
whoa,
call her.
hey, whoa,
But I messaged her. I messaged her. We were friends, and I'm trying to get her. I'm trying to get her on.
Yeah.
Ah, yes.
Like everybody
Yeah.
be the same. But I mean, it was pause. I was hot, boy.
Good point. Great point there, Tom.
Yeah, man.
She was on. I said, "Damn, come on."
So there, I don't even know what the point was, Reg, but that there.
I think we got to what we needed
to.
The thought
It was good enough.
Don't ever underestimate what the hell goes on in these organizations, man.
All right, this is a very hard turn from being out there at training camp. We had Will Anderson Jr. on the airwaves, and when he rose up out of the seat, I swear there was a good 10 ounces of water sitting in that seat.
It was a puddle.
It was a good puddle because that's the level of work that Will Anderson Jr. puts in. And I feel like this is in honor of Ron Hughley and the ways in which he will ask you a great question. If I could guarantee you excellence, would you take a sip of the water that was left in that chair?
Nah. I am excellent.
Yeah.
That's a solid answer.
I'm excellent enough. Let me just say that. Now, if you say, man, we take away the man boobs right now, man.
That's what does it.
We give you a hard chest.
You just gonna look like Will Anderson Jr.
Just stick your finger
about it. But then I'll look. You know what? I got these soft pecs. I'm good. I'm good with it.
Yeah.
I'm good with it.
Just need a little rebranding. That's all. Soft pecs.
What about just stick your finger in there and lick it?
We may think
For
about
what?
it.
Yeah.
To tighten up.
To look like Will Anderson Jr.
No. I mean, shit. No, he'll drink the whole thing.
Lord. I got it too. I was there. What are we doing?
What did he do? Did he drop?
It's 2:01.
Yeah.
Did he cuss? You did.
What'd I say?
You said yes, one. Always playing games with my job.
He turned and said, "Did he cut?" Hey, by the way, listening to that Will Anderson interview, I mean, he is a coach's dream, isn't he?
That's right.
Absolutely.
100%.
I mean, he ain't gonna give you nothing. I mean, all of them.
Since he
let
paused
me
on that-
know who was your favorite. Who was somebody you can really look at that came in on the defensive side of the ball? All of them.
All of them.
All of them.
Every single one of them.
We had all
And
dogs.
I asked him
All
again.
right. And you tried to change it around, and John said, "Well, yeah. Well, what? Just give us a couple of guys." Nope, can't do it.
Every
All
single one of them. We need them.
All of them.
We need them all.
All of them. Every last one of them. Yep.
All the pieces matter.
Get me. What else next?
The one thing Will does is Will pulls it off Genuinely.
100%.
All of them?
Like that would be like if CJ says that, I'm like, come on, CJ. It's almost an eye roll. Will says it, and I'm like, yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you.
I was going to say, yeah, there's some others that don't get away with it as well.
Well, there's a lot of them that don't get away. That's
you went ahead and said a name.
Most guys don't get away.
He's not Will Anderson Jr. That's why.
He said the name.
Most guys don't get away with the things that like being such a coach's dream like Will Anderson. Most of them it's corny and it's fake. He is that's part of what makes him so special is he pulls it off.
100%. You see it in his eyes. He means every single word. So it was fun to get the chance to talk to him.
That we're getting the talking point, right? Is there somewhere in the building? What's the put the ring on the bull? They have been saying that.
They said put the ring on the bull. He's got puzzle pieces in the locker room.
Yeah, I was going to say
one puzzle piece missing.
I have heard that.
The ring.
I've heard that 9 times.
Yeah.
I mean, sure that's what it means.
I put the ring on the bull.
Yeah.
I mean, I can like it. I mean, it's got legs.
But apparently there's I got to see this. Apparently there's an actual puzzle that they pieced
I want to see what this looks like. This is clearly.
Yeah.
I feel like they're breaking down every time saying that.
They might be doing
bull
a bit
on the
with
ring.
this. They might be doing a bit with this.
The ring. That's illegal.
Put a ring on the bull.
Ring on the bull.
I said bull on the ring. Is that what I said? Ring on the bull.
Yeah.
You brought back memories. That's there's not for me.
Oh, okay.
I did one machine gun drill at linebacker, and I told the coach right then and there, I'm done. He made me run laps the rest of practice. That's when I became a full-time quarterback.
I love that professional football players also have that moment that happened with football. I'm looking forward to the fantastic show that you guys always put on, this time after day 1 of training camp 2025. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. And right now, the drive is live.
That's right, and football's officially here, damn it.
It is.
Practice here. You
Beautiful
know,
thing.
OTA.
I love that sweat running down my back into my crack. Boy, I love it. Ain't nothing better.
Well, nobody likes that.
Ain't nothing
All right, I'll
better.
get
That's
with it.
weird.
Yeah, hell
Ain't
yeah.
nothing better.
No, I ain't good with that.
Sweat straight
Well,
down the crack of your ass.
That's just odd.
Well, that's because your armpits trap all yours. Mine runs down my back.
Oh, I got plenty down the crack too, my friend.
Completely unnecessary.
What?
That was just,
Why was that
it's
unnecessary?
just so early.
I mean, I don't care, but I got plenty on the crack as well.
Well, it goes over the crack.
And I do not enjoy it. I'm not
He's
sure
saying
anyone
not
does.
as much is what he's saying. No, anyway, no, man. It's football. That's right, baby. Fish here.
What runs the world?
Every day, every week, football is here for the next however long the Texan season goes. And there's a lot to get to. We will get to a lot. There's a lot today. We got a little day baseball we'll get you ready for, 2:40. The Astros will look to sweep the Arizona Diamondbacks. Boy, do I feel good about that Bryce Matthews commentary I gave yesterday. If you missed it, just listen.
Kid is feeling it.
Man, he is out there just winning the damn series by himself. They're playing 1 against 9.
Pimping them things, too.
Yeah. I'm telling you, man, he got no choice to. He's just hitting them bad boys out, no doubters. But also, we'll get to a lot of what we saw at camp today. And Clint, let's jump on this right now. What's the number one takeaway that you had from camp as the sweat was rolling down the back of your ass through your crack and down to your hamstring?
Yeah, well, I didn't get my hamstring.
And you were apparently just smiling real big, loving every second
I remember,
of it.
hell, after practice, I was standing outside a store, and
I feel like his sweat takes a right or a left.
But he's just standing there smiling, apparently.
I mean,
just
I love
really enjoying it.
I was standing there today. It almost tickled me. It was beautiful.
Oh,
was beautiful.
you're a sicko.
Yeah, look, I think the number one takeaway from the first day of training camp for the Houston Texans, the beginning of training camp for the Houston Texans, is, to me, the difference between last year and this year was blatantly obvious. If you remember up to training camp starting, we had this 5-headed monster thing going on. And then we get to practice and we watch practice, and I remember vividly looking up and Stephon Diggs go route down the sideline, and it was either Nico or Tank go route down the other sideline. It was clear we're gonna push the ball vertically. And then after practice, C.J. Stroud steps to the podium and is asked, "What can you what are you? How are you going to take your game to the next level? What's going to be different year 2 from year 1?" And it was, well, being aggressive and driving the football down the field, stretching the field, kind of thing. I don't remember exact terminology, but you get the point. This year, it is very clear. It was very clear what's going on. We have several coaches, several players talking about we are going to run the football. I'm watching practice today, and it was clearly a run-heavy day. 90% of what they did at practice was the run game, right? There was some play action sprinkled in. There was a lot of quick game sprinkled in. They were an hour and 20 minutes into practice before one of the backups threw what I would call a low-percentage throw, and it was a corner, one of the higher low-percentage throws that you could possibly make, easy corner, high-low read. There was 2 of those late in practice. Everything today revolved around establishing the run, communicating, getting the ball out of the quarterback's hands quickly, run after catch, high percentage, stay ahead of the chain type stuff. And I'm sure there was an emphasis on, hey, we're going to run the football and we're going to communicate. We're going to run the football, we're going to communicate. I'm sure that's what it was. But the difference between the year was blatantly obvious as we look at the first day of training camp, both from the action on the field as well as the comments that were made leading up to and in post-practice. I think it's night and day, and I love the fact that that's the direction the Texans are taking.
Well, that is absolutely a change. We talked about Nick Caley being a big part of what we're watching, and clearly we'll see if that continues moving forward, but that is clearly a shift from what we previously saw, and probably closer to what we saw in year one of the C.J. Stroud experience, and that is what we've been wondering, if we will see things dialed back, if we'll see a difference, and I don't know if that's what the offense is going to be looking like, more or less, but it is at least a real difference from last year.
Yeah, it's a huge difference from last year, at least out of the gate. And I firmly believe. I sat right here a year ago, after their first practice.
A lot of multi-tight end sets.
I mean, I sat right here, Ron, and I said this season is going to come down to how well C.J. Stroud juggles what we just heard them talk about and watched him do versus the way he played quarterback his first year. I'm sitting here right now telling you after the first practice that this year appears, the way that they're approaching it, to be more like CJ's rookie year than year 2. A lot less focus on downfield, stretching the field, throwing the football, building a lot more focus around we are going to communicate. We're going to know who the hell we have when we're supposed to block them in the run game, and we're going to run the football downhill. That was what today was all about. The pace was slow. It didn't look like they were doing a million different things. But, damn it, everybody was going to get reps communicating what the hell they are going to be doing in the run game, and they got that done.
Did this offense, and we'll talk about this a little bit later on based off comments D'Amico had to make earlier today when he spoke to the media, does this offense, and you all can chime in on this too, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch, when you think about what the hope will be. Now, we'll get to Joe Mixon here in a bit, but with Joe Mixon and Nick Chubb and Nico Collins and the size of Collins and Higgins and Knoll and then the inside threat that Christian Kirk is, the offensive line, Dalton Schultz and company, in your mind, does this fit the parts that you have here, like this style of going about it? Does this fit the parts here better?
Well, I'm not ready. I'm not ready to go there yet. I mean, I think the right thing to do with so many young, unproven receivers, if you will, and let's be honest, some unproven offensive linemen that are getting a lot of reps, a lot of run. I think the right thing to do is to be simple, stupid, play fast, communicate well, and build on that versus try to decide before you ever going to do things. I do think it's the smart approach is instead of being half-ass at a million things, let's be really good at one thing, and when we get that part figured out, then we can do some other things. And I think that's ultimately what they're trying to do here. I mean, I think D'Amico Ryans made a statement today with how practice went of, hey, offensively, I don't need a bunch of fireworks. I don't need a bunch of explosive plays. I don't need a bunch of razzle-dazzle. What I need is for y'all's ass to figure out how to communicate the run game and get it done. Get a hat on a hat, less thinking, more playing, more reacting, and that's what it looked like today. It looks like D'Amico Ryans made his I mean, I'm sure he's going to push it to Nick Caley, but at the end of the day, this is we got a great defense. Damn it, we are going to run the football, and we're going to be sound. Let's put it that way. I think today was a practice where offensively, damn it, we're going to be sound. We're not going to be sloppy. We're not going to not be able to communicate. We're not going to have three guys on the same page, the other two not. We're going to be sound, and that's what it looked like to me. Totally different than what we saw last year.
Text line coming through saying, why is this good? Don't we want to get the most out of C.J. Stroud?
No, you don't. I don't. I don't want to get the most out of C.J. Stroud. I mean, at the end of the day. You
don't want to?
No. I mean, at the end of the day, I know that C.J. Stroud, sure, I want to get the most out of C.J. Stroud. I mean, but the question I think that's being asked is, do you want everything to revolve around C.J. Stroud and all the pressure be on C.J. Stroud and C.J. Stroud have to carry the football team? No, I would rather that not be the case. I would rather boring brand of football and let the game dictate, hey, we got to get vertical. Hey, we got to get the ball down the field. Hey, we're in a shootout right now. Our defense is struggling. Okay, now we've seen CJ. We know CJ. The one thing I'm confident about this offense is if we wanted to go out there and be bombs away and be super aggressive, if the O-line can hold up, damn it, CJ can throw the ball down the field as well as anybody. Right? And Nico is as good as anybody, that mid-range game for damn sure, and he can get over the top. I'm not worried about that part. I think it's a bad brand of quarterback. I think it's a bad brand of football to just go out there and take all the risks that's associated with putting everything in the lap of your quarterback. If you can establish the run. And by the way, what I'm talking about doing, I'm not sitting here telling you they're going to be the best run team in the league. I'm not sitting here telling you they're going to be the Baltimore Ravens of Mark Ingram and them boys back in the day, or the Tennessee Titans with Derrick Henry. What I'm telling you is it is going to be a priority number one for DeMeco Ryans. They're going to run the football effectively. They're not going to get pushed around up front.
And I think also these things are deals of you got to help CJ, right? Like you got to help CJ when it comes to, protection, coverage, you've got to help CJ. And listen, this offensive line is not the Eagles. I don't think they're going to do that. I don't think they're going to become the Lions either. But if you open it up, and that's what I would think you're talking about when you say to get the most out of CJ, open it up and put the ball probably hurts the chances of CJ being able to be as productive as possible, because last year we watched that.
Well, it's CJ has to, a lot like Nick Caley, right? We've watched Pat Mahomes do it recently, right? CJ and Nick Caley have to they have to, what word am I looking for here, Ron? They have to conform, if you will, to
collaborate?
Well, no, yeah, they definitely do that, but I'm like, they have to work together with whatever skill set. Like right now, it would be silly as hell to go, I'm gonna go heavy 11 personnel, heavy 10 personnel with probably two rookies having to be on the field in the wide receiver position, right? I mean, it would probably be silly to sit back there and say we're going to throw this ball around the park with a tight end group. Your lead tight end that's on the field a good chunk of the time can't pass protect, and last year couldn't separate. It probably wouldn't be the smartest thing to do as you're trying to get your offensive line to improve their pass protection. To go, okay, we're going to throw you to the wolves. Damn it, we're going to throw this thing 45 times in the first game. No, like this year, I think the Texans' identity is going to be a more conservative identity. Now, if there comes a time where you've got an offensive line that can protect, for an extra beat, and it's one of the better pass protecting offensive lines in the league, and you've got a couple of more wide receivers. Let's say Higgins turns into something, and you still got Nico, and you got Kirk, and all of a sudden Dalton Schultz is back, and they're lighting it up. Now you got those weapons, you got an O-line that can protect. Then you go out there and you spin it around the park, and you play a little Joe Burrow ball and try to lead the league in scoring and lead the league in yardage. That's not who the Tech. So yeah, I want to get the best out of C.J. Stroud. The best out of C.J. Stroud is over a 10-year period. Sometimes he's going to play a conservative brand of quarterback, and hopefully he wins a bunch of games that way, and that's their identity. There may come a time when he has to be a little bit more aggressive, and they have different weapons. There was a time when Tom Brady had Randy Moss. They got real aggressive. I believe he set a touchdown record that year. I believe
both of them did.
Yeah, so I mean, that's getting the best out of C.J. Stroud. This year's supporting cast is about being sound across the board, including CJ. And, in fact, that sound bus is driven by CJ Stroud. So that's just where they're at right now.
No, No, that is a definite sharp change from what they were doing last year. Real quick, I do want to pass this along. We'll give you more of what the, I guess, injury situation or guys who practiced who didn't. But the big one, Clint, was Joe Mixon. Joe Mixon did not practice. We didn't see him in OTAs. We didn't see him on the field at mandatory minicamp. And this one's interesting. The Houston Texans have placed Joe Mixon on the non-football injury list. So you would wonder if this is an injury thing. There are guys who are on the PUP list, including Dameon Pierce, including Foley Fatukasi, including Trent Brown, including Danico Autry and others. But he was placed on the non-football injury list. Hell, Jimmy Ward is on the PUP list. So that's one of the guys that we didn't see on the field and not sure when they will be back on the field in Joe Mixon.
Yeah, no Joe Mixon and no Dameon Pierce at practice today actually makes you think what the hell's going on, but it made me get some warm and fuzzies. We'll talk about that later on, I'm sure. But yeah, I mean that is those two guys not being at practice today, I think, was a little bit of an eye opener. I'm sure it didn't surprise the organization, but to me it was like, well, I sure expected him to be out there.
Yeah, and we just haven't seen Joe at all in any of these. So hopefully he is somebody who's very important to this team. But it did feel different when you had Nick Chubb to be able to hand the ball off to today. All right, as we continue, I think Tyler said it earlier. You need to let people know this so they don't freak out about the Astros today. We'll let you know that news. And the biggest thing, we'll let you hear what D'Amico had to say about his O-line. And do we feel like we learned any more about the O-line watching them today? We'll discuss that next.
All right, y'all, power outages can happen around these parts, man. Look, it's extreme heat, extreme cold, hurricanes. By the way, it is hurricane season, so here's the deal. You got to stay ready so you don't end up in a panic, man. Get you a free estimate on a Generac home standby generator from Generator Supercenter. They're the nation's #1 Generac generator dealer, and they're waiting on your call, man. The reality is the power grid was built back in the 40s and 50s. Is never going to be able to handle a growing population and power consumption around these parts. Grid failures and outages, they're going to happen, folks. So here's the deal. Take control of your power today with Generator Supercenter of Houston.
SportsRadio.org to donate or volunteer. Every donation brings hope. Every hand makes a difference. That's SALArmyEDS.org.
It's Texans training camp. Live from the Twin Peaks studios. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, Tyler told me, hey, guys, don't get nervous. Don't get concerned about this. As I said, coming up here in a little bit, the Astros are looking to sweep the Diamondbacks a little day baseball. We will keep you up on what's happening there.
Yeah, we will.
Did want to let you know, here's the lineup. Trammell, why not? He's leading off today. Yep, and of course,
There's
you guessed
one
it.
Space Cowboy.
You guessed it, in the 2 spot. Victor Caratini. Yep, why not? That's normal. Trammell, Victor Caratini. Walker, he's the DH tonight. Vic's playing first base today. Or not tonight, but today. Diaz is catching and in the cleanup spot. The hero, Bryce Matthews, second base, is batting fifth. Dubon is at short. Cooper Hummel is in the outfield.
Another Space Cowboy.
Chaz McCormick's in the outfield, and Shea Whitcomb is at third base today. And this is where Tyler said, hey, don't freak out. Because there is no Cam Smith or Jose Altuve in the lineup. And Joe Espada said Altuve's hand is fine. If you missed it there, when he gave the Astros that insurance run on the wild pitch, looked like, I don't know if he stepped on his foot or he ran into his foot or whatever. He came up with his hand, giving him some issues. Altuve, his hand is fine, according to Joe Espada. It was a targeted planned day off for both Altuve and Cam Smith. That's an interesting thing to have them both have a planned off day for both of them on the same day with this lineup.
Yeah, if Altuve would have with this, I mean, I'm glad he explained this because I watched Altuve after that. I was a little concerned. I watched his ass in the dugout, and the camera panned over about 2-3 times. His little celebration after they reviewed it and said he's safe. His third high five is with his left hand, and I immediately said that damn hand's fine. I don't grab it no more. Just everything's fine. And so today to come out and need to explain, I'm glad you did that because if this would have been a hey man, his left ring finger on his left hand is jammed and he can't really grip a bat, I'd be like, well, he had no problem high-fiving that sunbuck in the dugout.
Well, it hadn't got away from him.
Yeah, okay. Swelling hadn't took
him and Cam off on the same day.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
And McCullers on the 15-day IL with a blister.
Wonder how long he's had that.
By the way, was that a real quick? I know we want to go somewhere else, but last night, and Bryce Matthews is clearly he's clearly the headliner here.
Feeling it.
But real quick on the lineup. Was that an all-time low last night when Trammell pinch hit for Chaz McCormick? You'll come at me about boy Chaz. Chaz McCormick went from feeling pretty good. What was he batting, fourth or fifth?
Had to get a lefty in.
Hey man, this is I got my shot here.
Got to get lefty.
And all of a sudden, 8th inning, game on the line, 1-run game.
Good move, right?
Pinch hitter. Ended up real well. Got a great at bat.
Yeah.
Got a walk
over there and led to the Bryce show.
And got Bryce a plate appearance, and Bryce went yard. Yeah, no, it ended up great. But I thought that right there, I think that may be my defining moment with Chaz, where I quit.
I think we're about to see old Chaz ship
here, man. He's in the lineup. All right.
I think we're going to
so is Hummel.
The offensive line. That's going to be
Shea.
That's going to be not back to back. Anyway, the offensive line is going to be a big conversation point for a while, and D'Amico knows it as well.
They're all fixable.
Well, they better hope so. I was talking to John Mclain out there today. He said that's the number one thing. Hell, I don't know I said, what's going on? How you feel about the team? I don't know. Don't matter until till we see what this offensive line does. So I think it's clearly the big point there of improvement for this team. Here was D'Amico with his thoughts. This was his second question about the offensive line, in which D'Amico answered.
When it comes to the offensive line success, the offensive success, it'll never change. It's about all 11 guys is working together. And I know there's a ton of questions about the O-line. We'll continue to grow. Our guys they'll be where they need to be. They'll do their job. They'll handle it the right way. But we'll see how everything shapes out. But it starts with just the mindset and the intent. Our coaches have done a great job of putting the work in there. Our players are doing a great job putting the work in. Now it's just a matter of when we snap the ball, right, on game day, whenever that is, we just got to go do it. It's not going to be about the talking. It's just going to be about us showing you. And I know, again, I'm going to get a ton of questions about the offensive line and what it looks like. Like, you guys will see what it looks like when we line up across from another team and we get a chance to actually compete in live reps. Me talking to you is probably not going to convince you. Ask me questions, I'm not going to convince you. I can't do a good enough job. Right? It hasn't changed, but we'll see what it looks like, man. I'm excited about the group because I know they'll be better.
All right, he said he'll know they'll be better, and he understands it, man. It's as he can sense. We'll learn more about it when they get on the field. Ooh. Well, I'll ask you this, Clint. You've been through OTAs. You've been through mandatory minicamp. We've sat and watched them. You saw day one of training camp. Do you feel like you've learned anything more about what this offensive line is going to look like?
Not the legitimate offensive line, no. I love what the coaches are saying. I absolutely love what D'Amico Ryans just said right there. Don't blow smoke, man. Don't blow smoke. Don't act like you know this thing is going to be significantly better. Hell, I think it's safe to say they're going to be better. I think with CJ having more control, Nick Caley will be better. The new O-line coach will be better. You watching those guys on a daily basis and demanding something different out of them will end in a better product. But I love what D'Amico said. I'm not going to promise anything. I'm not going to try to convince you. We'll all see together when rubber meets the road and these guys have to play each other. Have to play a different team and actually get physical with a defensive line that's bringing it. We'll all see together. I love what D'Amico had to say. To your question about the offensive line, I think what I learned today is that it's more of a competition at more positions than I thought. They started, and it was Ariante Ursery at right tackle, Titus Howard at right guard, Jarrett Patterson at center, Lakin Tomlinson at left guard, and Cam Robinson at left tackle. And that was the ones for the majority of practice until the team period hit. And when the team period hit, it went Blake Andrews at center, it went Juice Scruggs at left guard, Titus Howard at right guard. Now Blake Fisher was in at right tackle, and Ariante Ursery had swung around to the left tackle.
Really trying to throw us off the scent.
Juice Scruggs was not in the two deep in the majority of practice, and all of a sudden they go team. He's starting at Lakin Tomlinson's spot. It looks to me, Ron, like with the exception of really Titus. But I think Lakin Tomlinson's probably pretty secure in that left guard spot. But I think with the exception of Titus, it looks like they've told this offensive line group, hey, man, I'm not going to tell you who's one, who's two, who's three. I need all you jokers to be ready. And when I call your name, get in there and play the best, but get the best rep that you can possibly get. And they literally are seeing how does Juice Scruggs respond in the first hour of practice being the third team? How does Ariante Ursery respond to going from the right side to the left side of the line, right? How does Jake Andrews respond to Patterson getting first-team reps the entire first hour of practice? Like, how do you respond? How do you stay ready? How does everybody work together? But it's more of a competition up front at several positions than I thought.
No, it definitely looked like either one they're – which I don't think they're doing, trying to kind of hide what they're trying to do.
No, I think it's intentional.
Or they are still legit in, as you said, multiple competitions.
Yep.
Multiple at center. Like this, to be honest with you, through all the practice I've been to from OTAs and mandatory minicamp, this is the first time that Andrews hasn't been running out with the ones at center. Like, that was the first time he wasn't doing it. Yeah, it was weird that Cam – it was like they want to keep Cam Robinson and Lincoln Tomlinson together, because that time when they when they were the twos, they were together.
Yeah.
The twos. So yeah,
which again, that makes sense to me. I like that level of that depth in your thinking here of I'm not going to sacrifice my guys getting reps together side by side, but I do need to get this thing rotated through and get the other guys a bunch of reps. So I like the thought of keeping guys together where you can.
All right, we'll get you ready and let you know what's happening in Arizona, as the Astros will be starting soon. And we got to talk about it, man. Hey, we touched on it a little bit. Bryce Matthews, boy, he is coming on, and I feel much better about what I said yesterday. And I do think this is going to be your starting second baseman moving forward. Your thoughts, we'll discuss that as we continue right here live. Training camp day one. There, Clay Holmes, let me tell you about their sign and save sales event that's going on right now.
TexasStock.com and Walmart. Offer valid through 10/9 purchase of unlimited plan or higher required for offer. Must activate the plan in-store at Walmart. Cannot be combined with other offers.
It's Texans Training Camp. Live from the Twin Peaks Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
It is day one of training camp, and obviously we will cover that as well. But the first place Astros half a game out of the number one record and seed in the American League behind the Tigers. They got a chance to sweep, to sweep the Arizona Diamondbacks. They are underway or about to get underway here. They are underway here, as I see it through Tyler's TV there, as they're looking to sweep here inside. I wonder how hot do you think it is in Phoenix right now? I bet it is hell over there, boy. I can't even deal with it.
I've been to Scottsdale in August. We're pretty damn close to August, and it was quite steamy.
What does it look? It looks like there's a runner on second. Did Taylor Trammell already get on? Did he get a double or is still a base?
He walked and then he stole second.
Trying to tell y'all out here, man. Telling y'all there's
now
a spot.
He's on third.
There's a spot for this fella out here getting a walk, still in the base.
You got a lot of guys that come off, get on the board.
There's not a lot of guys that got on this bench to come off of and go and get. They're set to take the lead here, as Christian Walker is up at the plate with an RBI chance to give the Astros an early lead. So we will keep you updated on that as they are looking to extend their lead in the West right now. Yesterday they did win, no ground gained because Seattle was able to snap, which I'm going to believe that probably doesn't bode well for Tyler's best bets. If the Brewers won or lost last night, that probably doesn't bode well for Tyler's best bets. So
it was a red day.
Okay, all right. It's all right.
I don't even feel anything anymore. I'm just numb.
That's not good.
You want me to make them? Pick them?
I've already picked today's, but if it goes bad, might do that tomorrow.
The door's cracked, Ron. The door's cracked.
I very well might do that tomorrow.
He has very disrespectfully dismissed my offer to make his picks, and the door is cracked now.
It is cracked. Yeah, he wasn't even thinking about that. My man.
I ain't never had a run.
My man, that's bad. I don't even feel him anymore. Just go ahead and just lose that money and just keep on going, huh?
Just numb.
Just numb to it. I want you to unnumb that. But no. They still have a 5-game lead over the Mariners, and we'll see if they can extend that today with this opportunity to take the lead and win this series over Arizona. Yesterday, they did win the thing, and they were down 1-0 in the 8th inning plate. As they have done so many times this year, they found something in the late innings, and what they found in the late innings, Clinton Tyler, was this cat Bryce Matthews again.
Ooh, young fella.
Hey, my man is feeling himself. And now I want to see him do this away from Arizona because he is having the time of his life in Arizona. He does not want to miss that place or leave that place again. But this young man has 3 home runs in the series in 2 games. He has not had an at-bat in this game yet. He's got 3 homers in the series. And he has driven in 7 runs. He has driven in more total runs than the Diamondbacks have scored as a team in this series, 7-4.
That's awesome.
And then if that wasn't enough, by the way, down 1-0, Trammell does what he just did in this game, walks, and then Bryce goes ahead and knocks him in with a 2-run homer to give them the lead. But if that wasn't enough, they get in a jam with King, and King gets a huge strikeout, but then they turn a double play, led and started with a amazing pick by Bryce Matthews that I'm not sure, but I am certain the Astros don't believe Jose Altuve turns that double play, and they get off the field and win the game. It was like Clint, he beat them himself. It was like he won the game himself.
Well, Ron, that's ultimately what you hope to get. Not to swing it to somebody else, but that's what you hope to get when Framber Valdez is on the bump. Is a game where one swing of the bat can win the game, where you're in this thing and every at bat matters. It's not you're down late, you're down 6-2, and you're just trying to get to the game and get to the plane. At the end of the day, with Framber on the bump, he was able to keep you right there, 1-0 ball game, and every at bat mattered. Every walk there was additional pressure on Arizona, and then one swing of the bat happened to be the young fella. He knocks it out of the park. So yeah, I mean, 7 of the 9 runs the Astros have scored against Arizona in these 2 games have been Bryce Matthews, and hell, I went back and watched some of his quarterback highlights, man.
Stop.
Like the kid even more.
You were so excited about what you saw that you went and start watching him in a different sport.
My God!
Again, like you asked me the other day, how did I stumble upon the Sports Radio 610 Wikipedia page? How did you get there?
Somebody after when he hit the home run the other night, or hell, I guess it was last night, I just said, Bryce Matthews, well done, young fella, or something. Somebody responded to a tweet and said, yeah, he can also sling it around the park if you need him to. And I was like, let me go check this out. Atascocita, 2020 prospect, quarterback.
How long did you give this?
Oh, no, I didn't give it. I just had to see it from my
Okay, all right. I was going to say, did you go down a 20-minute rabbit hole?
I went down 3 of his highlights. They were all long touchdown runs. So, but to think that he was, there's just a bond there of a guy that stood back there and taking snaps,
Yeah. I don't know that bond, but I hear you. I hear you. That bond is beautiful. But no, man. I am here. This is going to be your second baseman. I think the rest of the way, and he's got to be confident now and calm now and in a space of, I know I can do it at this level, and he's made huge plays. He's playing with a level of confidence right now. I said this to Sean while we were at camp today, Sean Pendergast, and I said, Bryce Matthews will be the starting second baseman in game 1 of whatever playoff series they start, right? He said, yeah, I think so. And I'm here. Obviously these 3 days, these 2 games have made that look really good. Hell,
yeah,
he's 4 home runs away from tying Cam Smith right now, and Cam's been here all year. But again, your number 1 prospect, he's up here. He's already shown these signs, and there's just not anybody here that they're going to want to beat him out. There's Rogers, Dubon. They're not going to allow that. Well, really, and even if he just does what he has done defensively, that's what they want.
Really, Brendan Rodgers is the one, right? And I think that was a good veteran get when you knew you were going to play Altuve in left field, and now you've been forced to bring up Bryce Matthews with all the injuries. One being bit to Brendan Rodgers, and there's no doubt about it. I think the defense is better, but it's as good as Brendan Rodgers, at least a small sample size that we've seen, and I think the ceiling's higher. And we're talking about him replacing a guy that's going to bat in the 8 or 9 hole anyway, if he were to take his place. So yeah, look, the more we see from him, I'm definitely more convinced that he's definitely capable of it after what he's done the last 2 nights. We'll see.
The Arizona Diamondbacks, a leadoff home run in their bottom half, and they weren't able to score Taylor Trammell after he walked, stole second, got to third. And if you're on YouTube and Twitch, if you didn't know that the Astros had given up a run, you could watch Tyler Milner, who needs all the space in that room to show his displeasure on what happened. By the way, I'm glad you brought up Framber.
One batter, 1 run.
That's all right. I'm glad you brought up Framber. It's just it's redheads. It got to take them a while to get it.
Ginger Nation, let him ride.
Clint, get ready to pick bets tomorrow, man.
Let's be honest. That's one of about 3 bats they got here.
Framber, this is since Garrett Cole sets the record, 13 straight games and starts his team has won in his last 13 starts. 13 in a row, the Astros have won. That ties Garrett Cole's record set several years ago. So, and he was dealing. They needed him to go and have that performance, and he held it 7 innings, 1 run. 4 strikeouts, 1 walk.
There needs to be an asterisk next that Framber Valdez is doing it with half of the Space Cowboys lineup is got to be a plus. There ain't no way Garrett Cole
13
had
in a row. You ain't lying.
I mean,
13 in a row with that one. No.
I mean, 10 of them are literally with 3 or more Space Cowboys in the lineup. Probably.
And I wonder, and then I wonder how much run support he was getting. He's been getting in his bad boy. All right, coming up, we'll let you hear something D'Amico had to say about Nick Caley, and we'll let you hear it, and you determine your thoughts of what you heard, and we'll take a look at what the quarterback did, C.J. Stroud, what he looked like today, day 1 of training camp. All of that as we continue right here live on The Drive.
Look, I know for a lot of you fellas out there it's happening, man. Your hair's thinning, your crown's disappearing. Maybe hair loss has you feeling you lost your identity altogether. I got good news for you, right? If you're one of them old fellas that's got to throw on a hat because you just don't like the receding hairline, the balding, the thinning, I got good news for you, man. It's incredible yet simple.
first, before the cab pulls away.
Hey, thanks, man. No, wait, my phone! Come back! It's my boarding pass, credit cards, phone numbers, my life! Come back!
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's Texans training camp. Live from the Twin Peaks studios. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
And Geraldo Perdomo is at shortstop batting ninth. First pitch swinging, and Ketel Marte on one pitch makes it 1-0. Walter, when he has given up runs, has allowed the home run. In 5 of his 7 starts, he's allowed runs. They've only been on home runs, scoring runs, and he does so again today with a leadoff home run to Marte.
And that's where we are right now. Top 2. Next lead. 1-0. Tyler or Cheryl, this may be too much. I think I'm correct on this. I think this is the 13th consecutive game that the Astros the Astros opponent has scored first in the game.
Last time they did so was against the Dodgers in L.A. before the break.
Yeah, 13th straight game that their opponent has scored first.
That is correct.
So maybe they got him right where they want him, I guess.
Tyler, you didn't bet on the Astros scoring first today, did you?
I didn't.
Okay, good.
Prayer
look great though.
Prayers up. Chaz is at the plate, so prayers up.
Boy, does he need, as he scrunches back and watches a breaker just catch the inside corner. I mean, is he, guys, really? Does anybody need a big game more than him? I mean,
he had 2 hits the other day. I mean, one was a swinging bunt, but he hit
every lower third of the lineup, every lower third of the roster, I should say, has had monster days over the last 2 months.
Got it. Good hell. Who's betting? Oh, short. Okay, I was going to say, who the hell's betting?
There you go. Boy, I thought that was a hit.
That was at the end of the bet.
Right at the old shortstop. Boy, ain't living right. I'm telling you, boy, ain't living right.
But again, that's him. That's Cooper Hummel getting chummy. That's him, though. That was a 90-mile-an-hour sort that didn't break that much. That wasn't a buckler that you could see was a breaking ball early, and he buckled. And then he's reaching and trying to pull a pitch that's 3 inches off the plate. And pulls it right there. Now, maybe if he'd have gone with it, first off, maybe he just shouldn't have swung. If you're not swinging at that first one, what the hell are you swinging at that one for? And then if you are going to swing, why don't you go with the pitch? But no, he pulled that sucker all the way to short. So I am with you, Chaz. I'm hopeful for you. But, by the way, they did get Bryce Matthews out. So that's a positive thing for the Diamondbacks. They haven't been able to do that today. All right, we'll keep you updated. We'll keep you abreast on what's going on there. Astros trail 1-0 going to the bottom of the second. But we were at camp today, and shout out to all the fellas here at Sports Radio 610. I saw and heard Sean and Brandon Scott were out there early, and I had a good time taking the kids to camp and daycare. By the way, if anybody else is coming around in Siena and setting that damn traffic like I did today, whew, I know you was in there listening to every bit of Mark Vandermeer, John Harris today. I mean, I got Mark Vandermeer, I got John Harris, I got the general, I got the sideline reporter. I got an hour and a half worth of those cats today. But shout out to them out there. Then Reggie and the OG were out there as well. But we were able to watch practice today. C.J. Stroud, obviously, as I always say, the most important athlete, I believe, to the fan base in the city of Houston, C.J. Stroud. This was him today as he spoke to the media talking about the new system, the new pieces the new offensive line?
I don't think I'm kind of a people person, so I think I'm a plug and play guy. Like I can relate to anybody at any time, so I think that helps with me on the field. So the new guys who are here, I think I meshed with them pretty well, and we've hung out off the field and seen each other out and things like that. So I think I'll be fine in that area and just try to keep building those relationships.
All right, there you go. There is C.J. Stroud talking about a lot of newness, a lot of new teammates. New system, talking about that. What did you see from CJ day one? What was your thoughts of what you saw from the quarterback?
Well, like I said, man, I thought what we saw was a very very controlled, very conservative approach to offensive football today. There were no mistakes. Didn't seem like there wasn't, but a couple of balls on the ground, to be completely honest with you. And so it was efficient. As D'Amico says, you got to take his word for it. The communication of all the signal callers today was tremendous. He said that in his time with the media. And, so it was a good day. All in C.J. Stroud really pushed the ball down the field. What I saw that I really liked from C.J. Stroud in day one is there is clearly an emphasis on getting the football out.
I was about to say, that's not something you didn't mind.
No, I love it. I mean, I think it should be the focus every day, every week at practice until C.J. Stroud finds the ability or matures to the level of where he can do that himself. And that's not a knock on C.J. Stroud. That's young quarterbacks. That's young, super gifted quarterbacks. They have to learn that. I mean, the hard thing for C.J. Stroud is going to be to go out there and commit to the boring stuff, whether you're talking about mechanics and technique work, or you're talking about how important the communication is, or you're talking about getting the football out of your hand and making everybody's job around you easy and getting the ball to the athletes and picking and choosing when and where you need to take your risk with the football. And more importantly with CJ, when and where to take the risk with your protection and your ability to stay healthy. Like that's what CJ has to do. And I thought today was a very good day. I think it was very indicative of what the organization, I think D'Amico Ryans all the way down to C.J. Stroud and all the decision makers on the offensive side of the football, I think it was very clear what the focus is. We're going to run it. We're going to get the ball in the quarterback's hands. We're going to be really good at play action, and we're going to be really selective when we throw the football down the field. We're not going to go out to practice and air it out every damn day. Yeah, I mean, I like what I saw from C.J. Stroud today. It looked like he was committed to that approach.
Yeah, and I know the concern from some is maybe we weren't talking about C.J. in particular, but the overall offense is the concern of potentially still taking the aggressive CJ by just drilling this in his head all the time and potentially missing out on big plays. And I think something you said within this too is there is going to be a process in which he just gets used to being able to do both, being able to take what is given to them and still be able to pull the trigger and hit the big plays.
Yeah.
And to where it's not a trade-off, to where it's all right, well, now he's just – last year he was trying to get that puppy down the field, and now this year none of that. It's just going to be all dump-offs, and there's not going to be any real fear. There's going to be a way to measure both of them.
Well, there's just a real take what they give you. And there's a real, to me, I've said it before, I think the hardest thing in the game of football is calling offensive plays. You can design the best. Hell, you can look at film from all over America the last 10 years, and you can put together a playbook that is beautiful, that has all the bells and whistles, that has great screen packages and quick packages and shot plays and all the different run games. And that's fine. But in the moment, calling plays is extremely difficult. From the quarterback's perspective, executing those plays is the most difficult thing in sports, and that's why it's the most difficult position to play, right? And so you look at those two things. What is the outward, identity or approach that you are trying to take with the offensive unit this year? And I think that messaging is very clear. I think there's got to be a method to the madness. I do believe that last year, I've said this before, I'll say it again. I believe that last year, I think when you built the playbook for 2024, when you spoke into your quarterback on a consistent basis in 2024, when you literally called plays in 2024, you were hell-bent in doing things a certain way, which I believe was a little bit more aggressive and a little bit more down the field, a little bit more hold the football with your quarterback, right? This year, all of those things, the way it's built, the way you're speaking to your quarterback, needs to be get us in the right run play, communicate the hell out of things, never pass up for sure for some more. Just stay efficient, stay, keep everything in front of you, stay in front of the chains, ahead of the chains, and let's ride. And that look today was very indicative of that.
Yep. All right. One thing that was also very clear was D'Amico Ryans as he spoke, and I'm going to let you listen to this. 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, I am not going to try to influence you at all, but when you hear him answer this question and how he answers it, what comes to your mind? What are you immediately thinking when he answers this question? He was just asked the question, what is it that excites you day one of training camp of a Nick Cacerio offense?
What excites
me
most about evolvement, and it's being tailored toward the Houston Texans and the guys that we have on our roster. So what excites me the most is not just copy and paste from other places that he's been, and he's been very successful at other places, but he's been very, very thorough with the installation process of where do we want to put our guys, what position, what's the best spot for our guys to be in. So you look at it through that lens, it's going to be about the Houston Texans, and that's what I love most about the offense is him being able to be adaptable and put our guys where they need to be.
I know what I heard.
713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. Jump in.
That's some shade. When
you heard that, what did you hear? All right, Tyler, you're jumping out. You said you heard some shade. He said
possibly.
What he loves is that this is an offense tailored to the Houston Texans and the players that they have.
Yeah.
And
ain't no damn copy and paste offense up in H-Town right
I've
now.
never heard that choice words. That was interesting. No copy and paste. And it's not just something that he is using from his other stops that he's been at. There's a few things said there. Tyler, you saying shit. What was it that brought to your mind when you heard him speak of that? What did you think?
Oh, the copy and paste. It's not that offense. This ain't no cookie cutter deal. It's adaptable. It's geared towards the talent we got here in Houston with these tech hand. But immediately think that was a little shade tree over at Bobby Slowick.
Text line coming through. I heard F that Slowick.
Dang it, Bobby. And we're looking into this. Like, there's no way to know for sure.
Text line also comes through. How can Ryan say he's been successful? He's not called any plays.
But it sounds like a little shade.
I'm not gonna lie, and maybe it's the way my mind works. I was maybe in a similar space as Tyler. I kind of heard this is what the hell I haven't been getting.
Dang it, Bobby.
And maybe I'm on alert too, Clint, because I feel like I've been hearing this through CJ. I feel like Nico has said something in a similar vein. I feel like D'Amico has said something in a similar vein. I feel like Titus has said something in a similar vein. What did you hear? Did you hear Bobby Slowick? What did you hear when you heard that?
Well, look, I think everything we hear right now about the problem areas or the improvement or the difference between last year, you can look at it as that's a shot at Bobby. So I don't think anybody's wrong for hearing shade being thrown at Bobby. I think when you talk about the offensive line play, when you talk about the quarterback having more control, when you talk about the cut and paste, offense or whatever the hell it was, he copy and paste whatever he said. I think all of those can be viewed as shots at Slowick. I personally would.
Fingers hurt?
I personally would like to think that D'Amico Ryans is aware enough to know that he's the one that hired Bobby Slowick and brought him in here and talked him up for 2 years. Hopefully now he's not. Hopefully now is not the time where you flipped a script right there.
Ain't talking him up no more.
To me, the way my mind works, Ron, I went immediately to he probably hears all of the media and really anybody with any sense that's talking about football is talking about the Texans is talking about Nick Caley and his history in New England and the Texans, New England of the South, Patriot South. And then all of a sudden it's McVay, and boy, is it going to be the McVay, San Francisco, L.A. Rams offense? What's it going to look like? And I looked at it, I heard it as him saying, nah, this ain't going to be none of that. This is Nick Caley putting it all together, and it's going to be the Caley offense.
I think that's another way to look at it.
Yeah, I would like to think that. I would like to think that D'Amico's not as petty to the point of doing that.
That is
taking shots at Slowick and indirectly like that.
My thinking is, I've heard D'Amico, and I know D'Amico can be vague in answers and put out fires with an answer. This to me was one where he went in depth in a way where it was in a way where it feels like it maybe didn't have to go. And knowing, as I think D'Amico is a very, very smart guy and is very, very calculated with what he says to the media, knowing that kind of answer would kind of bring up in people's minds. Now, the other part of that is, I'll be damned, boy, this Nick Caley must be the damn truth, Clint. He's talking up stuff like Andy Reid, Sean McVay right there, Kyle Shanahan, baby. Like, this is a guy, man, it don't matter what you roll out there. Give him Mike Vick. He's got an offense for Mike Vick. Yeah. Give him Donovan McNabb. He's got an offense for Donovan McNabb. Give him Kevin Cobb. He's got an offense for – he'll do whatever. Like, he can roll with whatever. And to what the texter said, dang, how you know all that?
Yeah,
he must be impressing the hell out of him during these camps and meetings.
I think that's my biggest Nick Caley, lead in here is we've heard Nico Collins with high praise. We've heard C.J. Stroud with high praise. We've heard D'Amico Ryans multiple times with high praise. We've heard Jake Andrews, one of the centers, with high praise. And not just high praise, hey, man, we really like this guy. He's a sharp guy. It goes from the energy and the vibe that he brings to practice immediately to, boy, this offense is going to be this, and that. And my deal is like, how the hell do you know? He's never called offenses. He's never coordinated anything. He's been a position coach. That's I'm with you I'm with the texture on that one. Let's pump the brakes a little bit and let Nick Caley kind of get into his own and figure out who the hell he really is before we anoint him as this great play caller that somehow is going to have a playbook built around Nico Collins, Joe Mixon, Dalton Schultz, C.J. Stroud, and an off. And by the way, there's two rookies that you're going to have to get into the fold too that are expected to play big time minutes.
I was about to say, boy, I've seen some real successful guys out here who copy. What do you say? Copy and paste.
Yeah, it's all it's all copy paste. Don't
they're doing the copy.
Don't let them fool you. It's all copy paste.
All right, it's Wednesday. That means it's a little stock up, stock down. We'll do a little stock up, stock down. Day one of training camp. Stock up, stock down with the Texans. It's back as we continue right here live on the Drive.
All right, y'all. Our Vision Homes. Look, we're talking about some small town folks. I know them.
SpexPrime.com.
On July 4th, historic flooding devastated Kerr County, Texas, displacing families, destroying homes, and leaving many in urgent need. The Salvation Army Emergency Disaster Services team is on the ground right now, serving hot meals, offering shelter, and providing emotional and spiritual care to those affected. You can help. Visit salarmyeds.org to donate or volunteer. Every donation brings hope. Every hand makes a difference. That's salarmyeds.org. Tutski, come on.
Every football season brings highs.
Yes! Rock and roll!
And lows.
Every week, though. There's no excuse for that. Oh, no.
It's time to buy or sell.
And tell him to sell!
It's Texans Stock Up, Stock Down on the Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I pump those numbers up. Those are rookie numbers in this racket.
That's right. Every hump day on Houston's #1 afternoon drive sports talk program, that'd be this one, The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. We do a little stock action, little look at stock up, stock down. Today's edition is, of course, day one of Texans training camp, as that is now in the books. And both of these fellas, Clint Stoerner, Ron the Show Hughley, they were out there sweating along with the players on day one of camp in H-Town today. Want to get started with you, Ron the Show? And I know you like to start with some positives sometimes. So let's go stock up, Ron, for day one of Texans camp in your eyes.
Stock up to me is in a couple of ways, to be honest with you. You talked about it earlier, Clint, on the offensive line. There was a lot of fun had, a lot of mix and match. But from my memory, the two times when we saw drills done, especially team drills done when they had number ones and number twos, you said Titus Howard was the one at right guard that was mostly in the same spot. Well, the only other person that was also with the ones each time was Ariante Ursery. Ariante Ursery started out first at that right tackle spot, which we've seen Blake Fisher been holding down during OTAs and mandatory minicamp. And then the final team period, he swung over there to the left side and was the left tackle. So he ran with the ones at right tackle the first time and then at left tackle the second time. And little buddy went ahead, shout out to you, Kansas City's own. Little buddy went ahead and got him a nice little contract yesterday, got 9.2. There you go right there. Got that locked and loaded, so he's getting that NFL money. And he is also apparently appearing at least today. Now, tomorrow could be completely different, but today looks like he is in line for maybe getting one of those top spots, either on the right or the left side. So I think it was a stock-up day for Ariante Ursery.
Yeah, it definitely was, Ron. You are correct. He has opened some eyes in a big way. This isn't, well, you got drafted number 2 or in the second round. We had offensive line problems. We got to plug and play this guy. He's clearly impressed some folks. He clearly is grasping the offense and is able to go out there and the two guys that I thought would be starting, and Blake Fisher at right tackle and Cam Robinson at left tackle. Now, I don't know if this is just an effort to create a swing tackle or if there's a legit shot that he could start at one of these tackles. I got to believe that if he's impressed that quickly, that he's damn sure on the heels, nipping at the heels, if not even with Blake Fisher. So, yeah, I got to say after one day, Ron, that Ariante Ursery is probably the top takeaway in terms of that stock being up a bit.
There you have it. That is Ron the Show Hughley's stock up after day one at Texans camp. The rookie, but big as hell, Ursery.
I was about to say, someone texted in, how does Ursery look? I was going to say big as hell.
That's what everybody keeps saying, is that rookie looks very big. But that is Ron's stock up. Over to the former NFL quarterback. Clint, you've gone through a few of these training camps in your life before. Stock up for you, Dirty Red, after day one of camp for the Texans.
I'm going to go with Nick Caley here. I mean, I've been very critical of Nick Caley, and I'll be honest, I still don't know what in the hell is this offense is going to look like, but I tip my cap to Nick Caley. I think when you got a guy like Nico Collins, when you get your first shot at calling offensive plays, when you got a guy like C.J. Stroud, I think it's easy to talk talk, but it's difficult to go out there and stay disciplined and literally, follow up or follow through with all the promises you made. And I thought today was a tremendous day offensively in terms of us fans and the media trying to decide what this unit's going to look like. I thought Nick Caley going out there, keeping it slow-paced, really focusing on communication and really if you hear D'Amico Ryans talk again about the communicators, the coordinators, the quarterback, it was a great day. There was no balls on the ground. Literally, there was no snaps on the ground. There were no I didn't see any false starts. I didn't see any, re-huddle. I saw some of that on special teams, but I didn't see any of that on offense. So it was a very, very efficient, clean day. And so I tip my cap to Nick Caley, man, for just that is where the focus needs to be, is do the simple things savagely well, and then we'll grow from there. And I think Nick did that today.
Yeah, it looks like they got a game plan. That's for sure. They got a game plan and they're following it.
New OC, Nick Caley, that's Clint Stoerner's stock up. This is a day one of Texans training camp. It's in the books. That's today's edition of Stock Up, Stock Down, right here live on the Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Now we got to talk about the bat. Back to you, Ron, the show. After one day, after being out there in that hot-ass sun, what is your stock down for Texans after this first day of training camp?
Yeah, I'm going rogue. I'm not doing stock downs. I'm just going to do – no, I'm kidding.
It's a real bear market
Only
out
stock
there.
ups, damn it. Damn it, today. No. Stock down for me is John Mechie. This math ain't mathing for me right now for John. And, I mean, the amount of listen.
Time's got to be running out, right?
I'm just saying, I know maybe you should take a lot into the ones or the twos or going out, but that I was watching Trot on that field before he got on that field, it was, and to see that it wasn't 7 or 10 throwing a lot of balls to him or being under center with him, and I'm looking at it, Clint. Obviously, Nico Collins and Christian Kirk are obviously ahead of him. Obviously, Jaden Higgins and Jalen Noel are ahead of him. Justin Watson, to me, they signed in free agency, is ahead of him. And I'm going to tell you right now, that Jarrett Wayne fella continues to go in. I mean, he goes in before Noel and Watson sometimes.
He was first in the line when the receivers are doing routes on air.
And not just that, like he went in multiple times in team drills with CJ in there, but before him, and then obviously, I mean, based off the special teams today that I watched today, nobody else seemed to be able to catch a punt outside of Braxton Berrios. Feels like he's probably got a spot. Xavier Hutchinson does more than he does, and quite frankly, he's been more productive. It's just not mathing right now for John Mechie.
Yeah, time's got to be running.
You said, you said a lot there, and I think we can ask one question, and this is including OTAs, by the way. Right now, John Mechie's going to have a hard time making this team over Jarrett Wayne.
That's what I'm wondering.
And I'm impressed with Wayne. I heard Johnny Harris. Well, there's clearly a move here with this group. Maybe it's D'Amico. Maybe it's Nick. I don't know. We need size in our wide receiver room.
Yeah.
With the draft pick they did, as well as this Wayne. Wayne is getting a lot of push, and he's taking advantage of it. Mm-hmm. But if you aren't, I mean, it's gonna be tough. He better really lean into that CJ Stroud best friend mode.
John Mechie, stock down for Ron the Show. Clint Stoerner, put a cap on this thing for us after day one at Texans camp. Stock down for you.
It's easy for me, man. The running back situation out there today was interesting. Yeah. No Joe Mixon, no problem. Joe Mixon can survive that. Joe Mixon has earned that. No Dameon Pierce. What the hell's going on?
Where art thou?
DP. Whether I don't even care if it's injury and he just can't go. Whatever it is. Dameon Pierce can't start training camp in a year where he may not finish training camp. You can't start training camp in the training room or wherever the hell you're at. Like Dameon Pierce, the stock down is as low as it's ever been right now.
He got to be on the field the way that John Mechie is. John Mechie is. They both need to be on the field.
He got to be back there catching punts.
Yeah. Kickoff, something.
Everything.
Yeah. And and J.J. Taylor, he was out as well. So, I mean, that's some real low numbers there in the running back position. But
who wasn't out?
Nicky?
No, Nick Chubb wasn't, but you know who was running them twos, though? 33, baby. You kidding me? Old Mr. Dependable.
There he is.
Need a kicker,
All right,
got
baby.
it. Need a running back, got it.
I saw British over there, too. He got him a couple of reps.
They like Brooks, don't they?
They do. They like British Brooks over there. Saw him a little bit. All right, coming up, we'll get you an Astros update as they are looking to sweep the Arizona. We continue right here live on the drive.
What's up, Clint? How y'all doing, man?
Highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
It's Texans training camp. Live from the Twin Peaks studios. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Update here in Arizona. The Astros, they trail 1-0 here in the 5th, but they have the top of the lineup up with a runner on, so they'll see if they can get back in it. As a little shaky start. Redhead Brandon Walter,
Ginger Nation.
He let out the first batter of the game. Now Cattell is an all-star, so he's a really good player. Started in the all-star game at second base for the National League, so that is not a surprising thing to happen. But he went deep, but he has settled in, Clint. It is now just 1-0, has not allowed any other runs, and the Astros still right now have a chance to kind of come back in this game as they trail 1-0. So. Not much going on in terms of opportunities and chances for the Astros to get some runs across, but hopefully they'll get something going here in the second half of this game. But a little training camp action today, this week. It has started. It started today. I am curious, Clint, how quickly for you or players, how quickly. Now, some are different. I think guys like Will Anderson are a little different. But how quickly does it turn from excitement about the new year, excitement to get out here, to, oh, God, we just got to get through it? And maybe it starts day one, but I feel like for guys in the league, there's a level of excitement when you first maybe get in there, and then at some point it does turn into, all right, let's get to the season.
Yeah, I think that is a very tough question for me to answer for a couple of reasons. I think the biggest being, Ron, when it happened, when you had two-a-days, and I did my first year in the league, we had two-a-days in Wichita Falls, like two-a-days, like 2 hour plus practices with a nap in between type of deal. What I'm watching these cats, I mean, they were on the field for an hour and 28 minutes today, including stretch.
It probably pisses you off.
Well, the old man in me is like, well, the part that pisses you off is like there is just zero reason to be tired. Like there's zero reason to be winded. There is zero reason to tap out.
Hot out there, bro.
Oh, it's real hot out there. No doubt it is. Trust me. I've been full pads and two-a-days in 100+ degree weather. It's hot. Just like it was back in the day.
They're in shell today.
Yeah, even shells. Yeah, I mean, so that's. I can't answer that question because I can't. You give me an hour and 20 minute practice, it can be 100 degrees every day. I'm fine.
That's what I knew, Tyler. My football career was not long. I think I could see some of the other people, and this is just in high school. I could see other people who, many of them went on to go play college in some form or fashion. They loved them some practice in a way that I didn't. I mean, I sat up in that bed waiting for. Oh God! Like when I was
before you ever left the house.
Day one, get through it, man. Let's get. Let's get to week one. I was day one. Let's get to week one. But there, boy, they love practice.
Well, I think that there's also like a difference. Obviously, my position was a lot different than the one you played. I would have been miserable playing your position as well. There's no question. The other part is there's certain, like I think one guy for me that I crossed paths with was like Romo. Like I don't think Romo ever got tired of football.
Loved it.
Ate up with it. Like you can't hey, can we have a conversation about them fine ass women that just walk by the deal over here? No, I mean I'm worried.
I love football, Jim.
Yeah, I'm worried about this high-low route. That Quincy just misread. I'm finna go in there and do it right. No, man. Like that when some dudes that are ate up with it,
Those guys,
Hey, man,
it's the guys that
can't
are having fun and laughing during conditioning.
Well, they don't have any conditioning.
Yeah, they don't have conditioning here. Racing. Ha! I got you. Got there.
Yeah.
What the hell?
I was one of them.
I bet you was.
I was in pretty good shape.
I was in here trying to get through it, baby.
Yeah, that was
not.
that's the other part. I earned 28 minutes, including stretch, and zero conditioning, and a room over on the side that has that's a cool down room.
Smart,
that you
man.
go in
They
at
gotta
any
get
point
them going,
in time.
man. Gotta keep them cool. Gotta keep them cool. Nah, I do. I wondered how quickly it is. Because listening to Will was on In the Loop. You might want to catch that earlier today, right off the practice field. And Will, you can tell, man, he's like what you're talking about.
No question.
He can't wait. He can't wait to get out there tomorrow. I don't know nothing. He cannot wait to get there.
Well, when there's no question he's that kind of guy. Like we were sitting there at OTAs and everybody else is out there is resting, catching a breath, and he's out there on the side with an assistant coach working his hand.
He's a noise mix.
Just can't get enough of it.
He's a noise. That's what. All right.
Can't get enough of it, man.
Yeah, but it's good to have them dudes. Yeah, that's what I knew. Well,
the more of those you got, the better off you're gonna be. I just was not one of them.
No, I wasn't gonna make it.
I had the least physically demanding position and still hated it about 2 days in.
I'd have quit at Wichita Falls. The way you described the heat, I might have quit.
I don't know how the big guys did it.
And again, I don't know. That kind of money, maybe I wouldn't have. But
in my mind, it was as if somebody turned a microwave on and you were inside that piece.
Nowhere to
All
go.
you got to do is step in the shade. You're cool. It's easy.
Oh, yeah.
In that sun, it felt like somebody turned that old microwave on about a minute and a half and just let you cook.
And Tyler, it must have been hot if he's talking about it.
Awful.
Yeah, he's nothing to him.
Don't talk about it, man. Them boys out there today talking about it. Don't talk about it.
I meant to tell you, fellas, I think I'm about to make a decision that I have been against for a while. I think I'm gonna go ahead and completely cut the cord of cable, man.
Really?
I think I'm gonna throw in the
towel. You watch a lot of TV. How's that gonna? Well,
I mean, I'm not taking away. I'm not gonna lie to you. I have just had the comfort of one. I know that I can get all of my sports easy and everything I watch, and then I enjoy like talking into my remote and turning it, pressing the number, turning the channel on my back button. I enjoy all of that. Courtney slid in and said, "We got that. Let's try that a 10-day trial for YouTube TV. Let's just see how we feel about it. See how much money we can maybe save potentially with what we're putting together. Nice little dip. I think I'm gonna go ahead and roll. I think I'm gonna slice this thing up.
You think you're sold, huh?
I think I'm out on the cable. I never thought that I would do. I felt like sometimes I can be cheap, but there are certain things that
No. All the time you can be
not
cheap.
all the time.
But go ahead and
there are
finish.
times, but there are certain things that I'll pay for. My cable package, I'll pay for it. But then what really sold me was they got that little deal on that Sunday ticket. I got that deal on that Sunday ticket. I'm gonna go ahead and slip into
YouTube
that.
does.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and slip into that Sunday ticket, get all the games.
So what are you gonna end up paying on YouTube?
It's probably 75 to 100 cheaper than what we're doing.
Overall,
Yep. Overall.
Like, what about your other
even combine? Yeah, even combining it all, and some come with it. Some of the things that we're paying for come with it.
Well, you got streaming networks that have all those dramas you like to watch. I mean,
I got them all. Now, I will say I am having a hard time getting the Rockets and the Astros channel. That is going to be something I'm going to have to try to figure out. There.
Rockets are tough because it's like I go Hulu, and Rockets are tough because the only thing not on Hulu is TNT.
Are you completely?
No.
You have cable?
No, I just pay for it all.
Do you?
Oh yeah, all the streaming, all the cable. Yeah, we got it all.
See, I'm kind of in that lane.
Just blowing through.
I'm kind of in that lane right now, and then we kind of took a look at it. Yeah.
I would be interested if somebody could come over and show me how much crossover I'm working with.
Oh, you ain't lying. Hey, you ain't lying. It ran through, man. We had 2 Apple accounts rolling, just paying every month.
I think I may still have my Netflix account somewhere since I've been married.
Yeah. Someone texted Ron doesn't pay up for draws, but he does for cable. I'm telling you, things are important. I feel like I pay for draws. I think Hanes are a very quality brand.
Well, I mean,
very quality brand. Do you cut cord? Have you cut cords, Tyler?
Oh no, I got every damn streaming platform there is.
I do too, but do you have cable?
Oh yeah, I got the old Xfinity as well.
Yeah, me too. I'm gonna have to step out, man.
Got to watch some Astros games.
Yeah, that's it. I got to step out. But I mean, it is. I mean, I like it now. I feel like they've made some adjustments. I can make it easier to get to it. That first day, boy, we had it, man. 17 seconds to turn from the British Open to one of my favorite shows on HGTV, Tyler. Took me about 17 seconds. That's it. Well, this ain't gonna work. I said this ain't gonna work, but then I sped it up. It's working well though. I might have to. Yeah, I think we're gonna go ahead and shut it down. It's a solid decision. Solid decision for me. I never thought I would. Thought I'd always have that cable. Like to have that thing and watch 4 things at once, baby. Split that screen up. There are 4 things at once.
You scatterbrained as it is. You don't need 4 things.
I do too, man. NCAA tournament, I need all of them.
Them shows you've been telling me about. You need 1 screen.
Hey, The Hunting Wives, East Texas. I started that last night, folks. That's aggressive. What you got coming up?
Training camp day 1 observations. I got 4 of them for you. I got 4 takeaways today. And you're not going to want to miss it, baby. I'll break it down next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, I got to tell you about QC Kinetics. Look, when was the last time that you hopped out of bed without a knee or a back screaming at you? Huh? How about
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily, presented by Mclain Injury Lawyers.
Mclain Injury Lawyers, hard as hell to say, easy to dial, baby. 281-222-2222. Appreciate everybody out there for listening. Appreciate everybody out there for watching YouTube and Twitch. Apologize for whatever Tyler has done and will do in the future on YouTube and Twitch, but we appreciate you hanging in there. Otherwise, I want to encourage everybody out there to download the Odyssey app, AUDACY. Download the Odyssey app. It's perfect timing, y'all. There, you can use the rewind feature there and go back and listen to In the Loop right as the Texans came off the practice field. And Will Anderson joined the fellas Reginald Atatula, as well as John Lopez and Figgy Fig. That's just a good little example there of what keeping that Odyssey app on your hip can have at your fingertips, as well as every segment that we have is podcasted throughout the day on the Odyssey app, so you can go back and listen to those segments individually. And like always, I got to tell you, the big orange wagon with Tyler Milner and Patrick Creighton. You can find all, not just that one, but all of the podcast right there on the Odyssey app as well. The Astros are rocking and rolling right now. You got back-to-back doubles. Somehow Christian Walker didn't score double. And then Yainer Diaz doubled. You got runners second and third to start the sixth. Top of the sixth. Up. No outs. And you got Atascocita zone, baby. Bryce Matthews at the plate right now. Stay plugged in right here. We'll keep you up to date on what's going on there. But the Texans, they started training camp today. Day one, they definitely eased into it in a way that only NFL team can do in 2025 is ease into training camp. They were on the field for about an hour and 28 minutes total, including their stretch, zero conditioning, and it was a little warm out there between 9 and 11 o'clock today. It was 9 to 10:28, I believe, is when they got off the field. But they got some good work in, and I'm going to tell you, I got 4 quick takeaways for them, Ron. 4 quick takeaways here. The biggest takeaway for me is the overall approach to offensive football. This year is a 180 from what it was a year ago. If you remember, last year leading up to training camp, as they were putting the roster together, the talk was about this 5-headed monster on the offensive side of the football, right? Then you get to training camp and you see go routes being thrown early and often on the first day of training camp. And then you get C.J. Stroud in the tent afterwards to talk to address the media, and he's asked, how you gonna improve on your rookie year after being rookie of the year? We're gonna stretch the field, gonna be more aggressive, and get the ball down the field, right? Last year, what their plan was, what the messaging for the quarterback was, and what they wanted to accomplish. You fast forward to this year, and after day one, I'm going to tell you it's a 180. I watched an offensive unit today that clearly was a run-heavy day. It was a slow-paced day. It was about getting in and out of the huddle. It was about communicating clearly. It was about getting quality, efficient reps. And it was, again, run heavy. And then there was some quick game mixed in there. There was some play action mixed in there. Literally, I did not see, and I watched every offensive rep, I did not see a football thrown more than 10 to 15 yards down the field until the backups got in within the last 5 minutes of practice. They threw a corner route to the right side to Braxton Berrios, and there was a corner route thrown to Jarrett Wayne right at us. Which is his gold chain popped off. He caught it and the football.
And got his feet in bounds.
Right? Talented guy. It is very clear, Ron, after watching today, that it wasn't just lip service coming from Jake Andrews about running the football. It wasn't just lip service coming from D'Amico Ryans about being able to communicate better. It's not been just lip service. Now, I don't know that it's going to work. I don't know that all this is going to put a better offense on the field. But the messaging coming out of before and after the first practice and what we saw on the practice field the first time it's clearly a different approach to offensive football this year. And I'll be honest with you, I absolutely love it. I think it's exactly what needs to happen with the Texans this year in order to make the strides or correct the issues that they had last year. They definitely need to take that approach. We'll see how long it lasts.
Yeah, it is I think that's the big thing. It's a definite shift from what they were doing last year. And to me, I wonder, is that what it's going to look like every day, right? Or is that going to be the plan we are going to drill this part in your mind? Because this is similar to, I know they don't want to put labels on it, but this is similar to the way, Brady looked in New England for all those years of taking, as you'll say, take what they give you, and then when they get tired of giving you all of that, then go get what they are now giving you, which is bigger play opportunities.
Well, with most teams, and we can go off in the weeds here of just offensive football. My opinion is with most teams, you can take what they give you and win the game by double digits. You can take what they give you, and then as a quarterback, the down the field throws, they just hit you dead in the face. It's like, hell, now you got Nico running wide open somehow. Well, it's because you baited them in by taking everything the whole game. They're not just going to sit there and let you whoop them. They're going to put a little pressure, and then boom, Nico's busted wide open down the sideline, right? So, it'll hit you right in the face. We want the Texans to get to a point where even when they run into the best defenses in the league that can kind of force your hand, they still have answers as well. They can still make plays in that situation. But we'll see. Right now, to me, it's about fixing the number one problem, which is communication between the quarterback, the O-line, the center, the coordinator, the offensive coordinator. Get all that stuff right. Do the simple things savagely well on the offensive side of the football, whether we're talking about the communications or we're talking about before the ball snap, know who the hell you're supposed to block, get a hat on a hat, and let's go play. Like, there's a clear emphasis on that versus trying to put on this this aerial show that everybody was wanting to put on. It seemed like everybody's wanting to put on last year. So the overall approach to offensive football is significantly different this year than it was last year. I think this is something to grab onto and hold on to and talk about because I think it's real, right? On that same page, Ron, I tell you one thing that I saw today that turned me on a bit, got me excited, was there was no Joe Mixon out there. There was no Dameon Pierce out there. We'll talk about that later. Not real sure how that works out. No Joe Mixon, no Dameon Pierce, and I was quickly reminded of the work that Nick Cacerio and D'Amico Ryans did this offseason with creating quality depth. Because you look up, and I ain't no more realized, boy, Joe Mixon ain't out there, and I look up and realize Nick Chubb is in with the ones in the huddle. That's a good look. All I'm saying is when you look up and you're missing Joe Mixon for whatever reason. Last year, Dameon Pierce, can he play? Can he run this scheme? Last year it was Dare Ogunbowale. He's going to be your running back. What are we doing? Like now,
last year was a lot of Dare Ogunbowale.
Yes, it ended up that way. Now, to all the Texans fans out there, I hope nothing happens to Joe Mixon. But if and when Joe Mixon needs a breather, you're looking at Nick Chubb coming in there. And for what it's worth, I know he's going to be significantly better than what we've had in the past, assuming he can stay healthy. Hell, he may be neck and neck with Joe Mixon. We'll see. But it was just a quick reminder with Nick Chubb out there on a day when you didn't have Mixon is, hey, man, the clouds aren't falling, right? Everything's not falling just because Joe Mixon's not there. You got Nick Chubb. That's quality depth. If
Nick Chubb is good, you feel a lot better.
Oh, no question. No question. And in training camp, before I know if he's good, I feel a lot better just seeing him out there. The third thing from training camp today, the O-line rotation is real in Houston. I thought that we would see them maybe settle into a little bit different or settle into, at least a few of those positions being more consistent. Today, really all we saw throughout practice with the ones was Titus Howard. Ariante Ursery, to your point, is a good pickup. Ariante Ursery started at left tackle.
But not at one position, yeah.
And then when we went to team, started at right tackle. So he was in with the ones no matter what. Titus Howard was at right guard the whole time. But the O-line rotation, hell, to start practice, you had Jarrett Patterson at center, Titus Howard right tackle. You had Laken Tomlinson at left guard, Cam Robinson at left tackle. That's the way they went through the whole first hour of practice. And then when they got to the team reps at the very end, for about 10 minutes, all of a sudden, you got Jake Andrews and Juice Scruggs at left guard and Ariante Ursery at left tackle. You got Titus Howard at right tackle. You got at right guard. You got Blake Fisher at right tackle. So there is literally a legit competition at every position, I would say, except for right guard.
Yeah, it seems like Titus is living there. It is interesting because it's I don't know. I'm surprised, Clint, that they feel at least to show us they feel like just one spot is good. Like one spot is. I'm surprised Cam Robinson hasn't just taken hold of one of those spots, or Laken Tomlinson hasn't just taken hold of one of those spots.
Yeah, I think another observation from today, and this is more or less just something that I just noticed, and the realization, I don't know if I guess it is a thought, but the realization popped into my head. Watching the Texans day one of training camp, I'm watching individuals, and I'm watching this tight end group roll through. And Dalton Schultz looks good like he always does in practice. I mean, he looks like a true vet, right? And then all of a sudden, Cade Stover runs through there. And I got high hopes for Cade Stover, the hand in the dirt tight end, the more physical guy that can help you than him, right? And then all of a sudden, Brevin Jordan runs a route, and you realize, like, Brevin Jordan's got the twitch of a slot receiver. Brevin Jordan's athletic ability is above and beyond any tight end that we've seen play here in a long, long time, right? And so I immediately started thinking, it's obvious with one day of training camp that the tight end room is going to be absolutely critical to whether this offense is like really good or just an average offense.
You just don't know. It could go either way.
That's the thing. I don't think that it's going to make or break the season or anything, but if we're just talking about offensive football with the Houston Texans, you look at all three of those guys I just mentioned. The Texans' offense is going to be significantly better if you get the Dalton Schultz of 2023 and before. This offense is going to be significantly better if you get a Cade Stover that's only been a tight end, it seems like, for about 2 weeks. If he takes the next step and he can legitimately help you in the run game with his hand in the dirt, right? They'll be significantly better if Brevin Jordan is just the super athletic weapon and can stay healthy.
They didn't have that option last year.
Correct. Now, as I say that, and the second I get through with saying that, I've got to realize that it can hurt them if you get the bad Dalton Schultz that you got in 2024. If you get a Cade Stover that he's a little bit overwhelmed and maybe not developing as fast as you would like for him to, and he doesn't take that next step. And all of a sudden you get a Brevin Jordan that's not focused, or a Brevin Jordan that's hurt again, and now you're looking at an offense that's out there scrambling by midseason looking for a damn tight end, and Irv Smith is a guy that's having to play. I like Irv Smith, but I would like to think that these other weapons and these other players that you've paid more money, that are more athletic, that are more explosive, would be better options. The tight end room for the Texans could be a huge game changer for them. It could also be something that holds them back significantly.
No, it's because any of it could happen.
Yeah.
Any of it could happen. Now, what the hope is that the new system in some way can help them.
Yeah.
The new system in some way is with Nick Caley.
If Nick Caley can't get the most out of a tight end room, Ron, damn. You know what I mean?
And understand, like we heard it, D'Amico said it, man. He tailors this sucker to what they have. So, we should see that. And we saw it, man. I mean, Brevin Jordan caught a ball and turned it up you know, and you can just see the speed. By the way, looks like he's gotten bigger as well. So you can see all of that potentially, but yeah, it could go in either way. It's just, it ain't nothing like you're depending on it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
right
yeah.
now.
It's just one of those where you don't know what the hell you're going to get, but in a year where you've got a bunch of others, it sure would be nice to have a couple of guys that one, that you're paying good money to, two, that you drafted and you've hung in there with, you've been patient with, and is clearly an explosive athlete. You would like to have those two situations bear fruit because you're going to need it. And look, I think it's going to help this offense be more complete. If you get production out of the tight ends that you have, whether it's again the veteran in Dalton Schultz, the weapon in Jordan, Brevin Jordan, or kind of a little bit of a hybrid type of dude with Cade Stover, boy, that is just a game changer for this offense. So we'll see what they get out of it. All in all, Texans training camp day one was a solid day. To put a bow on it real quick, the overall approach of offensive football this year is totally different than what we saw last year. Last year, they wanted to be explosive, push the ball down the field. This year, it was a run-heavy focus with a little bit of play action thrown in and some quick game thrown in. It was a different approach this year. No Mixon, no Dameon Pierce, but boy, it sure was nice to have Nick Chubb out there, at least watching him at this point. The O-line rotation is real in Houston at every damn position, to be honest with you. And the tight end group. The tight end group could be a real X factor, real wild card here this year with this Texans offense. It's
wild card is perfect.
Yeah, they got some dudes. They got some dudes, but can Nick Caley get the best out of them? We'll see.
All right, let's get you updated as the Astros are in an attempt to sweep the Arizona Diamondbacks on the road right now. We'll give you the update there as there's a lead change. We'll tell you about that, and there's some injury updates and some things that we're finding out about some of the guys that are out right now for the Astros. We'll let you know all of that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
Oh, you like that one, huh?
Training camp is here. And we'll be your eyes and ears for every practice, every press conference, and
But alone, you can help. Visit salarmyeds.org to donate or volunteer. Every donation brings hope. Every hand makes a difference. That's salarmyeds.org.
It's Texans training camp. Live from the Twin Peaks studios. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That one gets by, and into score comes Yainer Diaz. It's a 2-1 Astros lead on the pitch that got through. James Mclain may have hit the plate. Both runners advance, and the Astros have their first lead of the day.
Well, the Arizona Diamondbacks appeared to just quit in the sixth inning there, or at least just could not pull anything together. I mean, it was going to be an RBI, but an error as Bryce Matthews drove in his 8th run of the series. He hits the ball right to the shortstop, a pretty good shortstop, and he just bobbles it, and everybody's safe, and the run scores to tie it. And then the Astros take the lead on, as you heard there, a wild pitch right between the legs of the catcher. So it is a 2-1 game right now in the 7th, as the Astros are looking to sweep the Arizona Diamondbacks. So shout out to them. And again, and I'll give it to you too, Ocho. This your guy. I know you're listening. As he says, Brandon Lee Walter, Ginger Nation. Shout out to all the redheads, even the crazy ones. Even the crazy ones.
You could sound like you got one in mind over there.
No, I did that for Tyler. That's the look in Tyler's eyes when he.
Those are my favorite type of gingers.
The crazy redheads.
Oh yeah, spicy.
Brandon Walter, 6 innings, 4 hits, 1 earned run, and it's the first batter of the game. The first batter of the game hit a home run, and nothing else. 5 strikeouts, 1 walk, and this is 2 straight starts that Brandon Walter has been really, really good. Nothing to show for in the first one, as the offense couldn't really help him out as he went, 6 or 7 innings against the Mariners, and now he's 6 innings and probably going to go back out there again in the 7th. There's a second walk for Taylor Trammell as they'll try to get some insurance runs here in the 7th inning.
Ron, this is I don't know how they just keep doing it. I mean, I know it's Arizona, but damn, man. I mean, the way they keep winning games with these lineups is crazy.
Yeah, the lineup today does not include Cam Smith or Jose Abreu, as it is a planned day off.
Or the GOAT.
I hope Abreu's not here.
I mean, not Abreu, Jose Altuve. I mean, I'm sorry.
But Ron,
talk about a juxtaposition.
Well,
I can't help but notice.
I'm sorry. Christian's still out there.
The Diamondbacks got some names, don't they?
They got some. They got some.
Their starting pitcher, his last name was
that P is
it's fat.
Yeah.
PFAADT.
PH fat. Like cool.
Yeah, that was the first guy. Right? Then they bring in the big a big fella, 6'3", 205 lefty. SAALFRANK, Sal Frank. Where are they finding these cats at, man?
I'm telling you, I have a long belief that there are last names that are just made up.
Oh, you think I just gave you 2 of them?
But legit, like recent ones. Those aren't as bad because I don't know who would roll in there and say, "Let me
come up with that one."
But like there's a famed boxing announcer. His name's Bert Sugar. I believe he gave himself that last name.
You think he changed it just for entertainment purposes?
I think we're doing it a lot.
Bert Sugar. If you could change your last name to something more entertaining, what would it be?
Okay, that's not bad. Let me think.
I mean, we can come back to it.
Show might just be it. If I could just be Ronald Show, that'd be great.
The Showman.
That'd be great.
Show Nuff.
Yeah.
First name Show, last name Nuff.
Courtney Show. That'd be good. That'd be nice. That'd be nice. That would be.
Tyler, what would yours be?
Probably like
you get to pick it. You get to choose whatever.
Probably like Duke.
Yeah.
Is that what you were going to go with? Is that what you thought he was going to
I want to name my dog Duke.
I thought he was going to go something.
Like Ice. It's just a good, solid last name. Just ice. But some of these last names, it's just like there's no way that your family line all the way through that your last name's been, hell. Or like they're just to me, I just believe they're made up. I really do.
I mean, if old Bert Sugar was going to change his last name, he should have went and changed that first one too.
Now Bert Sugar runs, baby. Seriously, Grady. Is your family line of Dicks? Is it all Grady Dicks? Like how? Like has that been it? Like I feel like somebody down the line was having fun and said, That's the last name I'm going with."
Somebody got Dick in the face, Craig.
Mike Henry Dick, right? Like I mean, where is that? I've never heard. Have you ever heard anybody else with that last name?
What, Dick?
Yes.
Not last name, no.
No, I know a lot of first name Dicks, but not a lot of last names. Like where'd that come from?
I mean, I got the quarterback at Arkansas, Casey Dick, and his brother Nathan.
They've got to be related.
They are. They're brothers.
Casey Dick.
They're brothers.
And Grady.
And Grady.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they've got to be related. Yeah.
I need to text Casey and see if he's got.
Someone text in. I changed my last name to Sweetwood. What would that make your first name? Gary Sweetwood.
Like that.
That is.
I might take that one.
That's a solid approach. I mean, the two words put together is nice.
Yeah.
Sweet with wood is. I mean, I think you can get away with that. It's almost believable. Yeah, that's a good one. That is a really good one, man. Even if they started thinking when we first started having the conversation, that's 3 minutes. That's some good thinking right there. That is
a spinoff of that. Could go with Pepperwood.
Okay, all right. That's a route.
No, I don't like it. Sweetwood. Sweetwood was it, Tyler.
Well, I mean, this is a separate name off of it. Dirty Red. This one's different.
You don't get to steal their idea and then put pepper on the front.
But this
just change the flavor.
You see, this one is not Sweetwood because it's pepper.
You can't just change you can't just change the flavor of the wood, T.
I ain't even touched
that. Now Sally. Now look at Sally. Woo! Sally's out here supposed to be the voice of wholesomeness, Sweetwood, and she's out here getting it. She said, "Now I'm acting juvenile."
Let's go, get freaky, Sally.
Sally, you listen way too often to this show to not be somewhat juvenile. But go ahead.
I love it.
Play
she said, "What about Dick Sweetwood?"
Well, that's just doing a little too much.
She's meaning Richard Sweetwood, like Richard Lovelady.
Well, I mean, but I thought we were talking about last names.
That guy, whose last name's Lovelady? Who? There is no way that he's got ancestors line after line that are Loveladies.
The Loveladies?
I like that nasty out of you, though, Sally. Keep that nasty coming, Sally.
Ooh, that might be it. Right? I could change it to
Show Nasty.
Mr. Nasty.
Show Cool. Like old Mclain said.
Show Cool.
Keep an eye on Show Cool.
That's got some ring to it.
Yeah.
Sweetwood. Whoever texts that, well done.
Or Pepperwood. Or
Peter Sweetwood.
Peter would be good, but you don't even need. It really, if you're a man and you could put any name in front of Sweetwood,
Mr. Nasty is what they call me.
Sweetwood, that is good.
Or Pepperwood. Those are both pretty good, yeah.
No, Peckerwood. No, it ain't. Your Pepperwood ain't it.
I don't know if that's legal.
I think now the text line is just going to coming up with adult
film
names. Yeah, that's what we're
Pringles can.
And Sally, you started that. So I hope you're happy with yourself. Someone said there's a family I grew up with. Their last name was Ed, and they named one of their daughters.
No, they didn't. No, they didn't.
Doing it, man.
Don't do it.
I'm not doing it. Really ran through the tracks right there. Got to read them early right there, baby. Almost slipped up and got me. All right, the Astros are looking to tack on, by the way, for the second time. Tyler has been pissed off at Christian Walker, who has had runners on third base with less than 2 outs, and he struck out twice. Now, as Diaz, it's up to him. By the way, I felt bad for Yainer Diaz. Earlier today in the Loop, they were doing a segment, Clint, where it was, what have we been here, Astros? they were doing a segment. They just pure stupidity. The Astros just ran themselves out of an out here, and they continue to lead 2-1. But
surprising since Altuve's not playing.
Yeah, that was an interesting.
What the hell do you think that was? I mean, obviously it was an attempt at a double steal. What are we?
Yeah, I don't know. Look at Josh Reddick. He's hot about it.
He should be.
He should be. But no, they were going through naming. Are you more excited about? You starting to get more excited about the Astros' future as much as you are the present with Cam Smith and Bryce and how he's going? And they start naming. They're like, all right, Hunter Brown and Bryce and Cam and Wisniewski and they're naming all the young guys. And I'm just like, and then he said there's a catcher in the minors that's really going up and playing really well. And I'm thinking, damn, when did Yainer Diaz fall out of that young guys? When did Yainer Diaz fall out of that these young guys? When did that happen?
Astros ain't loyal.
I had it on the rundown a couple days ago. Am I the only Astros fans that's tired of watching runners just stroll around the bases like it ain't no big deal?
Yeah.
I can't tell you the last time I saw an Astros catcher throw somebody out trying to steal.
No, we just saw an Astro get thrown.
Yeah, we saw some of that silly ass base running from us. Yeah,
man, I'm just like, damn.
Don't need those insurance runs. Whatever.
I said, damn, OG.
2-1 on the road, no big deal.
Freaking idiots.
Damn, OG. Damn, Yainer just lost Yainer as a part of the young guys. Zach DeZento and some guy in the minors.
I'm a guy that's okay with sacrificing a little defense, but damn. I mean, it just every time I look up, somebody they ain't even sliding and they ain't even throwing. If they stole 30, they didn't even throw down there.
They didn't even throw down there, man. Teams are still in third, a little too damn easy. It's on both of them. It's Caratini too. All right, coming up, our guy B. Scott. He's been. I know he was out there this morning because he did Payne and Pendergast. He'll join us for a little Texans report. Day one of training camp. Nobody better to talk to than our guy Brandon Scott. That's coming up next.
All right, y'all. Coors Light, baby. It's made to chill.
24 monthly bill credits. New line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Payoff via virtual prepaid card. Allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Football in H-Town is on the rise.
I love D'Amico Ryans, man. I tell you what.
H-Town, I'm back.
Our guy B. Scott has all the latest from the gridiron.
I don't see no bitches nowhere around here.
It's time for your weekly Texans report.
We ain't laying down for nobody.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in. It is Wednesday, and this comes together perfectly as training camp starts today, and we have our guy, Brandon Scott. You ready? Texans report, baby. It is the season has started. This is the first one of many as this thing is officially underway, baby.
Man, am I ready? I was out there before anybody, literally before the sun came up. Yeah. Couldn't even see me on camera. It was so dark out there, man. That's how early I was out there, man. Yeah, did me about 30 push-ups on the grass, just to touch grass. Not trying to impress nobody, just to touch grass today. Yeah, man, I'm hyped. Let's go. Let's do it.
You did 30 push-ups?
30 push-ups between a break. Yep.
Okay, that's interesting.
That's about all I can give you at once. got a 30 and pause, 30 and pause. I'm a frail fella.
That's a decision there. Well, outside of your 30 push-ups, I know we've talked about it a little bit today. For you, what's your overall takeaway? Day one as they get this thing started. Obviously, there is some guys that we know pretty well, but there's some newness to this team as well, whether it be free agency, draft, coaching staff. What was your overall takeaway?
Yeah, obviously I'm out there watching for Nick Chubb because I feel like that's the most interesting addition and not necessarily the best one. I think Christian Kirk is going to be more than likely on the offensive side of the ball, at least from what I'm looking at, non-rookie most interesting addition that they're going to have. But, you know, the Nick Chubb signing late in the offseason is one that's caught my eye. But specific to today, y'all tell me what y'all think, man. It's the offensive line and had going in that they might have had it a little bit more figured out than it appears that they do. They're still figuring it out. Like the ending starting five offensive line that they had the starting five offensive line that they had by the end of OTAs and minicamp was not necessarily the one that we saw to start today. So it seems like to me they're still figuring things out at center. I'd kind of penciled in Jake Andrews into that position because of his history with Cole Popovich and the fact that position was just unsettled to begin with. So it's not like anybody had the reins on it. Looks like he did, but then Jared Patterson's out there today. Same thing with the tackle position. Ariante Ursary out there at right tackle instead of Blake Fisher. That's probably the biggest question for me right now. Where is Blake Fisher in the whole grand scheme of things with the Texans offensive line as they try to figure things out? So that was one of the things that stood out, and obviously the wide receiver competition is going to be one to watch every day at camp.
Yeah, I'm with you on the O-line. I didn't expect the heavy rotation that we saw today because the first hour plus of practice, it was that mix you talked about at first, and then when they went team with the ones with CJ in the huddle at the very end, it was back to Blake Fisher at right tackle and Andrews at center, and so the rotation there, man, was real. I figured they had dwindled it down to maybe just a couple of spots. Like I thought left guard was going to be Laken Tomlinson, and I think it will be. Yeah. But I had decided that center was going to be Jake Andrews at least for the foreseeable future. I thought that the left tackle position would be Cam Robinson for sure. And then you may have you in the right spot, but hell, it looks like it's all over the map with all of them. I mean, Juice Scruggs, the first hour of practice today, didn't crack the 2 deep. Yeah. And then all of a sudden he's in at left guard with the ones when they went team at the very end. So it is a real rotation. I told him, B. Scott, I think these are good games, if not games, but good approaches for coaches to take when you're dealing with a position group that has so many players starting. Is the stay ready. The stay ready and don't let anything, frazzle you whatsoever approach of, hey, just have your ass ready. I'm not telling you who's ones and twos. I'm not telling you what reps you're getting. You make sure you go over this script and you know every damn rep, and I'm going to tell you when you're in. Yeah. It looks like literally it looked like that was the approach to O-line play.
Well, No, I was going to say it also feels like it's reflective of them not having necessarily a star or a stud on the offensive line. So what I'm saying is it's not like there's a great difference. We're trying to figure out who's the first string, who's the second string, who's starting, who's not. But it's not like there's going to be this great difference. At least we don't sense that, a great difference from the first guy to the second guy. And to your point, the next guy might have to step up, aside from the fact that it's just football and somebody might get injured. But whether it's performance, injury, they want a different look. It's not like you can differentiate one guy from the next to a large degree, to a large deal, like a big talent gap between one guy that they got on the first team and the second team.
Yeah, they got to go about it the way they go about it. I hope that they have a better idea of what it is and about a real competition test of see how guys are going to handle things. But I hope that right now they have more than one spot penciled, or pinned. I hope they internally know more than one spot.
The interesting part to this conversation, and now's not the time in B. Scott's time, but the reality is I think in order for D'Amico to change the mindset of that room and the standard of that room, and somebody's got to lead.
Yeah.
And when Cam Robinson and Laken Tomlinson are your two guys that you would think would be the vets that could do that, and they're not penciled in a starter, I know it sounds kind of selfish and maybe even elementary, but it's hard to take over a room when you're fighting for a spot and you ain't that dude.
Yeah. But think about it, to the point I was just making, do we know that so Cam Robinson's been decent but hasn't been spectacular in his career. Do we know that there is a demonstrative difference between Cam Robinson and whatever Ariante Ursery ultimately is and could be for them? Do we know that there's a significant difference between, let's say, Laken Tomlinson and, I don't know, Juice Scruggs or Jared Patterson if he goes over to guard, or Ed Ingram or whatever it is? You see what I'm saying? Every guy that I named to you, you're like, yeah, could be the guy. Sure, why not? It's just a bunch of dudes, which can be okay. I don't feel great about that. Let's be honest. Coming into the offseason, we thought that this was a huge need for them, and then what they end up with is just a bunch of dudes, and none of us feel like they got. But that does not mean that they can't have the right collection of dudes, because a big issue with that unit was that they had either a bunch of solo artists or misguided folks out there, not all on the same page and singing the same song. So hopefully that's the difference between this year and last year.
Brandon Scott with this Texans report every single Wednesday here. Is there any point, two guys that jump out, that there should be any concern about Joe Mixon on the non-football list, non-injury list, and then now Christian Harris wasn't on any list, but we still didn't see him out there yesterday. When you look at those two, should there be any level of concern or what's going on? Because we hadn't really seen either one of them on the practice field, OTAs or mandatory minicamp.
I feel like you can be concerned without getting panicked or without panicking, right? So there's I think there's an appropriate level of concern with Joe Mixon. I mean, the injury that you mentioned, right? The whatever had him in a walking boot and the reason why he's not out there right now. Okay, on top of the fact that he's Joe Mixon and he's been running the ball now for 8 years, close to a decade in the NFL, so you're talking about miles, tread, wear and tear, and it's an issue, especially given the fact that last year they didn't have anybody behind Joe Mixon that it seemed like they could believe in. So I think it's like a next logical question of, okay, how are they going to go about? Joe Mixon comes into the season, comes into training camp, comes into the offseason program banged up. He's been probably overly what are they going to do to manage Joe Mixon's workload? Is a drum that I've been beating pretty much the entire offseason, and I think it's going to be a question up until we actually get the answer in front of us. So that's concerning. And then Christian Harris, I mean, come on now, it's been now well over a year.
It was such a buzzkill when I heard, all right, he's not on any of the pub lists or anything, and then we still didn't see it.
Yeah,
I was hunting 48 down.
And I think they're probably just slow playing it, not wanting to. There could be some regret about how they handled them last year, and I don't know that for a fact, but clearly it did not work out last year the way that they hoped, wanted to, intended for it to work. So you like to think that they're just being cautious with them, but obviously it's an issue. If it kept them out for a great deal of last year, limited his effectiveness when he came back after that, and now he can't even practice. Yeah, I'm concerned about it.
B. Scott, I don't know about you, but I looked out there today, and I used to, you look out there and you're like, man, where's Joe? Damn, where's Joe Mixon, man? Damn, we can't get the prep we need. What are we going to do with the running back position? It sure was, and I don't know what's going to happen, but it sure was, I'll be honest, refreshing to look out there and see Nick Chubb being the guy that is there in the absence of Joe Mixon. That speaks to the quality depth that they put together in the offseason.
Yeah, the Joe Mixon, the Nick Chubb thing is the ultimate just what if. And until we get the answer, right, it's just the ultimate what if. He's out there, looks healthy. We don't know, and maybe a little bit further along in training camp, we'll get a better sense for how explosive he is or isn't at this point, or we feel like we've seen from him over the years. But we've been talking about it, man. If he is anywhere close to, 70%, 75% of what Nick Chubb used to be, then that's definitely a solid second back for you, and certainly somebody that could spell you or spell Joe Mixon if he's injured or if he's slow to recover, if he needs a break, needs a breather, or whatever the case may be. Going back to my earlier point about how you manage Joe Mixon, there's Nick Chubb, and hopefully healthy and ready to go. And it looks like he is, so we'll see, man. But it's the ultimate what if. I think it's one of the more fascinating storylines that you have in training camp, because to me, if Nick Chubb isn't Nick Chubb anymore, then it's really no sweat off your back, and you're right back to square one where you were before. But if he is, the what-if factor, that to me changes the dynamic of this team and what they're capable of, to your earlier point in the show about focusing on even more so now being a physical football team that emphasizes running the football. Well, now you can do that if you got a Nick Chubb that's right.
All right, that's B. Scott. You hear him all over the place, especially with us on Wednesdays, In the Loop on Tuesdays, and obviously you can catch all of his work at SportsRadio 610.
Fridays now with In the Loop.
Right.
Yeah.
I started to hear that.
Yeah, changed it to Fridays, man. It's a ghost town up here except for us. Except for us here in studio doing our thing.
Fridays, no longer Tuesdays. I got you there. All right, so that's B. Scott. Coming up, a little 5 o'clock fire. We'll get you updated on what's going on with the Astros. And this thing's getting a little tight right now. Getting real tight right now as they are looking to sweep. And we'll get caught up on all of the injury stuff happening on the first day of training camp. We'll discuss that as we continue right here live on The Drive.
Training camp is here. The Texans are back.
Help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000. 800-761-0000.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
Well, it is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show and T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, have the latest. And the Astros have now gotten themselves in a tie ball game. And I'll be quite frank with you, they're very fortunate that they're in a tie ball game right now. They led 3-1 going into the ninth inning, and Souza got himself into some trouble there, and now going into the eighth inning. They led 3-1. Now going to the ninth inning, it is 3-3 as Souza gives up 2 runs, multiple hard hit balls, and but with the bases loaded, game tied, 1 out. He gets Randall I can't remember Randall's last name, but he gets him to ground into a double play to end that inning. And
that's a nightmare of a last name.
What is?
Grichuk?
No, there's you another one. Them damn Diamondbacks.
Grichuk.
Yeah,
Grichuk?
Yeah, he played for the Cardinals for a long time.
And now we got Ginkel.
Yeah, Ginkel's he's pretty good. At least he was before this year. ERA is near 8 right now. But it is 3-3 as they were able to get out of that. Could have been worse. They were able to get out of that with a double play. So we'll see what happens now. They've won the series already. They're looking to sweep, and they're in the ninth inning right now. 3-3 ball game. We'll see what happens. We'll keep you updated there. Some good news within this game, Clint. Brandon Walter, back-to-back really, really good starts against the Diamondbacks today, and previous 7 innings, 4 hits, 1 earned, 1 walk, 5 strikeouts on 82 pitches. And I do think that was the right move to take him out, right? 82 pitches. The first batter that he faced in the 7th hit it right to the wall, and Cam Smith really didn't have anything else to do to get him out. So he was probably ready to come on out, but he pitched a great game. His ERA is now at 3.35. And that's back-to-back starts, and he's going to be in it now. With Lance going to the IL with the blister, and them, I'm certain they're going to be taking their time with some of the guys that are trying to come back, like Christian Javier, Luis Garcia, and Spencer Urquidy. So they're going to need him to step up and continue to pitch this way.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to need somebody to with Lance McCullers going down. So why not be Ginger Nation, baby? I like it. Today was impressive. Obviously, it's Arizona, and we get that, but today was impressive. No, either way you slice it.
Yep. By the way, I think Randall. I think old Randall is. I think he's local.
From around these parts?
I think he's a local guy. Let me check that out. I'm certain he is. Yeah, Rosenberg, Texas.
We've had a winner or two from down that way.
Have you had a winner or two from that way? Yeah, there you go. I thought he was a local kid. Yeah, and that Lamar.
Don't look now, but the Astros have had 2 bunt singles in a row.
All right, man. Taylor Trammell. Yep, there you go. The Short and Trammell show right here, baby. Getting on. There it is. So they got a chance and neither one of them are going to be challenged. They got a chance to try to take the lead back here in the ninth inning, and they're off to a really good start here. Now let me tell you something. We're going to see how good Altuve's feeling.
Oh, you ain't lying.
Right, wouldn't you think he'd get one of these at-bats?
I sure would hope so.
I don't know who's hitting. I guess Christian Walker is hitting right now.
That hand's fine, right?
Yeah, I guess he won't. He wouldn't pinch hit for maybe they're the bad part of the lineup. Although I would have thought maybe I'd pitch hit him for one of these fellas, but whatever.
I have a question for you guys. Have we? I really can't remember. Have we gotten to celebrate an afternoon baseball win yet this season?
Oh, yeah.
I think there's been one or
There's
two.
been a couple.
Okay. Yeah. If it has, it's been a while.
Not a
I was
lot.
trying to think of it.
Not a lot. But
Well, Vic's having him a hell of a July, isn't he?
yeah, you're right. I forgot. I forgot Vic is batting second today for some odd reason.
What RBI leaders this month in all of Major League Baseball? Vic's tied with Altuve for third.
Yeah,
17 RBIs in the month of July. That's a big number.
Put it on the table.
for him, man. He's had a good July. But we'll keep you updated here. Well, we'll update you right now. He's had a great July.
That was a bad July 23rd. That was a bad July 23rd, 507.
Popped up to the shortstop. And I think it drives Clint nuts. You think there was ever a thought, maybe lay one down?
Runners? Yeah, I mean, it would have.
Go for three.
You think there's ever a thought? Hey, and if you see the alignment, again, also Clint.
Well, he just cued one down the left field line. The third baseman actually got to it, and it was a hit the at bat before.
I'm telling you, there's nobody even on that side of the field.
Yeah.
Just lay that sucker down right there. Hell, you might get a hit.
We're going to swing away, baby.
That's all right. Put it in. Hey, it's time for Christian Walker to make it up now. He's had runners on third base with less than 2 outs twice, and he struck out. If he can beat the old Ginkle, his old teammate. All right, so we'll keep you updated there. Astros tied in the ninth inning, 3-3, as they look to sweep the Arizona Diamondbacks.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, it is day one of camp, and I do want to get your thoughts, Clint, of overall how you're feeling and what you thought about camp. But I do want to get some of the notes injury-wise and guys that did not practice today on the physically unable to perform list. The PUB list, the Texans, had Danico Autry, Derek Barnett, Trent Brown. Trent Brown, not a real surprise. Eli Cox, center. Tank Dell, no surprise there. Foley Fatukasi, he's recovering from shoulder surgery that he had right after the season. Kurt Heinz, so they were a little light when it came to D tackles. Other importance, Damian Pierce, J.J. Taylor, so 2 backs out, and then Jimmy Ward. When it comes to the non-football injury list, Joe Mixon was placed on that. We talked about that a little bit with Brandon. We have not seen Joe Mixon on the practice field yet this offseason. And if you heard that, names like Brevin Jordan did not include being on a PUB list, recovering from an ACL surgery. Also, Christian Harris, a big one, was not on any of the lists. But, Clint, we still didn't see him at all on the field. So there are some important pieces and players that have not been on the practice field yet that are designated on the PUB list there. But I think the Joe Mixon, Christian Harris, those are the ones, Damian Pierce, those are the ones that really jump out that you wonder, all right, what's going on with those 3 guys and how come and how soon is it going to be before they get on the field?
Yeah, I mean that's the big question mark here is the running back position with Joe Mixon and Damian Pierce, and then as the ongoing saga of Christian Harris and what's going on and what is wrong with him, what's I mean obviously the word on the street is it's a calf again, and is this thing still the same issues they were having last year? It's wild, man. So yeah, getting those guys back from an injury report standpoint, I think those are the big ones. The other ones, they've been here, they know what's going on. They're on the defensive side of the football. You're not worried about that. So yeah, there's definitely some concern with the guys you mentioned.
All right, Lee.
The force is strong with him.
As I said, Christian Walker comes home. He has had a couple of big strikeouts, and he takes the lead. They're 4-3 as the Astros have come right back on top. They pick up 2 runs to tie the game. The Astros come right back and take the lead in the ninth. And you already see their closer, Josh Hader, is up and ready to go. So he'll come in and try to hold this down. And now they've got a situation here with Diaz up where they can even add more to this as well. So 4-3, 1 out, runners on the corners as Yainer Diaz is looking to add a little bit more to this lead right now for the Astros. By the way, so overall for you, just with training camp today, we'll get to some other things coming up. We'll get a little conversation about something D'Amico's talking about and the O-line. But overall, what was your feeling about training camp today?
Well, look, I thought overall that there's a clear message or observation that's going to be that changes the game this year. I think last year, this time of year, after one practice, it was about stretching the field, being aggressive. We saw it play out on practice with go routes being thrown. We heard it in the post-game or the post-practice presser from the quarterback. And then this year, I think, watching practice, I didn't see one ball thrown over 10, 15 yards down the field. There was a heavy emphasis on the run. There was a pace that indicates that there was a real focus on communication, getting in and out of the huddle, getting a hat on a B versus playing fast and being explosive and doing all these different things. There was a real slowdown approach to practice today offensively, and so they're going to be a sound football team. They're going to be efficient. They're going to communicate at a high level, and that's kind of coming at the expense of maybe practice being a little bit slower pace, especially out of the gate, which is what we saw today. So I love it. I like it. I'm not complaining. I'm just giving you an observation of what practice looked like today. Last year, it was about adding to the year before and being explosive and a five-headed monster. This year, it's about getting the offensive line right, running the damn football.
Yeah, I was going to say, for me, outside of some of the guys struggling with fielding punts today, outside of that, it felt like a pretty good, and D'Amico said as much, a pretty good practice when it comes to mistakes made, when it comes to your assignment, knowing what you're supposed to be doing. Yeah. It didn't seem like there was a lot of sloppiness, and I think sometimes you see that first day of camp, and these guys have been gone for, I don't know, over a month, and they come back, and it did seem like practice ran smooth. It did seem like they were doing what they need to do. It seemed like they had been in practice for a couple of weeks, and I think that was very noticeable.
I mean, it was for lack of better terms, music to my ears. As a guy that when it comes to football, man, you can do the simple things savagely well on a consistent basis, which is really why the offense wasn't as good as they should have been last year, because they couldn't do those things for a number of reasons. But clearly they are focused on those things. And I love to see it. We'll see if Nick Caley can be a difference maker, but I think this is more D'Amico's approach of, hey, communication is not going to be a problem. Running the football, being physical is not going to be a problem. Our O-line not being one solid unit is not going to be a problem, even if we got to sacrifice, our quarterback throwing the ball down the field and young receivers that need these reps catching balls down the field and getting an applause from the crowd every time we throw a bomb kind of deal. Even if it comes at that expense, we're going to get better up front, and I like the approach.
Yeah. So things went well day one. Tomorrow, day two, we will see how this thing progresses as the football season is officially underway right now for the Texans.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Clint, elsewhere around the league, one of the kind of quarterback stories that I don't think just ends here, but one of the most interesting quarterback rooms that involves Russell Wilson, that involves Jameis Winston, is DeVito out there? I can't. I think,
it's Dart.
But I thought DeVito might have been out.
Oh no, he's there. Yeah.
Too.
He was. I don't know if he's hurt or not.
And then Jackson Dart, who they moved up in the first round to get, is the Giants. And Brian Daboll, who I believe is coaching for his life, or his football coaching life. Day one here, Clint, he has said the Giants' starting quarterback is Russell Wilson. Russell Wilson is the clear-cut starting quarterback as the New York Giants begin training camp. That's what Brian Daboll said on Wednesday. He said these guys will be out here competing, but Russ is our starter. The Giants signed Wilson and fellow quarterbacks Jameis Winston in free agency and selected Jackson Dart in the first round of this year's draft. A lot of people have been talking up Jackson Dart and how well he has done in OTAs and in mandatory minicamp. As crazy as Russ can be, is when I say crazy, just his whole presentation at times. I think this is probably the right move. For him to be the starter, not force it with Jackson Dart. And I think Jameis is more of a backup that knows his role there. But Russ, if you remember, there was a stretch there with the Steelers where, he played pretty good ball and changed their offense and helped them get to the playoffs. But this one makes much more sense rather than potentially rushing Jackson Dart.
Well, look, I don't know if it's the right decision. Time will only tell with their quarterback situation. Who knows? I think it's a little bit of a crapshoot, but I do. As you know, Ron, I've always been a fan of make a decision. You're with these guys every day. You see the team, how the team responds to them. You obviously know the resume and have watched the film and know who they are. You know what's best. Pick a damn quarterback. Give him the reps. Give him the role of powerful voice in the building, and let's see what he does with it. The whole 2 and 3 guys getting reps, and to me, it's just a poor way, an ineffective way of making a decision for your team. I don't know if it's the right decision, but I love making a decision and running with it.
Yeah, no, I like that, and I do think Jackson Dart at some point is probably going to start a game or two, but I think at this point it makes a lot of sense. All right, coming up, I think Clint has something to get off his chest about something he saw at training camp, and I think it'd be interesting to hear something that D'Amico had to say about his offensive coordinator and kind of maybe how that bleeds out a little bit towards maybe somebody else that he used to have a relationship with. And then also, fellas, I don't know if you guys were aware of this stat, but this is insane. I cannot believe this. A Houston legend has a jaw-dropping stat. We'll tell you what that is coming up next.
All right, y'all, you know what the biggest mistake is that you can make when you're selling your home is it's easy. Settling for less money, right? The good thing is I'm here to tell you about Orchard, and that never happens with Orchard. All right, Orchard's reinvented the real estate industry. They've done that by guaranteeing your home sale and help.
training camp. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
You said it hadn't happened in a while, Tyler. Well, it just happened.
Let's go.
And the Astros keep it together in the ninth. Josh Hader closes Christian Walker with the game winner. And the Astros win and complete the sweep. They win 4-3 in Arizona. And yes, Bryce got him another RBI today.
Yes, sir.
That's right,
Sweeping
Bryce
away out of that
Matthews.
desert.
There you go. He got him another one, ground out. It was an error, and they helped him out a bit, but they took advantage of those errors, and they now have a 6-game lead because the Brewers beat the Mariners 10-2 today as they lose 2 of 3. The Astros sweep the Diamondbacks, so that gives them a 2-game lead. They left Seattle up 4. They now are up 6 after this series against the Diamondbacks. So big time. They pick up 2 games in that series right there, and they now have a 6-game lead in the West. 4-3. Big game from Brandon Walter. A bit sad situation that he doesn't get a chance to get the win, but he was in line for it when he left in the 7th. 7 innings, 4 hits, 1 earned, 5 strikeouts, 1 walk. So he had a big time performance there today. And as we said, Christian Walker came home and had a really good series. Came back to his old ballpark and had a really good series against Arizona.
Yeah, look, it's I don't know, boy. We go from worrying about letting this division get down to a 2-game, possibly a 1-game if you get swept. Kind of you just a blink of an eye after a series where you get the sweep. Somehow, some way, this team continues to win. You get a sweep, and it's a 6-game lead again. So, I tell you, the stars are aligning for the Astros if they can just get some guys back and be a little more competitive when it comes crunch time. It'll be big. But this series was much needed for sure.
It was big. It was big for the Astros to do what they needed to do. So big win, 4-3. They take care of the Diamondbacks, and they will come home and have the A's. They have the A's, another winnable series against the last place team, as they will have the A's and Seattle will play the Angels. So they can maybe pick up some more ground on the Mariners. And really, they're close to catching up with the Tigers. I don't know if the Tigers have played today. If the Tigers lost today, Clint, I think they would, and they have. So I believe the Astros now have the best record in the American League. With the Tigers' loss and their win, they were a half game behind them. And the Tigers are starting to scuffle a little bit. So the team with the best record,
who's your daddy now?
Is the Houston Astros.
Should I say the Astros?
How?
I don't know.
How?
Hell, I don't know.
It's a beautiful thing, though, boy.
I thought the golden era was
beautiful
over.
thing. It's fun being an Astros fan, ain't it, boys?
Yeah. That's interesting. How this has occurred. Before you let us know what you went off your chest from training camp today. Did you have you seen this with Justin Verlander? Justin Verlander, who was
he was winless, is what I saw a while back.
I didn't know it was this bad.
He tied a record.
Yeah, he tied the San Francisco Giants record to start the season 0-16. He's not 0-16. He was 0-8.
Right.
But winless in his first 16 games, and he finally broke the streak and won today.
Got it done, ho, JV.
He's 1-8.
Just in time for Crane to make a move.
1-8. He was headed towards 0-17 to start the season. What the hell? No, you ain't getting to 300 wins like this. Oh, going and man, I didn't know it was that bad out there for him. And the Giants are good.
Yeah,
the Giants are above 500.
I haven't watched enough to know even what the hell's going on. I wonder if Father Time has jumped on his back or if he's just had a rough go.
I mean, his ERA. I mean, it's not great. I mean, it's just under 5. And probably lower today, but good God. I mean, there's got to be some bad luck in there. That is rough. I did not know it was that bad over there for Justin Verlander, but he gets the dub today. All right, what you need to get off your chest about what you saw at training?
Well, I mentioned this earlier, man, and the tight ends are going to be a huge factor for this Texans offense. I mean, do you get Dalton Schultz? That's the bad Dalton Schultz from 2024. Do you before? That's a quarterback's best friend that can separate. That's a clutch catcher, right? Do you get Cade Stover, a young player that seems to be making huge strides quicker than most, or do you get a guy that hits a wall and doesn't develop? Do you get a Brevin Jordan that is injured, or do you get the Brevin Jordan that's an elite weapon at that position? Like, that room has a boom or bust potential, right? And so I'm watching the tight ends today, and I just don't understand how this happens, Ron. I don't understand how it happens. They're out there for an hour and 28 minutes from 9 o'clock until 10:28. And I'm watching the tight ends because the thought that I just articulated to you, that hit me pretty early in practice. So I spent a lot of time watching the tight ends and the different team drills and the rotations and all that. And I'm thinking this is a real chance for Brevin Jordan to be a difference maker on this team, for him and for the Texans. Hell. And I look up, Ron, and we're probably 2 snaps into the only team period, like full team period, where it's not an emphasis on run or it's not slow plays install. It's a true team period.
It just made a catch, didn't he?
Offense versus defense. And we're probably 2 snaps into it. And I look up, and Brevin Jordan is casually walking with, I don't know if it was a trainer or just an assistant, a ball boy type situation. But he's walking away from all the action down the field right in front of us, and he goes in the cool room, the cool down room, a cold room, whatever the hell that thing is.
He had just made one catch, turned it up.
And I'm just thinking, when did we get to a spot where, like, you can't tell me that Nick Cacerio doesn't stand there in the end zone and go, here we go. You can't tell me that he doesn't roll his eyes at that type of stuff. Or are we at a spot where I'm just the old head that hadn't played since back then and it's all acceptable? You can't tell me D'Amico Ryans doesn't look over there and go, the hell is Brevin Jordan doing? We got 10 reps. We got 10 reps the first day of camp. We get 10 reps of team. And he was getting mixed in there consistently throughout the rest of practice. How? How are we hot? How are we? And I don't even care if it's suggested by the trainers. Like, it doesn't matter whether it's accepted or not. How does Brevin Jordan walk to a cold room in the middle of a team period when you've got about 10 reps and you got less than 10 minutes left in practice? How?
Well, let's break it down. First, why does it bother you so much?
Because you're installing a new offense. Forget about the fact that Brevin hadn't been there. You're installing a new offense. Every rep matters.
To the stars.
Every rep matters.
And you believe he was missing that at that point?
There's no way you can get mental reps if your ass has got you back to the huddle.
Mental reps. You want the mental reps and the reps.
All of it. Any kind of rep you could possibly get. Like, with your tight ends coach. Communicate with the other guys that aren't in there. There's plenty of action that could be happening. The last thing you should be doing is walking to a cold room. Getting a head start on your recovery in the last period of practice. And look, clearly it's a different generation.
And I think it's probably not a game plan that was more than just his decision.
Well, look, I don't doubt that it wasn't his decision. I don't doubt that the little vest that they wear under their pads may have triggered something, an alarm somewhere, and one of the trainers is watching, and maybe his heart rate got up or his body temperature got up again. But like, where have we gotten to a point where we just walk off away from team drills, from team practice? You got 10 today.
I can't remember. Did he ever return? Or did he go ahead and get started?
If he did, it was at literally at the last rep. I mean, I watched for a good 3 or 4 reps and he never returned. But it's just like that stuff absolutely baffles me.
I think it's going to bother you because I think it's a different time. Like someone just texted in, many of them are lazy and entitled. I think this is I don't think this was Brevin's decision. I think it was, like you said, maybe some trigger because he was walking with somebody else.
But Ron, the thought of I do think it's like Brevin's decision, like Brevin should be in a place. I don't give a damn what the area is. Brevin should be in a place where it's like, no, I'll catch you in 5 reps. When this practice is over right here, I'm gonna get in that cold tub. By the way, I don't want anybody to do. He was assisting with a towel and drinks and care and helmets.
Yeah, I mean, it may have been something put together prior.
I just don't know. I don't know how, when you got literally 10 reps of full all-go team versus your defense, I don't know what can pull you from that to a cool run.
The reason why I just say that, right, is do we believe that Brevin Jordan is in a comfortable spot?
I believe that. I'll be honest with you. I think Brevin Jordan is a lot more comfortable than he should be.
But I'm saying, do you believe that Brevin Jordan is in a comfortable spot to just bounce from practice on his own, to just make a catch and bounce from practice on his own? That's what I'm saying. I think this is something that was probably understood and planned by somebody, and not just, man, I'm ready to roll off.
Well, if you're, again, I mean, I don't think it was planned. I think it was a reaction to something. There was some kind of alarm. Maybe he told somebody he was tired. Maybe he told somebody, whatever.
Yeah.
But if D'Amico Ryans and Nick Cacerio are in a spot where they're like, hey, trainers, man, got 5 reps left in this little team period we got right here at the end of practice, man. Pull whoever alarm, pull them and get them in that cold room right now. By the way, the just casual walk down there showed me that there wasn't anything severely wrong. It just baffles me that that's where we're at. And the only reason I noticed is because I was watching the tight ends very closely, and I'm thinking, damn, Brevin Jordan's turning me on. This is nice. And then I'm looking at, here we go. The hell is going on here? I'm telling you, man, it's wild to watch.
Yeah. I think it's just going to be different. I saw Z's all over in that cold tub or that cold room or whatever. I just kind of think it's ain't in Wichita Falls no more, man.
Well, this is extreme. I
can got no shade over there.
I can give a little bit. But damn, iron 28 minutes, 10 play team period. You can't last that? Yeah, I can't depend on you.
All right, coming up as we continue, we'll let you know what happened with the Astros. And if you missed it, we'll let you hear what D'Amico had to say about the offensive line and what it looked like today. The number one thing on the field that people are wondering about with this team. We'll tell you what we saw today.
All right, y'all, check it out, man. Fellas, all the fellas out there, and hell, the ladies too, man. You got the guys that you love in your life, man. Look, if the fellas out there, if you're constantly tired, you're lacking focus, you're dealing with low energy, you're dealing with low libido, those can, one, it's not normal, and it's damn sure not living your best life. But this is serious stuff, man. It affects every aspect of your life, your marriage, your family, your job, your kids, every aspect, right? And the truth of the matter is you can get your life back.
Texans training camp. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Again, the Astros take care of business. They sweep that sweep of the Diamondbacks. One, they gained more ground on the Mariners, as the Mariners, they got blown out at home by the Brewers 10-2. And so now that lead is now to 6 in the AL West. And that's crazy, Clint, where we are, man, because that was very close to going from 7 and then going to 5 real quick, and then 3-0 in the third inning on Sunday with their ace on the mound, or at least their best pitcher this year thus far, in Owuwu, him on the mound, and that could be a 2-game lead if they hold on to that lead. And now, after this series, it's back up to 6. And also with the Tigers losing today, they now take over the number 1 spot and best record in the American League, as they're doing that with all the injuries, all of the weird stuff that's happened around here.
It feels huge.
They are now the best record in the American League, your Houston Astros. So they'll come home and play the A's, and potentially can add to it, see if they can take that series as well. So the Astros with a big-time performance. Coming up behind us, Texans All Access, as always, and I'm sure they will talk about what happened first day of training camp. Saw those guys out there today, John Harris and Mark Vandermeer. Them Area 45, our guys, Sean Bijani, Patrick Creighton, Chris Santiago, they will hold it down as they will look at not only training camp today, and they'll look at the Astros and much, much more when you're taking in the best late-night sports show in all of Houston. Area 45, hanging and banging them. No, Area 45, they're knocking it out from 7 to 11 coming up after
hanging and banging.
Hanging and banging them, baby. Shaking and baking them is what they're doing. And T-Mill's best bets. Last night, T-Mill, he only won one bet last night. I did push another, but he was in the red last night. He will have his best bets coming up in just a bit. All right, Clint, offensive line. Offensive line's the biggest thing and biggest question on the field with the Texans. And we watched him for the first time in camp, and I would personally say it went different than what we've seen at OTAs and at mandatory minicamp. Do you feel like you have a clearer picture right now of what the offensive line situation is going to be for the Texans?
No, I don't have a clearer picture. I still have some thoughts. I think Titus Howard's your right guard. I think Laken Tomlinson's your left guard. I think Cam Robinson's your left tackle. I think the center spot is up for grabs, and I think that right tackle spot is probably a little tighter competition than we'd like between Blake Fisher and Ariante Ursery. However, those are just my thoughts. After it doesn't appear that anything is clear to the decision makers with the Houston Texans. The first hour of practice, the starting rotation was significantly different than the one rotation, if you will, during OTAs and minicamp. Right, the center was different. It was Jarrett Patterson. The right tackle was Ariante Ursery. So those two guys were plugged in, and that went on for an hour. And then all of a sudden, when the team period started, all of a sudden Jake Andrews is in at center, Blake Fisher is in at right tackle, Ariante Ursery is in at left tackle. It was just a juggling offensive linemen in and out. So no, it's not any clearer what the Texans are going to do at the offensive line position than it was when we stepped out of the vehicle over there to watch practice for the first time today. In fact, I would say it's the water's probably a little bit murkier. The water's probably a little bit muddier, to be honest with you.
Yeah. Now, listen, there's competition, Clint, and you've been around.
Yeah. By the way, I think I'm not opposed to what they're doing. I think it's fine. I just think it's a legit more competition than expected.
Well, like you said, the Titus Howard at right guard to me, and maybe Tomlinson, but Titus Howard at right guard is the only one that you, I guess, 100% feel confident is his spot, because he's the only one that didn't change off of that spot when they went with whatever the ones were. I'm with you. I think Tomlinson seems to be there. Hell, I would have put Andrews in that same boat as Tomlinson. I guess for me, you like what they're doing with the competition. And it's cool, man. Sometimes you see, all right, man, there's a competition at, a guard spot or a tackle spot. Rarely do you see, hey, man, they're flipping 4 guys, right? And I guess my thought for you is, at what point do they need to get to a point where they settle in and these guys are playing together? How long does this go where it's like, hold on, man, these guys got to start playing together?
Well, I think it happens pretty quickly. I mean, you are installing a new offense, and it's not – look, this wasn't a C.J. Stroud-friendly hire in Nick Caley in terms of terminology. I mean, unless they're just blowing smoke, I thought that there was a chance the terminology was very similar, and that was part of the reason that Nick Caley's here. It's clear they're installing an entirely new offense. D'Amico Ryan's talked about it again today. He's talked about it multiple times in OTAs since we've been hearing from him with the media. So it's clear they're installing a new offense. At some point, like, the reality of it is you're installing a new offense and you're heavy rotation at the O-line position. And the reality of it is you've got let's call it 3 teams, but really there's more than that. But let's call it 3. Let's call it the Bills, the Ravens, and the Chiefs in this division, right?
This conference, yes.
I'm sorry, yeah, this conference. Let me let you in on something. They're not installing an offense. They may be getting a couple of guys up to speed, but they're communicators on the offensive side of the football. They're not installing an offense. They're not moving at a snail's pace and working on communication and working on the run game. They're working on advanced stuff. And so I'm not saying that the Texans should dictate what they do based on the teams that they're chasing, but the reality of it is that at some point this thing's got to fast track to, hey, we got to play real football games in a month. And real football games that matter sooner rather than later. And so you got to decide what center you're going to have in the game. Now, they're going to try to sell you a bill of goods about, well, we've got 2 really good centers and we like everybody and everybody's versatile and we got 4 guards that we really like and everybody can switch and do this and that. And, boy, Ariante Ursery's really promising and he can play both tackles and all that. They're going to sell you this bill of goods that this is a great idea. And for right now, it may be. But at some point in time, when rubber meets the road, you're already going to be behind offensively than the teams you're chasing, right? But how far behind, you're going to be able to dictate that to some degree. I think they've got to get their starting lineup, their starting guys, at least most of them, right, in place, I would say within a week.
Yeah,
I would see by the time you get 4 or 5 practices deep, Ron, you would like to see some guys settling into a position.
I hope they're not flipping during preseason. Like, preseason games, we got a pretty good idea. It's not, 3 guys that you don't have an understanding of. All right, Tyler, T-Mill, let's get back on. Let's get back into T-Mill's best bets for tonight.
Yeah. That'd be real nice because if this is not a green Wednesday night of best bets for us, y'all heard it earlier. Clint Stoerner's picking these tomorrow.
Come on, baby! I've never hoped for more red in my life.
I'm dead ass serious right now. But I got 5 for you because I got no quit in me yet. First, I got that squad up Highway 45. Team in Arlington, the Rangers. They're hosting the A's. I got the Rangers money line at -130. Next, I got Canada, the Blue Jays, +1.5 tonight as they face off against the Yankees.